Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 and another Hunter Brown performance. Now, yesterday somebody tweeted into the Joel and Jeremy show.
It's called the Killer Bees.
Yeah. And said, hey, slow down. Let's take a look at who Hunter has beaten, okay? Yeah, that's the Killer Bees. That's right, yeah.
It's not the Joel and Jeremy show.
For those of you that aren't on Twitch, he put the Killer Bee on the desk right here. That thing is pretty ugly. The Killer Bee. Yeah. I don't know what the hell that is. Could we get that away? And said, slow down, everybody, with all this Hunter Brown stuff, okay? Because, he hasn't beaten the best of teams, truth be told.
Nor the Astros.
No.
That's been
well, except he's sweeping of the Orioles.
Yeah, well, it was great. But I also don't care. Like, we've lost to plenty of bad teams this year. So
we used to be lamb killers, remember?
Lamb killers get you to the playoffs too.
Yeah, right. That's all we got to do. But he had 6 innings, 2 hits, 5 strikeouts yesterday, 3 walks against Toronto. Before that, Colorado, 2 hits, 7 strikeouts in 6 innings. Before that, the White Sox, the worst team in baseball, 6 innings, 7 hits, 6 strikeouts.
This sounds like a bunch of quality starts to me.
Detroit, 7 innings, 5 hits, 9 strikeouts. Angels, 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts. I mean, it's team after team. Yeah, it's a hell of a string of quality starts for him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row, 8 in a row that he's had a quality start.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gone at least 6 innings. He's gone 7 once.
What do you think? Do you think any Astro has hit 4 in a row this year? Including, obviously, Blanco and Framber would be the 2 we're looking at.
Yeah, probably Blanco has.
Probably Blanco, I would imagine.
Yeah.
He has to get to 6.
Now,
Hunter Brown's getting to 6. I mean, and guys, they're not hitting Hunter Brown great. I guess it would be 3 of his last 6. He's allowed 2 hits only, and he's hit 6 innings in every single. I mean, he's hit even in a loss he had here, but it was a quality start. I mean, he's touching. That's what he's doing now. He's touching 6 innings. He's brought his walk total down a little bit. Yesterday, creeped back up to 3 again. And his pitch count got to 96, but 5 strikeouts. He was once again in command. He looks like number one, he's just locating way, way better. Just way, way better now. But the other thing, John, is he doesn't look like he gets shaken like before. He just couldn't get out of an early inning. He had issues, like he just couldn't get out of trouble early on. He found trouble, and that's just not happening.
No, yesterday, though, was weird in that that's all he threw was fastballs. Yeah. I mean, he just said, I don't know what it was about this Toronto lineup or what, but he just said, I'm coming fastball, 90, and he was still humping 94, 95 in the 6th inning. But he just said, this is a fastball game, and boy, did he ever. Just 2 hits, and the Astros couldn't do anything with a guy, a plumber. The dude's a plumber, and the Astros just couldn't do anything with him. Until Jeremy Pena had a first pitch home run. And then at the end, Jordan, thank God he hit that homer. Boy, did a couple of things. Brian Abreu, since they gave him that long rest, he has not looked good these last couple of outings. He's looked really bad, as a matter of fact. Montero actually looked pretty good. Mm-hmm. Gave you the 7th inning. And it was nice that Presley got a day off because he had pitched a couple of days in a row. But Brian Abreu really struggled in that. He had 2 hard hit balls. Well, the line drive to Bregman wasn't all that hard hit, but the shot to Dubon that he was able to scoop and throw and get the runner out. But Brian Abreu is scuffling a little bit right now. He'll get back. He's really, really good. And then Hader gave up the solo homer. Mm-hmm. And if a reliever comes in with the closer comes in up 3, he's given up a run. He's given up a run.
Seems almost automatic. Hunter Brown, in his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games, he has thrown 31 innings and given up 1 run. 1 run and 31 innings.
Now, if he's not pitcher of the month, there's something wrong. He had a 1.16
Well, I know. And he's taken his ERA from 6.16. And then when he hit that streak, he started the game 6 against the Angels on June 8th. He went 6 innings, gave up 2 hits, no runs. On that day, he started the day at 6.18 with his ERA. It's now down to 4.07.
Yeah.
Since that time, he's had 31 innings pitched. He has given up just 18 hits and 1 earned run. That's it. Unbelievable run right now for Hunter Brown.
Yeah. It's really nice.
And this is why they're GMs and we're not, because they have patience.
Right. It is the Angels and the Tigers and the White Sox and the Rockies and Toronto.
Oh, they don't count?
No, they count. But, he also did beat Seattle. He gave up 4 hits and 1 earned run against Seattle during this stretch. He also and the Angels too. It started on May 22nd. This run started on May 22nd and has been it's a good month and a half now. That dude has been really, really good. And that's really at a time, look, they got 4 starters. It's the only team in baseball that only has 4 starters.
Mm-hmm.
They have 4 starters. And they're doing this. And they're within 3 games now. And, yeah, granted, it's who they're playing right now. So what? They had their, they played one of the toughest schedules early on, first 2 months.
I want to just, we're done saying this. Like, you brought it up. I don't want to say it anymore about who they're playing and who Hunter's pick. You have to get your schedule. It doesn't matter who you play. You all play the same schedule.
Yeah.
You all play the same schedule. What are we going to say this about, any other pitcher? Are we going to say this about any other team? We all play the same schedule. So who cares who they're playing? I don't care who Hunter Brown right now. The good teams are lucky they're not facing Hunter Brown right now because this is a really good version of Hunter Brown, and it's been consistent. And Hunter Brown, when he's going well, is going to give any lineup problems.
I wonder if the voting for Pitcher of the Month might consider if you are pitching against better teams in tighter races.
It's always stats.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. Hunter Brown has been great. He has really been great. You know who's not great?
In the month, Hunter Brown got wins. Well, he got every one of these wins, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4-1 in the month of you talked about that. The month of June is over. He was 4-1 with a 1.16.
Yeah.
That should earn him. I don't know. Maybe there's someone else who's had an incredible, but those numbers get you pitcher of the month. Unless there's somebody else we just don't know about. But that's damn good stuff right there. 36 strikeouts to 8 walks. That's not the ratio that Hunter Brown looks like. 36 strikeouts in 31 innings. I mean, that's really good.
Really good. Really, really good. You know who's not really, really good? Dell's team. USMNT. Nice job. Terrible. First of all.
The big lie. We were sold by Dell and others a bill of goods. The golden generation of U.S. soccer.
Boy, are you two the absolute worst in telegraphing.
The golden generation.
My
Clint
team.
Dempsey. We're wasting the golden generation. The golden generation.
How about you two back
3
America?
shots on goal.
Who?
3 shots on goal is all you get us?
You know, it's interesting that you non-soccer people, I'm talking to you two specifically, play this game like you talk soccer people like a soccer person didn't know this was coming. Like,
no,
everyone knew. Everyone.
You said they were going to advance out of this stage.
I said they should advance, and then they lost to Panama.
Out of the group.
And
Come on.
I said they should, and then they lost to Panama. I said, no, they're not beating the Uruguay. They're not winning that game. It was all set up for them. Bolivia's not good. They beat Panama on a consistent basis. But when you lose that one, they're done.
Yeah.
They were done. They were not going to beat that Uruguay team. That coach wasn't going to put them
had
in a
us
position.
all, this is the team. No, this is, they're getting ready for World Cup.
Yes,
Copa
you're right.
America
I
champs.
spent 1 month discussing how great this U.S. team being led by a great manager. Yes, that's what I did, sure.
Yeah.
But it's no surprise. And honestly, I wasn't sad. I wasn't upset. I just thought to myself, this was inevitable.
Well, you're dead inside. And I'm not expecting you to ever be.
You also don't pay attention to anything but your crappy Everton team, so you don't know any better.
No.
But the other thing is,
there's a lot of guys that I'm scouting right now.
You don't know anything. Like I said, you don't know any better. The other thing is, this was inevitable. It's just like anybody who loves college football, and you know your coach isn't good. You know your team is underperforming, and you know no matter what you might hope for. You know it's going to happen. And I knew they weren't going to win that game or get the result. This has been a thing for U.S. soccer for years. They always muddle their way through the first two games on a group stage and then somehow, some way find a result in the end.
And they looked like this. Remember when Landon Donovan scored? We were watching in here, and Landon scored in the last seconds of the match to move on.
And that was World Cup. And it's only because in the previous match, they were down 2-0 to Slovenia, fought back to tie the game, and so they were desperate. They had to beat Algeria to win it, and it took to the final seconds. Look, what we saw last night is the epitome of U.S. soccer recently, and particularly under Berhalter. You know the stat. He hasn't beat a top 10 team in his tenure unless they're Mexico.
No.
He doesn't beat good teams, so why would he beat Uruguay in a do or die? Get out of here. I'm just waiting. Though the issue is, can you trust the people making the decisions to make a right one? Not only to get rid of them and then go hire someone who can actually further the program.
Yeah, he is. Okay, under his leadership, the team has 0 wins, 5 draws, and 5 losses against top 15 teams other than Mexico.
Exactly. So they can dominate.
Goodness gracious.
And in this one, they got a CONCACAF opponent that would have seen them through to the group stage or the quarterfinal and couldn't even take advantage of that. So,
well, and Panama's not even one of those, right?
Well, Panama's a CONCACAF team.
No, I know, but not a top 15
No, so I'm saying, so they had a bad Bolivia team.
I don't care if you're playing a man down. You're better than Panama.
Well, they put themselves in a position to be a man down.
So what? Teams have won man down before.
And
not U.S.
And you didn't even have to win. You could have tied.
Finished.
So the issue.
But this was the game. I mean, this was a game. This was supposedly
Panama
Uruguay wasn't going to try, and they weren't going to sit.
So
guys.
how
They
did
didn't, and look what happened. They weren't. And the U.S. was the favorite. The U.S. played frenetic pace the entire time and got 3 shots on goal. They were. I don't know about you, Del. I trust your eyes and your knowledge of this, but I'm just telling you. This is not like they didn't even have very good chances at all.
Well, Uruguay is one of the best teams in the world. I don't know why I don't know why the U.S. is favorite, other than they thought Uruguay wouldn't put out their best 11. They
Must
did.
Win in U.S.
They did.
On U.S. soil, maybe.
Well, pay attention to who the team is, not the scenario. Yeah. And anyone who watches U.S. soccer knew, other than blind faith or hope, that they weren't going to get a result that they needed. And I watched it, and the Uruguay goal was predictable.
Well, what about offsides?
All right, you got screwed over. You didn't score a goal anyway.
How about, did you see Christian Pulisic after the game?
Yeah.
He goes to he's pointing at the refs. Go celebrate with them. Go celebrate with them. And then he goes over to shake their hands, and he wouldn't shake. Then it wouldn't shake his hand.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, look, the referee may be just incompetent, not crooked. So if you're accusing me of being
VAR
crooked,
is not crooked. That's somebody up in the booth.
They don't have great cameras.
They don't have that technology. They have that's SAOT, semi-automatic offsides technology, and Copa doesn't have it. They don't have the right camera angles in the stadiums for it.
Well, that was clearly offside
in America. But they use I read the article on it. They use a technology where they have to draw manually the lines from the ball to the foot and all this. And where SAOT, which is used in Europe and Euros and everywhere else, it's an automatic technology with the triangulated cameras that is very specific. And then it shows you on TV, okay, here's what it looks like. Right. And they don't have that. Copa doesn't have that. I'm like, what is the poverty-ass Copa doing? Because it was offsides. It was. They showed it. It was obviously offsides, but the technology they had with the camera angles they had, they couldn't get there. They couldn't prove it to be offsides, and this is But they still didn't score. Like people bring that up. It was bad. The
they would have had to score
twice.
The ref
was so bad. Gave a yellow. All you got to do is blow your whistle, and the play's dead. He's literally bringing out a yellow card to put someone in the books, and they take off with it. They take off after the foul. And play it quick, and instead of blowing the whistle, he just lets it go. It was unbelievable.
Well, thank God he saved it too. That was awful, awful. Did you see the meme of Angel Hernandez in the referee's uniform?
Yeah, all the things that happened last night. Honestly, I couldn't care less. Go beat Panama, and this isn't a problem. Yeah, right. Honestly,
it was over that night.
It was over there. You could get screwed over by the young naive referee. You can have CONMEBOL, the governing body of the tournament, South America, put you in the wrong locker room because you're designated as a home team. You should get the best locker room. They're talking about that on the broadcast. So I don't care if CONMEBOL came together and said, let's screw the U.S. out of this. I don't care. Beat Panama, a CONCACAF opponent who you dominate, and all of this is we're not joking about. We're joking, we're laughing. Hey, that ref sucked, but you know what? You're in the second round. I mean, you're in the quarterfinal. You had the path. You screwed it up, and you subjected yourself to what happened last night.
Tim Weah's penalty was enormous. One that may have cost you the entire Copa opportunity. One strike to the back of the head because he literally lost his cool about what was a chippy game already. What a dumbass. You went down a man, and then you lost one of your better players, who, by the way, was out yesterday, too.
We've seen this somewhere else, a huge play that cost the team. God, I forget what it was. Let's take a break when we come back.
The Saints?
See if we can't remember it. No, there was a huge play.
In soccer?
Yeah, somebody made a penalty that was a huge penalty. We'll do it we'll try to remember on the other side. But right now we got Vanderford that we're talking about.
Yeah, Vanderford Air is an air conditioning company who the best thing about Vanderford is they can start from the very beginning and come out to your home, give you an AC tune-up. What the AC tune-up does is they go through the entire system, see if you've got anything wrong there. If there's small things that need to be, touched up, they can do that for you as part of the service. They had to bolt down. I'd lost some of the screws in my unit because they had gotten inside there and they took the leaves out of the inside of it. They just did some small things that are going to help the overall working of the air conditioner. But the big thing is, if there's a major issue, they can find it for you and have it fixed for you. That's not an issue because you'll know if your home's not cooling properly. And if you don't know for sure, they come in and do a heat load in every room where they check the temperature. They crank your AC down and then check how low it can go in every single room of your house. It gives them a great idea about your AC, not only how strong it is and how efficient it is, but also whether or not it's cooling in every room properly. And from there, they can go from there. So whether you need your air conditioner fixed or you need a brand new air conditioner, that's a company that you can trust. They also can pull humidity right out of your home. Ask about that and water filtration systems. They've got it all. It's my good friends over at Vanderford Air. Call 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL, or go to the website, vanderfordair.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I think I was thinking of Luka. Luka's sixth foul in that game and what it meant
so early too. Yeah.
Yeah, with 4 minutes left in the game in a tight game.
Yeah, that may be what you're thinking.
Yeah, I think I was thinking
of overtime in that game.
No, they wanted the regulation.
Overtime, yeah, it's just like 5 minutes left. Okay,
but that was and it's such a huge game. It's such a terrible mistake and such and he just killed his team. Tim Weah killed his team. Not only could he not play in that game, 10 down, a man down, but he couldn't play in the next game. Mm-hmm. I mean, that just is
super selfish move.
Do we have no strikers? None?
No.
Well, you had a striker who scored 2 goals in 2 games.
I know. Why does he take Balogun out?
Well, I don't know. I took him out in game 2. Balogun had a hit pointer, so they took him out last night in the first half. There's a lot, for whatever reason, like we hold, understanding holding players accountable. The way a thing aside, obviously, dumb mistake, can't do that. But a lot of soccer people are not even just casuals, people who watch the game consistently are always like, oh, if you got to fight harder. Where are our warriors? We don't really attribute that to other sports. Like if there's a bad coach and you see the team underperforming and you know there's talent, you go, okay, well, the coach is clearly holding them back. In soccer, it's like, well, if you try harder, things will go your way. I'm not sure that's actually how it works.
Right. Are we talented? Are we talented enough as a unit? Because honestly, I thought, and I wrote this yesterday on Twitter at half. I said I just thought it was just a horribly sloppy match.
Well, that's what Uruguay wanted.
Okay, but this is what I said. Tell me if I'm wrong here. The quality of this match is about 10 times worse than anything we've seen in the Euros. And the next guy said pretty much all the matches. That's because there's only 2 or 3 good teams in the tournament. Then I had all these U.S. fans. I don't even know if they're U.S. fans or what they are. I disagree strongly. And this is what they said. Here's an example. You didn't watch the games earlier today, did you? Actually, I did. And I don't care if there was a quote-unquote own goal where the man was storming in. I mean, that was, it wasn't a typical own goal.
No, that's not. It went off his leg.
Yeah, but I watched all the matches. They possess it. The passing's more crisp. The first touches are much better. The possessions and the service in is much better. You had a goalkeeper who's kicking it out of bounds. Goal kicks out of bounds like a goof. Had no accuracy. And my problem was it was going back and forth like a playground match where nobody could possess the ball for more than 25 seconds. It was I just thought it was terrible looking soccer. Now, you tell me if I'm wrong, but there were some people who argued and there was others who said no. And one guy says both these teams are as good or better than plenty of the Euro field. That's not the reason. And the guy said, Uruguay, yes, they're one of the good teams. U.S., not even close. The U.S. is as good or better than plenty of teams who are in the Euros. Do you agree with that?
Well, you mentioned team, and that's important. I think the U.S. has enough talent to compete with a lot of the teams that we're seeing earlier.
How are they going to get goals?
Well,
that's a problem.
They couldn't get goals in the World Cup.
Well, tactically, you can point to the positions they're being put in. Look, the issues don't start in the game. The issues start with training. The issues start with how they're being taught. And we can look at Christian Pulisic and go, how good is he really? Well, he was able to be a starter throughout the year in Serie A. So how come he can thrive in the Italian league, the top level of that country, and have issues here? So we can talk about do they have talent, and we can push the blame on the players. But frankly, I can judge them in certain situations. But as far as the entirety of the team, go get an actually competent manager before we actually have real discussions about how talented
Who wants
the team
to
is.
manage us? Like the expectations.
All your managers suck. Cristobal, Berhalter.
Wait.
Okay,
Cristobal
you go.
Larinaga's fine. Actually, great. To be honest with you,
do people want to? There was an
Eric
article
Spoelstra,
like who would want to actually? Everyone says you need to get a better manager, and a big time manager. Who would want to come? Is that true? Like, would this be considered a good
Bradley
job to take?
Bob Bradley.
No.
Oh God, get his slow ass son.
Bob Bradley beat Spain in the Confederation Cup semifinal, so he does have that accomplishment. No, the question is not just about who would want to come.
Dyche.
No.
He will come over.
No. The issue is the Federation as a whole. With the Federation,
Jurgen Klingman.
They tried him. The Federation, would they turn over what they needed to turn over for a coach to come in and do it his way?
Well, and does he have to be American?
So for some reason, that is a thing for people.
Why?
Well, you even heard Glenn Davis. I mean, he didn't strictly say it about the U.S. national team, but he suggested that in some ways, maybe these national teams should only play players who who were born in the country they played
I feel
in.
like he's talking about
Well, that's
other
fine.
teams.
That's
I
players.
feel like he's talking about
No,
other
no,
teams.
No.
not
I don't
us.
think he's pro that it has to be an American coach.
Well, I'm not. Well, fine, but whatever. I don't know what he thinks, but he certainly made the allusion to, hey, maybe it'd be better for these countries to play with the guys who are born here. Which, if he was talking about the U.S. team, would mean their starting left back wouldn't play here because he was born in England. He actually sounds like an Englishman. Gio Reyna wouldn't play.
I'll take
Bye.
Roberts. I don't want
Don't need
Roberts
you
to
and
be
your
gone.
drama.
Because his father was playing in
You know,
Europe, so he was
you
born
don't
there.
see what did he do?
Gio was not good.
Gio's not done anything.
Why, once again, you can make these assessments of these players, but I will once again say, what does any player do if they're set up and their coach is terrible?
I'll say this: like that's hard for us to grasp as people who don't watch it on a consistent basis over the years.
Let's take a look at the Rockets.
Well, no.
What were the Rockets?
You're right. I just want to say, like for us, what we're seeing is running, kicking. You see, I mean, there's other things that go into it, obviously, but we see the basics and we just think, well, this guy's just not good enough. But when you really look at, like, I've seen my team. We've gone through plenty of managers at Everton, and one guy gets in, Sean Dyche, and everyone's like, oh, or Carlo Ancelotti or whatever. Everyone's, oh, no, they're much better. Well, my team did play much, much better when they changed just the manager. So it does happen, but you're right. If we look at the Rockets, if we look at other teams and certain other sports, there can be a big, big difference. But I just feel like fundamentally it just doesn't look like we're not a big team. Like we don't. Who are the studs? Who are the physical studs? Where you're like, man, that dude is a unit right there. Or somebody with blazing speed. Do we have that?
I got a question for you. David's got a question. This is a legitimate question.
This is not going to be a legitimate.
Ask LZ how many shots on goal he could get in a soccer match.
I probably could
In the
get,
Copa.
That's the wrong question. I couldn't get any shots on goal.
You couldn't?
No.
He can't
Now,
control the ball.
ask me how many PKs I could make.
How many?
Who would pick you to take a PK?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Well, if it was part of a contest, like, hey, here's a fan, super fan coming in. Not against.
Even Cristiano Ronaldo was stopped yesterday.
I wouldn't get. Well, those are two good goalkeepers. It would be tough to score more than two against the guy from Spain. The guy from Spain or Portugal's really
Portugal
good.
was.
The guy from Portugal is really
They
good.
couldn't score any.
Two would be the most I could get on him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Against the other guy, maybe three.
Yeah.
I just wish we would apply our logic when we watch the sports we care about consistently to what we see in the national team. Oh, these guys run around. Where's the talent? Well, what do we say about the Rockets? Look how disorganized they looked for 3 years until they got a competent head
You have to
coach.
wait forever, it seems like.
Yeah, what happened?
To that.
You threw Ime in there. All of a sudden, look how improved they
No,
look.
I mean, get a new. Okay, well, what are we waiting for? They're going to make a change.
Well, we hope so.
Who are these guys talking soccer and WNBA every day? Are they just mailing it in now? This is legit. We got the World Cup
this
coming
is
here.
the golden generation of U.S.
Yes.
soccer.
This is
Everyone told me
important
we're
stuff.
going to talk about the
Gotta
golden
find
generation.
out how many goals, how many
Yes.
shots on goal Lance could get.
Absolutely, and I told you none. It's
Yeah,
very
see?
because
See
I
how
have to-
realistic he is, though?
I told
For
you I'm
once.
realistic. I'm
Yeah.
always realistic.
3 catches,
I would not be
27
able to
yards.
I mean, look, if the U.S. can't even get the ball off their foot, how in the world am I going to get a shot?
I would love to see Lance running around out there.
Nope.
In that weather,
In that-
forget about it.
He would
Not
let
going to happen.
about
Not gonna
40
happen.
seconds and go,
He would.
all right.
He would.
Red and green. Where's the red and green thing?
He would ask out during warm-ups.
Red and green thing. What is this, Fogo de Chao?
No, the sign.
I want
know,
the
it's
red
just-
and green card.
Yes.
Green.
Green.
Late scratch, Lance Zerline.
Oh,
Why?
you'd be Vlad Guerrero.
Tired.
I'd be on
Late
the ground
scratch.
holding my leg immediately.
Where's the cold spray? The magic spray. He would
Yeah.
ask for the
What
magic.
about
yeah.
that cool play where Adams came in and then got spiked on the leg and got a yellow card? Like, hey, how does this work? He actually, wait a minute, he just got spiked in his foot and got a yellow?
Well, get your foot out the way. Get your foot out the way. And here's the deal. Now, USA ain't in it, but you can still bet on it. And they got all of the bets at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. It is. It's the golden generation. Well, I hope you bet on Uruguay yesterday. I hope you didn't bet on the U.S. That's what I hope. I hope you went to MyBookie and found all the bets you could possibly. I hope you bet on Hunter Brown yesterday. If you bet on Hunter Brown, you win, baby. I bet the under. You know why? Because C.B. Buckner was behind the plate. He's got a strike zone that is about 10 inches outside each corner. You know what? You bet the under. 3-1 yesterday. What? Winner, chicken dinner. But you can't do it if you're not on MyBookie. You got to play, win, and get paid. You got to sign up. You get a signing bonus when you do sign up. And no, your regular bookie ain't doing that. Ooh, sign up with the regular you with your bookie here in town. See how much free play he gives you. 0, none. You do it at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You're looking for fun, great way to enjoy the games. Football season's coming. Sign up now. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Breggy looked pretty good yesterday. A couple of hits. He went the other way on a pitch. He was on when Jordan hit his homer, his bomb. Jake looked really bad at the plate. The problem, guys, yesterday, Jake, Chaz had a real problem at the plate yesterday. Dupont did not look good. Singleton did not look good. Yiner ended a 11-game hit streak, 10 or 11 games hit streak, his longest of his career, and did not and had a rough time of it. They really had a rough time of it with this Rodriguez guy, who's not good. He's just not really, really good, and yet he had some pop, and his breaking stuff was sharp yesterday. I mean, he literally does not punch anybody out ever, and he had six yesterday with the Astros. He's just not a strikeout pitcher. Looking at his, his game log, he had 6 yesterday, 1 the game before, 1 the game before that, 2 the game before that, but then he had 7 and 6 before that. So he got back to where he was. Watching him warm up, he's kind of a short shoulder. I was like, man, this guy, we should kick this guy's ass today.
Mm-hmm.
And then just nothing. Gave Altuve the day off, which was nice. He needed a little bit of a break. Dubon needs a little bit of a break.
That was
right now.
He took
Dubon has played in 18 of the last 19 games.
Keep going.
Well, yeah, but he needs
For what?
And it must seem like a new day every day. He's at first base. He's in right field. He's at second base.
You rest when you're dying.
He's in left.
That's the excitement of it all.
Yeah.
It's like traveling the world. You get to travel. You don't
think
know
Dubon
what
is
country you're going to
traveling
be
the
in.
world?
Well, you don't know what country you're going to wake up in. Toronto, in Canada. You don't know what position you're going to play on a day-to-day basis.
Right.
Like everything's it's not Groundhog Day for him. He didn't know what's going to happen. Every day is like an exciting adventure.
Yeah.
You get to face new and exciting pitchers. You don't know where you're going to be in the lineup. Every day is the most exciting day for Mauricio Dubon.
Well, he knows. Yeah. You're right. It is. And you know what? Like Pena. Oh, I'm at shortstop again today. Bregman, I'm at third again today.
Third base. I'll be in the middle of the lineup.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Boring. Well, he was actually at the top of the lineup. First time he led off since 2019.
Yeah. Because Jose Altuve took a mental health day after the day before.
Well,
remember when he got so mad, he got thrown out of the game.
I know, but
I've never seen him
you
so
think
mad
it was
like that.
HR said he needs a mental health day?
Look how mad he was.
Oh, he was mad. It's not him either.
He threw the bat down.
Second ejection ever.
I was worried for our little guy.
Yeah.
He was mad.
After he was mad in Chicago, too. He was angry.
That's what I'm saying. He needed mental health day. Look how mad he's been lately. It is due to umpire incompetence.
Well, yes, it was. It was an umpire, but he's not frustratable like that though.
That you've got to be incompetent. He's just tired of the bull crap.
Yeah.
It's the same You mean the umpire who forgot to count and they had to do a review to see if it was a walk?
Yeah.
That incompetent ump.
And then you know what? I think that was his first ever time behind home plate. Or was that the game before? Yeah, there was a guy in that series that was his first ever time. It was his debut, and then his debut in Major League Baseball, and then his first time behind home plate.
Del, I am because I am a staunch Astros fan, because I want what's best for my city, my country, my state, and my friends like you and John. Because I am this kind of person, I am cheering for the Astros to win as many games as possible. Now, with that is going to potentially come John being right about Astros being in first place in July. And so while I would love to smite John, like part of me wants, would cheer for them to lose to smite John's prediction.
That's
I said, while part of me would.
Okay.
But I am first. Most people are just me, and they don't care about society as a whole. I am we, not me. So I want us to win as a group, and me specifically.
It does kill you just a little bit every win.
I don't want you to, is there a way for. Can they win and still not be in first place?
Well, if I die.
No. Hey. All it takes is Seattle to play better baseball. I can cheer for the Astros to win and Seattle to win. And I think that's what I'm going to do now.
So you want – okay, so –
I'll cheer for them to get to the wild card, not be in lead of division after July.
You want the Astros to be a wild card so that I won't be able to say –
I think that's a win-win.
Didn't I tell you?
I think that's a win-win.
Didn't I tell you?
Oh, so the question is the question for me is it a win-win? I'm not sure what you're doing.
I'm just kind of working through this. I want you to say that I'm a good person, but
why would I do that?
I'm looking out for us as a city before us. As a show, we want if we were bad, we would want the Astros to lose just so John couldn't be right on his outrageous July prediction. However, you cannot. I'm just going to set this out there now. Make sure that mark this, that John cannot take any credit for Astros playing well and a good prediction if they're not in first place at the end of July. If Seattle's up by one game, it's still a loss. It's still an L in the column.
Well, I understand your sentiment. if I didn't have a 2-hour safe space away from John, his prediction of the Astros finishing in first at the end of July would bother me. But he can be right, and then I could take 2 hours to tell everyone how stupid he is, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, well, I don't have that.
Yeah.
Well, but you have it while I'm sitting here.
Yeah, but so
Not
what I
even-
just told you,
that's true.
I'm cheering for 2 teams now, Seattle and Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gunning for the wild
That's
card spot,
awful because we want to win the
or to
division.
take over in August. Take over in
yeah, they
August.
could-
Actually, we
Take over
want
in
the best
August.
record in baseball, which is still in our
Take
sights.
over in August. Oh, you're going to make that prediction now?
Okay. We still got that.
Are you going to make
I
the best-
told you that this is the greatest Astros team ever.
Okay, well, you're way off there.
No, I'm not. This quite possibly could be the best run we've ever had. With all of the injuries, with
so now we're
everything that has
okay.
inflicted this team.
Alec asked me, do we now, or was it my dad, or either my dad, or no, it's my dad. My dad said, do they have to consider Joe Espada for manager of the year now? All I could think of was, what? He goes, well, I mean, look at what he's done with what he's been given. I was like, oh, my God. There's no way Astros would be okay with Joe Espada being manager of the year. He goes, oh, do the fans not like him? I said, well, I mean, they don't dislike him. They just, they're not playing good baseball. He goes, so the fans love Dusty? He said, so the fans must have really liked Dusty. I said, well, that was complicated too,
Yeah,
actually.
that's a little complicated.
And I said, they just wanted Dusty to move on because he's getting older. He goes,
Dusty has.
he said, well, it's true. No, they're not going to like any manager. That's how fans are with coaches.
Well, listen, by the time Dusty left everywhere, it was like he burned the bridges with the fans. Not here. I mean, in Chicago, well, you ask Cub fans about him.
Yeah, but what about
Cincinnati. I mean, here, no, people love Dusty.
People like
but
him, but they
we
also,
were frustrated with him.
Well,
There was some frustration.
I told my dad it was primarily Yiner Diaz.
Yeah.
And how he handled Yiner Diaz.
And
I
Chaz.
said, yeah, to a lesser extent, Chaz. Yiner was the big one, but Chaz too. But Dusty had great success.
Yeah.
Some of it was Dusty's age, though. If Dusty was 64 years old, I don't think it'd be the same conversation.
No, right. He was so set in his ways. It's 742 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. When we come back, Dale, we're not seeing any of these up here. I don't know if people are even on the lines or whatnot, but we're not seeing it. When we come back, a lot of movement in the NBA we need to talk about. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, Daspit.
John Daspit Law. And I need to talk to John and find out what's going on from a law firm. He told me the other day he was late getting back to me on something, and he told me he is just absolutely jammed up with work, that he's been just going crazy, and that's great. He doesn't take Saturdays and Sundays off that often. I mean, his wife probably wishes he would a little bit more, but John makes time for the family. But you are family to him. If you have a case with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, you're basically family with him, and he's going to make sure that you are taken care of, that you are the ones who are going to make get the very best attention so that your case is handled with care the same way as that you want it to be, frankly. I mean, on the other side, that's what they're doing. The people who have injured you, whether it's on the roadway, at the workplace, they have lawyers who are trying to squeeze and get the lowest settlement possible for you. But John Daspit's the other way. He wants to make sure everything is covered and your pain and suffering is properly tended to, and he is going to fight for you. That's why he's got the most lawyers you're going to find in the city, so that everyone gets the attention they deserve. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, they get the biggest settlements across the board. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, it just got really, really weird in here. Melissa Blanco came in just to say hello. Columbia's playing tonight and everything else. And Lance went up and started touching her pants.
No, she has Legos on her. She has Legos on her pants.
But
she has a Lego thing
did
where
you
you
have
can
to
connect.
touch it?
I just saw. I wanted to see if it was the plastic kind or what it was.
You could have asked.
It's down her leg. What are y'all talking
You could have
about?
asked. You know what?
It was
And
right
John goes,
here on her hip.
And Dell starts pointing.
He
You
pointed
guys
at me.
love to start
You
stuff.
know what?
It's
That
not
was-
on her hip.
That's so uncomfortable.
I mean,
Oh
if
my
people didn't
God.
know, people
Melissa was like, she was looking
No,
at me
she
like
wasn't.
she was a little scared.
No, she wasn't. I
Yeah.
said, was that weird? John goes, oh, that's so weird.
So we
And
now
I
know
said, was
something
that
about
weird?
you.
She goes, no.
We know something about you now. You're one of those dudes who approach like if you're in high school, you approach a girl. Hey, can I get a hug? You're one of those guys.
Oh, yeah, we
You're
did
one
that.
of those guys.
No.
Yeah, for sure.
You
we
go
did
ask
that.
for hugs when the
No,
girl.
Yes, you do.
That's
When a girl-
creepy.
It's
Oh, you
weird.
don't in
So
2024.
creepy.
You did when I was
Why
in
did
high
you want to?
school.
Why did you want to hug that girl in high school? Did she offer to hug, or did you ask
No,
for them?
because we were friends. It was
That-
people that we were all friends
That
with.
was before, though. Okay, the Me Too movement.
I gotta tell you, I hated those guys.
Yeah.
They go, hey, can I get a
Oh,
hug? How
you
come I
are
didn't get a
that
hug?
guy.
No way. Do
Yeah,
I?
you are.
No,
That's
that's no
not-
chance.
Dell's not a hugger.
No
No.
chance. No chance. I'm approaching some girl. Hey, you didn't give me a hug. Can I get a hug? Get the
No, you
outta
hate those
here.
guys because you don't. You
Those
can't
guys
do
are
that.
the worst.
You
They're the
you
worst.
you don't
They're
have that
fake.
in you
Embarrassing.
because
It
you
is
don't
You
like
touching
human
women's
contact.
legs when they walk in here
That's
is
you're making
really
it
a
sound-
problem.
You're
Guilt
making it
tripping
sound
some
super
woman.
weird.
Did you not do that?
He did do
Yeah,
that.
but she had a Lego on her leg,
So, who
on her
cares?
on her pants, like it's part
cares?
of the jeans.
Who cares?
When he was coming over to touch it, she was like,
No, she did.
She made a face.
she made a.
Y'all are
Save
so
me?
creepy.
Did the face say "save me" from him?
Y'all are so creepy. These two creeps of all the creeps.
I'll
Undercover
point out.
creep and overcover
No chance.
creep.
There are
Okay.
three people.
I ain't hiding it.
There are three people who are part of this show, and only one person went over to
Only
see
touched her.
someone's thigh and touch it.
Yeah, that's gross.
Y'all are just.
Let's get Scott in here before we talk basketball. He wants to finish up this soccer talk. What do you say, Scott?
Good morning. I've been with y'all every station. There's a breakup. Try to hang out with both y'all on each side. And I'm wondering if y'all are getting AI in the game, because the segment that I got on at 7:20, is there some kind of computer generation? Somebody talks anything and it sounds like y'all?
No, we're talking soccer. It's important.
No, we advanced.
What is wrong with you people? Soccer is like for front and center here for the next 2 years.
John, we're actually going to have it here in the country, in the city.
In the city.
Would you say soccer matters?
Soccer matters.
Glenn's been trying to tell you that, Scott.
Yeah, Scott. Listen
No.
to Glenn Davis.
We enjoy it now more than we did.
yeah.
We appreciate it
What's
more than
wrong
we did.
with this, Scott?
What's wrong?
Are you gonna watch when the U.S. plays in the World Cup here?
No,
Scott,
it's not
are you gonna watch the World Cup?
No, he's not going to.
I
No.
guess I'm going to have to, so I'll know what the hell y'all are talking about. What I do know about, I've learned from Dell, and I love Dell. Dell is not a third wheel. Dell is actually what keeps y'all upright. Get a little. I love his part in this show. He does talk soccer, and if the names, I might know the name, but all of the other stuff, I don't even know if they don't call it a field, it's a pitch, all that other crap. Is the ball still called a ball, or is it called something else?
Dell, do they still call it a ball?
Pelota.
Well, there's
Well,
a
in
motion to call it something else, like a snitch. But right now,
Oh,
it's called a ball.
that's
still.
Harry Potter.
Is it?
That's
Thank
Harry
you, Scott,
Potter.
for saying the truth. Guys, knock it off the soccer talk. If
Dell
you-
doesn't keep anything upright.
If you want to talk soccer with someone knowledgeable or just people who actually care about the sport, come to 10 to 12.
No.
Wow.
No. No.
Wow, Shook.
Way to promote your show in the
Yeah.
middle of ours.
Yeah, you
No,
guys.
he doesn't
Shook.
want to hear your soccer talk.
It's when you guys talking soccer, I can't even say what I want to say because it would insult a different protected group. Never mind.
You're gonna.
I can't.
More people are throwing the R word around now. I don't know why, but
Yeah.
they really
I wouldn't
are.
say the R word, but
And F word.
I
I've
wouldn't say
noticed
the
that
R word.
people are reclaiming both of them.
I know, right?
The F word, they're just saying, look, that doesn't mean what y'all used to think it means.
Right. We could say it.
And
the R word.
I was watching.
Give it a shot, Del.
No chance.
Say the R word.
Yeah.
No. Can't. I was watching some promo video for House of the Dragon, and they're all pretty much English actors, and one of the guys in the middle of it's like, yeah, I just want an F, and then they had to put like a little note. He means cigarette because he said
Wait,
the word.
they did that where?
He was like doing a BuzzFeed art video, and in the middle of it he goes, yeah, I could really do with a, and then he says F, the F word, and they're like, wait a minute, BuzzFeed.
That's a cigarette.
He means cigarettes, everybody.
Yeah.
Because it's for an American audience. Maybe they don't know what he's talking about.
Buzzword had to do that?
BuzzFeed had to put like a little.
BuzzFeed had to.
He's saying a
but
word.
BuzzFeed's so soft. I mean, BuzzFeed is.
Well, he does have to. They do have to
name
explain
17 times that a dragon killed somebody and you were happy.
Well, let me ask you: Would your kids know that he was talking about a cigarette?
They can figure it out. They go, ooh. Did y'all hear that? And someone would have, just like we did.
No, they would have said.
You say, whoa, what? Do you think we knew? We were like, oh my God.
No, they
would have
said, oh, it's okay because it's Pride Month. He can have one.
No, that's not how they would have said.
He could have one.
No, that's not how they would have said. They would have said, ooh, just like we did. And how do we find out? Somebody whose parents told them. There's one kid was Wikipedia. Just somebody you talk to. That's how you had Wikipedia.
And you know what BuzzFeed
and they would
doesn't
say,
want?
oh, that means cigarette.
They're trying to avoid all the comments that come from, I can't believe Matt Smith, the star of House of the Dragon, said that word. So you got a little thing that tells people what he meant.
Well, I knew what it
was
was early on because I listened to Jethro Tull.
Oh, really?
Yeah, English bands, all the time. You knew what that was, and you kind of chuckled. Like whenever you said Joe Negro.
Why would you laugh at that?
I don't know. Because it was scary to say.
Did you laugh when a
Negro was not a word you couldn't say in the 70s and early 80s.
Well,
there was United Negro
was,
College
we
Fund,
never, yeah. Oh,
UNICEF,
yeah.
I mean, it was literally.
How many people were scared on 790 when Niger Morgan came to town?
Probably.
And Milo was doing the games.
Probably.
What about when that? What about when that linebacker's coming out now?
Noah.
We're not doing that.
It's and then there's a. I mean, we're gonna have to. If he ever,
he's gonna have to not be.
He's
good.
a scholarship athlete. Someone's got to say that last name.
Well, I ain't doing it.
He's gonna have to not
I
be
ain't
good.
doing it.
I am not. He cannot get to
Man,
the draft.
The play-by-play guy right now is going. What the?
Okay,
do
Lance,
I do?
I think he's
How about
committed
K-Man
to,
or something?
I think he's committed to a MAC school. So
Yeah,
at some point, whoever's doing MAC games on Tuesdays,
Can
you say his name out loud? It's just the last name.
It is his name.
But me and John aren't going to say it.
Oh, no. I thought
his
it was
name
just
is K.N. Baum.
Yeah.
You can say it.
I don't want to.
No.
See?
No, nobody can say it. No, that's
because
not
I'm
right.
not calling
You mean his last name?
At some point.
Change your last name.
Well,
then.
no, they're gonna have to call him the K-Bomb or something.
No, they can't call him the K-Bomb. He's committed to Eastern Michigan.
Yeah.
So it's not a MAC school.
Immediately, their play-by-play guy's like,
it is
Eastern Michigan play-by-play guy is going, what the
as soon
am
as
I
he
supposed
signed,
to do here?
As soon as he signed, they were
Yeah,
like, Gary, guess who just committed?
Well,
who?
He's a low 3-star, so maybe he won't play early for the MAC school. But at some point, he might get on the field, and then it's going to be. We'll see how they handle it.
I'm moving to Western Michigan.
I can't have him get to the draft.
Central Michigan. I'm moving out of Eastern Michigan.
His name is Noah.
K-N-I-G-G-A.
Noah.
K-N-I-G-G-A. Yes.
I mean,
you won't ever have
when
to say
I
his
first
name.
saw it, I just thought, okay, this isn't real. This is a meme.
Yeah.
We all thought it was a meme, and then I realized that his parents. Now he doesn't. He's Caucasian.
Yes.
Yeah.
His parents, his mom.
How did you get that name, by the way?
I mean,
how did you get that name?
Did they just say?
Breaking news.
Really, this is just to get us off of the Noah thing.
Mm-hmm.
But Donovan Mitchell has agreed to a 3-year, $150.3 million max extension with the Cleveland
Okay,
Cavs.
how about, what happened? Jason Tatum is a good player. 5 years, $315 million.
It's his turn.
No.
It is his turn.
This is a $60 million a year.
I know,
player.
that's what the max.
Well, he's
Supermax
one of the
is.
best players in the NBA.
Yeah, Supermax.
It's not that it's a Supermax time because his contract is
and
up.
also he made an All-NBA team, so it helps.
This is
add to
what
the number. Yeah.
This is what the fee is. This is what the money is.
$60 million a year.
We're going to get to $100 million a year. but there is going to be an issue at some point because it's just passed along to fans. Like there's only so much that basketball, like TV revenue can do. It's going to continue to be passed along to fans, and there's got to be a point at some point where people just say, I just can't afford this. I mean, I look at prices, baseball prices, they're not cheap to go. If you want to sit in the first level, it's not cheap for a good team.
No.
Those prices aren't cheap if you're going to bring a family of 6, forget about it.
Yeah.
Basketball tickets are expensive.
Yeah.
Now the Rockets give you a chance to do, special nights. You get 4 tickets, you get 4 beers, 4 Cokes, 4 hot dogs, stuff like that. Those are good opportunities, but the prices of the Texans prices, man, let me tell you something now. You gotta save up. It's not, I'm fortunate enough where I can decide if I want to get some tickets, but I'm not throwing it out there all the time like that, man. It's expensive to take. You can get 2. Me and the homie will go or something, and I'll pay for mine. But you're gonna bring a family of 4, 5, 6. Man,
forget about it. No, you can't.
You're into the thousands.
Can't do
Some
that.
context on the Donovan Mitchell signing. He signed a 2-year deal with a player option for the 3rd year, so he can be right back on the market.
In 2 years?
3. It's an extension, so he has a year left, another 2, and then he has a player option.
Gotcha. So he's there 3 years at
3
least.
years, yeah. Until he asks for a trade.
How about Klay Thompson going to the Mavs?
I love that.
We'll talk about it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, I'm talking about Air Team. I'm talking about my peeps over at Air Team, who I really, really appreciate. I appreciate what they did for me. You will appreciate what they do for you. 4.6 star Google rating, over 140,000 AC systems installed. They'll service from Galveston to Willis-Sealy to Baytown. Full fleet of trucks stocked with parts. Chances are they're going to come and they're going to clean out your air conditioner and check everything and making sure that everything is working great. And they'll have, if you need a part, they'll have it right there. 24-hour emergency service. If your air conditioner breaks down, you got to have them, okay? They got manufacturing Department of Energy rebates for certain complete system installations, up to $2,700 instant rebates. They take it right off the top. I mean, they are so professional, so good. I love what they did for me. You need air conditioning help, airteamltd.com. airteamltd.com, 713-956-8326, 713-956-TEAM. All right, welcome back. This is a point here. Clay going to the Mavs. What was it? 2 years, $50 million.
It's 3.
3 years, $50 million. Clay going to the Mavs. Is that? Did they get that much better?
I think so. I think they happen to add a much needed piece. This is a guy who will continue to be able to shoot the ball well, and he doesn't have to get it off the bounce. You have two great creators in Luka and Kyrie. Both of them can pass the ball. All his job is going to be to do is catch and shoot it. And somebody liking it to the Ray Allen move to the Heat, I like that. I like that comparison. I think it's a really good comparison. I think it's a great move. 2 years should be good. The third year, we'll see if that contract's still worth it. They're paying less than $20 million a year for him. And this is an elite shooter. So I really like that move for the Mavericks. I thought it was a really good move, and he took
defensively. How bad are they going to be?
I mean, Clay's considered a pretty good defender. So I don't know. They're going to be like they always are. I guess they'll have issues with Luka.
Yeah,
defending. It's not going to change. Bad defenders are bad defenders. It won't change. It'll help if he loses some weight and gets a little bit quicker, but he's not going to be a great
Can you
defender.
win a title like that? I
Yeah,
mean,
I think so.
yeah, we'll see.
I think so. You just have to be better offensively. Got to shoot the ball better. They needed another shooter, somebody to shoot well, and they just have to get a little bit better defensively. They have to do a better job team defense to help Luka.
I don't know. I think that this was a 1 year.
I think this
we'll
is
see.
getting. I'm getting tired of hearing all the Zach Edey you can't draft him. He can't defend. Alperin can't defend. Luka can't defend. Dude, y'all act like defense in a league where they're scoring 240 points a game is like this big priority for teams. Nobody's good defensively anymore. What are you talking about? Like, it's not, well, you can't win championships. Your goal should be to win. Your goal should be to be a top 4 playoff team, and then it should be to be the number 1 seed, and then it should be you move your way up. But also, sometimes the best defensive team won't win the championship. It'll be the better offensive team. So, yeah, I mean, I just think arguing about Zach Edey or Luka or Alperin because of their defense, to me, offense is 80% of the value of one of those high-end players. When you're a high-end offensive player, it's more like an 80-20. So stop acting like defense is equally important to offense. The league does not value it as much. Just look at the scores.
They
The
value
scores are
it
outrageous.
in the playoffs because we see guys who are regular season players become non-postseason players, and that's generally for the 6, 7, 8 guys. You all of a sudden see these guys aren't playable because they can't stop anyone. It happens. Now, as far as Alperin's concerned, that feels like a long way away before we're having real discussions about what he means as a playoff player. So let's see what he can be as far how dominant can he be offensively, and do we even that's going to come 2 to 3 years from now because Alperen Sengun now, what does it matter if he can't stay in front of anyone? Who cares? Get into a real playoff series, and then we can start picking apart what he is.
Right. They should have won more games than they did. Now, is this run that the Astros on proving just like the run that the Rockets went on without Alperin? Is this proving that we don't need Kyle Tucker here?
I mean, there's no other way you can look at this other than Kyle Tucker's dragging this team down. The same way Alperin dragged down the Rockets.
How much better are the
Until they had the losing streak at the end.
the Astros with Kyle Tucker out?
Obviously, substantially better.
Yeah.
I mean, the numbers say it.
The numbers
They're
don't
much
lie.
better without Kyle Tucker.
I know he's a great defensive player. I know he's a great offensive player.
Can he guard a high pick and roll? We get played off the court in playoffs?
It's 2 different sports.
Well, that's how I consider
Well, you
things.
joke, but that's a real thing for championship contenders, but Alperin's a different guy. But Kyle Tucker, no, they're not better.
Alperin's a different guy. I see how you
He
try
is
to
a different
speed
guy.
up. You do
He's
your
not
little
at the point.
dismissive
He's
thing.
not at the point where we're having a real conversation.
Get
Why
him a legitimate big next to him.
Well, stop! I know you're sick. I know you're a stan. You might as well
That's right.
create
You are a
Alperen
fanboy.
Sengun muse.
That's right.
And do that. But
I stand with Turkey.
The discussions.
Do you?
The discussions with Sengun.
Say your answer. Do you stand with Turkey?
The discussions with Sengun are silly
You won't
because
stand
they're
with
never in a playoff series. So who cares if you
I
can
stand
stop
with
anyone?
Turkey. Do you stand with Turkey?
I stand with Turkey.
If you knew,
thanks, Sean.
Yep.
if you knew better, you knew they don't like to be called Turkey anymore. It's Turkey. So you don't stand with them at
I
all.
stand with the
Turkey?
Turks.
Yeah, it's Turkey.
Turkey. and
Don't
gravy?
fall for that. He's making fun of him again.
No, I'm not. If you actually watch the soccer you say you're watching, listen to the broadcast. It's
Turkey?
It's Turkey
I don't
now.
follow
Turkey?
Turkish soccer.
Yeah, it's
like
not
Del
Turkey. somewhat like that. But it's it's not the Czech Republic anymore. It's Czechia.
If you're not a defensive, let me tell you, if you're not the defensive player of the year, you can't play basketball.
That's not the point, Lance, and you know
James Harden was.
I know you're saving your guy,
but he was also a great post player.
I know you're saving your guy.
No, he just doesn't have to be great defensively.
It would help for him to be better, not to be great, but to not be
it would help
a liability.
But it doesn't need to be a long conversation.
If you are trying to get where you're trying to get, he will have to. He have to be so exponentially better offensively that he's not a problem. That's the point.
The 5 needs to be a better. You need to get a shot blocking 5 with you.
Then how is he going to play the 4?
I think honestly, Jalen. Okay, then Jabari also needs to put more muscle mass on and needs to become a more impactful, stronger player on the interior.
Jokic is not a great defender, but he's not a liability anymore, and that's where you need Alpern to get. It's not a question of
that's reasonable.
It's not that he can't get there. It's just what he has to get to.
I think that's reasonable.
His size. He's not Jokic. He doesn't have his size.
Well, he's
22
small. years
no,
old.
He's not small, but he's not.
He's thick. But his try
He'll
factor.
put on more weight. He's 22 years old.
But his care factor's not as high. Like his care factor just needs to increase. That's my whole thing. Is
Jokic's?
No, Alpern defensively.
Well, nobody cares less than Jokic.
You need to. That's
what
the vibe he gives off. But he cares a lot.
He cares.
When he plays, he cares. But the lateral stuff, sometimes you just have to do a better job of anticipating, of jumping up the screen. Funneling it up. Like there's things you can do to just play certain things better. And he needs to play with a higher IQ when it comes to weak side defense, also, and help side defense. But this argument is just. For me, I just really struggle with.
What's the argument?
Well, about defensive that you spend too much time on Luka. Oh, getting back to Luka, I think that we started there. I think that adding this shooter is really important for the Mavs. I think this is a great addition.
We watched them play against the best team in basketball, and there wasn't a soft touch on defense for the Celtics. That's why they're so dominant. So I get why people are talking about you need to be better defensively. You're not always going to play the Celtics, but 1 through 5, you had someone who affects the game on the defensive side of the ball, and that's why they're so good. So if that's the level you're trying to reach and that's the team you're trying to beat, being better defensively would help. Clay's not that guy anymore. Luka's not that guy anymore. He's going to have to be so much better offensively. The problem for him is he's going against two-way wings in Brown and Tatum. And we saw what happened. He couldn't overcome them.
Yeah, but they're really, really good.
Yeah, you have to be really good to win a title.
$60 million a year. Wow, that's just crazy. Donovan Mitchell got $50 a year. Clay, did they? Okay, so they're talking here. Did the Warriors mismanage this thing, or forever we've been talking about Clay's contract. Forever. Every time he's up, it's always like, well, we're not sure. I mean, they've been hemming and hawing about Klay Thompson for a decade now. And finally, you know what? He's out. He's done. They were already retiring his number.
Of course.
They said they're retiring his number. Draymond's going to get his number retired. Steph's going to have a statue and his number retired. Steve Kerr's going to have a banner.
If they all retire within the same amount of time, I wouldn't be surprised if they all did it on the same day, because that's how they treat those guys.
I think Steph will last a little longer.
But I imagine the retirement ceremony, they might all do it like in a week, or they might do it the same day. I think that's the goal, to have all those guys enshrined together. Did they mismanage it? Well, they offered him a contract that's kind of representative of what he is as a player before the year, and he told them no. He didn't want it. And then at that point, they're like, well, we love you, Clay, but we can't give you what you want. It's just not feasible for us. Money-wise, it doesn't make sense for us as a team. And he's balked at that. So he is where he is now.
Yeah. Well,
we don't have those problems
but he
Houston.
took less here. He allegedly took less here.
I told you. We talked about it yesterday.
$350.
More about disrespect than anything else.
Yeah, they offered him $250.
And they're asking on ESPN, Windhorst, does Klay Thompson have the right to be mad with the Warriors? The guy's been paid for years and years.
Yeah,
this
right.
whole thing where does somebody mad? They have paid him. Same thing. The Rockets paid James Harden for years and years and years.
Yeah.
Daryl Morey paid James unbelievable money. And then Daryl Morey's a liar. Daryl Morey
maybe he did lie to him.
Literally stacked so many bands and honey buns and Prada bags in your safes. Like, how you mad at Daryl Morey?
Well, the players.
How is Clay going to be mad at the Warriors?
And players will push back. Players will push back. And
I get
say,
it.
They didn't pay me because they wanted to. They paid me because I deserved it.
No, that's
What?
just not true with
It
him.
is well, not anymore. But they didn't just can Clay money because they were nice about
No,
it.
it was He
brought
right
them
now,
titles.
But right now he doesn't
This is
deserve
different.
it, and they need to go in a
I
different
understand
direction.
that, but a player's going to push back and go, "Oh, they paid me. Yeah, they paid me
Well,
because I deserved it."
Look, he can push back. What I'm saying is, no, he does not have the right to be mad with the Warriors. It's time to go. Gotta go. Gotta go. I'm sorry. Robin Harris
Don't
told
tell
you
that
years
man.
ago. Gotta
That
go.
man
Gotta
can
go.
be mad if he wants.
Yeah, the other issue is it's behind the scenes. Something came out that Clay is not Draymond as far as the trouble he causes, but he's similar.
Really?
He's not public about it, but there's a report that he causes them issues behind the scenes. He's been difficult to deal with. So
NBA drama. I'm not buying.
I'm not. Really. Time for me to talk about. Well, listen. What's going on? Do you need some kind of shirts, T-shirts, golf shirts, hats, koozies to promote your business? What is your business, and do you need that stuff? And the answer is yes. Promotional stuff actually works. And, oh, by the way, it's nice. Everybody loves when they get a T-shirt, they get a shirt or hat or whatever from your business. And you got to do this stuff. And it's an expense. But do it with the people who are the most professional, have been doing it the longest, know how to do it, have seen everything, have done every kind of logo you could possibly have, multicolor or single color, whatever it is that you're looking for. All right, trophies, any kind of uniform that you need, they can do it, and they'll put the logo on it. Any kind of, do you need shirts for your bartenders? You want them to all look the same, have the same T-shirt or polo with the logo of the bar on there or their name? They can do that too. Whatever it is that you need as far as silk screening, embroidery, one-stop shopping. They have all the shirts and hats right there for you to choose from, and they're just perfect at it. They've been doing it forever. It's Bull Shirts. Bull-shirts.com. Bull-shirts.com. Great guys, been doing it for 40 years. You'll love them, and they'll do you right. Bull-shirts.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. We just got a call. Listen, if you haven't tried this yet, you're listening on 97.5 or 92.5 or the app or whatever. There is a way to listen, and it is static-free. It's perfect. The signal is unbelievable. Go to 97.9, and hit the the plus button on your stereo, and it'll go to the H2, the HD2 station, which is us. We are the HD2 station for 97.9. So it is perfect. Never going to have any more static. For those of you that are listening right now and frustrated, 97.9, and get to the H2 station, HD2 station, and that's us, okay? So you will be able to hear everything perfectly. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Let's hear from Alexi Lalas, all right? He had a pretty good recap yesterday on back to soccer. Yep, we're going to talk about soccer. The U.S. team is kind of a big deal since they're going to be here, probably playing in Houston. You think the U.S. team will play in Houston in the World Cup? Probably not.
I mean, there's other locations.
That might
I don't know.
be determined by their group because they have if they have some Latin American countries in their group, they may not want to play them in this city.
By the way,
as far as home field advantage,
somebody driving by the other day told me NRG Stadium's roof is open, that they're getting sun on the grass. So apparently it's able to open.
Well, they
got it fixed.
It's turf. Why do they need?
No, it's grass.
No, it's not
turf. It's
turf.
Field turf. What are you talking about?
It really is.
Yeah,
They're really
turf.
playing on field turf.
Oh no,
yes, they have been.
Oh, you mean the soccer or the tennis?
Oh, the soccer is it? No.
Is there still soccer going on at NRG?
Yeah, tomorrow, the 4th.
Well,
yeah, that is
yes.
soccer.
Yeah,
that is
catch up, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what the whole point is. The roof can open, is the headliner.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, a guy took a picture of it, said the roof's open, and I said that's got to be for the soccer field, because they're trying to get the grass to really, because that was a big issue. They talked about,
Did Columbia have a problem with it? Did they have a problem?
I didn't notice it, and it's very green. I didn't notice any problems, and I was really, and I didn't read anything about it being an issue. No. So Argentina is going to be here against, is it Ecuador? I think Argentina and Ecuador are going to be here. So with Lionel Messi, there's going to be a lot of attention, and Lionel, they played here on grass years ago in CONCACAF. So that's the match you and I saw, John.
Yep.
But the headliner is the NRG Stadium roof can open, even though they'll never open it for us for football. And number 2, I mean, to me, if it's below 70 degrees, it should be an automatic yes. Below 70, above 50, and below 70 should be an automatic yes. An automatic yes.
Well, here's the deal, though. I mean, they better close it up pretty soon because it takes a long time to cool it down after you have it open with 100-degree weather. So those people might be awfully uncomfortable in there to start with because you open that roof. It takes a long time at Minute Maid, which is why they don't open it. They do during the day, but they close it up in plenty of time before people come in. So we'll see whether. But Alexi Lalas, after the game yesterday, here he is talking about the coaching situation, the manager situation for the U.S. team.
You talked about learning from losing, okay? I think what we have learned over these cycles is that this team is not able to do anything better than is done in the past. And that hurts. That hurts to say because that was not what was promised and not what, for many, we believed was going to happen with this team. Because if this is as good as it gets, it's not good enough. And there's plenty of excuses, but they don't matter. You can talk about opportunities. Well, we got players that are playing all over the world. Talk about playing in Europe. Well, the entire team that you saw out there plays in Europe, so it's not MLS's fault. You can talk about, the pathways and the resources that they have. No generation has been given more. And yet this generation hasn't lived up to that bargain. And when it comes to Greg Berhalter, we heard Stu Holden say it's exactly right. I know there's a sport in firing coaches in all professional sports. And I know the knives are out, and they should be, because this is not good enough from Greg Berhalter. And you have to ask yourself, with 2026 coming barreling down the pike, it's going to come real quick.
Less than 2 years away.
All right? We can't afford to waste it. We can't afford to be embarrassed. And we can't afford to arrive in the summer of 26 with a team that has not progressed, that has not evolved, and has not improved. And I'm sure if Greg Berhalter was here, he would say, oh, but you don't see what's happening inside. I don't give a crap what is happening inside. I don't care about the dynamic. I don't care how much your players love you. I don't care how kumbaya it is. All I care about is I see a U.S. men's national team that is better than before. And we haven't seen that, and that's a problem going forward.
Is that on the players? Is that on the manager? Is that on the federation? Where are we saying you need to be better?
Well, the players certainly need to be better. You know.
Do you think this generation of players has what it takes? Like, do you think that they have that deep inside of them?
I think there's a couple of them. I think they are better soccer players, but ultimately I don't think that they're better U.S. men's national team players.
See, Alexi Lalas, people don't like him. A lot of people don't like him. I think he's typically pretty factual. He just says some things that – one thing I'm starting to realize is how many U.S. men's national team super fans there are. They refuse to – I mean, they are all in, and this is all they've got, and so they are not jumping off. Like, it can be both Berhalter and issues with getting the best or the right players, or it can be both. Like, it's not – binary where people say, well, what do you think it is? Is it the coach or is it the players? See?
There's
both?
some, I don't know if it's odd or not, but there's even, you heard him at the end say they're good soccer players, but not USM, and maybe they're not good USM&T players. There's some real, hey, we got to be try hard, we working harder than everyone type of deal, because, you know, we've always, for the most part, been disadvantaged talent-wise. We can't really say that anymore about the team. You'll hear people break down the team and really soccer in general and go, where's the heart? Where's the fire? You gotta do this. You gotta give your all. You gotta be a warrior. Well, the other team's full of those guys too. The other team tries as hard too. The other team cares as much too. Sometimes tactically you need a better option. So for whatever reason, soccer talk and analysis is like that. Like, well, if you simply try harder, you're gonna win.
No, I don't think it's about talent.
No. Oh, and tactically you have to be better, and sometimes you're at a disadvantage. I know, because we're America, in our mindset we go, well, of course we're gonna have the best of the best. No. Bielsa, who wasn't even there because he got suspended, is a much better coach than Berhalter. So
is Georgia better than the U.S.?
I don't know, not man for man, but
they got attacks. They countered and got legitimate shots on goal.
Well, they absorb pressure and they go full goal, like fast breaks when they get the ball. So it probably would cause the U.S. some issues. You look at them man for man, and you would say the U.S., and you heard them. They're good soccer players. And then, he had the caveat, because he was a former member of the national team, that maybe they're not great USM&T players, because there's always this belief, we got to be tryhards. You know what? I'll take a better tactical option as the head man, and maybe a less crony-like federation, and then I'll start to look at the players. I think it's an issue from the top down. And what we see is only those players from game to game, and so we think, well, they're not trying as hard as the guys from 2010 or beyond. You know what? Maybe they're not coached as well as those guys were too.
Listen, if we cared more, every country's best athletes are playing soccer. Ours are playing football and basketball.
Would LeBron James be better technically
on the ball? Not LeBron, but Kyrie.
Would he be better technically on the ball than Messi because he's a better athlete?
No, but
Probably
Kyrie.
not.
No, he's too big. But Kyrie's and the.
Well, they have to be trained. Messi didn't. Messi's
but if they grew up playing the sport, they would.
No,
they would be trained
because they play here. Why would they be trained? Why would they be better trained than the Argentinians?
If we cared about it, they would. If we had athletes that actually, yes, we would absolutely.
Look, did you watch France against Argentina in the final? France threw on all their athletes, and it changed the tenor of the game. But sometimes athletes don't matter. The U.S. pound for pound against most of the teams in the world, you're going to look at them and go, they're better athletes. Tim Weah is a better athlete than what you saw in Uruguay. He wasn't around because what he did.
Skilled.
Yeah, but
I mean, guys like Griezmann have been key.
Andre Griezmann is like a little fella.
He's the Mark Price. Me and Solis were trying to figure out.
We've been having
for years and years.
For years.
He's like Steve Nash. He's a sneaky little bastard who's so talented and so good. And we actually have one he's not that level, but Pulisic is he's one of those little guys, but there is a balance between great athleticism and skill. I think you do need to have really good speed on the wings.
Now, Messi is a God-given talent. I mean, nothing was going to stop him as long as he cared.
No comparison
but you just go throughout. You go Argentina, one of the world powers. You look at them athlete for athlete. They're not as good as us right now. So I guess if you think if we had starting cornerbacks playing, maybe we could outrun them. But you know what? They would still find a way to beat us.
Spain is unbelievably talented.
Well, we would be trained though if we were in country. If our whole country cared about soccer like the other countries do, we would be trained. That's ridiculous.
You're talking about athletes.
We're trained better in basketball. We're trained better in football.
You're talking about athletes.
You know why? Because we care about those.
Wait.
You mentioned
trained
athletes,
better in football.
not training.
We are football.
What?
Yeah, no one else cares about football.
What?
There is no football. You mean baseball and baseball? Actually, we're not. I would argue the Latin American countries are equally as good, and maybe. Well, I don't know if they're trained better.
It's about
the best players in Latin America.
50-50 in. There's more American players in
there's
the big
more,
leagues.
but the very best players in basketball are now international. They're not U.S.
Yeah, that's true, but we still dominate the whole league.
Well, America
still dominates the whole
league. Much bigger
league.
talent pool than anyone else.
Yeah. A bigger head start than everyone. Too.
Bigger head start. We got a much better talent pool. But to John's, there is no doubt that if somehow they could bring better young, and at some point you're going to have to bring in the Mexican soccer, the Mexican American soccer, the first generation and second generation players need to become a bigger part of American, and not just Mexican. I mean, Colombian. You have a huge Colombian population here. Like, you need to dig deeper into your Latin American population who are now Americans for some of the soccer, and get the kids in academies and things like that sooner. There's so many great athletes who, they should jump into. I don't know why they don't jump into soccer. If everyone looks at basketball as this great way out, or football as this great way out, or baseball, like soccer has
soccer's pay for
monster money across the pond.
Soccer's pay for play. That's one of the biggest issues in this country.
You're right.
You have to pay to get the best training. Unlike basketball, where it's pretty easy to play. We all know. We've had these stories before. And honestly, it would be revolutionary. But the best thing that U.S. soccer could do was to turn it over to non-Americans. If they decided, you know what, and it's never going to happen.
What if there's a violent coup?
Okay, but
no, seriously, what if there was a violent coup? Because they say there's so much nepotism and cronyism in U.S. men's soccer. We've heard this forever. Glenn's told us this. If that's, maybe we're going to have to do it by force.
Hell, even the manager of the Canadian team, one of the CONCACAF teams to get to the quarterfinals, is an American who didn't like how he was treated in the hiring process. Why was he treated poorly? Jesse March? Probably because they wanted Berhalter to come back. So it's an issue from the top down. Better athletes, whatever. You got to clean it out from the top. And if that doesn't change, we're going to be stuck in this perpetual, hey, how come our best athletes don't play? How come we don't win?
I mean,
we should be able to do stuff.
Just put a ball on the foot of Tyreek Hill, and it's over.
Yeah.
Let's just work with him. You know what? If basketball players, if 30 to 40 of them can go play in the NFL, then can we get 30 to 40 NFL wide receivers to go play for the men's national team?
And
I've heard it's that easy.
And you know how many more women he would impregnate if he was a huge world soccer star?
Send Tyreek Hill to Argentina at 10 years old, then maybe we're cooking.
Yeah.
And then send him to the Barcelona Academy too. Then maybe we got
We
something.
had a little Tyreek. What was his name? Who played for the Seattle Sounders? And
you mean Freddie Adu?
No. The winger. He played on the 14 team. Really fast.
I don't know who you're talking about.
He came off the bench. He played internationally too. I
don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, I'll come up with his name. You'll remember. He was super fast. And I thought, ooh, we got some speed. I look out there now. I don't even want to talk about this. We should be the best in the world. We deserve
at everything.
At everything.
Are we the best in the world at healing knee injuries?
Women's golf?
We are the best in the world. People used to go, actually athletes used to leave the country for that. And then we got this technology here, and it's approved, and now we have regenerative medicine that is one of the leaders in that regenerative medicine is the head clinician for QC Kinetics. And they've got 4 locations here, and they've got 4 because they're very, very good at what they do. They restore and regenerate lost or damaged tissue so that the tissue grows back so you have it properly. The joint health becomes much better because your body heals it. and your body just needs a head start. It just needs a kickstart. And so that's what QC Kinetics does, is it kickstarts the body's healing power, and it begins to heal properly so that you can get back to being the real you. You start to reduce that chronic pain, you get better mobility, and you're able to live a more pain-free existence. And that's what we all want. So, if you feel like you don't have the life that you really want, you're not as active as you want because of joint pain, QC Kinetics can fix that for you. They're extremely successful, and regenerative processes are better than anything else that are out there right now. Make sure that you go to the website and set up your free consultation and see if it's going to be right for you. QCkinetics.com. That's QCkinetics.com. Maestro Bell. Maestro Bell is about tequila. It's about the finest tequila. It's about a tequila that is going to go down smooth. If you're upset about your team's losing, you could have tequila yesterday for your soccer team losing and then tequila for your baseball team winning. That's how it works. And Maestro Bell they really don't care what the occasion is. They just want you to enjoy it. Maybe it's just going to be for your weekend kickback, and Maestro Bell's there for you. The Cristalino is a phenomenal tequila. It's got 3 different types of tequilas: the Reposado, the Añejo Extra. They charcoal filter it to get rid of the impurities, and they distill it properly. They age it, and the flavor is unbelievable. A little hint of sweetness at the back end of that one. You've got a great flavor profile, and they created the category. People are now copying them. That's okay. They're still doing it the best. It's Maestro Bell. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you should find Maestro Bell.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, Brett, let's switch it up here. In the AFC, one contract each team would like to jettison. There's an article here. And I struggled to find the Texans. Like, it's easy with the Browns. Man, if they could get out of Deshaun Watson, they would get out of Deshaun Watson right now. If, there's Imani Hooker is making 9.3 for the Titans. He's been a disaster. Cam Robinson for the Jags, 21.9 cap hit this year. That's just not good. Russell Wilson for the Broncos, $53 million against the cap. You think they wouldn't love to get rid of that? Who's the Texan? What is the Texan contract?
Actually, I was reading that article. I didn't get all the way down to the Texans because some of the stuff I was looking at, I didn't necessarily agree with them. In that, like Jared Goff, I didn't agree with Jared.
Well,
Goff.
in the NFC,
quarterback.
right?
But Cooper Kupp was interesting. They had him because he was, he's 31 years old. Which I was like, wow, Cooper Kupp is now 31.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy. The Texans, I would say, Titus Howard for me is an easy one.
They don't know. They have Titus Howard is going to start for you on your right side.
So I'd rather have somebody else.
Well, they got Robert Woods.
Oh yeah,
$9 million against the cap, and he's literally going to be a forgotten man this year. No?
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, that's just going to be a big, gigantic waste of.
I don't have a problem with that one over my guy as a starter. I just didn't think you gave a good contract. I think you're already going to be talking about changing.
Well, that's $20 million too. Yours is much bigger.
It's much bigger, and had you not given it to him, you would have drafted a right tackle and had a cheaper rookie contract over there. But based on what they have right now, I mean, I would say Titus Howard, but no problem with Robert Woods. I think it is guaranteed too. I think both years were guaranteed.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can just get rid of. I don't think you can just cut them.
No, but the story is, if you had your druthers, what would you do? I mean, would you, if you wish in one hand, but if you could get out of that one, probably Titus Howard, I guess. I'd just like to see Titus Howard healthy this year and play well. I'd like to see him stick to the right side, and let's see if he can be, a decent right tackle for you. I really think he can be. I think Titus Howard will be just fine if you just leave him alone over there on the right side.
That's true. He shouldn't have to play left guard, but you had to do it. It was best for the team. But, I mean, the fact is he's not a good guard. He never has been. You've tried this 3 times. Well, 2 at least, where he's 0 for 2, and he knows it. He's not a bend and gritty. He's not a bend and drive guard. He doesn't generate power from his lower body. He's not going to open up anything in the run game for you. I mean, pass protection as a guard, that's great. A tackle on the guard, but as a run blocker, he's a minus, and because he's a tackle. And not all tackles can just drop down to guard, and he's not made for that. So I'm in complete agreement with his Instagram bio, not a right tackle only. I'm fine with that. That is who he is. But he's going to have to really play at a high level. And I think he'll play solid this year. I think he's going to be solid. It was just a team-building thing. I would have rather taken my chances with letting him play his 5th year and making a decision. I probably would have opted to draft a rookie and in the first 2 rounds, and then I would have let him walk, would have had that money available. But regardless, he's there now, and he's much better at tackle. So in a perfect world, Kenyon Green picks it up, is motivated, and plays average. If he can play average and juice at center and Shaq at right guard, and you got your 2 tackles, it's one of the top 10 offensive lines in the NFL on paper if Kenyon Green can play average.
Yeah, I just saw Pro Football Focus put out all theirs. They had the Texans at like 22nd.
Yeah, and we heard their wide receiving core was last year.
They were last year, though.
But they weren't.
Going into the season, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But this is like, these guys are all, Juice is 2nd year. Shaq is established. The left and right tackle are established. Juice is his 2nd year, and he missed half the year.
Yeah. Well, you're uncertain at left guard. You're uncertain at right tackle with Titus. I mean,
why are you uncertain?
Well,
you gave him a bunch of money.
He's been hurt. First of all, he's coming off an injury. He's been serviceable, if not good, at right tackle. But nothing is certain there. Laramie's a good left guard. We don't know about Juice at center because we haven't seen Juice at center. We really don't know.
Well,
and Shaq is established.
They know.
And Laramie's established.
They know. He played center in college too, center and guard. So I'm not worried about him playing center. Center is going to be easier for him, frankly. So I'm not worried about center. I'm not worried about your right guard. I think Shaq Mason's just kind of average, but that's all right. You don't have to be great. You just have to move as one unit in the outside zone stuff. And so I know that Bobby Slowick wants to run more true outside zone because you move as one. It's a flow, with the whole unit flows in a direction. The whole unit flows in a direction. You get a lot of flow from the defense. That's how you get cutbacks. That's how you get your play action rolling. And unfortunately, I think that means Dameon Pierce, I think, is going to get traded in camp. That's what I expect him to get dealt for a 6th or a 7th round pick. probably a 7th-round pick is what you'll get for Dameon Pierce because he's just not going to be a fit because they want to get to more outside zone, and that's absolutely what he's weakest at. But I think the offensive line actually has a chance to – I think we could be having maybe not the exact, but a similar conversation that we had about the wide receiving core. Go in, and it's a little bit of a concern. By midseason, we could be saying, man, this is one of the strengths of the team. I mean, honestly, the linebacking core looks solid. The defensive line looks good. I still want to see the interior. You know, we'll see how they stop the run on the interior. Wide receiving core looks good. Running back looks okay. Your quarterback's good. Your corners,
looks good.
We're going to find out about that other corner. I am actually more concerned about corner 2 and corner 3. Well, I don't know if I'm more concerned than the offensive line, but I think corner 2, corner 3, and potentially one. No, actually, I think safety will be okay. I think the corner 2 and corner 3 are the bigger concerns for me than offensive line.
Well, okay, I'm with you there. 33rd Team did a piece on 8 coordinators to watch this season, and the Texans coordinator was one of them. But it wasn't Slowick. It was Matt Burke.
Really?
Yeah. I was a little bit surprised because he is, and it started, you know, the talk about him was, well, you know, D'Amico's getting all the credit for the defense because, you know, it's D'Amico, and you're in a. I would think that if there's one coordinator that the Texans have to worry about losing this next season, it's going to be Bobby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Matt Burke is a good coach, but Matt Burke is a, you know, confers and consults with.
Well, he's not going to
get
the credit, right?
Yeah. Hey, you could still. I mean, that doesn't mean he might not be. Look, if you're good, you're going to get attention. If you're on a good team, you're going to get attention. But Bobby Slowick, there's almost no chance that he's back next year. Almost no chance. Ben. You want to call not Ben Cleveland, Ben McDonald. Is it Ben McDonald with Detroit?
No, it's oh God, you got Ben McDonald.
I know.
Ben McDonald was the pitcher for the Orioles, and now a broadcaster.
No, Ben Johnson.
Ben
Johnson and Bobby Slowick. To me, I mean, unless the jobs are really bad, I think they're going to be the two at the top of the food chain. The two guys who will be at the very top will be.
And he wasn't even mentioned in it. Ben Johnson.
What do you mean?
He wasn't mentioned in this article by the 33rd Team.
Oh, yeah. No, Ben Johnson.
Well, Ben Johnson's been. But Ben Johnson
waiting.
turned down the job. You think Ben Johnson might catch it when he, you know, they were on the plane coming to interview him, and while they're on the plane, he said, nah, I ain't interviewing.
Yeah, Ben's just waiting for the perfect job, and I think Ben will. He's 38 years old. Everything about Ben Johnson, people are going to want to get their hands on him. He will be the highest, provided they don't fall apart. But he's done a great job with Jared Goff.
Yeah.
So Ben Johnson is going to be the next big guy up, but Bobby Slowick's going to be right there behind him if CJ plays the way he played last year.
Yep.
And actually plays a little better.
Yep. 846 ESPN 97.5. And me, I agree. I was like, really? You guys are putting Matt Burke there instead of Bobby Slowick. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Time for me to talk about Air Team again. I really, really, really am high on these people over at Air Team. Over 35 years of business. The Curtises have been doing this, and they're still doing it now. You may even talk to Darren or Dawn or Garrett, their son. There's a chance, and you're talking with. And I love when it's a family-owned business and they have a philosophy about how they do things. I sat down with them and a couple of other guys, Forrest there, and other people that were dealing. And first we talked about my air conditioning, and we talked about the campaign that they want to run here. And it was just so. I really love the way that they do business. I really, really do. And you're going to get that same thing. It's family owned and operated. They got employees that have been there 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So you know that they're great people to work with. And you know what? They really, really care. And they put in over 140,000 AC systems in the city. They did a lot of new construction, but now they're working residential. There's so many problems out there. If you don't take care of your air conditioner, then you're going to need Air Team. Have them come to your home and work on your air conditioners now so that you don't have to replace them like I did, like stupidly I did. Do it now. make sure that you call Air Team and have them come and look at your equipment. You're going to save a bunch of money if you do it this way. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-956-8326, AirTeamLTD.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The videos. I mean, the 7-year-old who bought the $600 purse, I got it on my timeline too. I mean,
you're the one who got me into these
non-aesthetic things.
Yes.
Yes. A 7-year-old bought a $600 purse, didn't order it up through their mother's credit card. Yeah, I'm keeping the purse. Oh, yeah? You're going to get a whooping, little girl. That's what you're going to get.
Ooh, breaking. Oh, well, actually, this is 11 hours ago.
What?
So I guess it's not breaking news. Oklahoma State running back Ollie Gordon arrested for suspicion of DUI Sunday. Oklahoma Highway Patrol says Gordon was driving 82 and a 65, according to a probable cause affidavit. The trooper who pulled Gordon over spotted a half-full bottle of vodka and a half-full bottle of tequila. An OSU spokesman had no comment other than the school was aware of it.
Yeah.
82 and a 65 is not that big a deal. The empty bottles in your car,
yeah, that's a problem.
Not a great look.
That's a problem. That is a real problem.
At least it was half full and not half empty, somebody said.
On this date in 1990, Andy Hawkins of the Yankees throws a no-hitter, and the White Sox won 4-0. He threw a no-hitter and lost 4-0.
That's tough action.
I
don't remember that one.
Yeah, 1990.
A no-hitter, so obviously there's errors and walks involved.
Errors, yeah. A ball in left field that the left fielder and the right fielder just botched. Mm-hmm. A no-hitter, and he lost 4-0.
Are we going to do anything special for Hunter Brown?
What do you want to do?
I don't know. I feel like we should have him come in studio and give him some breakfast tacos, or maybe just, I don't know what we should do for him. I just feel like we were mad at him as a country and as a city, and I think he deserves the praise that he deserves. This guy has 8 consecutive quality starts, right, John? Did we say 7 or 8?
8.
I think we said 8. 8 consecutive. Over his last 6 games, he's thrown 31 innings and given up 1 run in 31 innings. He ended the month of June 5-1 with an ERA of 1.16.
Like 4-1.
Yeah. It's 4-1. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
He's won 5 of his last 6.
1.16.
His ERA's down into the low 4s, almost dipping into the 3s now. Should we do something nice for him as a city? Should Sylvester Turner give him a key? Maybe not the key, but should he proclaim
Sylvester Turner going to do that?
What about proclaim a day for him, or
like day?
You want to give him the keys to the city, or
no? We don't do that yet. But a day, or will Bunn give him some free Trill burgers or something? Like, I feel like Hunter Brown deserves something really nice. The way he's pitching, he's saving the season right now. He's in the middle of he's pulling a J.P. France. Remember when J.P. France saved the season last year?
Do you know who the mayor of Houston is?
Oh wait, that's right. It's Whitmer.
Whitmire?
Well, it's Whitmire. Yeah, Whitmer. That's Worth Whitmer.
Right.
Whitmire,
Turner.
Whatever.
Turner's like, I don't do that anymore.
This makes it even more. They can't do like Sylvester
I don't know
Turner.
If you've heard.
No. Whitmire can't do it because
why not?
Well, he could, but Sylvester could do anything he wants now and say, we're going to give you the keys.
To him, though.
I didn't say keys. I just said he can do a proclamation. It won't mean anything because he's not the mayor.
I
forgot we have a new mayor. That's right. He's
going
to rebuild infrastructure.
No proclamation.
Our roads are going to be better.
No more bike lanes.
Oh, good.
No more bike lanes?
Wasn't that one of his things?
Good for you, Mayor. Get the bikes off the road. Beat it, jerks.
But we need to do something.
Sure. I ride my bike on the sidewalk.
Hunter Brown is saving.
Because you ain't a man.
Hunter Brown is
You're a real man if you ride it
saving this season.
No. Can't ride it down Westheimer to go to Lulings or Bayou City to get crawfish.
You could.
You can't ride on the street. You got to ride on the sidewalk.
You could be one of those
stay
annoying
off the street where the cars are. Okay. Did you see the Haktua girl? She got an offer for $600 to spit in a jar and send it to a guy.
Yeah, she did.
She was on Zach Bryant. You saw her at Zach Bryant's
Zach Bryant's
concert.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Barstool people got a hold of her, so she's sitting down for interviews with them and taking pictures with them, and that's one of the things she revealed.
Yeah.
That guys are asking her to spit in a jar.
Yeah. Who was she sitting down with at this interview?
Some random, I don't know, some girl who works with the Barstool girl.
Wow.
People, I guess. I don't know. I know she was taking pictures with some of the the 8th and 9th men in the rotation for Barstool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She better be careful.
Well,
the more she.
Well, listen,
it's been quiet enough. People, she's a little darling or whatever. She needs to really bow out of this. Don't keep going. Don't open doors for people.
She's not a teacher. She said, "I ain't even old enough to be a teacher."
Well, I told you that wasn't real.
Years old, I
said it wasn't.
And somebody said her dad was a preacher.
That's not
and
true.
She said, "He ain't no preacher."
They also said that other girl is her wife. That she's a lesbian and that other girl is her wife. Did she say that's true?
Yeah, no. I think she likes guys because she does stuff.
Pookie, remember? She was talking about Pookie, how much she loves him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but she could have just been saying stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like I just want to. Well, let's get all the myths about Haktua girl out.
She isn't a waitress or bartender. She worked at a spring factory.
Yeah,
she has since quit, I guess, because she's got all these opportunities coming her way.
Well, she's on the stage with Zach Bryan.
Well, that doesn't make any money. I'm talking about money.
That's so funny that I'm quitting now because I got all these opportunities. You're not going to have you're a meme.
Well,
this is not.
Have you met the internet?
But this is not a long-term. Now, it's probably better than working in a spring factory. Yeah, I'll give you that. This isn't a long-term career.
Yeah, but I'm sure.
Unless you do unless she's really good at interviewing. No. Unless she's good at interviewing, and maybe she's
got a team already. She's got, she's going to get some brand deals. She is going to make.
She's got
some
a team.
Cash
You're just
quickly.
saying
I'm
that.
not. She said it in the interview.
She said, "I've got a team."
No, the person interviewing her, I guess her name is Plan Brecut. That's the name of the podcast, or at least the name of the @ She talked about how the girl brought a team with her. She's set up.
Well, she should.
Yeah, she's gonna make some money quickly here.
Haktua. she's got a team.
She's
got a whole Haktua team.
And the Iron Sheik did this so many years ago. He literally go, I spit on America. Like Iron Sheik was doing this years ago.
Yeah, but
she didn't
he was
invent it.
spitting on America. She was not. She was not. That was
On Americans.
You don't know. You don't know.
She's from Nashville. Isn't
She probably spitting on Americans. Yeah.
She's spitting on Americans.
Time to talk about Billy.
I typically don't like being spit on.
No, I don't either.
Time to talk about Billy Brown. Yeah,
Billy Brown.
That's the guy.
Billy Brown
right
is
there.
the guy.
Billy Brown.
He's the best.
Oh, Billy Brown.
Listen, 488-6238, 281-488-6238. You've got to have that phone number in your phone. Because here's the deal. I don't always need a plumber. Today's a day I probably won't need a plumber at my house. But the day that I do need a plumber at my house, I need Billy Brown. And I need the Aqueduct Plumbing team. I need them to come, and I need to fix all my stuff, okay? Because it sucks when you got a leak. It sucks when you ain't get your water. It sucks when your water's not coming in hot. All of these things, but they can prevent that.
They can prevent it for you. They can clean. They can get the tankless water heater in there. They can clean it out for you every year. If you haven't had your tankless water heater cleaned, you have to get that thing serviced every year. They can help you not just with tankless water heaters. If you have water pressure issues, they'll go find out what it is and get it fixed for you. If you have leaking faucets, if you have major leaking under your slab, and I know a lot of people out there are going to be concerned that you look at the toilet water and you think that's just too low. If you're worried about there being a slow leak, then make sure you have a hydrostatic test, and they'll find out for you definitively if there's a leak, and if so, they can repair it for you. So make sure that Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the one plumber that you have set to go for any issues you have. They don't even charge you to come out and tell you what's wrong. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Time to talk about my people over at Chastang Ford. And unbelievable, they still have some 2023 F-150s on the lot that you can get 1.9% financing for 72 months. That's ridiculously low. It's a brand new vehicle. It's going to be more. It's going to be a lot less than paying for the 2024s. You're going to get the best financing you could possibly get. I'm telling you, this is the time. Especially if you're a business and you need an F-150, you need a truck. Well, you got it at Chastang Ford, and they will customize it exactly how you want it. It's perfect for you. It's perfect. This is I love, this is where Chastang's like, you know what? We got to get rid of them. We'll do whatever it takes. So you're the one that benefits from that. Now you're going to benefit from all the stuff that Chastang does anyway. I love the way that they do business, that they're not going to mark up. They're not going to add on. They're going to make sure that you get the vehicle the way that you want it. at exactly the price that you have to pay for it. They're not. One of the first things, where do your payments have to be? Because that's the most important thing. You can't be choking on this car every month. What you need is Chastain Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. You're getting a new Ford or any pre-owned vehicle as well. The place to go, Chastain Ford. And 97.9, the HD2 channel. Go to 97.9 and hit your plus button. Find a way to get to that HD2 channel, okay? Because there are multiple channels on 97.9 and all the other stations as well. But you will catch ours perfectly clean without no static whatsoever. 97.9. And move it over to the HD2 channel, and you'll be like, holy crap, what a difference. What a difference a channel makes. And it does. So get on over there and take advantage of 97.9, the HD2 channel. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. We haven't talked about our Astros in a while. The Astros won yesterday, and we got there was audio from Joe Espada talked about, that guy was tough yesterday. It was Yariel Rodriguez, I believe his name is. I guess a couple of Astros had faced him before. I hadn't seen him throw before, but he was very hittable, but just not yesterday. For whatever reason, the Astros had a real struggle with him. They had the one hit by Jeremy Pena. That was the home run. It got out in a hurry, too. That thing wasn't 15 feet in the air. Mm-hmm. It's just a line shot that got out in a hurry. And then Jordan, in the ninth, against the reliever, he came in and homered. And they needed it because Hader gave up a run in a 3-0 game. But Brian Abreu really struggled. And Joe Espada afterwards, he was not like, no, he was like, that's Brian Abreu. He's got such great stuff. I knew he was going to get out of the jam. It's second and third and one out, and that's all they needed was a fly ball, hit a line drive. No, they actually loaded the bases, and George Springer hit one off the end of the bat, a line drive at Bregman, and then I think it was Varsho hit the ground ball to Dubon, and that was the inning. But if they give up a run there, I think they lose that game. If it was 1-1 going into the ninth inning, I know Jordan homered, but I don't know that I had much faith in that team if they would have fallen, if they would have broken the tie or tied it, and Brian Abreu came through. Mm-hmm. But he has scuffled a little bit since he's not come back, but for whatever reason they rested him for so long. I think he's a little off right now. You got to have Brian Abreu pitching as well as he possibly can. You need Presley seems to have made a little bit of a comeback. Josh Hader has been really, really good. He's got 6-1 now on strikeouts to walks.
Yeah, he just had his little issue yesterday, but Abreu making short, like they just haven't had all three at one time.
Yeah.
Hader struggled early. Then you've had, obviously it's been a long struggle it's been a bad season for Presley, but he's come back. And Abreu right now, bumpy a little bit. Now you're just waiting for all three of them to lock it in so you can shut down, a game. The match ends in the seventh inning. 7, 8, 9.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. Now, Montero came in yesterday and he looked really good. He has struggled so much that it is. I mean, he couldn't even use him. Espada hasn't even been able to use him in 4-run games, let alone come in a 1-run game yesterday. But he was kind of forced to do it, and Montero came through. But when he walked in, I was like, oh my gosh. This is how this is going to.
It's never going to change for you, though. It's never going to change for Houston.
After the way Hunter threw, this is what we're doing. This is what we got to do.
This is what we're doing.
So they play tonight. It was a nice having a day game yesterday. It was Canada Day. The first time the Astros had ever won on Canada Day. Had ever won in Canada on Canada Day. So not that they had played a lot in Canada on Canada Day, but they did play yesterday on Canada Day and got the win. So that was awfully nice. And Bregman had a couple of hits. Jordan homered, as we mentioned. Everybody else in the lineup struggled a little bit. Jeremy Pena had the solo homer, but everybody in the lineup really struggled against this guy yesterday. I don't know why, but they really, really struggled. And then and we got Will Anderson was on the Rich Eisen show. Will Anderson.
Who's never been on Will Eisen, the Rich Eisen show?
Who hasn't? You've been on there?
No, you know who's never been on?
Oh, me too. Me too. I've never been on there.
I work with Rich. We've talked.
And that's enough for him.
Why would he want any more? Maybe that's why you had never been on, because he's actually talked to you.
Stuff. He's got Daniel Jeremiah. He's got other people. Rich and I talked one time about Bosch, and he was talking about the bar in Santa Monica and Bosch.
Chris Bosch?
No, Bosch the TV show.
Well, that's not relevant. Bosch, the TV show.
But maybe because he has talked to you that he doesn't want you on his show.
That doesn't make sense.
I talk to you every day, and you know I don't want to talk to you afterwards.
Guys on there.
Would you want? Have you asked Lance to come on your show?
Mina Kimes never had me on her podcast.
He's barged into the show. I've never asked him to come on.
Mina Kimes has never had me on her podcast.
Well, what about Colin Cowherd?
But she has. Yeah, he has. He's a smart. He's the top of the line. But I mean, he's the best. Dan Patrick, I've been on there before.
Yeah, only because they make fun of your draft grades.
Well, they don't. They read.
They read them to the players.
They read my negative stuff to the players and make the players think I hate them.
Right.
But I'm like, why are y'all doing that to?
Did you ask Dan about that?
To Carson Wentz. No, I just want to say this. And I actually said good things about Carson, but they only read the negative. And Dan goes, "You understand, Lance? That's the bit." He told me I met Perloff when he still worked there at the they just got off the show. I'd gone down there and I went and saw him, and I think it was 17 or 19, and he's like,
"What's a Perloff?"
Andrew Perloff, McLovin, who used to be on the show.
Yeah.
And I said, and I met Dan. I said, and Andrew goes, "Hey, Dan, this is the guy whose draft stuff. This is Lance, whose draft stuff we read." He goes, "Oh," I said, "You son of a bitch, Dan." And he goes, "Oh, you're in," and he said, "Oh, you're in radio, right?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You understand? It's a bit. It's a funny bit. We have to keep it going." I said, "I get it. I don't love it, but I get it."
Yeah, guys hate me now because of you. Well, Will Anderson was on with Rich Eisen, and here's what he had to say about teaming up with Danielle Hunter.
He's been so supportive already. He's so smart. He knows a lot about the game, a lot about pass rush. Very talented, man, but his character speaks a lot. He's always willing to help the young guys, help me. He's been teaching us so much stuff since he's been there, and I'm excited to play alongside of him, man. This is going to be a really great year.
What's your general sense of how, that might open things up for you or you for him? Like, what's your sense of that?
Yeah, teams are just going to have to decide. I mean, that's a double-digit stat guy every year, so teams are just going to be like, shoot, we got to double this guy, so we don't know about this guy, so it's going to be fun. I think we're going to cause a lot of havoc and, disrupt a lot of stuff. So I'm excited to go to war with him.
Well, I think it's more than that. You're going to have Danico Autry as well. You're going to have, I don't know about the other tackles, how much they're going to, what they're going to do, but you're going to have Christian Harris. You're going to have, he's coming, blitzing. I mean, honestly, this defensive line, this front seven is going to be explosive this year. And you're worried about the corner, but I'm going to tell you, with this pass rush that they're going to have.
If you can win individually and not have to blitz or scheme it so you have free runners to the quarterback where they don't pick up 5-on-5, so you scheme one linebacker who gets there without being, and that you overload to do that, you have to overload. You show an overload look, and then you bail out. And you're zone dogging where you're bailing or you're rushing and you're just overloading. You're bringing it from the opposite side, or you're sneaking safeties up late. It's part scheme, but a big part of it is what you're saying, John. You got a bunch of guys who can beat blocks. Yeah. They can beat blockers. I mean, they have three guys, Autry and Anderson and obviously Hunter, who can beat individual blocks. And if you can do that, you're rushing 4. And then now you're really causing problems in coverage because you're covering 7.
And if you bring 5 and they've got to keep the running back in or the tight end in, now you're winning that as well, as long as you can cover You're winning there as well because they can't get as many guys out in the routes because they got to make sure that the quarterback's backside is going to be protected. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be fun to watch this defense this year. It hasn't been fun to watch Texans defense much. This year's defense is going to be fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean they're going
it's going to be really
get
fun
to the
watch.
quarterback.
Swarm. I like Atomic Dogs better. The George Clinton. You can play the George Clinton as they come out of the tunnel, entering onto the field. It would be so much better than Swarm.
Sack margins, worst historical sack margins. Warren Sapp did this. Did you realize how bad?
Warren Sharp or Sapp?
Warren Sharp. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this. Who do you think was the worst last year in the NFL?
What does that mean, a sack margin?
Sacks that you have minus sacks that you give up.
Oh, from a team standpoint.
Yeah.
Oh man. Who's
like the Texans are second worst ever. 2002, 41 differential.
And the only reason that's the case is because they had a bunch of veterans who could get after the quarterback.
Yeah. They gave up, 74 that year?
Mm-hmm, over 70. I would say last year, from a differential standpoint.
The worst in NFL history.
It was last year?
Yes.
Not the Raiders. I'm trying to think of who the worst teams were, not the Browns. Who really needed? Oh, God, there's somebody who had, their highest was 7. Hold on. What about the Giants?
It's the Giants.
Yeah.
51 differential.
Wow.
The Texans were 41 in 2002.
And that was Thibodeau.
Yeah. I mean, and that was awful that year. It was awful how many times they got sacked. The Giants' worst in history. The worst in history, 51 last year.
Kayvon Thibodeau told us in studio, in person, I am literally a chess master when it comes to getting sacks. Not only am I highly skilled, I see the field different than everyone else. And Bucky's like, you do? Because you only had 6.5 sacks last year. Bucky will actually, two guys' faces. Oh, it gets you uncomfortable. You'd be uncomfortable if you heard Bucky. Bucky's gotten into it with guys at the combine who are staring him down after running a 40. And Bucky said, Kayvon was telling us all these things he was going to do, and literally nobody is more skilled than him as a rusher, and he's part of the defense that's the worst ever. You said worst ever?
Yeah.
Sack versus
differential.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you win in the trenches, and that was the worst trench play that we've seen.
Yeah. Well, this is since 2000, I guess. But it's the worst. The 2002 Texans, the 23 Panthers, last year's Panthers, minus 38.
They were terrible.
They were awful.
And they lost their best sack guy.
Awful.
Brian Burns. So sweet dreams.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see what happens with the Texans. Okay, what is their
Swarm? They're going to get way better.
What's their differential going to be this year?
What were they last year?
The Texans? I don't know. I gotta have to.
Don't you have the whole list?
I don't have the list. No.
Oh,
I just have the list of the worst.
Oh, I think they're probably looking like something like. I don't know. For context purposes, I would say something like plus. I'd say something like plus 20, 24, 25.
So sacks last year, 47. CJ had 38. 38 sacks. So 47.
That's not great.
That's not great. Defensively.
But they also are going to get their right tackle back. They were dealing with missed tackles for much of the year. I mean, that's why they're going to get better.
46. They were minus 1 last year.
Yeah, I think we're going to look at plus 20.
Plus 20.
Plus 20 at least. Yeah, because you added 2 good pass rushers. You get your right tackle back full-time right tackle, your left tackle. We'll see if he gets hurt.
CJ will get the ball out quicker probably.
Yeah,
I would hope.
Yeah, remember, left guard, center,
yeah.
It was a mess last year. Right tackle,
Yep.
It was all a mess.
Yep. We'll see. I hope.
You had
plus 20 would be really, really
tackles.
good.
You had backup tackles missing.
Plus 20 would be really, really good. 917 ESPN 97.
But to have 10 more sacks and 10 fewer sacks allowed and 10 more sacks as a unit, I think that's doable.
Yeah.
To get your sack total down to 37, That's not unreasonable to ask.
And get your sack totals up to 50s. Yeah, that would be nice if you could do that.
Three per game gets you 51. That's reasonable.
I want to talk about Texas Star Grill Shop right now. Texas Star Grill Shop is awesome. It is the place to go. Go to 975grills.com and be part of the family. But they have so many great offers going on. The 4th of July is coming up. It is such a big barbecue day. It's not just about barbecue, obviously. It's about Independence Day and everything else. But it's such a big barbecue day. Do you want this griddle that doesn't rust? Because they've got it. Weber makes one that doesn't rust that is perfect. And if you put that on top of your grill and you griddle, and you can make all of the things. You want to make smash burgers, fantastic. And then it cleans, and you can leave it outside, and it's not going to rust. Nothing worse than a rusty grill. You're cooking your food on rust. No, we don't do that. But they will design an entire outdoor kitchen, not just by going there and eyeing it, but they've got computerized how they're going to do it. This technologically, Texas Star Grill Shop is like they're at Yale and everybody else is in kindergarten. It is ridiculous how advanced they are and all of the advances that you can make. Plus, they've got meat. They've got everything you could possibly want to grill all at one place. Texas Star Grill Shop. Go to join the club, 975grills.com, 975grills.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How old do you guys think Brian Windhorst from ESPN is?
30s,
38. 38? 46.
46?
Yep.
He looks younger than that. Okay, what movie star would you put with each AFC North quarterback?
To date them?
No. Who?
What do you mean by this?
Okay.
Oh, that deal. Yeah.
Dal, can you guess which AFC North quarterback is Macaulay Culkin?
No. Don't do it like that. Who is Joe Burrow?
Yeah, but
you gave him. Who could it be in the AFC North? There's only one guy, Joe Burrow.
Right. Okay. All right. So I mean, okay, I could see that.
Who is Deshaun Watson?
Who is Deshaun Watson?
From I don't know if we want to say movie star. Which historical entertainer is Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, it's an entertainer, right.
This isn't going to go well for Deshaun.
No,
it's not.
Think about it.
I mean, I could drop R. Kelly on him.
You could.
Oh, that would be pretty good.
It might be better technically than the one they have,
better.
but
it's Bill Cosby.
Well, Deshaun didn't use
that's
drugs.
what I'm saying.
Right.
He didn't. I mean, he wasn't good, but he.
What
didn't
about
use
Harvey
drugs.
Weinstein?
Well, right. That's better.
Louis C.K.
Yeah, Louis just did. Well, I think it's a couple times in the
Darren Sharper.
the play. Oh no, we don't. Well, I guess what's the difference between Darren Sharper and Bill Cosby?
The same.
Yeah,
Same thing. Who is Lamar?
and this is more of a visual than anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good one, actually.
Huh.
He's the only one that it's actually. It's the only one
Facially
that's
similar?
complimentary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even though people didn't love it.
So they
Or
picked someone
laughed
who
at it.
looks like him.
Well, it kind of does.
Kind of
I can't think of one.
a younger version.
Yeah.
Lamar, MVP candidate, people's quarterback.
Kind of the eyes are a little.
He falls
out wider.
short in the biggest moments.
You don't have to
No.
put any of this into it.
I don't. Then
It's just his eyes.
I got no answer for you.
Samuel L. Jackson. They've got a picture of Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
So it would have been 94.
It actually looks like him.
And there is some similarities.
Yeah.
And then this is
and then
actually,
Russell Wilson.
It's a character from TV.
Urkel?
No,
I'll let you guess again.
not bad.
Dell will get it. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Yeah.
It is a black character from TV.
Well, there are not that many of them, so.
He's still
It's
actually
nobody-
relevant.
It's nobody from The Wire.
He's still actually relevant, and he's best known for a dance.
Carlton?
Yep.
Yes.
Carlton.
That's good.
Russell
That's a
Wilson.
good one.
That actually is pretty good.
That's actually the best of all of them.
I think Alfonso Ribeiro's got a little more juice than Russ.
Well, that's why we say character.
I don't know. He's doing America's funniest videos now.
He said, well, he blames the Carlton dance for ruining his career.
He did?
Yes.
He's still working.
Well, acting career.
Oh, well.
No, not a dance. It's the whole character, but that's not. He
He
got typecast too much.
Dude,
So
just
it does
take,
happen
take
when you
what
get
you got,
typecast.
bro.
People have dreams and aspirations, John. Maybe he didn't grow up thinking he'd be a.
I had dreams and aspirations, too. I got rid of them.
Well, not everyone's as quick to
But you never did a dance, though.
I never. Oh, I did.
diss their dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have one that everyone
People-
knows you.
Yeah, they do. From Saturday Night Fever.
So I'm watching. You see, now they have on State Farm. It's Ludacris on this commercial. Ice-T is on everything now. Ice-T is Cane's. Get your iced tea with Ice-T. He also did something. He's also in some kind of insurance thing. Rappers are now the salespeople. Rappers from the 90s are now salespeople. Yeah.
Wait, the podcast girl that was interviewing Haktua is Zach Bryan's girlfriend?
If you say so, I didn't know.
Zach Bryan's got it going pretty good, bro.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, you mean a famous musical artist has
A famous
girlfriend?
artist.
Have you seen her though? Did you see the
Yeah, I saw
podcast?
her.
I don't even have to look at it.
I mean,
that's-
I've seen her. Big deal.
Yeah.
Big deal anyway.
She's big deal anyways?
You heard me.
Wow.
All you looking
Well,
at is
I
for
guess.
all you looking at her sitting down. I don't care about that so much.
Well,
what do you care about?
It appeared, Del, that she's
Okay. Nope. Never mind. I'm out on this one.
I mean, all I see is her interviewing Haktua girl. I don't know what that girl's about. All I see her sitting down interviewing someone. What that mean to me? A lot of pretty girls do that.
Not really.
Yeah. Yes, actually, it's part of the
Not really.
profession. A lot of pretty girls sit down and interview people. It's kind of the deal.
Yeah. No. Well, she's doing a good job of it.
Well,
she's doing a great job of it.
You have
and Zach Bryan would tell you, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I got it going
I'm sure
on.
if I go through all of country artists' biggest stars who aren't married or are younger, they have a girl
Or
who's-
are married.
who I have a girl who's comparable to her.
Right. Exactly. Well, okay. All right. You know what? Then you know what?
I don't
You're,
know. I don't
you're
know.
going pretty good if
I don't
you're
know
a country
if you've heard
star.
everyone. Rich, successful musicians. Look at their
Mhm.
significant others.
Mm-hmm.
Going pretty good.
The Longhorns caught it yesterday, huh?
Well,
Yes.
they've been arrogant.
Well, Quinn Ewers, everybody's going to circle
Is this
that
what y'all were
game.
talking about with the Longhorn fans? I saw that. Like, you guys have been trying to warn us about them.
Well, so they joined yesterday. They joined the SEC officially.
Them in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, along with Oklahoma. for whatever reason, people put out when Texas A&M joined. Did you see that? What they put out?
They made a little video celebrating all the other.
Yeah, all the other schools.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh
sweet.
my God.
And it was
so terrible.
They were trying to ingratiate themselves.
Well, why do the Aggies have to catch it?
You
why?
don't need to do that.
Because you see the difference about how Texas is approaching. Although Texas has had a celebration on the 30th, they invited everyone in the surrounding areas to campus to celebrate joining the SEC, and they had Pitbull, Mr. SEC, have a concert. When I think SEC, I think of Pitbull.
I do too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
So they like Oklahoma had their celebration yesterday as well. So they're going all out. They just did make a social media video celebrating Mississippi State and Kentucky.
Well, they learned, just like the Red Sox learned from the Astros' mistakes with the scandal. They learned not to do that because it was embarrassing.
Like Oklahoma's new facility has a giant SEC logo on the glass doors. Like,
it does.
It goes. There's a giant one above the doors, and then on the doors it's a regular size Nike and OU logo, but the SEC logo is giant when you walk into their facility. So they're adopting everything that is the SEC. It's so embarrassing.
So with this play, here's the deal: is I don't believe now the Longhorns have Georgia at home, but we'll see. I mean, they played with Alabama, so it's not like they can't play with Georgia.
No, yeah,
they can play with Georgia.
I think that's a really good matchup. Georgia lost plenty of players too to the pros 2 years in a row.
Yeah,
Texas got a receiver from Georgia. Texas got a receiver from Alabama. They got a really good left tackle. Like Texas is going to be. Hey, that's going to be a good game.
They do have Isaiah Bond, but they lost a couple of wide receivers, right? They lost Mitchell and they lost Worthy, so that's going to be a problem for them. But Michigan is coming to the 40 acres, right? They ain't going to be the same team. Michigan's
no, that's at Michigan.
Oh, it's at Michigan. I don't care. I think Texas goes in there and beats them.
We'll see.
We'll see. It's not the greatest home field. It's not the loudest home field. But
not only that, they lost everybody.
Well, they will they still have Donovan Edwards. They will test Texas toughness. They're going to try to do what they've always done: run the ball down your throat.
Their offensive line's always tough.
Yeah.
Their defensive
but
line's
Texas's
always
line's
tough.
been tough the last couple of years,
they lost their two guys too, right? They lost Murphy and the other guy, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
You lose right up the middle. We'll see.
So Michigan will test them there. And
I
see
like Texas in that one. I think the Georgia game is. I think you lose that one at Michigan against a team that's lost some people. It's still you're on the road. I mean this season everybody in SEC is against Texas. They already don't like Texas. That's how it's going to be. Texas is going to find out quickly that they are the ones that nobody's going to like. And I don't think Texas cares about that. I know the fans don't care. I don't think Sark cares. I don't think anyone cares.
No.
Texas
you want the one. You don't want to be irrelevant.
Texas is never going to hold themselves as the same as SEC. Like, yeah, we're an SEC team. They're always going to consider themselves higher than the SEC. And I say that with respect, but I also say that with honesty. They consider themselves their own brand. And so you're going to have people who hate them. Quinn Ewers is not wrong. They are going to get everyone's best shot. Texas needs to win that Michigan game early on so that they can fade the Georgia loss if they get it. But I think Texas is going to be competitive. I think they're going to be competitive for the national championship.
Multiple losses. They have 12 teams.
There's 12 teams.
Fade
now.
multiple.
Yeah.
What's that?
You can have two losses.
No, but I mean fade it from a standpoint of expectations. I'm talking about
just
get expectations.
Listen,
well, yeah, you have to get in, and ultimately, I guess what happens is what you see. That's why I'm not a fan of 12. I think it's still the regular season should still really matter.
Well,
you got to win
because
these games.
The road gets tougher. If you do lose 2 games, you're probably playing on the road in that first game, as opposed to having a bye or at least a home game. So sure, you're not in the top 4, but it still costs you. You have to play more games, and you have to go someplace you don't want to play. What if Texas loses 2 to 3 games? They somehow make it in, and they got to go up to, I don't know, find a cold weather Big Ten team. Let's say they got to go to Ohio State in the first round. That ain't enjoyable.
No, that won't be enjoyable.
So it doesn't matter.
No, it absolutely matters where they finish. Absolutely does. You want to be, one of those top 4 that got to buy.
Or at least a home game to start it off.
Yeah, at the very least. 713-780-3776. One more segment for you to be able to get in And then you got to get out because we've got News of the Weird coming up after that. I'm talking about my peeps over at Air Team. Love Air Team. Love what they did for me. They put in 2 air conditioners for me, and it's painful to do. It's just painful because, I mean, it's always going to be expensive. Air conditioners are expensive. What are you going to do? Well, here's the deal is they did it as painlessly as they possibly could. I got rebates. I got a great deal from Air Team. I felt like it was really awesome. I got the best in service. It was incredible how quickly they had the whole front yard full of air conditioning parts. And then like 2 hours later, they were gone. It was clean, everything. They put rugs down. They wore things over their shoes. They couldn't have been more cognizant of taking care of the house and keeping a clean workplace. That's what they did. And if you've got to replace your air conditioners, you need somebody that has been there, done that, knows how to do it. How about 140,000 AC systems that they've installed? How about in business for over 35 years? You think they don't know what they're doing? They absolutely do. And they explain everything to a T, and they're going to try to get you the best deal that they possibly can. It's the place to go if you need an air conditioner. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-956-8326, AirTeamLTD.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 936, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We mentioned Tatum. We mentioned Clay. Is there anybody else that did sign, Dell? Did we miss anybody? I mean, obviously, we had Paul George yesterday.
You didn't mention that Aaron Holiday is back.
Aaron Holiday's back.
Another tradable contract.
Okay, so it's got to be there. See, this is why I feel there's got to be a trade coming. Why would you bring Landale back? Why would you bring Aaron Brooks back? Why would you trade for A.J. Griffin? Why would you Aaron Holiday?
We're talking about contracts that you can use to
go get somebody.
Instead of combining multiple guys that you actually like, you get a Tate, you get a Holiday, you get a Landale, and you can use those as filler along with whatever picks and prospects another team might want as far as actual players.
Jay Sean,
Landale, and Holiday are all players or contracts that can be used to facilitate a trade.
I know that there's going to be some injuries, right?
Sure.
But there's no way you're going into this season with 15 guys that have actually been on the floor.
They are waiting for a move. Now, Donovan Mitchell has taken himself off the board because he will sign an extension. They're waiting for the next thing that appeals to them, and those contracts make it easier to make a move.
None of this is sign and trade.
No, these are all nothing's official till later this week, but it feels like these guys will be in, but they're going to be there just in case something falls in the Rockets' lap.
I just feel like there can't not be a move. You're not going to go into because these are just a lot of and you know what? All these Aaron Holiday's a nice player.
Sure.
Jay Sean's a nice player.
You're filling out your
Griffin's
roster.
a nice
I
player.
legitimately believe Jay Sean is being signed as a potential trade piece. And it may not be before the season. It may be in season, although you'd like to go into you wouldn't mind going into you can do sign and trades now. You have the capability of doing a sign and trade for somebody else's sign and trade or your own. But
plus the draft picks from the Suns.
Yeah, I just think the Rockets are loaded.
Now it's a lot of just guys though.
But should they?
You can make it work money wise, but it's just a bunch of guys.
Well, you have more than just guys though. You have Jalen Green.
Well, are you
Alfred
giving those
Sengun,
guys up?
Jabari Smith. Well, it depends on what you want.
Right.
Depends on what you want. I'm just making a point. They don't have just guys. They've got real talent. Tari Eason. They've got pieces that.
I don't believe. Whitmore. I don't think Alpi or Tari Eason or Dylan Brooks or Fred VanVleet. None of those guys are available. They're not going to be available.
In regards to
Alpi, then you're not going to do anything.
And others, Kelly.
Well, no, Jalen Green could be. Yeah, there's that.
But they have talent.
Kelly Eco's reporting from this morning that Sengun and Green at this stage are unlikely to receive max rookie extensions. They're both eligible for deals in the range of $224 million. The Rockets have had conversations with both camps concerning an extension and will continue dialogue during the offseason, but the chances of either player inking an agreement in the realm of Cade Cunningham's deal or Scotty Barnes' deal are slim. So the Rockets are approaching their two young players with, hey, you're not getting what they're getting, but we will continue to talk to you about getting you more money.
They're going to – listen, you need one more year. Maybe not with Alpi, but with Jalen Green, you need one more year to prove it.
Good luck. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying good luck handling that, the relationships. If Alpi gets a deal.
Oh, no. I don't think either of them get the deal. But
not a max, but even an extension.
No. But – listen, they're both going into restricted free agency after next year.
Yes.
So you got the upper hand on that, period.
If you so choose. Yeah.
If you so choose.
You usually don't treat players you like that. Generally, teams don't do that, but they can do that. Yes.
Well, you can get there and then give them the money that you want to give them. You can get there. And you don't have to worry about, well, they're just going to walk. They're not going to just walk because they can't just walk because they're restricted. But you need one more year, and you maybe you tell Alfie, listen, we got to wait on you because we can't do yours and not his, right? So let's wait until the end of next year.
That's a tough conversation to tell a guy who you say, hey, we're willing to pay you, but we can't make the other guy feel bad, and then tell Jalen, we won't pay you, even though Cade Cunningham hasn't accomplished anything either. Scotty Barnes has been, I think, in one playoff series.
Well, but who's been as inconsistent as Jalen has, though?
I'm not saying that's not reality, but who says to say he's not divorced from reality when it comes to
of course
his
he's
standing?
He's an athlete. Of course he's divorced from reality.
So that's why the conversations will be tough, particularly if they say, hey, hold off. We need one more prove-it year from one of you.
Right. And, you're just bide your time, Alpi. You're going to get paid. Don't worry about it. Bide your time. I cannot see any way. Now, but I also can't see, okay, is there any chance that those two will be signed together and are the cornerstones of this organization for the next 7 years?
I think they could be signed. I think they will be signed.
You saw the Eco number at the max is what they're getting. I've asked you this before. Are you looking to now? Maybe it won't be over $400 million combined. Are you looking to sign those two guys for around $390 combined, whatever the number might be? Those two guys right now?
No, not right now. Absolutely not. The favorite is one of them stays, one of them goes. And the favorite is Alpe stays and Jalen goes. It's got to be the favorite because there's nothing in what we've seen from Jalen Green that tells us that for the next that we can count on him for the next 7 years to bring a title contender, not a championship, but a contender to this town. There's nothing we've seen. He's been too inconsistent. Now, Alpe has shown signs of being a really, really top-end NBA player. And you know what's really working right now is big guys in the league. And the Celtics notwithstanding, the rest of the league that's really up there at the top, they all have big men that are contributing in a big way.
Skilled, highly skilled.
And that's Alpe.
An elite high. I mean, we covered this so much. It's if you don't know our stances, it's Alpe for me. You don't find guys like it's easier to find. It's much easier to find wing players and scorers than it is to find big men who can assist, who are skilled on the low post, who can face up. Like it's just those guys aren't easy to find. That's why I don't dig into the defensive issues because I understand what they are, but I also understand you don't find offensive stuff like this very often. So to me, he has to be untouchable. Jalen Green, they could approach this as let's see what he does this year. They could absolutely take this season as let's give it one more year. They could do it. They financially could do it, everything about it. Because once you sign him, you can still do sign-in trades afterwards. Like, Jalen Green is going to have value. Jalen's going to have value, and now you have other pieces to make numbers work. Jae'Sean Tate, to me, yeah, he's just a guy, but he's a hard player. He's a ninth man in a rotation for a team, and now he's part of a throw-in. Just to make the numbers work, because you're not going to give max dollars to in a sign-in trade to Jalen Green. So if you want to do Jalen Green for a high-end player who's $50 million a year on a contract, you're going to need some other contracts to fit in. And that's where, in mid-season, you could end up seeing Jeff Green as part of that. You could end up seeing Jae'Sean as part of that. So I see what you're saying. It feels like the Rockets, there's just a glut of players. And it'd be nice if there was, because as soon as they drafted a player, there's that glut I was concerned about. But at the same time, I also don't think you're in a rush. Like, I really want to avoid panicking and rushing because I think the Rockets are in control here. I think the Rockets have assets and trades. They have assets on the team that can play. They have financial assets in terms of, expiring contracts. There's no reason to panic if you're the Rockets. Make sure everything is right for you. Make sure the deal is a good deal for you. Don't panic. Wait for it to make sense.
I will tell you now, his career didn't go the way people thought after he left. But one of the reasons Gordon Hayward left Utah is because they made him wait. Now, there's no guarantee these guys will operate the same way, but it is, and look, we've talked about respect, lack of it, why do players care so much? They view it as a lack of respect sometimes. Maybe wrongly so, but generally players of Alpe's caliber get their deals when they can get them. They usually don't make players like him wait. Jalen, whatever, we can have that conversation. But the way Alpe's considered by not just the people in that room, but around the league, that guy generally gets his money at the time he can get it.
But Dale, you're acting like there's not conversations behind the scenes between directly with Tillman Fertitta.
I'm not saying they're not
and
talking
Alpha.
to him, but I know the conversation here was about how you don't have to do it now. Generally, the guys of his caliber, they get him when they're supposed to.
I get it. But if you're Tillman and you're the agent, you sit down with the agent and the Alpine and you say, look, here's the situation we're having. We want to see Alpine, you are our guy moving forward. We want you to play. You play well another year, you could end up being a max dollar guy. We don't have you at a max dollar right now, but we are not going to trade you. I think there's something to be said for the communication that it's not often talked about that can happen behind the scenes for an understanding. That can have a huge impact.
Yeah, absolutely.
On being able to do things that are maybe considered unorthodox.
Communication means more than $200 million?
No, but
you could tell
your
him.
time is coming.
Your time is coming. We don't have to do you now, but we just want you to know we value you.
And by the way, we got a situation here.
I think it would be naive to believe those conversations aren't had in any of these situations, and sometimes the players don't care that you're being reasonable.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what Alpe like. there's a lot that goes into this. It's not all about like you can't just make it about well, it's just disrespect, because that's not. If you explain stuff to it would take a very selfish mindset where it's just about like I think if Alpern is explained this is what we're facing here, but if you wait an extra year, that could mean a max dollar contract for you, and you are going to be the guy we build around. Unless he, breaks his neck on the court, Alperen Sengun is going to get a ton of money.
And by the way, he's making a ton of money this year.
What does that matter? I get what you're saying about being reasonable, but when has that ever been a thing for players to be reasonable about?
I'm sure.
Name an NBA player that has been.
But you're talking about
plenty of players that have been reasonable throughout the years.
Paid early.
Now,
but you're saying
I'm sure Detroit told Cade Cunningham, you know what, Cade?
Well, it's a different situation.
Why?
Totally different.
Why?
Because he's the only guy there. He's the only guy there.
They've drafted. I'm not saying well, but they got young players across that roster.
But that organization sucks.
And the Rockets sucked before this past year.
But they're in good shape.
But it's not even questionable. Cade Cunningham. Listen, they're talking to him behind the scenes, and Alpy's going to be. He'll be just fine.
He'll be a Rocket.
He'll be a Rocket.
It's not a question of that, but that's
going to be a Heat
talk.
Time to talk about Doc Linville. He's not a Rocket. He's a rocket scientist. Yeah, he's really, really smart. He's a doctor. Yep, that's right. He does. As a matter of fact, I was texting him this morning. I was trying to get him out. He's just so busy trying to get him out to play. And he's like, I've got something going on here today that I just can't. He's awesome. And he's going to take a look at the top of your head. He's going to find out, he's going to tell you whether or not you're a candidate for the PRP, which stimulates the growth, or what, it's like fertilizer in your hair, right? It stimulates the growth, like your grass. Or does he have to resod? Take the side, the sod from the side and back of your head and put it on the top. I got both done. Love it. Love what the doc has done for me. You'll love what the doc is going to do for you. The doc is excellent at this. He's one of the biggest in the city, one of the best. It's affordable, but he's going to be a straight shooter with you. Do you need the PRP or do you need the neo-grafting? And the process is awesome. You'll love everything about it. There is no question. The way to go, if you're looking to get hair, 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
Texas Star Grill Shop, your home for the best griddles. How do you like that? Standalone griddle rather, or one that's built into your outdoor kitchen that they design and build for you. But Texas Star Grill Shop can get you those griddles. You're doing smash burgers, you're doing chicken sandwiches, bacon and eggs outside. You can do fish. You can really do anything on it. Scallops. Yeah, that's right. You can do scallops on there. There's a lot you can do with the griddle, and you should take advantage of it yourself. The potatoes, hash browns, so much. Now, maybe pizza oven is your move. Pizza oven, you've got flames on all sides of this great Gosney pizza oven. And so you can cook steak evenly in there. Of course, you get the high temperatures that are perfect for making homemade pizzas. But have you ever roasted vegetables in a pizza oven? That can be done as well. And, of course, the very best in grills. And the great thing is when you join the club, when you go to 975grills.com, go to the website, sign up for the club. All the club is just going to be an email telling you when there's certain specials or certain big sales going on so you can take advantage of that. Don't miss out on the best grills on the market at the lowest prices. They can be assembled and delivered absolutely free. It's all available at Texas Star Grill Shop, multiple locations around the Houston area, 975grills.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we get big events here, right? We got the World Cup coming. We've had national championship, basketball, football. Well, John Lee says attracting mega events to Hong Kong is like chasing good women. It's like how I used to chase girls. For the good ones, of course, everybody will chase them. We got to work hard and fight. Do you agree that attracting mega events is like chasing hot girls?
He's saying it makes sense and it's beneficial?
No, he's saying it's hard. You got to if you're chasing the hot girls, everybody's chasing them.
So what is your question?
My question is, do you agree with that? Do you think that Hong Kong is having a hard time attracting hot women?
There's a lot of competition.
Yes.
Yes, I agree that there's a lot of competition.
And you should use women as your barometer, as your analogy there.
Did it make sense to you?
It did make sense, but he's under some hot water for saying, hey.
Well, sure he is.
You're going to chase a hottie? What about, because the ugly girls are all going, hey, what about us?
Well, you're CONCACAF.
So, wow.
Sorry.
Ugly girls are CONCACAF?
I don't know how to say
it.
See
how ugly is that, Del?
You can get
ugly girls are CONCACAF.
You can get a match there.
I knew I'd get something out of you.
We could put a bad field. We could put a bad field out on in Arrowhead. Don't worry.
A primary school teacher in Thailand has got some problems. While she was teaching her class, she had a video recorder under her skirt, and apparently, Bigo Live, viewers and followers of the streamer, it was a live stream. I just feel like you're going to find out you're teaching a class and you're just showing off your hoo-ha there. I don't know why. Why are you doing that?
Oh, I don't love that.
Don't love that story either.
I don't love that story.
But it's happened. There's nothing we can do about it. It really, really happened. There is really nothing that we can do about it. A Florida woman beat up her boyfriend.
Yep.
For
hitting on a mailman?
Nope. Refusing to cuddle. Feel like you're not that cuddly if, in fact, you're going to beat the snot out of your boyfriend.
There's some irony involved here.
Yes. You're just not that cuddly. I don't want to cuddle with you either.
No.
New study says dancing can keep you from becoming neurotic. Del, do you dance so that you're not neurotic?
No, I was just blessed with not being neurotic.
Do you dance? Do you dance like no one's watching?
No.
Oh.
You don't dance like no one's watching? Do you dance in the dark, though? Dancing in the dark is a thing.
He's getting ready for his show. Stop talking.
I know he is. He doesn't care about this show. He's the worst person.
Well, I don't care about the show, but I'm not getting ready for my show.
A Maharashtra boy went in for leg surgery, and he came out circumcised.
Oh.
Did
he also get the leg surgery?
No. Besides his legs.
He's got to go back in. Are they going to do a reattachment?
The medical officer at the hospital told reporters that besides his leg injury, the boy also had a problem with tight foreskin.
Oh, well,
so they helped him out with it.
Yeah, gave him a little.
I don't know. I just like to be asked beforehand.
It's just they took a little off the side, just a haircut.
Have you ever approached a girl and said, "Hey, I got trouble with tight foreskin.
It
Can you
says
help
a
me
little
out?
tight, a little tight down here.
Can you help me out? Is that one of your lines, Lance?
I don't use
Hey,
lines.
I've got tight foreskin. Can
I
you
don't
help me
use
out?
lines. It's not a problem.
That just seems like I'd rather be asked first. I'd rather you not judge me down there while I'm getting my leg surgery.
Hey, what's this? Hey, it's a leg surgery. Why are my pants down?
Well, we have to
That's
have
a
your pants
problem
down.
No, you
across
got to
the
take
board.
your pants
You got
off.
to take your
You
pants
have to take
off.
your pants off for a leg surgery?
Yeah, well, and
What part of the leg?
Yeah,
You
but
don't
then
even-
they lifted it up and went, "Hey,
Why are you wearing pants? Aren't you,
You
supposed
know
to be in
what?
one of those hospital
little
I'm
trim
gonna
around
take a
the
little
leg?
off the sides here for him.
Who's
Just
wearing-
a little trim up.
Who's wearing pants in surgery?
No, not pants, but you can wear underwear or shorts.
Hospital gown. That's what you wear.
yeah, hospital."
Oh,
gown.
yeah, that's true.
Hospital
You're not
gown.
wearing any underwear.
No
That's
underwear.
true.
GimmeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf doesn't
Well,
want
you
to be
do
any
now.
part of this, but he is. Sorry, John Clay Wolf. You don't want to be part of this. But you know what? Here's the deal. You want to be part of John Clay Wolf's family. His family is, here's the deal. John Clay Wolf gives out money, not like your parents do. Like, he does it better. He does it, he's much more generous with his money than your parents ever were, okay? Because, you know what? He wants that car. He wants to buy that vehicle.
So you like your Meemaw?
He
Your
kinda
grandma? He
gives
just
you-
kind
yeah,
of send
gives
you
you
something
more.
in an envelope?
Yeah. Well, no. You got to give him something in return.
But he will send a $100 bill to
Oh,
you.
he will send a $100 bill for nothing.
Kind of like
If-
grandma, only that's higher than grandma ever sent.
Yeah, my grandma only sent my grandma never sent me anything, actually, if you want to know the truth. But I didn't have a meemaw like you. Here's the deal.
Grandma, I'm not Czech. I didn't have Meemaw. I had grandma.
Okay, you had whatevs.
Is this a live spot or not?
It is kind of. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. The moral of the story here is if you want to sell your car, sell it to the guy that's going to pay you more than anybody else. And if he can't, he's going to send you $100 like Lance said. If he can't beat CarMax, he's going to send you $100. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
let's start with the positives. The Astros win again. They're 10-1 in their last 11. You know, they finished the month of June with the best record in baseball. Continue that to start off July. Hunter Brown. I mean, he wasn't. I don't know if I can use the word vintage Hunter Brown, but he wasn't at his very best as far as strikeouts to walks and all that stuff. But hey, he gets through that. He gets through that game, gives you another quality start. He has been a pleasant surprise considering where he started, and now we're just expecting these type of performances. And people have dug deep, and it doesn't take that much. Just look at the schedule and his starts to see that he isn't going against the best competition in baseball, but you need someone to beat up on the minnows, and that's what Hunter Brown has done. So if he's going to perform that way, I don't care who he's pitching against. He's getting it done, and the Astros win. They're now a couple games above 500. The Mariners did not play yesterday, so they're 3 games back as we're now beyond the climb to 500. We're trying to chase down the leaders in the AL West, and the unfortunate part about it is I have to balance me wanting the Astros to win with not wanting John to be right. John Granado very loudly proclaimed that the Astros would lead the division by the end of July. And this was at 10 games. And you can't really take him seriously. He just says stuff. He says stupid stuff. That's what he does. But this one, unfortunately, yet fortunately, is something that may be reality. You know what I'm looking for, Sean, to be honest with you? I'm looking for them to be within a game of first at the end of July and not get there. But the inevitable, we know is going to happen, that they're going to take over and win. But I don't need him to be right. I'm not looking for that.
Okay. You want him to be
wrong, but
a game within first.
Yeah.
On October or August 1st, August 2nd.
Yes, August.
Just to give yourself some breathing room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, August 1st is enough, but yeah, sure.
It depends if it's a Monday. You know.
I gotcha, but either way, yeah, I don't need them to be in first by the time we come back to work that day.
But if August 1st is a Sunday, and then on the 2nd they're in first, he's still going to take the victory lap.
He probably will. So because it would be the next day we were at work. So I need it to be a work day in August, early in August, where they're not in first place. I will take that and run with it. But my personal bias, my personal wants and needs aside, the team has been playing great during their stretch of 10-1 their last 11. They have a batting average over 300 at 301. So the bats have come together. They didn't have a great day yesterday. Jeremy Pena hit the home run to give them the lead, and they went on to win 3-1. So nothing but positives for the Astros right now, outside of the overarching injury concerns regarding this team. But they seem to have been able to overcome that. You just have to hope by the time maybe the wear and tear on some of these pitchers begins to show. I don't know if that was what happened to Blanco. We know we can point to Fromber and his, let's say, lack of mental toughness. We can point to that as why he didn't have a good start in New York. But the overall concern is these guys are going to reach points that they've never reached before, and can they hold up? And then you hope the cavalry eventually shows up, whether that be Luis Garcia or one Justin Verlander. But hey, the current roster, the ones who are on the club and playing, all credit to them because they fought through a lot, and not self-doubt. I wouldn't use self-doubt. I think the mechanism of baseball, and because of how long it is, it allows people to always consider, hey, all it takes is another day for us to turn it around. We got plenty of time. So I don't think there was ever really any self-doubt. And, all the winning plays a part in that too. But just a routine 3-1 win in the afternoon. They'll play the Blue Jays today as well. So the Astros living up to their preseason hype, even though we did talk about that article where not many people thought this was, at least compared to what we've seen as far as predictions in years past, that this was going to be a World Series team. They thought they would win the division, make the playoffs, but there was some question about whether they would make the World Series, and that's still up for debate. They're as good as they've been. It's late June and it's early July, and they're 2 games above 500. So, but we'll take it. We'll take it compared to what they were, and we'll take Hunter Brown still being a guy who we can depend on for quality start after quality start. And Jeremy Pena gave him some credit, says he prepares really well, and he's a good guy. Couldn't happen to a better guy. And he goes out there and competes.
Against the worst teams in the league.
See, Mr. Negative here. We're going to get to negativity shortly. I mean, I was going to try to stay away from it. I'm full of negativity regarding a different club, but I was going to allow the joy, or at least the contentment with what the Astros are doing, to maybe dominate the first. Yeah, give everyone some flowers in the first segment, because I feel like the rest of the show, it's not like I can't believe what happened last night. It's just,
I think we talked specifically about
how this would go down. I think I'm more perturbed by the reaction to it. Like, hey, dummies, no one saw this coming. I know a lot of. I guess I'm here now. I know a lot of people only watch the Americans when a big tournament happens. You're not watching the Nations League or even the Gold Cup and some friendly. So you don't know when it's on. You barely pay attention. I get it. Copa America's a big deal. Argentina's in the country. Colombia's here. Brazil's here. I get it. The clubs you've heard of are in the country playing a major tournament. Now you're paying attention. But the conversations about frankly, what blows my mind is we rarely hold players in different sports to this standard. Like, hey, if you just tried harder, things would go better. Like, Americans have this belief, and even some of the former American players, that they talk about how, hey, where's playing for the crest? And hey, maybe there's some lack of belief in or lack of care about playing for the country, because some of these guys don't reside in this country, or maybe they weren't born here and all that type of stuff. Not that you don't have a monopoly on playing hard. Everyone plays hard. The Uruguayans play hard. The Brazilians play hard. The Argentinians play hard. You are not just going to simply win because you play harder than someone else. I hate that commentary. It bothers me so much, because that's what America's based their whole soccer playing culture on. We just play hard. We may not be the most skilled, but we're going to play hard. We're going to outwork people. That's not a thing. You're not going to outwork the Uruguayans in this sport. And they're going to do things that are going to bother you. And we saw it happen last night. The problem is, and we don't hold, like I said, we don't hold other people to the standard in different sports in this country. We don't talk about guys not playing hard when we know the coach stinks. It's always get rid of the coach, change how the guys play, and then we can have a conversation about who should be there or not. And it starts ahead of Berhalter, above him, from the Federation on down. But if we're going to have a real conversation, it all begins and ends with the guy on the touchline. That's all. If we're not starting there, I don't want to have a conversation with you. And I know it's kind of weird. You do the show, you should want to have conversations. But it drives me crazy, man. How come they didn't play harder? I mean, play for Lawless, maybe not yesterday, because he knew where he needed to lean into. But we hear this from former players. A lot of commentaries about the players and how they're not giving it their all. Cut it out. You think anyone out there was not trying their best? When you're outmatched tactically, and this starts in training, this starts way before the tournament itself, you're cooked. And frankly, losing to Uruguay 1-0 ain't an embarrassment, ain't a shame. You're there because you lost to Panama for no reason. Well, Timothy Weah, you can't exclude him. He screwed up. He screwed up clearly. But the U.S. has had players collect red cards in matches before that they shouldn't have any reason to collect. Serginho Dest, who wasn't available because of a injury, he did that in the Nations League, I believe. Or was it the Gold Cup? Either one. I think it was the Nations League. He did that. And Timothy Weah was like, you know what, Serginho, I like what you did there. I'm going to do it too.
Give me some of that.
Give me some of that. So the conversations can be had about we're not good enough athletically, and it popped up again from 7 to 10, Sean. What if our best athletes were playing the sport? How would we do? It always becomes that conversation, and it's been going on since at least 2010. At least. If our best athletes played, we would be one of the best soccer playing countries in the world. And everyone scoffs at us when we say that. They laugh at us, and rightfully so. Because the problem for America isn't athletically. You go pound for pound. We're as athletic as others. Now, you want to, I guess, overwhelm everyone with athleticism because the skill level isn't there. Go ahead and try it. Go ahead. It's not going to work. I don't care if you got 5-star corners to decide to go play soccer instead of football. Someone's got to teach them how to play the game. Someone's got to teach them how to understand it. And until that becomes a bigger deal in America, we're going to have these issues. And frankly, this team that's currently on that just finished up against Uruguay is talented enough to get out of the group and make a relatively deep run in this tournament, particularly because it's at home. Anyone who watches knows the problem. It's that Greg over there with 3 Gs, and then the people who hired him who might make another mistake, even if they do fire him. Thomas, I see you. We'll talk U.S. soccer. I'm less bothered by what happened because I knew this was going to happen. Anyone who watched them lose to Panama knew they weren't going to get a result against Uruguay. Greg ain't got it in him. Some people have one more in him. Well, I guess Greg did have one more in him, one more failure in him. But the conversations that stem from it, and they're the repeat of all the conversations we always have. And, I got to imagine this is how people who love the WNBA feel when people talk about their sport in an inane way where they have no real knowledge of it. They just, they come in because of Clark, or in this case, they come in because it's a major tournament. And then we have discussions that aren't based in reality. Yeah, you know what? Sure. If we could convince Russell Westbrook at the age of 8 to play soccer, maybe we would be better. But that's not the reality of the situation. That's not the reality of this country. So can we please stop having that conversation? Because you're not going to convince everyone who is a better athlete to come play. That's not how it is. It's over. That's never going to happen. So maybe have a conversation about what can actually improve the soccer playing product as opposed to the fantasy of, well, we're America, our best athletes would win. I think we've all figured out our best athletes have decided we don't want to play that sport. And now I need to take a breath. I don't like getting fired up about something I knew was going to happen. I should have known these same conversations were going to happen, and it was going to piss me off.
Weston McKennie doesn't have that dog in him.
Okay,
that's my takeaway.
He can play for Juventus.
Yeah,
but he don't have that dog in him.
Yeah, keep that in Italy.
Yeah, where was
not at Arrowhead Stadium?
Where was the no dog in him when he was winning? All of a sudden, he's got no dog in him. But when he's leading the team to Gold Cups and Nation League titles, we didn't hear about no dog in him. Perhaps the team led by Bielsa, who wasn't around because he got suspended, perhaps that team tactically set up by Bielsa outmatched the team set up by Berhalter. Ain't got no. God, I hate no. They don't play hard enough. Okay. Thomas, Lazy J, talk to you when we get back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We're back. I calmed myself by watching at least a couple minutes of EA College Football's Dynasty Deep Dive. And I bring that up because we're going to talk about what now may be a potential curse. If you're featured in the game, maybe things won't go your way. We have a story out of Stillwater we'll get to a little bit later. But let's talk first to Thomas. He wants to talk about U.S. soccer. What's up, Thomas?
Hey, Del. Awesome show. But yeah, I'm the same with you. I had just mediocre loop temp expectations for the team. I expected to get out of group stage as a second place team and maybe a competitive game against a top team and losing the knockout rounds. But I mean, this is just embarrassing. You lose to, and I know you get red carded, but you lose to Panama. Who imagine the conversations that they're having. We're some underdogs. We're gritty. We beat America. We may not have the talent, but we rose up to the occasion and all that kind of stuff. Why can't we have those conversations? Why can't we have those conversations beating Uruguay and stuff like that? Because we got this incompetent Baldy who plays favorites, who wants to choose just mediocre players over players with talent because he has an ego. He doesn't want anyone to step up to him. He's just incompetent. He just needs to be gone. And the problem is, until we start having conversations like this where we're critical of our, soccer federation and of these teams, we're not getting in there. We're still playing, some more with, if we had better athletes. No, we got players that play around the world in competitive leagues that are top class, maybe not, the elite of the elite, but they play in top classes. And this is just, I'm just tired of it. So I'll probably just go watch, I don't know, something. But, I'll hang up and listen.
Hey, we have a segment specifically for that. If you just want to go watch something, 11:30 on Friday, which won't be the case this week because, holiday weekend. Yeah, it's almost like letting them off the hook. Look, we're never going to be a country that holds people we don't even know their names to account. Like, most people don't know the people in the Soccer Federation unless they issue a statement talking about how bad their performance was like they did last night. So the conversations always drift into what you might have in the months during the summer. Like we have our Mount Rushmore conversations, who's the GOAT conversations. Then, hey, wouldn't America be great if all our best athletes played soccer? That's the level of conversation that's the type of conversation that is. Well, if Jalen Waddle decided from a young age here in Houston that he wanted to play soccer instead, how good would we be? Well, that's never going to happen. So let's move on.
Imagine if Amin Thompson played, or both Thompsons.
What if the Thompson twins,
one at right back, one at left back?
What if the Thompson twins decided to play soccer instead of basketball? How good would we be? You know what, Sean? You know what we should do? We should do a top 23, all those 26 players in this tournament. Find our 26 best American athletes and put them at positions on the soccer field and see how they would do in a tournament. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get FIFA 24, buy it, edit players to the attributes of LeBron and Waddle and Tyreek Hill and
John
Morant, and put them on the field together and see how they would show out an ultimate team. That's the level of conversation that is. Can we stop talking about it in that fashion? Divorce yourself from that conversation. It ain't ever going to happen. And the problems go far beyond we're not athletic enough.
Christian McCaffrey as a CDM.
There it is. Who could be our number 8? Jeez. I gotta breathe.
Austin Reeves.
No.
We
got Austin Reeves at home. We got enough of those. According to some people. Lazy J, fan of El Tri, and I said he could call back and respond after. I forgot who went after him yesterday. I said he had to wait till today to call back. So if you want to respond, you're more than welcome to right now.
The hell, man! I thought we was brothers, man. 7+ years of listening to the show, man, and
You gonna let some fat boy Eric rebuttal yesterday, but I can't call in and get my little 2 cents in?
You can rebuttal right now. No challenge. Do what you want.
Okay. Yeah. He's over there talking about delusional tree fans and all that, and I don't know soccer. Man, shut your fat ass up. The only soccer you know is on FIFA, bro. On probably creating your player and crap. You know what I'm saying? You probably played a soccer game in your life, bro. And then, USA, all of a sudden now it's the coach's fault.
Always
and all
the
this
coach's
and
fault.
that, and acting like Panama's not a good team.
No, they're not.
Man, y'all need to stop it with that,
They're
bro.
not a good team.
Come on.
Lazy J, if El Tree lost to Panama on a group stage, what would you say?
Panama's a good team. What are you talking
They're
about?
not a
Don't
good
act like
team.
Panama's not a good
They're
team,
not
bro.
a good team. Stop it. They're not.
Stop.
They're fine.
Stop.
They're fine. They are. They know what they're
I'm
about.
not saying that they're a great team, but y'all over here put it up that the loss of Panama was like the Astros losing to the worst team in baseball. Like that's how y'all are doing.
Well, I don't
it, bro.
know who
Panama, y'all got to give a little bit more credit.
Yeah, I don't know who you're
Panama
talking. I
than
know who
that.
you're
And
talking
I'm not
to.
even a Panamanian fan.
I don't know who you're talking to in that regard, but as far as this show's concerned, Panama is fine. They've made a World Cup relatively recently, I believe.
Okay.
They are. They're okay.
With the whole Eric thing, right quick, and I'll let go. The whole Eric, he's probably Hispanic, so he's probably hating on the Mexican team. So he's probably a Salvadorian to Salvi. So Selecta, they ain't won crap in years. So shut your fat ass up. And I'm 10 minutes from the show. So we can have a 1v1. Soccer, any type of sport. Fat boy, call in. I know you listening. Love the show, Dale.
Thank you. I don't know if Eric is a fat boy. I don't know if what he said is really derogatory, but I'm not going to use his shortening of El Salvador. It didn't sound complimentary what he said.
Nothing really sounded complimentary.
No, well, yeah, he wasn't very polite.
Except Panama. Panama was
Panama was the foil to make fun of the U.S. He goes, yeah, well, he used Panama. He complimented them to tell Americans to stop being so stupid. So I don't know how much we can give credit to Panama, at least according to Lazy J. Look,
and to all the El Salvadorian listeners, the views
of Lazy J,
Lazy J do not reflect that of Gal Media or ESPN.
No, that word he used, I'm not sure what it was. I just know it didn't sound good, so I won't say it.
Same here. Good call.
I mean, frankly,
executive or a show decision. We will not.
I imagine it has the same type of connotation of when people shorten the word Pakistan to direct a slur at people from Pakistan. That's what it sounded like. I'm not sure, but it felt that way, so I'm not going to say it. I'd ask that you not say it anymore. You can call him a fat ass if you want. I mean, but there is a line. And what you said, I feel like crosses the line. I'm going to do my research, but I'm pretty sure you shouldn't have said that.
I'm pretty sure Google's going to be like,
Do you want to use your incognito window to search this? Are you sure about that?
That'd be great if they would stop you. They were like, we recommend incognito.
Yes, for this.
You don't want to 6 months from now start typing something with the same first three letters, and then this pop up
in a public forum, and people can see what you've looked at in the past. So yeah, the passions are high. El Tri is out. The U.S. are out. CONCACAF is going to be represented by Canada, who is managed by by a guy who wanted to be the coach of the U.S. national team, Jesse March, and said he wasn't treated very respectfully when he was up for that job before they brought back Berhalter and Panama, who beat Bolivia yesterday 3-1, and their game ended before the U.S. So they're in Orlando watching it on one of the big screens and saw as that game came to an end. I would advise Panama. You guys could have went in, showered. No, you knew what was going to happen. You didn't have to watch it happen. You should have known what was going to happen.
Speaking of scoreboard watching, did you see Greg Berhalter?
Yes, that happened, and people caught it. I don't think anyone asked him about it during the post-game presser, but if you missed it, right before Uruguay scored the goal to put them up 1-0 or 1-0, Berhalter seen doing 1-1 with his both his index fingers, and it appears he's telling his squad the score of the game going on in Orlando between Bolivia and Panama. Some people are shooting him some bail and saying maybe he's actually just telling them we're going to do man-to-man marking. But the belief by the general public is he's telling them the score, and people are saying, what do you mean? Why are you telling them the score? Just go out and try to win the game. There's 30 minutes left in this game. Why are you telling everyone the score? and obviously the Uruguayan score right afterwards. So it just highlights, if he's telling them to score, it just highlights some of the ineptitude. I don't know. He could have been just going, hey, we're doing man-to-man marking or whatever signal he might have for that. But it does appear he's telling them to score, and then Uruguay scores, and that was the end of the ball game for the most part. So surely we will take more calls about soccer if you want. If you want to call a person who called you out the day before a fat ass, I guess we're open to that too. La Salsa, I see you. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. And remember, if you're having issues listening, you can listen to the station on 97.9 HD2. That is clear and crisp, no static. We know some of you have had issues of taking your calls, but there is an option for you if that is a problem for you right now. And obviously, the stream, YouTube/ESPN Houston, there are options. And, of course, the app as well. So, La Salsa, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. I imagine it'll be more about something else than what it says up there, which is the Astros. We'll talk to you and anyone else when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We're back. 713-780-3776 is the number to talk to us, myself or Sean. And you can tweet us at Delvey2 at Sean A. Mapes as well. Let's get to La Salsa. He wants to talk about the Astros.
Hey, what's good? Good morning, fellas. Hashtag the people stand with Braheezy. Hashtag pay the man. I want to see the Astros, man. I'm liking them returning back to form. The Astros being the Astros. But Lazy J, you can shut your fat ass up. I'm from El Salvador, SA. You don't know football. You know nothing about football. Also, what do you think about Sarah Michelle Gellar? That's about it.
Before I get to Buffy, how do we feel about this clearly white man doing what he did, Sean? Do we stop this going forward? I mean, we've already allowed the La Salsa thing, but do we allow the rest of it?
I don't love it. I don't love the road we're going down.
No, I don't really like it. Like La Salsa, okay, whatever, but you're one accent away from catching a week.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're getting close.
I think SA, if SA comes back up, automatic 1 week suspension.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to allow the name, but keep it within the lines. That's what we're looking for. We already got the other reference from Lazy J. And he called back, by the way.
He called back to clarify.
And said that is not derogatory. He said he's married to an El Salvadoran woman. The question is, does he ever call her that? Let's find out, really, if he could get away with that. So, as far as Sarah Michelle Gellar, I imagine he's asking about her OnlyFans potential. Unlikely. She's still an active actress. We may not see her in things that we watch now, but she was like she played a detective in like a Teen Wolf spinoff series a couple years ago now. Unlikely. I'm going to put that at 0.02% for that, Sarah Michelle Gellar.
She played a detective before, too.
Well, Buffy was kind of a detective.
Well, also, wasn't she Daphne in the
She
live-action Scooby-Doo movies?
In the sequel as well.
They're detectives.
They were.
Unofficial.
And I would have got away with it, too. Her and her husband were in that movie.
Freddie Prinze?
Yep.
Wow.
You didn't know they were together?
No. I just appreciate the art, Del.
Did you like Scrappy Doo? Or were you a big...
I was never a big Scrappy Doo fan.
Scrappy was a tryhard.
This is
clearly.
a bit much.
Yeah.
Even as a kid, I was like, this is a bit much.
All right, buddy. Relax. I'll take one talking dog.
This is ridiculous.
And at least that one's humorous. You're a little aggressive. Like in real life, everyone would take Scrappy back to the, I don't know if we call it the pound anymore, but Scrappy Doo would not be someone who would get a forever home.
No, we call them rescues now. I have realized that the word the pound,
It's not a thing anymore.
people don't talk about.
What is it called?
Animal shelter.
Yeah, the shelter.
They softened it. A
Yeah,
lot.
it used to be the pound. Scrappy Doo would immediately get. He would not be at like one of those foster fails where someone like, I love this dog, I gotta keep him. Scrappy would get sent right back to the shelter. You're too much, buddy. We're not looking for that from you. Speaking of someone who can be a little too much, let's get to Eric Wong. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Del. Great show as usual. That was a travesty last night against the U.S. soccer team. That's why nobody likes FIFA. They're corrupt. They're so corrupt. They're getting paid. They're getting paid and bought out. How do you feel about that?
Are you accusing the referee of calls against the U.S.? Is that what you're doing? I would say.
Well, didn't you see it? Did you watch the game?
I would say he was not built for it. I think it was his first Copa America game ever. He was clearly a person who was overwhelmed. If you missed it, some of the things he did, beyond giving Tyler Adams, one of the U.S. players, a yellow card after Tyler Adams was the one who got stepped on, he also was going to give another U.S. player a yellow card, rightfully so. Chris Richards stopped the break with a foul. But while he was pulling out the card, the Uruguayans wanted to get going. So, a quick free kick and got them going towards the goal. And as he's pulling up the card, that usually means we're going to stop play. We're going to settle things down. He pulled up the card and then said, "Play on," which is something I've never seen before, and the U.S. players have never seen before. Christian Pulisic couldn't believe it. He talked about it after the game. And there's a moment that's going viral because of how it's...
Well, he didn't shake his hand?
Yeah, it's going viral because of how it was edited. But seconds before, if you were watching the live broadcast of the game, Christian Pulisic is pretty much intimating that the referee should go celebrate the Uruguayans because he's in the pockets of them. So he does that first.
Well, he is.
Well, then I would imagine I'm not going to shake your hand if you've just accused me of being a dirty ref. Sorry, but
he is a dirty ref.
Well,
Everybody knows that. FIFA's corrupt.
It doesn't matter. It's a Como Bowl event, so maybe he is corrupt. The South
you
Americans.
You probably watched that movie FIFA, The Goal Begins or The Goal Dream, didn't you?
No, I did not. I would say I don't care if I am dirty. You know what I'm not gonna do? If you're gonna publicly out me as being dirty, I'm not gonna shake your hand. Sorry, I know people. Oh, just show some respect. All right. Show me the respect of not accusing me of being dirty. So I don't care about him not shaking Pulisic's hand. Who cares? Frankly, I'm a U.S. soccer fan. I'm never going to remember that ref again. And frankly, even if he doesn't give, even if that goal didn't count, the U.S. didn't create enough chances for me to be upset about the referee. By the way,
even Abigail Dye was upset.
I don't care about Abigail Dye. That's your thing. Eric can call back at a different time. Now you got me upset again. I don't care about what happened in the Uruguay game, to be honest with you. You lost to Panama. That was the opportunity. You beat Panama. The Uruguay game is for bleeps and giggles. It doesn't matter what happens. Maybe you finish in first. Maybe you finish in second. But you lost to a CONCACAF opponent in America, and it cost you. The Uruguay thing is for they didn't step up when it mattered most. Who thought they were winning that game? The history of Greg Berhalter will tell you there was no way. The point was to make that game not consequential. And they lost to Panama, and they made it the most important game in Berhalter's tenure. And surprisingly, or not surprisingly, he failed. Just beat Panama. And all this would be like funny. Oh, the referee was cheating us. Who cares? Who cares? You're in the quarterfinals. But instead, the Panamanians go out and put it on Bolivia, and they get to go to the quarterfinals. All right. Got to relax again. Of course, Abigail Dye had to make an appearance very late in the conversation because of Eric. Time to breathe. We will take more calls if you so choose. I will try not to yell at you, but I can't say I won't yell about the topic of conversation. Also, the Rockets bring back a guard that many people thought era was over. We'll talk about that. Apparently, the guy had an era, and it's not over yet. Because he's going to be brought back. We can talk about the possible implications of that when we come back and after I've calmed down.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Before we get to Jerry, he wants to talk a little U.S. soccer too. Let's get to what we mentioned before. Aaron Holiday, Rockets guard, is back. He was a guy Ime depended on. He's another guy in the guard rotation. It's a very crowded one right now. How many minutes will he get? I don't know if that's actually all that important. It's another salary that can be used in a trade if they so choose. They have a couple of those where they can throw him in. They can throw Jayshawn Tate in, who they've brought back. Hey, you want to put Jeff Green in a trade? Sure. Londale, you want to put in a trade? Sure. These are all guys that can be used as filler to make a move work. They're not going to be the primary piece of a trade. And depending on who the Rockets are trading for, the primary piece may simply be draft picks. But if you need to make salaries work, you're going to probably use a young player that you don't want to send away just because the other team's going to want some of your prospects. And if you're trading for a star player, it has to hurt a little bit. It kind of has to hurt. So it'll be someone you don't want to get rid of, a couple contracts you don't mind getting rid of, and some picks. So you have these guys to use if you want to make a trade. Aaron Holiday signs, or he will sign a 2-year deal for $10 million. So your Rockets bring back one of their depth pieces at guard. Now you have the likes of Reed Shepherd. We know Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore. There's a lot of minutes, or at least a lot of guys who want minutes. Just not sure how that's all going to work because all of these guys at one point or another, because of injuries, played minutes for the Rockets. It's very hard to say important minutes outside of the month of March, but they did play minutes that meant something to the Rockets at least.
Yeah, I just hope Rockets fans, when they saw the report that the Aaron Holiday era was likely to be over, I hope they didn't throw away their jerseys or
their zero jerseys.
Burn the jersey.
Do you think a lot of people, when Aaron Holiday was signed, they saw what number he was going to wear, put some tape over their Westbrook Rocket jerseys, and then wrote Holiday on it?
Yeah, probably. Probably.
That feels likely, doesn't it?
Or Aaron Brooks, their Aaron Brooks
yeah,
jersey.
Maybe that too. Maybe. So Aaron Holiday, keep those jerseys. You don't have to throw them away or go out and buy one because he signed for 2 years.
Yeah. Well, maybe don't. I don't know. If things go well, Reed Shepherd kind of takes all of his minutes.
But maybe you want to be one of those ironic Rocket fans who wears the jersey of for a player who rarely plays.
And Lord knows there wasn't enough opportunities for that person to load up on jerseys the last couple of years.
Yeah, but
there wasn't enough. There weren't enough terrible Rockets
maybe.
players.
Well, hey, Holiday's not a terrible player. He's just not a player you're going to depend on.
There are enough terrible jerseys to buy.
Hey, if you want to buy an H-Town city version of a Holiday jersey, more power to you. In fact, I suggest you should buy that jersey.
It'll go well with your powder blue Christian Wood jersey that you have.
Yeah, the Christian Wood hype and love I never got.
The wow factor.
Turned out I was
Wood, Oladipo, and Wall.
Yeah, Wood, Oladipo, and Wall. People are like, when those three play together, look how good the Rockets are.
Look at the record.
Okay. Yes, Christian Wood's going to be a member of a big three that's going to do anything. They were made aware of how stupid that thought was very quickly. Everywhere Christian Wood goes, everyone's at some point tantalized by the talent. Big guy who can shoot, can move a little bit. Hey, I know he don't play very much defense, but look how talented he is. And then they actually get a taste of Christian Wood over like a 30-game span. They're like, oof. Can we get him out of the rotation, please?
Yeah, everyone in all of the teams that he's on independently come to the idea of like, oh wait, this is why
he was so available.
This is why he's been so available, and he's been on like eight teams in 9 years of his career.
Yeah, Christian Wood belongs in like Detroit.
He's already been there.
He should go back. Oh. He just hangs out there, gets his jumpers up, puts up some numbers. Detroit or some other unserious franchise.
Charlotte.
That works too.
Just so he can, because he can't go to the same
Washington.
Place
Can he go to Washington?
Oh, actually, Washington. Yeah, him and Valanciunas
together.
Valanciunas, Kuzma. I mean, look at this.
We're one Atlanta trade of Trae Young away from Atlanta being a pretty good spot from 2. But they don't have their pick, so I don't know why they would trade Trae Young. They all belong to the Spurs, so they might want to try to win some games. Jerry wants to talk U.S. soccer. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, Jerry. My bad. Hey, Dale. I love the show. Real quick on my thoughts on the U.S. game. Look, it's simple. It's just the mentality of Berhalter. You know, you're at home. I mean, I get it. It's a tournament you're hosting, but you're at home in Kansas City. It doesn't matter who you play. You're supposed to win those games. I get Uruguay is a very good squad, but it's win or go home. I mean, the fact that Bolivia tied it up, and you can tell right away they threw themselves back, 11 behind the ball, just to play the next 25 minutes defending. That's sad. That's sad on the mentality of the players. That's sad on the mentality of the coaching staff. And you were supposed to win it, no matter what. Don't depend on Bolivia, who's probably the weakest squad in this whole tournament, to give you a favor. And it's bad because, you know, it's sad. And the 2026, man, they got to change it in 2 years. Whether it's the coaching staff, whether it's the development of the players, they got to change something quick because it's coming before you know it. All right, thank you.
Appreciate it, Jerry. Yeah, the development of the players, I don't know how much more can be done. Maybe you find a couple guys who aren't part of the regular rotating of guys who get into a camp. But like Jerry told you, it's quick. So the only thing you can do is get rid of Berhalter and really honestly hand the entire operation over to whoever you hire. And that only comes if they go after a big name. And Rob Stone, to one of the other Jerry's point, he said he was watching the Bolivia-Panama game more than he was watching the U.S. game while he was back in studio because he knew the U.S. wasn't going to be able to get the job done. He had to hope that Bolivia would get it done. And he spoke to how ridiculous that is considering Bolivia. Jerry speaks to how embarrassing it was. The U.S. had hosted 19 intercontinental tournaments, whether it be Gold Cup or Nations League or World Cup, and they had never, in Copa America, they had hosted one before too recently. They had never not gotten out of the group. They were 19 for 19 getting out of the group when they were hosting one of these type of tournaments. And you know what? You can say one thing about Greg with 3 Gs. Historic. It was historic last night not getting out of the group because no U.S. coach had ever accomplished that feat before when hosting a tournament. And, of course, we know the World Cup's in a couple years, now less than 2 years officially. And the program is in flux. And the question is, do we have any faith in these people to make 2 major moves? And probably more. But the 2 on the surface would be dropping Berhalter and hiring a guy who can get this team right for what should be a celebration of U.S. soccer. We shouldn't be going into that tournament dreading what's going to happen.
Is there any way that we won't?
If they hire someone that we're confident in.
Okay.
Like if they went out and hired, people bring up Jurgen Klopp because he's available. People brought up Pep because he likes spending time here. Like if they pushed all the chips in the middle of the table and go, we're getting one of those guys. People would be excited. People wouldn't be dreading it.
Realistically.
Well, Klopp is available. I don't know if he wants to coach a national team. I don't know how we would be stealing Pep as where we are as a federation. I'm not part of that disaster, but the federation, I don't know how we're stealing Pep from Man City, but at least Klopp has no job. So he might do it, but even then, you'd have to convince him that the federation wouldn't get in the way. They would give him free run to do what he wanted. And is anyone in that building willing to say, you know what, we don't know as much as we think we do. Let's get out of the way and let this guy run it because we are out of options. Or are they going to repeat all the same mistakes? I know where I'm betting.
That's why I don't really view it as.
We're probably going to hire some American guy who's coaching him an MLS team or something.
I was gonna say.
Or maybe they hire like Greg Berhalter's second in command, the guy who was running the interim. He was the interim coach while Berhalter was doing whatever the hell he was doing, getting ready to come back. It feels like it's going to be one of those hires.
It was an extensive,
reintegration,
reintegration, and reevaluation, review of what went wrong or what went right in the 2022 World Cup that led them to hire the same guy after like
whose contract they let run out.
And they don't worry, they did use a search firm to scour the world.
We as college football fans know what a search firm means.
I think that's honestly why I don't have any expectations whatsoever for U.S. soccer with the powers that be and the federation having power. It's like, yeah, you can come out here and say, what if they hire Jurgen Klopp? What if they hire Pep Guardiola? You know those two guys are smart guys that could have any job in soccer in the world. They don't want to work for these jabronis.
No.
Not even with.
Yes.
They don't want to work for these losers.
If they could be convinced that these guys would get the hell out of the way, maybe, but we know that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and then you need to have them. You have to have the federation decide. You know what? Maybe we should.
Maybe
get out of
we
the
should
way.
get the hell out of the way.
They're not
Yeah.
going to decide that.
No.
The other guys aren't going to.
We should be asking, what if they hired the San Jose Earthquakes head coach?
I was going to say
That's
they're going to get the LAFC head coach.
Yeah, that's what we should be asking. If he's American born, if he's not, then forget about it. That's the other thing we have to take into account.
Does Christian Pulisic's dad coach soccer? Can we hire him?
I don't know. That's the other thing. Hey, American born, someone we like. These are the things we're looking for, not the best person.
Related
for the job.
to someone
who used to. Well, yeah, Berhalter's brother was part of the way.
Just
Part of the
be
reason he got
related.
hired in the first place.
Be related to someone on the 1994 team.
Yes. What is it? Does Eric Ronaldo have a brother who wants to coach?
Yeah.
John Harkes. So yeah,
Lexi Law's gonna walk in. I have a cousin. All right.
You know that guy who they always show in the stands? He's actually related to me. Who's wearing? That's not even a wig. You think it's a wig, but it's not. He's my cousin. So yeah, desperate times, and they get even more desperate as the hours go by, and Triple G Greg still has his job. All right, we'll get to hour 2. Some Texan stuff to get to. Daniil Hunter was a point of conversation for Will Anderson when he was on Rich Eisen. D'Amico Ryans talks about what next season means and how it really doesn't have anything to do with this past season. So we'll get to that. We'll continue to take your calls, 713-780-3776. And we'll also get to a possible curse when it comes to EA college football. We have our first athlete featured in the game running into trouble with the law. We'll talk about that and more in the second hour. We'll be back. Welcome back. This is hour 2 of the show. We'll get to some Texan stuff. Didn't mention this today on this show, mostly because of my irritation with the conversations around the U.S. soccer, but there was big NBA news, relatively speaking. Guys not moving teams, but Donovan Mitchell has agreed to sign an extension with the Cavs. It's a 2+1 deal, so he will be locked in at least maybe just a name only for 3 years, and then he'll have a player option when we get to the third year of his new extension. So he has 1 year left on his current deal, 2 more years where he should be locked in, and then another year where he can opt out. Of course, it's the NBA, so at any point in the next 7 months, he could be like, you know what? Actually, I'm out. I'm going to take my money, but this isn't working for me, so I'm going to leave. There was a report earlier, or at least you have to trade me. There was a report earlier, really during the playoffs, that Darius Garland was a guy who wouldn't want to come back if Donovan Mitchell was still around. We'll see if that actually means anything, or was that just rumor? So maybe with one Cav guard signing up for the long term, maybe another once out. We'll see. But the Cavs keep Donovan Mitchell, so that trade for him with the Jazz looks better. The thought was always that he would play there and then ask out to go to a bigger market. The Cavs have done enough, whether it be making the playoffs a couple times or signing Kenny Atkinson, that he's happy there. So Donovan Mitchell will be a Cav. At least the contract says he'll be a Cav for the next 3 years, and we'll see how long before he's upset and he becomes a star that wants to leave. As far as the Texans are concerned, we're getting closer to training camp. We're still a little bit away, but the guys are having conversations with media outlets, and the next guy on the list, not CJ, but Will Anderson. Will Anderson talked to Rich Eisen, and Will Anderson, we know, will be teamed with Danielle Hunter. Jonathan Grenard goes to Minnesota. The Texans signed Danielle Hunter, one of the premier pass rushers in football, and Will Anderson has another running mate to go out there and wreak havoc. So Rich Eisen asked Will Anderson about the partnership, and this is what Will Anderson had to say about what could be and just working with Danielle Hunter.
So he's been so supportive already. He's so smart. He knows a lot about the game, a lot about pass rush. Very talented, man, but his character speaks a lot. He's always willing to help the young guys, help me. He's been teaching us so much stuff since he's been there. And I'm excited to play alongside of him, man. This is going to be a really great year.
What's your general sense of how, that might open things up for you or you for him? Like, what's your sense of that?
Yeah, teams are just going to have to decide. I mean, that's a double-digit sack guy every year. So teams are just going to be like, shoot, we got to double this guy, so we don't know about this guy. So it's going to be fun. I think we're going to cause a lot of havoc and, disrupt a lot of stuff. So I'm excited to go to war with him.
That certainly is a hope. You got a young pass rusher who feels like with some seasoning, he's going to put it all together and be one of those guys who maybe not unblockable, but someone you have the game plan for every play. And then you have an accomplished guy on the other side. You got Danico Autry out there. So the Texans won't be lacking for pass rush when it comes to those three guys. And it might be a big deal when you really only have one corner you can depend on, and certainly some questions when it comes to safety. But that pass rush should be okay. D'Amico Ryans was at the Senior Bowl Hall of Fame ceremony over the weekend, and he talked about, a lot of the belief in the Texans is about how surprising they were last year and some of the young talent and what it can do in year two. Well, D'Amico says his favorite thing about the NFL is that last year does not matter. You get to hit reset, start back from ground zero. He says he loves that, and going back to day one fundamentals. He gets into a lot of coach stuff, installing stuff. Yeah, seeing our young players compete. Yeah, all the stuff coaches say. But you don't really think about it, but it is just a new year. Nothing you can bank on the talent that was displayed, but nothing about last year matters that much. Whether it be because you got a new schedule, or even the fact you've got multiple new players in major positions. It's not a completely different team because CJ's around, Tank and Nico around, but you look, your best pass rusher's gone from last year, at least stats wise. Your linebacking core is different, at least when it comes to Blake Cashman out, Azeez Al-Shaair in. You got your other corner is gone. Safety position is in flux a little bit. I'm not saying they're starting from ground zero, I guess, but like D'Amico is saying, but the team will come together, and they started that process earlier in this offseason, and we'll see what they are. I do expect them to be good, but it is an interesting perspective to think about, hey, whatever we did last year, how much does that matter week 1 against the Colts? Not much. The Colts are going to believe we got our starting quarterback back for a full year, they hope, and we were a game behind you guys, competing for a playoff spot in a do or die game just last year. So they're going to believe we're right there with you when it comes to competing in the AFC. I am excited about this Texans team because the momentum haven't been like this for years, and it feels like you've got a coach who kind of understands what it means to be a head coach in the NFL, and he understands, and he's like, you know what? It's not like he's saying we'll see, but he's saying nothing we did in year 1 means that much when the helmets go on to start year 2. So it'll be interesting to see the growth of the team and their development as they try to take another step. And we've had these conversations throughout the off season about what's next for them. Schedule's tougher, the team's more talented. We'll see how that balances out. And a lot of people have them as a bit of a dark horse, but 9.5 wins I think is the over under. And I think the schedule says if they win 10 wins and win the division again, it's a bigger step than what happened last year, even though the record would be the same, because you've done it against better teams, at least on paper.
Yeah, and I think it's what's expected, but it is nice to hear that from D'Amico Ryans, because this is a team that has gotten so much love and will continue to get so much love before the season starts, to have a little bit of, hey guys, this is a different team.
Yeah.
All that stuff from last year, that's last year's team.
Yeah, starting running back is different. I mean,
New receiver.
Yeah, all of it. Not all of it, but a lot of it is a lot of guys who weren't around for what you built last year.
It's a lot of big pieces.
Yeah, it's a lot of people we expect. Like if we go with the NFL in usage, or we take the NBA's usage percentage to the NFL. Stephon Diggs, we expect to have a big usage number. Joe Mixon, starting running back. These are guys who weren't a part of what you did last year, and of course Danielle Hunter defensively.
Hunter Al-Shire.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys expected a lot of who weren't around last year. We just immediately think they'll be better and they'll improve. We'll see. They did increase their talent level. There's no question about that. We'll just see how it all comes together as we get closer to the season in general. So we'll talk. We'll take. As I said, we take your call, 713-780-3776. We'll get back to what happened yesterday with the Astros and what might happen tonight as the Astros face the Blue Jays. A team in the Astros who's playing really well, 10-1 their last 11 games, best team in baseball over that stretch, and there's a lot of positivity. We know, watching them from day to day, people are starting to feel like this is the team they expected, even if it's coming from unexpected places. And there's also a article in ESPN, or on ESPN, from ESPN Insider, discussing who the Astros should trade for, and it's a name that was brought up last week on ESPN 975. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We've talked about it on this show quite a bit, and it's not unique to us. If we've been pointing to one beyond the injuries to pitching, the biggest hole with the Astros is probably at first base. You guys might feel differently, but throughout the year, we've discussed the lack of a legitimate, actual Major League first baseman. Whether you want Loperfido to be there, I get it. And he has proven, at least on the minor league level, to be just capable, certainly capable of being a first baseman. John Singleton, good story, the fact that he can contribute, but it tops off at a certain point, and you're looking for better there, despite some of the power he can provide on occasion. Well, was it Michael Schwab who was on here last week, and he discussed that a guy the Astros either should be looking into or are looking into is Vlad Jr. And Michael Schwab is not alone. ESPN brings up, and this is kind of how it's positioned, one player every MLB team should trade for or away. And in this case, particularly because the Astros are on this run, they're not suggesting anyone be traded away. They're suggesting Vlad Guerrero Jr. be traded for. And they talk about Abreu and just simply a lack of production at first. And with the Astros back in the race, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is the guy they think should be acquired. And they also look at the rest of the farm system when it comes to that position, and they don't think there's much there. At least Major League ready. Down the line, who knows? I guess they consider Loperfido strictly an outfielder right now, despite what it appears to be the case that he might get more and more time there. The question always remains: now that they've gotten above 500 and they're squarely in the AL West race, do we have a real conversation about what it would take, Sean? Because the position on this show is get to 500, then we can talk about moves. They're there. So we can now have, a serious conversation about this. Are they in a position where giving up what they're going to have to give up for Vlad Guerrero Jr. means, or at least makes sense? Or would you rather not decimate whatever's left of that farm system, which, to be honest with you, we see the updates all the time. There are enough Astro accounts keeping track that the guys that Dana Brown has drafted, they're playing pretty well. He may not have a big say in what happens on this level, but if we're attributing his decisions and the scouts' decisions to the guys they draft, not bad. So are we decimating the farm system even further for Vlad Guerrero Jr. acquisition, or we're riding with what we got?
To me, it depends on the price, because this still is.
Oh, you're being reasonable.
Sorry.
I'm looking for a yes or no here. You're giving me reason and logic. Nah, but
Rewind.
Go ahead, I guess.
No, rewind. Oh, just don't trade Joey Loperfido, please, or Bryce Matthews.
Oh, so anyone that they might want. Okay.
Oh. Rewind.
Okay.
No. Don't add to this group.
They're not good enough, and Vlad Guerrero's not going to put them over the top.
Oh, okay. So they need to replace the $19 million a year first baseman that they cut for nothing with another $19 million per year first baseman who's only signed for the rest of this year and then next year. And then guess what's going to happen?
He's going to walk away too?
He's going to walk away.
It
will be a crime against baseball.
This is what I'm looking for.
If the Houston Astros traded for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
I
prefer for them to sign or to trade for Vladimir Guerrero Sr.
I'd rather them acquire Vlad Sr., bring him out of retirement. This is what I'm looking for. I need you to channel all the soccer takes you see on Twitter, all that fake emotion people are throwing out there. Channel it into your baseball conversation.
Imagine if the best athletes in Houston play baseball.
What?
Imagine if North Shore High School had a baseball team. Imagine if Katy High School had a baseball
They don't have
team.
a baseball team?
I guarantee you they both have baseball
Yeah,
teams.
what are we doing? Katy ain't got a baseball team? What's that about?
Imagine, yeah.
Come on.
Imagine if Cy Lakes had a baseball team.
Yeah. I don't have to imagine. I've seen it. But to your point, yes. I need some of that. So I would can you guarantee if you could guarantee me that Jim Crane would pay Vlad Guerrero Jr., then I'd be like, you know what? Sure.
Okay.
But
All right.
since you can't guarantee me that, no. Because if we got to have another conversation, like imagine in the same offseason, it's Kyle Tucker and Vlad Guerrero Jr. Like Alex Bregman, we all expect his time to come to an end. And then next year we're having conversations about Tucker and Vlad Guerrero Jr. Nah.
Who they would have traded at least a prospect of some note for.
Sure.
The right to have Vlad Guerrero leave after next postseason. I don't know. It seems like a move that if this and I guess you don't have to make it right now.
No.
That's the if they play the month of July like they played the month of June, then I'm more open to it. At least seeing what we got there. But even then, if they keep playing the way they have,
Why are we trading for him?
and that means someone at first base probably stepped up, or just I don't understand why they can't just like ride the hot hand when it comes to a first baseman. Where hey, some days it's gonna be Dubon, and then some days it's gonna be Singleton. You get Loperfido every X amount of games there just to get his feet wet there, see what he's got, keep him in the lineup, and just go from there. I mean, if you really want to get crazy, Caratini you can throw out there. You can throw probably not Yiner this year, maybe other than like an odd game here or there. But there's just more options there that I think is worth exploring for a team that has 4 healthy starting pitchers right now, and I would be more in the mode of trying to get just a decent starting pitcher, not even some ace. Nope, just a healthy arm, just to make the rotation a little bit easier.
Between a 4th and a 5th starter, if that's what's needed, sure, you could shoot for higher, but someone who doesn't result, someone who can provide some innings and we don't have to.
Can we get Brad Peacock? That's what I'm asking.
Someone of that level.
Give me no,
or actually Brad Peacock is who you're trying to trade for?
Probably not actually Brad Peacock.
Okay.
I'll have to look the last time he pitched, but just give me a Brad Peacock type.
Someone of that ilk who, so we don't have to look at, and credit to Sean Dubin for going out there and being really, really good on Sunday. Bullpen games are always make you choke up a little bit. Ooh, this might go poorly for us, and how does it set up the rest of the series or the next couple games if we're using so many guys? So, yeah, understood. I would lean that way, too. If there's a pitcher of medium talent who won't cost very much to acquire, I welcome that. And obviously, a lot of it will have to depend on the prognosis and the timetable for the likes of Verlander and Garcia. And I'm not mentioning the other guy's name because why would I? That's more fantasy. That's more fantastical than, hey, what if Tyreek Hill played soccer?
I mean, the reason I don't really put a ton of stock into Garcia and the other guy coming back is because, as we've seen through the first half of this year, because that's what people were saying before the season started, was the reason they don't need any starting pitching or any more starting pitching is because they have Garcia and the other guy coming back. You need to actually survive to that point.
You have to get there.
You need to have enough pitchers to get to the reinforcements.
And what does it mean when those reinforcements come back? What has happened to your starting pitching? The ones who got you there, will they have enough in the tank afterwards?
Exactly. Ronel Blanco is going to throw the most pitches he's ever thrown.
Yeah.
As a probably maybe in his life in a calendar year, but definitely as a professional.
And are we going to be able to depend on that guy? And we've seen the performances have, I don't want to say shaky, but the performances have not been as consistent well, really since the suspension, does it have to do with being off rhythm, or does it have to do something with just a guy who's pitching more frequently and in bigger situations than he's ever had to do in his professional career? So those are still some questions that need to be answered. But as far as who people think, at least one publication thinks the Astros should acquire, that person is Vlad Guerrero Jr. And he and he's hot right now, by the way. He was the player of the week in the AL, hitting 500, 4 home runs, 17 RBI. So he's going good right now. But he's not the only one in that series going good. We talked about the Astros in their 10-1 stretch in their last 11. Here's some of the guys as far as their batting averages are concerned. Yiner's hitting 350. Altuve's hitting 344. Jordan, well, actually, this is even longer than that since Tucker went down. Jordan's hitting 316, and Bregman's hitting 304. So the bats have stepped up in the wake of Tucker's injury. And that's another guy. When is Kyle Tucker coming back? Some baseball activity is happening. The hope, I guess, would be that he's back by mid-July, maybe, a little bit afterwards. But he's slowly working his way back, and slowly is the operative word, as the bone bruise has been a big deal. Maybe bigger than we thought. But we were all happy that it wasn't broken. He's been suffering, and we hope to see Kyle Tucker back in the lineup shortly. We got a couple more segments to go here. Sean has a list because, SEC, they're the bigger conversation going on with Oklahoma and Texas joining the conference. Well, the conference they left, the voting for the winner of the Big 12, we have that. We have the rank. We have the media vote for who's going to finish first and who's going to finish last. I'll give you a clue. Number 1 is a newcomer. And I imagine the last place team. I don't even want to imagine. I'm going to guess in the next segment. And I'll give you an update on a Big 12 player who's in trouble with the law. And maybe we should blame a video game for it, because we blame video games for a lot of other stuff. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. If you want to bet on who wins the Big 12, you can go to MyBookie for that. Just go to mybookie.ag. They're the place to go if you are interested in making a little money on a wager. So whether it's betting on the Big 12 winner, or maybe how well Oklahoma will do in the SEC, we have options for you. Just go to MyBookie for that. So we got soccer coming up a little later. The Netherlands, another big country, is playing in a knockout round game. They haven't looked great in the group stage, but they have a shot to advance to a quarterfinal. Maybe you like the Dutch today. Go to MyBookie for that. If you are someone who doesn't enjoy sports betting, why wouldn't you? But if you don't, they do allow you to play in their live casino. Card games, if you love those, poker, blackjack, baccarat, and they have live dealers as well. So it's a place where you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime, and use that sign-up bonus, Bet975, or it also applies to existing customers where you can use that promo code to further your money. So bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Welcome back to the show. It's been a big couple of days for departures when it comes to teams in college football. Texas and Oklahoma are officially in the SEC. Well, the Big 12 still has to go on. I know, surprisingly, they're going to try to still play football in that conference despite the exits. And they have voted on who should win the conference. Who is going to win the conference, I guess. We know Utah's new to the conference, Arizona State, and Colorado. Sean said a newcomer to the conference was voted in first place. I imagine it's the guy who heads the team we talked about yesterday, who is not announced his retirement, but has named a coach in waiting. Morgan Scalley, the defensive coordinator for Utah, will eventually take over for Kyle Whittingham. Yes. So Kyle Whittingham, though no plans to retire, has a coach in waiting, and the media thinks his team is going to win the conference.
Yes, Utah's number one, I think, helped by having a great head coach, Kyle Whittingham.
And a coach in waiting?
And, who has no plans to retire, or at least to our knowledge, has no timeline to retire, but also has a succession plan in place. Maybe he watched House of the Dragon, and he was like,
he needs an heir.
Viserys could have really, if he really was stronger with his heir, things would have had to happen the way they did. Anyway,
I can get into.
We don't have to.
I can get into my support of Viserys and pushing back on. Well, he could have done more. You mean like kill everyone who didn't agree with him? I guess he could have done that.
I just like backseat driving.
Understood.
Viserys.
Fantasy kings. Yeah.
They just write down on a piece of paper what he does, and then I can go,
stupid.
So yes, Kyle Whittingham, Cam Rising, Morgan Scalley, I guess.
Let's not pretend like Cam Rising doesn't have a connection to this show. Your doppelganger, Cam Rising.
Not really a doppelganger.
Well, the hair and the facial hair provides enough cover for me to make that comparison.
You know who you look like, Dal?
Go ahead. Compare me to a black person. Let's see how it goes for you.
Number 2, Kansas State.
Even without Will Howard?
Yeah.
Avery
Johnson hours.
Not great on TikTok, Avery Johnson. People are going to make fun of him when they find out about those TikToks.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So.
He's
lucky for him.
He's not Jared McCain level.
Okay, good.
But he ain't great. I mean, no one is Jared McCain at this point.
Yeah. Also, no one's good.
No, that's true.
If you just tell me a college football player is on TikTok or a college kid is on TikTok,
that's
I'm
true.
going to be like, chances are it sucks, right?
That's very true.
Number 3, Oklahoma State Cowboys.
Speaking of that leads me into this. We'll get to the rest of the rankings. Thanks for that lead-in. I kept mentioning a player who was featured in the EA college football game that's coming out in now a couple weeks. First one of those guys in trouble with the law. Ollie Gordon. You mean, what are you talking about? Well, in their game play trailer, he was the first player seen. He hit a spin move in the open field and kept going on his way. He has been arrested on suspicion of a DUI. Ollie Gordon, maybe the best back in all of college football, is in trouble with the law. It's not great. Suspicion of DUI, never good. We all know the dangers that can lead to it if you're just unlucky. It's lucky that he didn't hurt anyone, but he will pay a bit of a consequence. I don't know the policy at Oklahoma State, how they treat these things. Will he get suspended for a game? I don't know. Will he be? I don't know. Just don't know how Oklahoma State does it. We know some schools got no tolerance on that thing, and he might miss a couple games. Oklahoma State may treat him differently, and we'll see how it all plays out. Presumed innocent, right? But arrested on suspicion of DUI. It was in the Oklahoma City area where he swerved his car into an adjacent lane twice and was caught speeding 17 miles per hour over the speed limit of 65. So some of the things that were found in his car, once the trooper detected an odor of alcohol, Gordon admitted he had an open bottle of vodka and tequila, which, according to the affidavit, were found half empty. Someone's very funny said, at least it wasn't. Hey, it could have been. What did someone say? Someone said something like, I guess it's worse than half full. I guess it could have been found half
it's
full.
It's the police really putting their thumb on the scale for saying, "Oh, these bottles are half empty," as opposed to like those bottles were like half full.
Hey, we can see the police.
Half empty implies that like, he was chugging them when the officer pulled up.
Half full suggests that he barely got to the bottle by the time he was arrested.
Or it's like, yeah, they're in there and they're been open, but come on. They're from the night before.
You know, my
he was just moving from one place to another. No, half empty means he was drinking them like the guy in, I guess, Stan in the Eminem song, Stan.
So, inform me on this. Open bottle of tequila and alcohol. I get an open can of beer. Okay, it's open. He popped the top. He opened the can. So, does that imply that there's no cap on it, or it's implied that it's been opened when they say that?
I assume it. Because it's if it was only a bottle of either vodka or tequila, I would assume that just one of them, like the only bottle was open, and it probably looks worse for our friend Ollie Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it's 2 bottles of different kind of liquor, I have to assume that it just means that they have been opened. They weren't both open
with no cap on it.
Yes.
And he might have just put one down from swigging. Yeah,
I would. That's just what I assume, because like, who drinks 2 drinks at the same time of anything?
Yeah.
Like who? Like even you can make a Sprite and 7-Up. Like who drinks 2 of them at the same time?
Yes. Who does that? He was arrested on complaint of DUI, transport of an open container of alcohol, failure to maintain single lane traffic, and speeding.
That's bad.
Yes, all things bad. He had a registered blood alcohol level of 0.11 and 0.10. So I guess they got him twice. They asked him twice. Legal limit is 0.08. So hey, we're gonna do this once, and then we're gonna do it again to make sure. And both times you're above. So it's like the combine when you run the 40.
But they just take your lowest time.
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna do you a favor here. We're gonna take your lowest time.
Oklahoma State, I will say, Ollie Gordon will not be suspended for 4 games.
No.
He will be suspended for less
Oh, you've
than 4
seen the
games.
schedule?
Yes. They open it up with South Dakota State. Then they go, they play Arkansas in Stillwater, it looks like. And they go to Tulsa to play Tulsa. And then they welcome the Utah Utes on September 21st.
4 games. Does he even get suspended for 2? They got Arkansas coming to town.
Very true. Very true.
He might just miss 1. If he misses any at all, we'll see how it's handled now that he has been arrested. And like we said, presumed innocent, although it looks bad for Ollie.
Looks bad. No one can say it doesn't look bad.
Yeah.
And then after the Utah game, they play at Kansas State. So they play the 2 top teams in the Big 12 before the end of September.
Look, I can't influence the people of Stillwater, obviously. But if he is suspended for a game, when he is announced for game 2, don't give him a standing ovation. You know how crowds are. They're like, "Yeah, Ollie's back." He doesn't get a standing ovation because of something he did to himself. Yeah. Now, maybe we see the body cam footage and they are completely unfair to him. I don't know. But as it stands right now, do yourselves a favor. Keep those paddles that you like to bang against the walls in that stadium of yours that gives no room for anyone who's sitting on the bench. But don't give him any applause because he's back in the lineup. No. Refrain, because realize he did something stupid in the city of Oklahoma City.
Okay.
So Oklahoma State is what, 3 or 4?
3.
3.
We can zoom.
Who's last?
We can zoom through. Okay.
I'm gonna guess last.
Okay, guess.
Is it a new member of the conference?
Yes.
Either Arizona State or Colorado. I'm gonna go. They're gonna hype Colorado up enough that they don't have them last. Arizona State.
Arizona State is last.
Yeah.
And then the next 3 are all new members from last year.
So it's UCF, the Cougs, and Cincinnati in some order?
No.
So who's the other person?
BYU.
BYU. So BYU is. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, just order those 3. How you think they're ordered? Top to bottom.
Top to bottom. I know people like Willie Fritz, but I'm gonna go. Ooh, you're right. I'm gonna go UCF, BYU Cougs.
You forgot Cincinnati.
Well, that's 4. All right. UCF, BYU, Cougs, Cincinnati.
No, UCF is 8th.
Okay, so they're the best of the bunch.
Yes. It is 13 BYU, 14 Cincinnati, 15 University of Houston.
So second to last.
Second to last. And then 12th is Baylor. 11th is Colorado.
Okay.
And then 10th, TCU. They don't take head-to-head into account.
Now what happened last year, apparently.
From 9 months ago?
Yeah. Apparently they don't do that.
Okay.
Teams can change.
All right.
So where do the likes of Kansas and the rest?
Kansas, back to the top. Kansas is 4, Arizona 5, Iowa State 6, West Virginia, UCF, Texas Tech, TCU, Colorado.
Texas Tech, now an Adidas school because of their affiliation with Patrick Mahomes.
And Patrick Mahomes' logo, Patrick Mahomes has a logo. That's news to me.
I did not know that. No.
2, it's going to be on the field.
I did see that. If you missed the reveal, Patrick Mahomes, because before now, Texas Tech was an Under Armour school, so Patrick Mahomes would wear his Tech gear, but he would have a piece of tape over the Under Armour logo with an Adidas kind of written by hand on the tape. So that's how they did their reveal. They had either it was digitally or real. I didn't really take a look at it closely, but they had a giant Adidas, well, it was tape and and I guess in Patrick Mahomes' handwriting, Adidas on the tape that was covering from like maybe the 40 to the 40 on the field, and that got peeled off digitally, I believe, and it showed the Adidas logo and the Patrick Mahomes logo to announce that they're now in the conference. And the uniforms look pretty good. They're basic. They're Texas Tech classic uniforms and stuff. Adidas unveiled a new template for Tech. I think maybe Miami will wear it too. Tech obviously getting it because they're new to Adidas, and the uniforms look pretty good. They're going to look, I don't know what else to say other than they look like Tech. They're a classic Tech uniform that you might remember from, like, I don't know, the other Ricky Williams years. Everyone remember there was an other Ricky Williams who was a pretty good running back in the Big 12? Sean doesn't. He just knows of
News
the one.
to me.
I think his number was 35. Ricky Williams. He's like, really? There's another guy with that name who's even better than me at a bigger school? Kind of crap is that? He was a good back, just overshadowed by the Longhorn. We got one more segment here to go before we wrap it up. What can we talk about? Look, I can't predict because I haven't looked at my rundown in the last 20 minutes or so. But we'll have some stuff to get to before we wrap it up, and of course, Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. But before that, one more segment with us. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So continuing something from last segment, I was just looking up the stats from the other Ricky Williams at Tech. In 1998, he ran for over 1,500 yards, had 13 touchdowns. You know who was doing something in 1998? The other rookie in his final season at Texas ran for over 2,100 yards and 27 touchdowns. So if you're the Texas Tech Ricky Williams, you got to be like, come on, man. It was his best year ever. He kind of petered out after that. Maybe injuries took their toll. I don't remember exactly what happened to him, but you rushed for over 1,500 yards and 13 TDs in conference. You would think to yourself, you know what? I'm probably not going to win the Doak Walker because back then a lot of running backs were putting up numbers, but maybe the best running back in the conference, I might win that. I might be, they probably took 2, so he might have been a first-team All Big 12 player as far as the running back position. But Ricky Williams at Texas was putting together a Heisman-type year, and you got to have the worst of luck because no one is thinking about you when Ricky Williams is going off, unless you're a Tech fan.
You said it was 1998?
1998, yeah. Over 1,500 yards, 13 touchdowns.
Ricky Williams, Texas, was first team, and so was Devin West from Mizzou. Ricky Williams, Texas Tech, was second team.
Okay, so Devin West robbed us of a Ricky Williams
Yes.
first team, all Big 8, all Big 12, all Big 12.
12.
Yeah, at the time.
It is confusing because it's like, wait, why is Mizzou in this conference?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Corby Jones got a second place spots. Come on.
Yeah, the biggest moment in Mizzou's Big 12 history is them losing Nebraska when that Nebraska player kicked the ball up in the air and dove. I think it was one of Scott Crouch's years. No, Scott Frost's years. Eric Crouch. I'm mixing together my option Nebraska quarterbacks. Scott Frost was the quarterback then.
Wait, and Texas A&M was in the Big 12?
Yeah. They won a Big 12 title that year.
Wow.
Then they beat Kansas State.
I'm just on the all conference team website. Hold on.
Devin West, I'm gonna have to ask you not to be good in 1998. That doesn't help my agenda.
Just take it down a notch.
Yeah.
Right?
Why did you have to be that much better? So Texas Tech, a new Big 12, a new Adidas school, still in the Big 12, and not expected to do great. That's a team who's putting a lot of money into NIL, so they're trying. And I imagine the connection with Patrick Mahomes will help a little bit. I think they're going to feature him in a lot of the advertising for the move to Adidas. I'm sure you're going to see Patrick Mahomes everywhere. As Tech is trying to, they won't fill the gap of Oklahoma and Texas leaving, but there's a space there for someone to take over as
perennial favorite.
I don't know if Tech can ever be considered that. I don't know if they'll ever get there just because of where they're located. Probably can't recruit to that level, but there's a spot there to be maybe the best Big 12 team in Texas.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is that if you look at the Big 12 and you hold the fact that they're in Lubbock against them, but you look at all the other teams in the Big 12. You have UCF in Orlando and TCU in Fort Worth, U of H in Houston.
Yeah. But you got Stillwater and Manhattan and Lawrence and and Waco. Yeah.
If you're recruiting Texas, how different is it? Can Oklahoma State walk into a high school in Texas and be like, you don't want to go to Lubbock. Where you want to go is Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Yeah, I don't know much about Stillwater, how appealing it is.
I don't think that's that compelling.
They've been a better program than Tech for years, I guess. And I guess still the best players will go to Texas anyway. They don't mind playing the SEC. But for people or players, maybe in, let's say, that mid-tier, or let's say 3 to low 4-star range. That
DFW low 4-star.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe Tech becomes a place they want to play. If Texas is maybe dipping more into SEC country, although I'm sure the focus will still be on the great state of Texas, there is a spot there for someone to decide we're going to be the best in the Big 12, and maybe it'll just be Utah, because why not?
I don't know. Let's see how long Kyle Whittingham has.
No timetable.
I think there's a chance that this is this is Mac Brown level hilarious of having a coach in waiting,
and he never leaves.
And then you leave 4 years later.
The other guy has to leave to go get a job because the head coach never leaves.
I think I don't know. Maybe at Big 12 Media Days, which I imagine is pretty soon, if they already have the list out. But maybe at Big 12 Media Days, he's definitely going to get asked about it. And maybe he goes like, yeah, this is my last year. But for the time being, I can't imagine him retiring in the next 2 years. Right? Kyle Whittingham?
No.
He's got at least 3.
I mean, it might be one of those shock things. Chris Peterson, out of nowhere, decided he didn't want to coach anymore. So it could be one. It could be one of those things. But I would doubt it. Seems like Kyle Whittingham is going strong, and Utah the favorite to win the Big 12. One more thing before we wrap it up. And as you know, the Killer Bees are after Gallant George, so Gallant George are up next. Klay Thompson, no longer a Warrior. You in this town are Rocket fans for the most part, so he was one of the people who tortured you for years. Now he gets to go to a place you hate even more, Dallas. We can't get Klay out of our lives. He goes from Golden State, who was they were pretty much done as a contender. They were willing to trade for Paul George until the Clippers said, "No, we don't want to do that." So they're trying to hang on like grim death. They're trying to find a way to stay relevant. And once the Paul George trade fell through, maybe they're going to take a back seat. And Klay had already decided he was done with them. But he joins the Mavericks. And what does it mean? As much attention as as much as Kyrie and Luka are going to get, I think all the Mavericks need him to do is be able to knock down the shots that Derrick Jones Jr. and P.J. Washington couldn't in the finals. Those guys were really good leading up to that point. It's the reason they made the finals, because they shot above, anything they had shown previously in their careers. It was the reason Oklahoma City played them a certain way. It just didn't work out for Oklahoma City because they got flamethrower P.J. Washington as opposed to what we have seen from him throughout his career. So if Klay's just going to take those shots, and honestly, I think Klay more than anything is going to be a playoff guy. What he does in the regular season, I don't think will matter much. Think Ray Allen. Back when Ray Allen was joining the Heatles late in his career. We're going to probably not play you as many minutes as normal because we want you around for the playoffs. And it's a nice addition, but I think it's specific to playoff series. Can he knock down the shots that Kyrie and Luka are going to get him? And if he can do that, certainly an added addition for the Mavericks. But unfortunately for us, Klay won't get out of our lives. 4 times a year, we're going to see Klay Thompson. Cool. Great. We get more of. I can't wait for Jalen Green to say something to him and Klay to point at his hand and go 4, 4, 4. Does it hit the same if you're doing it on a different team? If you're doing it for the Mavericks and the Warriors, does it even hit the same?
After the Warriors were like, no thanks.
Yeah, you definitely aren't getting us to 5, so get out of here. But Klay Thompson, a Dallas Maverick. We're done. Gallant and Georgia are up next. And if we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Astros were hoping for at least 6 innings today with a limited bullpen. And down goes Turner on strikes. That is the second time Brown has struck out Justin Turner, his third strikeout of the game. And he slows it up with that breaking ball, and he froze Springer for back-to-back strikeouts. Now 4 on the day for Hunter. Got him. What a run Hunter Brown's on. 1 run allowed in his last 5 starts over 31 innings. The potential American League Pitcher of the Month in June starts July with 6 shutout against Toronto.
He's got a 0.29 ERA over his last 5 starts. The Astros took down the Toronto Blue Jays 3-1 yesterday on Canada Day, and it was largely due to the work of Hunter Brown, who went 6 innings. Not the prettiest Hunter Brown outing. 3 walks, 2 hits allowed, but 0 earned runs again. 5 strikeouts. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. He's got to be the American League Pitcher of the Month, Joe.
Absolutely.
If this hasn't already happened today. It's supposed to be announced at some point today. Do we riot? I don't know if we'll go that far. We are certainly surprised.
Do we protest?
Take a knee? I took a knee yesterday.
You did take. It wasn't the best knee. I saw a foot on chair.
Yeah, well, I took a knee on camera.
Gotcha.
It had to show the knee on the camera. Today, if I took a knee on camera, you'd see my shorts. I'm looking good.
If I took a knee on camera, you wouldn't see me over the desk.
So you made fun of yourself there.
I did.
I didn't bully you this time.
You didn't. I opened it up to myself. He was awesome, considering how the game started. 45, 46 pitches through the first 2 innings. You're coming off a bullpen game, and you can kind of see it on social media and listen to the Bees talk about it on the way home, and there's kind of like a little bit of panic already. They used all these guys the day before, and Hunter Brown's pitch count is that high through 2 innings. To then get through 6 innings and to end it the way he did was very impressive, because what separates a good pitcher from a great pitcher, we all know this, is when you don't have your best stuff, is still finding a way to be pretty damn good. And that's what he was yesterday. He didn't have his best stuff, but he found a way again to dominate. That's what he's been doing the last 5 starts. It's incredible. A .29 ERA. That sounds made up.
It's historic. Sarah Langs tweeted this out. Baseball person, for those who don't know. FALS. Pitchers with a sub .30 ERA in a 5-start span in Astros history. 1979, J.R. Richard. 1980, J.R. Richard. 1981, Nolan Ryan. 1984, Nolan Ryan. 1986, Jim DeShays. This has not happened in our lifetime.
Wow.
For the Houston Astros. Hunter Brown, along with Nolan Ryan, J.R. Richard, and Jim DeShays. Wow.
It's an impressive list for the Astros, but even just, I wonder when's the last time it just happened in general. I'm sure someone tweeted that out. But to see this run that he's gone on, his first 11 starts, he's a 6.18 ERA. It was the second worst in baseball. And then since then, he has that .29 ERA in his last 5 starts. That is an unbelievable turnaround by just adding a sinker, 2-seamer that still no one really knows exactly what to call it, because everyone says something different.
It apparently breaks inside on right-handed batters, where his 4-seam fastball breaks away from right-handed batters. But you're right. I don't think any of us know exactly what the hell that pitch is.
Well, because everyone, you hear people within the Astros, they keep changing their mind. You hear people say 2-seamer, you hear people say sinker, but whatever it is, it's been dominant. And it's adding that to his arsenal. You could have said logically, okay, maybe adding a pitch would help him and get him his ERA back in the 3s. To see what it's done the last 5 starts and to turn him into a completely different animal is still shocking. Because think of it if this was flipped, Paul. If his first 5 starts of the season were a .29, and then his next 11 he had a 6.18, we would be calling him
Framber Valdez.
Yeah, exactly. We'd be calling him a fluke. We'd be saying it was a fluke start to the season, and he was, it's not real. It's not sustainable. Now, since it's gone the other way, it kind of makes me feel like this is not to this level sustainable. That's not realistic, right? A .29 ERA is not realistic.
I'm still not all the way there yet. You're right in that it has been an awesome stretch, but I feel so blown away by what he has done. The 1.16 ERA in June is the best for an Astro since Darryl Kyle in 1993. Only one other pitcher in baseball in his last 11 starts has a sub-2 ERA and sub-200 batting average against, because opponents are hitting 188 against Hunter Brown his past 11 appearances with a 1.99 ERA. It's Garrett Crochet, your guy, who you made me aware of.
He's a good pitcher.
I still don't think he's real. His ERA has dropped from 9.78 to 4.07 since May 1st. Everything's looking great. He deserves a ton of credit. He credited a couple of people that we'll talk about in a little bit. There is still a part of me that is not 100% bought in to this being real, and it's entirely because of how good he's been.
Yeah, well, because it's so good.
And it's against the Angels, the Tigers, White Sox, Rockies, and Blue Jays, who all suck.
There's a regression to the mean to be had. The question is, what does the regression long-term look like? Is he a 4 ERA guy, and this is just the most unbelievable stretch ever? Is he a 3 ERA guy? Like what is Hunter Brown? What does that regression look like? When does it happen? And, that's really the question for me, is just how much of the middle ground is there between the 6.93 guy and the 0.29 guy? Because
he's definitely leaning towards the higher number.
For sure.
I again, it's been great. I want this to continue. I hope it will continue. I wonder what happens when he goes through his struggles again, because he even said yesterday, and got a little bit of confirmation from both Joe Espada and from Ryan Presley and from Alex Bregman as well. When he's not feeling confident and he's not moving around in a circle like an angry dude out there, sometimes things get to him and it turns into a Framber Valdez kind of meltdown. And I mean, the good thing for him yesterday is that in a couple of situations where he put runners on base by not hitting the strike zone and throwing a ton of pitches, he was able to work his way out of it. And he said after the game, one of the things that has been helping him is that he's taking a deep breath and he's not thinking that this is all going to spiral. Here is Hunter Brown after the game talking about what helped him get through some of the messes that the Blue Jays presented him.
Coming in what kind of team they are. So, you got to make sure that you're filling it up. And the first 2 innings, I really wasn't, maybe executing at the clip that I wanted to, but was able to kind of bear down and, like you said, maybe make some pitches early in that bat that kind of force him to swing at some stuff that resulted in good contact for us.
The other part of him, besides the guys on base, there was some really bad calls from the umpire yesterday.
Yeah.
There was a couple in the bottom of the zone where they were clear strikes. I was listening to the radio broadcast and then was going back and watching some of the innings as I was driving home. And you don't typically hear broadcasters just say, like, what is the umpire doing? And that's what you were hearing yesterday during the game. And there was one where he walked off the mound. He was kind of like, what's going to happen next? But he kept his composure. And you can tell with him that there is a lot of confidence. And the panic is gone from him. And that's a huge part of this too. Like that growth of being a pitcher and being able to overcome adversity, something that we don't believe Framber Valdez can do, something I don't believe Framber Valdez will ever be able to do. But Hunter Brown in yesterday's game showed that whether it's bad umpiring or guys getting on base, that he doesn't freak out and handle himself very well.
Valdez did do it for a full season for what it's worth with the consecutive start streak, but of late you feel like it's definitely on the table in any start situation where things really unravel for him. Hasn't happened for Hunter Brown of late. He has been awesome. This is not us being Debbie Downers on YouTube, texting tags. And this is not a matter of us, I think, understanding that you need to be patient over the course of the baseball season, as some on the Twitch are suggesting. Hunter Brown was... Sean, do you have the dump button ready? We need it for this one. Hunter Brown was fucking awful at the beginning of this year. He was terrible. So bad. What, you thought that was going to turn around? You patting yourself on the back for that? You're on crack if you thought that was going to definitively turn around. He deserves the most credit for doing this. Well, no doubt about it. But if you thought, hey, let's just let the guy who allowed, what was it, 11 hits in 2/3 of an inning Oh my God! Let's just let that keep happening. Okay. Well, you're more patient than me. I would love to see your kids walk all over you. I would love to see your terrible dog walk all over you. He never does that as he gnaws off my leg.
And even turn around. This is not what people would expect. Even if you are the most confident Astros Hunter Brown homer, when things are going awful, you're not saying over 5 starts he's going to have a .29 ERA. Like that's not realistic expectations for any pitcher in baseball. I wouldn't go into a season and expect that Garrett Cole to do this in a 5-game stretch. Think about it. You just said it hasn't happened for the Astros since before you and I were born. Okay, we're not the oldest crowd here in the room, or at the building, but Hunter Brown, his turnaround, there is a development of patience in baseball that you have to have. It's a long season, but the idea that he was going to be objectively terrible and then be this guy, it's not being a Debbie Downer. I said it last week. Is he a Cy Young guy? I don't think so. Is he the number 1 guy in a rotation? I don't think so. Can he be the 3rd best pitcher and win you playoff games? Yes, I do believe that. These are reasonable expectations for Hunter Brown. To me, putting him in the conversation and trying to crown him already as this elite guy, it goes back to the Justin Verlander, just the motion that he had, that it's just like JV. He's from Detroit. Find a middle ground. Sometimes it's okay to be excited about a guy, see it not go well, and reset your expectations for a player.
Yesterday was one of those outings that felt a lot more like some of the starts that JP France got through last season as opposed to the work of an ace. His numbers over the course of his last 5 starts, since June, since May, no doubt about it, they have been incredible. And I hope that this continues. The Astros honestly need it to continue. So he's going to have to keep on doing this over and over and over again. To his credit, he has been. All I am asking is, do you trust this guy implicitly right now? I'm not quite there, but I love what I'm seeing. He deserves a ton of credit for what he's doing, and he needs to keep doing it. Is this the reminder to be patient in baseball? And do you believe what you're seeing from Hunter Brown? 713-780-3776 to call, to text after the Astros ruined Canada yesterday with a 3-1 victory over the Toronto Blue Jays. Very interesting to see who maybe has Hunter Brown now calm when he's out on the mound. You'll find out more about that next. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Yeah, stay calm and trust your stuff. Trust your defense. Trust your game planning. And he's done that, those are the moments during a game and during a season when you see a young pitcher turning a corner where, you know what, I got my stuff. I got good defense. There's no reason to panic. Let me just execute my pitches. And that's the difference between Hunter Brown and the one that we kind of saw in struggle earlier in the season.
That's Joe Espada talking Hunter Brown and what helped him get through some messy situations early in yesterday's 3-1 victory over the Toronto Blue Jays. Brown has been on an absolute roll his last 5 starts, a .29 ERA over that stretch, 1 earned run in his last 31 innings pitched. Absolutely insane. Maybe Joe Espada deserves a little bit of credit, and patience is a two-edged sword in baseball. For every, hey, let's let Hunter Brown figure his stuff out, there's a Jose Abreu. Well, maybe there's not a Jose Abreu for every single Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
But there are Jose Abreu's that exist in baseball from time to time. And if you continue to play that guy, it's probably not going to change. But for a young guy like Hunter Brown, Espada having the patience to continue to put him in there, to let him work out of jams, and encourage him in whatever way he could, largely, I would imagine, due to the fact that the Astros had no pitching depth. Maybe you got to give Espada a little bit of credit for this turnaround. So many Espada haters to open this year when it's really the Astros players and pitchers that have been the ones effing it up.
Yeah, you have to give credit where it's due, and whether it's Joe Espada or, on the Twitch here, there's a conversation already happening about how Yainer Diaz is a terrible catcher. I think it's weird that he's a terrible catcher when Fromber's on the mound, but when he's catching Hunter Brown, he's apparently not a terrible catcher. But between Yainer, Miller, and Murphy, the pitching coaches, Hunter Brown himself, Joe Espada, everyone deserves a lot of credit. They've what he's done is remarkable in terms of a turnaround. It doesn't mean it's going to last forever, but to be that bad through May and to give up 1 earned run in his last 5 starts is incredible. And even the one before that against Minnesota, he only gave up 3 earned runs. And it goes past that. The thing about the Hunter Brown turnaround, it really was the first month of the season was a disaster. April was brutal. He left April 30th, his last start against Cleveland. He left that start with a 9.78 ERA. He's only given up more than 3 earned runs in 2 starts since then. So that's why even though the idea that this is just the last 5 starts, it's the last 5 starts with the 2-seamer that they've added, but he has been collectively much better through May, June, and now the start of July.
Mm-hmm. Who deserves the credit for it? Is it Joe Espada? Is it Ryan Presley? I guess Ryan Presley was the one who sat down with Hunter Brown after that 11-hit, 9 earned run, 2-out performance against the Royals. I think that was on my birthday. Thanks for the birthday present, Hunter Brown. I haven't forgiven you. Maybe that's why I'm not 100% bought back in.
Because he ruined your birthday?
Well, he didn't ruin my birthday. Actually, I got to stop watching the Astros game
So it
a
was
little
a
bit
good
earlier.
bir-
I didn't really want to watch
He gave you a gift.
baseball.
He gave you a gift.
I didn't really want to watch baseball on my birthday, so I could tune out early because I wasn't assuming the Astros were going to come back from down that much in the first inning.
I think it was your birthday now that I think back to that moment.
The holiest day of them all, April 11th. Also, apparently Alex Bregman's the one who told Hunter Brown to start throwing a 2-seam fastball. Master Alex Bregman. Oh, get rid of Alex Bregman. He's not doing enough. Excuse me. He's doing the little things.
Alex Bregman, leader, game changer.
Alex Bregman is not just a player. He's a coach.
No, he's maybe not the motivator that the strength and conditioning coach. I forgot his name again.
How dare you forget his name again?
You don't know it either. But the Astros turnaround that since that team meeting has happened, led by said strength and conditioning coach.
And you're just disrespecting one of the greatest minds in Houston sports.
He's so great. Don't even need to know his name. I just know he's the leader of the Astros. But
you mean Hazel Wesson?
That's what it is. I knew it started with an H.
I mean, I gave you plenty of rope to hang yourself with. And you forgot about this great motivator.
It's
that you wish he was with you at the Athletic. Oh wait, no, he would get pissed off at you for not respecting his name.
He would just scream at me. I'm not a big responder to the yelling.
No?
No. I'm a gentle motivator.
A gentle motivator.
I like just words of encouragement. If you yell at me, it wouldn't work as well.
Soft boys tomorrow, 12:30.
I think so. I think I just put myself into soft boys.
I need someone to be nice to me when they're motivating me. No, I want someone to piss me off.
No, I think I respond to it better.
Okay.
Dab says Ryan Presley hasn't been good since he showed up on ESPN 97.5 with John and Lance. He's been pretty good lately.
He's been better recently, and he turned Hunter Brown's season around. So you got to add that to Ryan Presley's win column.
Yeah.
Maybe that takes away 3 blown saves.
Oh, that's pretty good. Maybe, and this takes away the first month of the season for Alex Bregman.
2 months, in fact, yeah, because now Hunter Brown's been good for 2 months.
Yeah. So Alex Bregman, his first month of the season, wiped out. Ryan Presley, all the blown saves, bad performances, some of those wiped out. Not all of them, but some of them wiped out.
Bregman was too focused on fixing Hunter Brown, and you just don't understand. You non-baseball savants like us.
I do find it fascinating that it would be Alex Bregman would be the one to say, "Hey, you should start trying to throw this thing."
I mean, to Bregman's credit, of all the Astros hitters, he probably has the best mind/eye for the strike zone, and has an ability to see balls coming his way probably better than anybody else on the team. I would say Altuve, but he's so damn aggressive swinging. That lack of patience makes me feel like Bregman, who's so damn choosy, so damn picky, is perhaps psychotically obsessive compulsive about what is and what isn't a strike.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen him slamming his helmet down like Altuve did the other day.
I still can't. I just like watched it again yesterday. It still really surprises me. Just like I know it's the second time he's been ejected from the game. The umpire was on the crew who threw him out in 2016. Was on this crew the other day. I guess he wasn't.
Get out, really?
Yeah, he wasn't responsible for throwing him out in the game the other day, but he was responsible in 2016 when it happened. It's still just knowing what we've seen from Altuve all these years. It's kind of what we talked about with Sean, where I don't ever want to make Mapes mad at me and yell at me because I feel like we did something really wrong for Sean Mapes to yell.
Oh
at
yeah,
us.
we talked about that yesterday. We don't think Sean's capable of yelling.
But like that's what the Altuve was he was so mad. The umpire should have just known they were in the wrong. They should have just known. If Jose Altuve is that upset. But Hunter Brown, not upset anymore.
Hunter Brown not upset. And Josh Miller, pitching coach, also deserves a little credit for Hunter Brown's turnaround. Miller, before yesterday's game, talked about Brown. He's kind of an out-there emotional guy. And when he's stomping around, huffing and puffing and getting angry and not letting it get away from him while being that, that's when you see he's being confident Hunter. He wasn't real sharp today, said Miller after the game. Didn't throw strike one a ton, walked 3 guys, but managed when counts would get away from him, when base runners would get on, and channeled that good emotion and really stepped on it when he needed to. So he needs to be angry when he's out there. Does that mean he needs the motivation that the Waterboy used in the movie The Waterboy?
I don't feel like he had control of his anger very often. It worked in his favor, but I feel like the Waterboy was a little out of control at times. Now, he was more in control than... Adam Sandler has a lot of angry characters because the next one I was going to go to anger management. He was really out of control in anger management.
Yeah, thus the movie. Anger management.
But Waterboy it was good for him. But I don't want Hunter Brown to get that angry. Like you can get like if that's 100% anger, Hunter Brown needs to be at like 70%.
Anakin Skywalker, a.k.a. Darth Vader, was better when he was angry as a Jedi. People forget.
I mean, he was.
Yeah, except for the high ground thing. Whoops. We all have our high ground
He also
moments.
killed like a bunch of children.
They had it coming.
What?
These sand people.
I meant the Jedis.
No, the Jedi had it coming too.
The kid Jedis?
Yeah, they had it coming.
Oh, Paul, bad take.
They had it coming. Oh, look at me. I got
Bad
a
take,
lightsaber. Oh, I'm so much better than everybody else because someone gave me a laser sword. You know, the world could use less Jedis. The world could use less sand people. I'm just kidding on the sand people one. That one was a little messed up, right? That's problematic. You can't do that.
And they messed up
a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So, it is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Do you trust that Hunter Brown is this guy now? Do you believe what you're seeing? That is on the table all show long. Up next, in case you missed it, everything you might have missed over the course of the weekend, including something the Astros are finally doing and seem to be open to doing more of. And yeah, the U.S. lost yesterday. At least we're not the only country that's sitting in embarrassment. Plus, Megan Thee Stallion got an apology. It's Gallant and George. Stick around. Paul Gallant, Joe George. Did anyone notice that after that 2 hour and 45-minute rain delay, that Joey Loperfido played first base for the last 3 innings of Houston's win over the New York Mets? 6 total chances, no incident. And afterwards, Joe Espada actually sounded open to playing him more at first. Doesn't this just piss you off about how stubborn the front office was about Jose Abreu? They said they're open to doing it more. Singleton had a home run over the weekend, is hitting a little bit better. Dubon's looked good in that spot. But, I mean, there never was a legitimate justification to saying Loperfido isn't ready for first base, which is something we heard a lot of. I thought he looked pretty good in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, as the Sugarland Space Cowboys tweeted out once upon a time and then deleted, just a first baseman doing what a first baseman does. How is Mauricio Dubon just like so more advanced to play first base than Joey Loperfido? Did he play first base before last year? Ever in his career? I'm going to guess the answer to that is no.
Really, the only thing I think as far as being a first baseman that's difficult is the ability to stretch and scoop. And that is a skill, no doubt about it. But for the most part, first basemen generally not the most athletic guys in the field.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, just maybe, having an athletic guy there, whether it's Dubon or Loperfido, a natural athlete, they'll figure out a way to make it work.
All I care about is that when Kyle Tucker one day returns to the Astros lineup is that Joey Loperfido plays a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And if that means that Chas McCormick's not playing as much with him and with Loperfido in left and Jordan as the DH, or Loperfido gets run at first base, that's all I care about. I don't really care where he plays at this point. I think I like him more in the outfield because he makes incredible plays.
He's great in the outfield. Yes.
But like, if it means getting him in the lineup on a more consistent basis, him playing first base, good with me.
The U.S. lost in soccer yesterday, 1-0 to Uruguay. We'll talk about that game in more detail at 12:45. Hey, at least we weren't the only country to disappoint and embarrass their nation in soccer, because Mexico also out of Copa America after a 0-0 draw against Ecuador.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean,
embarrassing.
It's probably more embarrassing for us because I think the U.S. is, in the eyes of the international community, better than Mexico.
Yeah.
But at least Mexico lost too. I mean, that's legitimately it. And a country that we founded, Panama, advances to Copa America.
And then what? I know we're gonna get into it later. What was up with that camera angle?
What camera?
It was the all 22 for the whole game yesterday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
For Team USA.
The all 22.
It was like up top.
Yeah, that's what soccer broadcasts always are.
It was way too high. They looked like ants on the field.
It always looks like that, doesn't it?
I don't think so.
Okay. Honestly, I didn't notice that at all. Cristiano Ronaldo was crying after missing a penalty shot in the 114th minute for Portugal against Slovenia. It sucks because Stephen A. Smith started clowning him on social media, but Portugal would ultimately win 3-0 on penalties. They advanced in Euro Cup, and they'll play France in the quarterfinals.
Cristiano Ronaldo, soft boy. No crying in soccer.
He's got one of the most punchable faces in sports.
Ooh, definitely.
There's just something about him, and also his off the field, just persona, an annoying one at best.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good, July. As we get to July, most punchable faces in sports.
Yeah,
he's definitely at the top of the list.
I as someone who has a very punchable face, I can't go too far down that rabbit hole, but Ronaldo, not very likable. This league, WNBA, ready for this story, Joe? Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever beat Diana Taurasi's Phoenix Mercury 88-82. The Fever tweeted the final score with the caption, "Reality check," circling back to what Taurasi said the WNBA will be for Caitlin Clark on the Scott Van Pelt Sports Center. Reality check.
The funniest thing about this game was there was this play where she missed the shot and the ball was going to hit one of the Mercury players in the head. So she swatted it away from her. And it turned into this, it looked like there was going to be a little kerfuffle that was about to happen, a little fight, because it looked like the player thought that Caitlin Clark was basically taking a swing at her. Eventually, she realized what was happening and apologized on the court, but they really don't like Caitlin Clark.
They don't like Caitlin
It's
Clark.
so evident during the games.
It's good for the sport.
It is, because it's the only thing we care about.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch the actual game itself, though. I do think it's really funny that WNBA basketball, with all of the violence, is a lot closer to the 90s basketball that everyone claims that they want back in their lives. Continuing through, in case you missed it, did you know that Shannon Sharp had beef with Houston's own Megan Thee Stallion?
I did not.
I did not either. Shannon Sharp was on his own episode of the Club Shay Shay podcast, Shooting the Breeze, with Chad Johnson, formerly Chad Ochocinco, and randomly went down this rabbit hole talking about Megan Thee Stallion.
My grandpa used to say, boy, they can look down longer than you can look up. They look up longer than you can look down. You know what I'm saying, Ocho? But hey,
yes, sir.
I have a stretched out like a 2:45. You know what I'm saying, Ocho? Don't play with me. Ocho, you better stop playing with me, Ocho. Huh? Bear, please.
I think all of that's perverted, but I have no idea what any of that meant.
Lost. Completely lost. Explain it to me like I'm 5.
I can't. Sean, want to try to explain that to us in a politically correct way that's family friendly for all the children out there?
I also don't really know what I mean. It's one of the things that I talk about a lot. Where if you're born before, like, I don't know, 1986, and you talk on the radio, don't talk about women, because it's just gonna come out as creepy. Just that it's impossible for people of a certain age to not talk about women and be creepy. And I very selectively chose that date, giving who's in the other room. It might be.
It probably is past
1990,
my time.
but
it probably is past my time.
We're not there yet.
But
You're not there.
Shannon Sharp, what he said there, I don't know if it was the first thing or the second thing. Probably the second thing. Shannon Sharp had Megan Thee Stallion on the Club Shay Shay podcast, and he squashed the beef.
October, and I told a joke, and I said it in jest, but I believe the joke would have been just as funny had I left you out of it. So for any unwanted attention, harm, shame, embarrassment that I caused you or your family, I want to say, as a man, as I sit here before you, I apologize.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Anytime someone comes on the show, we have to toast, because you have an amazing, you've been amazing, and you have an amazing career going forward. So this is my personal cognac, Shea by Laportier.
Okay.
So
Shea by Laportier?
That's what it's called, Shea by Laportier. Let me know what
Okay, because I'm the cognac queen.
Okay, cognac.
I don't know if you knew that.
Don't get him too excited. He's going to go right back to saying whatever he said before. Come on, Megan. You got to know that this man, a 56-year-old bachelor, is always going to be a 56-year-old bachelor.
I'm literally just like Googling, trying to find like explanation. No luck yet. Not sure how much longer I should be Googling this on company Wi-Fi.
Oh wow!
Because it seems very pervy.
What is in the search bar right now?
I don't even want to say what he said, because I don't know what it means. So I don't want to be canceled.
As you can tell, now I don't see color, but based off of my lack of understanding of what happened there, I believe that I am white. Who knows? Who knows? Continuing to speaking of being white, I only found out today that I am white. I always watch the BET Awards, and who else saw that O.J. Simpson made the In Memoriam segment as a former football player?
I was surprised.
R.I.P. O.J.
I was surprised when I saw this on social media.
I will remember you.
Oh.
Continuing.
I think I would have passed on that one if I was them.
Yeah, I would have too. The funniest part was the reception to it, where no one knew what to do. Like, there was no applause. Everyone was quiet. There were a couple of claps, but it was noticeably different. The claps for that moment in memoriam than everything else. Understandably so. Remember Royce White, Rockets legend?
Yes.
Did anyone see Royce White, who is playing in the Big Three? I guess he can fly in planes now. Royce White, famously a Houston Rockets draft pick. What was it, 2014? But despite his great talent, LeBron James adjacent, he has such anxiety while on planes that he could never travel with the Houston Rockets, despite the Rockets bending over backwards to get him to play for them. Joel Blank can tell you a lot more about his time in Houston. But Royce White is playing in the Big Three, and he has Trump 2024 written on his head while playing out there. I don't know if that's a permanent tattoo or if it's a Carlos Boozer marker, but
I think it's the Boozer marker.
The man is bald and has Trump 2024 on the side of his head.
It would have been funnier if he got it tattooed. But at the same time, I'm thinking like he used Sharpie and how hard it was to get it out. Like just like scrubbing at it constantly.
Yeah, it would take a while, I would think, to get Sharpie off of a bald head.
Unless he just keeps refilling it out, just like as like an ad.
Over the course of a game?
No, just like over the course of a week. Like it's just constantly Trump 2024.
Could you get it
on
like
his bald head? Could
it be like temporary tattoo, where he put his head under? Is it like warm water?
Oh yeah,
with
yeah,
a sticker on it.
That's a good call. But I'm pretty confident this is Sharpie. Pretty confident.
Sharpie.
Maybe a stamp. Just
I mean, it's a large writing.
Oh, it's a big stamp just on the side of his head.
One last one. Simone Biles has evened her series against the Twisties because she crushed it at the trials for the Olympics. in Olympic trials, that was pretty disastrous for United States gymnasts because two players seriously hurt themselves in warm-ups. Shalise Jones injured her knee. Kayla DiCello hurt her Achilles. And Sky Blakely ruptured his Achilles as well. Gymnastics. Dangerous sport.
Is terrible for your body. It's awful. Like, have you ever talked to someone who's done gymnastics before?
Not. I have not, but actually check that. No, someone that I was talking to 2 years on one of the apps told me that she had torn her ACL as a gymnast.
Yeah, I was gonna say their bodies are always shattered, and they're 23. They're just they have horrible injuries, and again, they're in their early 20s.
I'm pretty sure Abigail, who works with us.
Oh, she did gymnastics?
She tore her hamstring twice, off the bone.
Wow.
I think
in gymnastics?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. They all have either they should just be a running back in the NFL or do gymnastics when they're teenagers because there's really no difference in the wear and tear that it has on your body. It's crazy.
It is weird that she's 27 and some of her teammates competing with her are 16.
Well, she's the oldest person the U.S. has sent to the Olympic, or maybe oldest woman that the U.S. has sent to the Olympics for gymnastics since the 50s or something. Where you're like, what? She's 27,
and you gotta wonder, say she doesn't get the twisties last time around in the Olympics, how many gold medals does she have? Is she on the Michael Phelps level? The only issue I had with that, hey, if you have the twisties, withdraw absolutely. But I feel like if she felt it before the Olympics, she should have withdrawn before and given somebody else a chance.
I think that's fair.
She could always come back for another round,
Yeah.
But hey, we're going to see her out there. Yeah. Shout out to H-Town's own Simone Biles.
Jonathan Owens is going to see her there.
Jonathan Owens taking off time from Bears training camp to go see his wife in the Olympics.
Good husband.
Bears already on the track to lose again.
Going to be behind on the playbook.
Yeah.
Yeah. Run down on kickoff.
What's the difference between Aaron Rodgers' unexcused absence and Jonathan Owens' excused absence? The Jets did not allow Aaron Rodgers to do what he did.
Yeah, people are asking.
Good point.
The Bears are letting Jonathan Owens.
Jordan Love just throw a football right over his head because he was too busy thinking about the time he had croissants with his wife.
And Joe's Bears are, allowing Jonathan Owens to walk all over them. Interesting. All right, it's Gallant and George. That is in case you missed it. Every Tuesday at 12:30, we go through everything that we didn't get to from over the weekend in the world of sports. Coming up next, you want to talk about Hunter Brown. Do you trust him? Going forward, you can, but you definitely don't trust the United States men's national soccer team. Yesterday, a very unsurprising disgrace, no matter how good Uruguay is. Really, we just got to talk about all of it. Just peel the Band-Aid off so we can move on from soccer for a while again. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
From the 307, ex-gymnast here, 3 back operations, carpal tunnel in both wrists too. Ow. From the 361, wife was a college gymnast, and yes, always hurt.
Man, we were literally talking about putting Joseph in gymnastics, like next year. I think I'm out.
No, have him play tackle football
Yeah.
instead. It'll be
he can't.
healthier.
Not in Texas.
Why not?
No, it'll be healthier.
We're too small.
Oh, okay.
Size.
You can be.
not
You
the
can be.
issue.
You can play 5'6". You can be 5'6" and play football in Illinois. You can't be
Okay.
5'6" in Texas and play football.
If your kid is 3 years old and 5'6", I think you should play football.
Oh, okay, smart ass.
Yeah. Bulk up.
Smart ass Mapes over here.
Height,
No,
is,
you can
height
be
is
a-
not a determiner in football. You, especially at the high
Eh,
school level.
He could be a Danny
But
Woodhead.
typically the weight goes with the height, so he's going to be a little bit smaller frame. I wasn't always fat.
Scat back.
But you played rugby. I'm assuming that you always had a little bit of mass on you.
Yeah, but not until I got into like my senior year of high school.
Okay.
I was pretty small. Like
Yeah,
I
I was
wrestled
too.
Like I wrestled at like 118 in 8th grade.
I mean, look, I was 5'4" in the varsity
Yeah.
team. I was 5'4", 130 pounds.
I mean, maybe we'll play football. We'll see.
It's definitely possible. And I played in Florida. Again, it was a low-level high school in Florida. But size, don't let size keep him away.
Show him some Rex Burkhead tapes, you know?
And just be like, this could be you.
No, you gotta play. You gotta let him play the sport that's gonna allow him to earn the most money. That's the key. Gymnastics for a guy probably
So
not,
basketball?
probably not gonna be the thing. Yeah, basketball.
Oh,
Now the 5'6" conversation.
yeah,
you know.
White Spud Webb.
5'6" left-handed
Now,
pitcher.
if I
Would
can just
that work?
if I can give it a 6'1", he could be the next Reed Shepard.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to give him to 6'1".
No.
Besides prayer, but
And that surgery that lengthens people's shins.
I would never do that. That's bizarre behavior.
Seems worse than doing gymnastics.
Yeah.
But not worse than the United States once again disappointing us all, because that's what the U.S. men's team always does. They get us excited. It's the golden generation. Every one of their 11 players is starting internationally. Woohoo! And then they can't even get out of a group featuring 2 of the worst international teams there were in Copa America, Bolivia, Panama, a country we founded to make a canal, for God's sake. Uruguay's good. We know that. We have seen Uruguay advance deep in the World Cup before. Still, 1-0, and it feels exactly like every single time the United States has ever played against a legitimate soccer power. That's the problem. Every single time you watch the U.S. soccer team play against a team that is considered good in the international community, what always seems to happen is they are completely unable to challenge offensively at all. And think about this. Since the 23rd minute of the Panama game, which is where I believe the U.S. player was ejected for hitting a Panama player, it was like 4 minutes right after, he had been ejected for hitting somebody in the back of the head. 4 shots on target. Every single time they tried to get a shot on the net last night, it felt like Uruguayan soccer players were diving all over the place like you would see in hockey in the Stanley Cup Finals. And I know there's some controversial moments in this one, a yellow card that should not have been allowed to continue through that Uruguay almost had a chance to score in the first half on, and then an offsides call a little bit later. But that's not my issue. My issue is the U.S. never feels like it's attacking. It always feels like it is doing just enough to secure a tie and a point as opposed to trying to actually win, being aggressive. And it feels like they have the guys that actually should be able to make them capable of being aggressive.
Yeah, it's just another. It's why I struggle to get behind, and support men's soccer in a capacity like this. It's because my whole life all I hear is they've got the players. This is the best group of players. It's always the best group of players. It feels like we talked about the coaching changes that they make. They make them pretty frequently, maybe not as often as people would like, but they've made the changes in coaching. They have the money in the program. Like there are so many kids playing soccer in this country. And then they gas it up like they're going to finally break through, and then they just don't.
Yeah.
And it's why I have a hard time getting excited about this stuff, because It's just another team that fails constantly. I got enough of that in my life, man. I got enough teams that I've grown up rooting for that are utter failures. I don't need to be live and die. I will watch Team USA because I'm a good American and I support my country. But I'm not gonna live and die at every soccer game because I know they're gonna lose.
I would be okay with the living and dying part. I just would like them to stop being hyped. Because this is, again, the same thing. It always feels like whenever the U.S. is in a critical soccer tournament, we get sucked in by a lot of people that are praising them. When in reality, we need guys like, whether it's Glenn Davis doing his Soccer Matters show or it's Alexi Lawless, that are criticizing our soccer federation. And in case you missed it, this was Alexi Lawless, the red-headed hammer, destroying the U.S. team last night.
I know there's a sport in firing coaches in all professional sports, and I know the knives are out, and they should be, because this is not good enough from Greg Berhalter. And you have to ask yourself, with 2026 coming barreling down the pike, it's going to come real quick.
Less than 2 years away, Mike.
All right, we can't afford to waste it. We can't afford to be embarrassed, and we can't afford to arrive in the summer of 26 with a team that has not progressed, that has not evolved, and has not improved. And I'm sure if Greg Berhalter was here, he would say, oh, but you don't see what's happening inside. I don't give a crap what is happening inside. I don't care about the dynamic. I don't care how much your players love you. I don't care how kumbaya it is. All I care about is I see a U.S. men's national team that is better than before. And we haven't seen that, and that's a problem going forward.
Is that on the players? Is that on the manager? Is that on the federation? Where are we saying you need to be better?
Well, the players certainly need to be better, you know.
Do you think this generation of players has what it takes? Like, do you think that they have that deep inside of them?
I think there's a couple of them. I think they are better soccer players, but ultimately I don't think that they're better U.S. men's national team players.
The team part is what I see, because at the very end, you could tell Christian Pulisic just trying to do the whole thing on his own.
Yeah,
understandably so, but I mean, yikes.
Yeah, and like I said, we know Uruguay's a good team. That was obvious, but they didn't advance out of the group stage. Like the expectation.
It was a bad group. Like it should have been the U.S. and Uruguay getting out of that group.
And honestly, even if they just lost, maybe one thing. To me, it's the idea that and this is again like a belief just for me of the sport. You have the coach on the sideline like halfway through the game, indicating how many goals they need to give up or not give up so they can advance.
Okay, against a team like Uruguay, to get out of the group, maybe you don't need to do it. But if you're never going to do it, like, how do you learn how to become it? You know, don't you have to from time to time? It's very easy to blame Berhalter for all this. The player sucked. You know, I'd go back to the game against Panama, too. Don't get ejected in the 18th minute for hitting a guy in the back of the head. But Berhalter's clearly not the guy to take this team to the next level. And, you know, I'd love to focus on the refs. The referee that was in question last night, Kevin Ortega. There was a controversy after the game because Pulisic went up to him and was talking with him, and it looked like he was indicating, hey, how about you go celebrate with Uruguay over there, while offering to shake his hand, and the guy denied him a handshake.
Yeah, that was weird.
It was a funny moment.
Because most people were showing just the second part of that clip all over social media, so that was like the part that was going the most viral, was where he shakes the hand of like the first ref, and then he goes to the next ref and he gets denied. But when you look at the whole clip, I'm like, I don't blame the referee for not shaking his hand.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It is Gallant and George. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. On YouTube, at ESPN Houston. Coming up next, do you trust what you have seen out of Hunter Brown of late? Do you think it'll continue? Is this fool's gold? And let's use the U.S. men's team to talk about real sports. Sorry, Glenn, I'm sorry. But, I mean, you know. Who is the NFL, NBA, and MLB equivalent of the U.S. men's national soccer team? Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
Astros have only had one other runner reach scoring position. Jordan sends one to center. Barcho, the new center fielder, all the way back at the wall. He'll leap up. It is gone. Home run. Jordan Alvarez goes the other way over the left center field wall. And there are the insurance runs for the Astros. It's now 3-0.
It was a little dicey for a moment. You weren't 100% sure if Rafael Montero was going to be able to get you through the 7th inning. He did, somehow, some way. And the Astros bullpen, not exactly inspiring the most confidence. We had an appearance by Brian, I'm praying for you. Get it? Sounds like Brian Abreu.
That's good.
Brian, I'm praying for you. Josh Hader has allowed all of the Astros runs, all of the runs against the Astros by the Blue Jays this year. He allowed a home run in the 9th inning, but they did enough, and Hunter Brown did more than enough, getting the Astros through 6 innings despite a couple of clunky early innings. He really seems to be settling in. And, I mean, my God, the numbers over the past 5 starts. That was 0.29 ERA. The numbers over the past 2 months, incredible. He should be the American League Pitcher of the Month for June. Yesterday, obviously, took place on July 1st. But I can't believe what I'm seeing. And there's a part of me, Joe, that feels the need to pinch myself because I'm loving this. It just feels hard to believe that a stretch against teams like the Angels and the White Sox and the Rockies and the Blue Jays is going to continue.
I think that's totally justified. Why? I mean, the start of the season, what last year was, I understand why you're not totally there yet. There's no reason to believe he's this guy for the foreseeable future. What does it take, Paul? I'm curious. Like another...
Do this against teams with an offense.
Yeah.
I would say that stretch where the end of July, they play the Mariners and the Dodgers, 6 of the first 9 games back from the All-Star break, and then they play all of those teams that they're in wild card contention against, win games and pitch dominantly in those games. Okay, maybe I'll buy into it. But this stretch is so damn good. It's unbelievable to me, even though it is very clearly happening, and he has definitely found something with this 2-seam fastball.
Yeah, man, his next 2 starts are right now projected to be against the Twins and the Rangers. So, well, the Rangers obviously not having a great year this year. That's still a lot of good pieces on offense. The Twins' offense is good, and the Blue Jays' offense is good too. Now, Vlad Guerrero Jr. have been one of the best hitters in baseball, if not really the best hitter in baseball. Very recently, was obviously not in the lineup yesterday, but he got it done, and that's what matters right now. Is build on this. Is that when you play the Twins, who are a playoff team right now, to what you're saying, Paul, to show them that this is for real. You know, you're facing Royce Lewis and Carlos Correa and those guys. Beat someone good, because I am with you that the reservation with this stretch is overall the quality of opponent is pretty poor.
Right. It's not me saying that this is completely phony. I mean, you don't put numbers up against major league hitting like that if you're not doing something right. But just keep in mind, the teams that this 0.29 ERA stretch happened against, in order, it's been teams like the Angels, Tigers, White Sox, Rockies, and Blue Jays. All of those teams are below 500. So just keep it in mind. But love what we're seeing. Hopefully it continues, whether it's due to Alex Bregman saying, hey, throw that 2-seam fastball, or Ryan Presley giving him a pat on the head after that awful performance against the Royals. It's been a lot better.
The lineup was terrible yesterday, though. We didn't really hit on that at all.
Yeah,
I mean, they had 4 hits.
But you did get a Yordong, and you did get a Jeremy Pena home run. But you're right. I mean, that guy, what's his face, had his best career start.
Yeah, and because he had never gotten out of the 5th.
Oh, boy.
In his career. And he got 6.2 innings pitched yesterday.
I'm gonna blame the delayed start time due to it being Canada Day, which is a fraudulent holiday. We're gonna talk about that at 1:15. So the USMNT, the
You got there.
National
You got
team,
there.
the disappointing soccer team that's not as good as the women lost to Uruguay. And I see some of the soccer savants are saying, well, Uruguay is really good. I don't care. We're the United States of America. How many people live in Uruguay? 20? I don't know. I'm exaggerating a little bit. 25. But you lost. After all the hype going into this, everyone talking about how good Pulisic is and how good the team is and all the starters and how Greg Berhalter isn't that much of a problem. Guess what? The exact same bleep happened again. So it got Joe thinking, who are the American professional sports equivalent in the NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball of the U.S. men's team?
Yeah, so you have to be a lot of hype, no success.
Is it a lot of hype?
I think there's a lot of hype for Team USA. Maybe it's because the big tournaments are really every 2 years.
It feels like it's a hipster hype. Because, again, there's a lot of people that just don't buy into soccer, and it
Yeah.
largely has to do with the fact that they don't win.
Sorry. There's a lot of people like me who this is the only time they watch. I only watch during when there's a big game that everyone's talking about, or the Olympics or the World Cup. I'm not watching friendly Team USA games. I'm just not. So that's part of the reason why I think there's hype around it. So there's, in the community, there's great expectations for Team USA that they fail to live up to over and over again. The first team I thought of was the New York Jets. It is a team that has not made the playoffs in 13 years. It is the longest stretch in the NFL for a team to not make the playoffs or not have a playoff win, whatever one it is. They're hyped up all the time, whether it's Mark Sanchez, Sam Darnold, now it's Aaron Rodgers. They always have the next quarterback. They've always got a great coach who fails. And it's the market that they're in. People pump up the New York Jets in a way that they're not good. Like, in my lifetime, the Jets have been an awful football team, and they keep taking these first-round quarterbacks or acquiring quarterbacks, and, like, Chad Pennington was the best quarterback of my lifetime for the Jets.
Sanchez had a couple of good years, but it wasn't Sanchez that got them as far as they got, which was to the AFC Championship. I think they got to it 2 years in a row. Maybe it was just 1 year.
No, it was 2 years in a row.
In the Rex Ryan era. But you're right. I don't know that the Jets is fair because the Jets are always such a mess off the field and seem to make the worst possible decisions all the time. I don't know if the U.S. is quite that.
They're not that messy.
Yeah. I saw someone compare the U.S. men's team to the Dallas Cowboys, but that's also unfair to the Cowboys because the Cowboys have actually won. I think what we're talking about here is someone who hasn't won in a really long time that is completely impotent offensively. I'm, of course, talking about Joe Chicago Bears.
I knew that's where you were going to go with this.
Because it feels
You're right.
It feels like the only way that the U.S. wins a game is through defense.
They put them on national television all the time when no one wants to watch the Bears.
Like the best,
they force them out there in front of you.
Was it like the best U.S. performance in a World Cup stage of late when Tim Howard had like 30 saves against Belgium?
Probably.
Back in 2014 or whenever the hell that was?
Yeah, that might have been 18. I forgot.
It was a while ago.
But yeah, it was a crazy. They should have lost by 7. And
Yeah.
Instead, they lost by 1 or 2.
Pretty much.
I mean, no, Team USA's never been to a championship game and lost. At least the Bears got there.
Not in my lifetime. Doesn't count.
Yes, they did.
It doesn't count.
2006 wasn't in your lifetime?
2006.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Sexy Rexy.
Forgot about that because it was such a forgettable Super Bowl.
That's your quarterback, Paul.
No.
You weren't a Rex Grossman guy at Florida?
At Florida, yeah. But
Oh, okay.
Then I watched him with the Bears, and I was like, oh, boy.
It doesn't translate to the NFL?
May as well run the Thomas Jones cat or the Anthony Thomas cat at that moment in time. Okay, so that's our NFL equivalents. Baseball.
Baseball's hard because I like where you're going with the offense. I don't want to just pick on the New York teams, but I was kind of thinking the Mets as well. Because similar, there's always a lot of hype. They make some splashy moves. People are excited about the New York Mets like they were last year. And then by the midpoint of the season, they're trading Scherzer and Verlander. And it just doesn't work out. And they've gone through different managers, and the blame game is always there. They popped up in my mind. The other one was the Angels. Because they have had real star power between Trout and Ohtani. And literally have accomplished nothing. Ohtani still has yet to play in a playoff game in his big league career because he never did it with the Angels. And Trout's played in 3 total. So I kind of lean the Angels are the men's national soccer team equivalent in baseball.
Okay. I'm going to go with insert Middle America team that's never won anything. So we're talking about teams like the Reds, the Pirates. I just don't take them seriously. I don't feel like they're ever going to do all that is necessary to win. I feel like as soon as they get close to winning, that they'll do something to strip the thing down and go back to square one. NBA equivalent of the U.S. men's national team.
Yeah, who gets the most hype in the NBA and then fails to live up to expectations? The Clippers?
Of late, yes, especially if you remove the Clippers' clown car history.
Yeah, like you have to think back to like when they drafted Blake Griffin.
Yeah,
it's kind of like is the comp because it's too bad.
Recent Clippers.
Yeah, recent.
Watch
Clippers.
FX's Clipped to get an idea of what's going on with the Clippers.
Is it any good?
No, it's like fine. It's silly.
Okay,
I do want to watch it, especially if it's like the FX series about O.J. Simpson.
It's a little bit worse of a version of that.
Ooh, I like it. Okay.
Yeah, it's like not worse. Like it's not like terrible. It's just like trashier. It's like as you're watching, you're like, this is trashy TV that I'm watching. Yeah. So I think the Clippers, as far as also, they made one Western Conference Finals in their NBA history, and that was in 2021.
I'm gonna go with the Knicks. Everyone always wants the Knicks to succeed. Everyone's always going to tell you the Knicks are on the cusp of succeeding. They never will. They never have. And everyone will put somebody on the Knicks like Jalen Brunson into a stratosphere that, let's be honest, he doesn't belong there.
I mean, Bill Simmons says he's the number 6 player in the NBA. And it blows my mind every time he says it.
Look, Brunson's a great player.
Yeah.
There's no denying that. But my God, New York was acting like Jalen Brunson was as good as Luka Doncic last year. Shut your whore mouth.
And it's a little bit of whenever they get those little glimpses of success, where glimpses of, when they win a playoff series, because that's the success we're talking about.
Yes.
You always, or at least I always think like, God, could you imagine if like they're actually good?
Yes.
could you imagine how annoying it would be if they were like even like the Lakers, like where they're consistently good? It's just like, oh my God.
And I think it's interesting, like going through this. We've mentioned 3 cities. We comped U.S. men's national team to 3 cities: L.A., New York, Chicago, because that's what the men's national team is. It's these big market cities that people tell us are so special and so great, and so often their teams are losers.
Yeah, you really have no business losing as much as you do being in any of those cities. So 3 of the most desired to live in places for, I would say, the average young man who's looking to play sports. No matter, the politics side of things, I get it, especially all 3 of those cities. Not great right now. But there is no reason that those 3 cities should struggle as much as they do in professional sports. And that's sort of what we got with the U.S. men's team.
Yeah, because you have the Lakers, but it's the Clippers. You have the Angels, and it is kind of funny that it's mostly, besides the Knicks, because I do agree with them, it's the little brother of these teams. Surprised there's not more vitriol towards the coach, that people aren't like really trying to push him out in the media, because even the players' quotes I've seen are like, "Yeah, we still believe in him." Why?
Dell and I compare. I mean, because we've just been comparing this to college football, because it's very college football what's happening, and it's basically the players don't want to badmouth the coach just in case the coach doesn't get fired, because you can't really trust the federation to make good choices. So it's a little bit like, well, we don't want to fully just like bury the coach, and it's not exactly like they have a Cristiano Ronaldo where if Christian Pulisic gets out there and be like, yeah, this coach sucks. It's not like the federation would be like, oh, let's fire the coach to make our star happy.
But
they'll just be like, okay, dude, whatever.
Didn't they bring him in to make him happy? Like, wasn't that sort of part of, or keep him around to make Pulisic happy?
No.
Okay.
It was because they wanted to. It basically, if you're related to or were on the 1994 USA team, you have like kind of a job for life, and Berhalter's, I think, brother was on the team, and so he gets to do whatever he wants.
Nepotism.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's not like blatant nepotism, but it's a lot of like cronyism and just like, yeah, he's a good guy, let's trust him, and there's not a lot of outside ideas coming in.
The U.S. lost yesterday, but we as a country did win It was a small victory. I'll explain how we got it. Thanks to Hunter Brown. Next.
I want to tell you about my friends at LeBurge, Lake Charles. Sean, Brian, myself, we're there this weekend. Great time as always. 19 betting kiosks, the massive TV inside the sportsbook. There's smaller TVs throughout as well. And even, look, you can ask for whatever you want while you're there. You can get great food. You can make bets. You can enjoy drinks. You can get some Crawford Bach while you're there. And if you're a soccer fan, the Euros were on. Copa America was on. So whenever the big events are on, it's a great place to go watch it. I can't wait to be out there for college football season, for the NFL. It's going to be such a great time. They said during the NFL, during the noon kick, when there's 8 or 9 games going on, every single game is on the big TV while you're there at the sportsbook. Easy to bet while you're there. Whether you use the kiosk, there's 19 of them. You can go up to the desk if you're old school as well. But you also have the ESPN Bet app as well. Make sure you download it when you're on your way to Louisiana. So that way, as soon as you cross the border, you can start making bets online and when you're there at LeBurge. When you leave Texas and want to bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LeBurge, Lake Charles.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So the best part of the Astros' victory over the Toronto Blue Jays yesterday was that it took place on Canada Day, which delayed the start of yesterday's bizarrely timed 2:06 first pitch, at least as scheduled, till, I want to say, 2:26. And sure, it's 20 minutes. But 20 minutes in America, George, is a lot of time. Maybe in some small country overrun by pine trees and bears with some oil in their version of Texas, old Alberta, maybe that's not that long. But in our country, it's a long, long time. And the United States shaming the Toronto Blue Jays, who were wearing the Canadian baseball national team uniforms yesterday, is a quantum of solace after the United States lost to Uruguay in soccer yesterday.
I'm just glad that the Houston Astros can defend America in the right way. They can defeat Canada on Canada Day, and they can defeat Canada on the 4th of July because they play on both days.
That's true. Now, we're going to have to defend the wall on the 4th of July. We can't have it being a United States men's national team tie, which is what they go for. They don't go for dubs like our beloved Houston Astros are.
It is Fromber, so, he might have a meltdown on the 4th. You hope not.
Oh, no.
But,
Be careful with your fireworks.
Yeah, don't set off any fireworks.
Don't Jason Pierre-Paul yourself.
Just don't.
Oh, I thought he would just get skittish around the fireworks, like
a dog.
You
need one of those little
easy to spook. Yeah,
those little vests.
Don't make any loud noises around Fromber on days where he starts.
I mean, I'd rather him be more like Jason Pierre-Paul. When you get a ball on the infield, hold on to it. Just hold on to it forever. Don't let go.
Well, that implies that holding on to it. It implies holding on to it is going to result in the loss of his fingers. So
don't lose your
go
fingers.
full Jim Palmer on it and make sure it's your glove hand.
Just don't let go. Don't throw the ball home. There should be a new rule for Fromber. If he feels a grounder and he can't underhand it to first base, eat it. Okay. Don't ever throw it again.
Don't eat the fireworks.
Don't even throw it overhanded to first.
Underhand.
I was gonna say, no matter what the situation is, I do not care. Just throw it to first.
Yeah.
Just throw it to first. Don't try to get don't try to turn a double play. Don't try to get it out at home. Nope. Throw it to first. Take her out.
Yep. Just eat it. Just either throw it to
or
first
eat it.
or just hold on to it.
just two hands on it like a running back.
By the way, Canada Day is one of the most fraudulent holidays ever, and it's a lot like how at Hanukkah, Jewish kids will receive Christmas presents because they see their Christian friends getting Christmas presents. Legitimately, the reason that Canada celebrates Canada Day is because they have 4th of July envy. Because really, in 1867, the British North America Act created the Dominion of Canada. It's just an administrative change per Canadian historians because they still recognize whoever is the monarch of England as their monarch. On top of that, Canadians used to talk bleep about Americans having 4th of July celebrations. Canadian newspapers in the 1870s, this is from an article I read, quote, took a perverse pleasure in reprinting stories about deaths and injuries during American 4th of July celebrations so that they could point out how peaceful and orderly Dominion Day observances were. That's right. It's called Dominion Day. They changed it to Canada Day in 1982. So this is a day where they recognize, England still rules us, and they've only recently started calling it Canada Day. And they only do it because they're jealous of the Americans having the 4th of July.
Interesting.
So they had to have this 2:38 first pitch against the Astros to celebrate this fake-ass holiday.
When did the Toronto Blue Jays come into existence? 1989. Okay. Oh, no, 1976. So maybe it was the Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays are technically older than Canada based off of Canada Day not being Canada Day until 1982. By the way, you want to hear some more Canadian traditions?
Yes.
Okay, so before every single baseball game, Toronto Blue Jays fans play this. It is something. That's for sure.
Is this the one you posted on social media?
Yes.
You got a diamond, you got 9 men, you got a hat and a bat, and that's not all. You got the bleachers, got them from spring till fall. You got a dog and a drink and the umpire's call. What do you want?
Let's play ball.
Is that a fly ball? Or is it a seagull?
This is like a Randy Newman version.
Coming in from the lake just to catch the game.
Of the Astros cocaine song.
Our guys are winning. Dave's
so many
put down a smoker, a strike, and
Well,
you got no doubt.
What do you want? Let's play ball. You ready, Joe?
I'm ready.
Okay. Blue Jays, let's play ball. They play this at every game.
Did they really?
Hang on.
At the ballpark, the game starts.
Let's sing.
Warm summer breezes, sun's going down. It's all dark at the ballpark.
It's okay.
It's a night game.
It's a night game.
Okay.
Blue Jays. Okay. Blue Jays. Joe hates the song.
I just have so many questions. Why?
Now they just list every
Both
team.
sides.
Bring on the Brewers, the Rangers, and the Yankees too. We'll beat the Indians.
Racist.
We'll beat the Tigers. We'll beat the A's so bad. Gonna make Billy Blue. What do you want? Let's play.
You don't mention the Astros?
This is before the American League.
This is update the song.
Blue Jays. Let's play ball. There you go. Texas Tag on YouTube says we should chop and screw this.
Oh, yeah. I know a guy.
You know a guy?
I know a guy.
Okay.
Let's send it to Frank and see what he does with it. Frank's got a weird mind. He'll still do that for us.
It's a weird ass song, man.
Well, why? They still play it every day? I thought this was something like they stopped playing.
They play this every single
Before the game?
I don't know, but they play it every single game. Vanessa told me that every single time that she's been out there as Astros dugout reporter, that they go crazy over this song.
I feel like it makes more sense to play during the 7th inning stretch, like their version of Deep in the Heart of Texas.
Yeah, but I mean, they're saying let's play ball, so it has to be before the game.
That's true.
And
if you're losing by like 5 runs in the 7th, it probably doesn't have the same vibe.
I would agree with you there.
Yeah.
Look, Canada has some bangers. The Canadian national anthem is a good song.
That's good. That's a good call.
And they have OK Blue Jays. And they have Celine Dion. And they have Drake.
And they have hockey teams that can't win.
I mean, it's been a rough couple of weeks. They lost. The Canadian national baseball team lost on Canada Day. The Edmonton Oilers have prolonged the streak of years without a Canadian Stanley Cup since 1993 by going down 3-0, getting all the way back to Game 7 and blowing it there. Yeah, it's rough. I don't think the Canadian national team made it to Copa America.
They did.
Oh, they did, damn it.
They're in the knockout round.
Ah, son of a bitch.
So they beat us? They got farther than us?
Yeah.
Oh,
because you know what they didn't do? Lose to Panama.
That's
Panama.
they took care of business. And
Panama.
The Canadian soccer team coach, guess where he's from?
America.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
really?
He's Benedict Arnold.
Guess what he was a candidate for?
Oh,
This job?
The U.S. job before they gave it back to Berhalter.
That's tough.
After the World Cup, they reevaluated Berhalter, and they're like, we're good.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Do you know who they play in the next round?
I can find out
Chile?
pretty quick.
They play
No,
Chile.
they beat Chile. We're at
Oh,
La Berge.
they play Venezuela.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're team Venezuela.
You know, let's talk about something American now. F soccer. Soccer's stupid.
Football.
Yeah, let's talk about American football. We are 65 days away from the start of the NFL season. Let's keep that countdown going. Remember, one of the most fearsome defenders in Houston sports history. Stick around.
This morning, I was over at O Athletic at the Heights, 767 North Shepherd is where I was at, and you can check them out, oathletic.com. Look, here's the thing. We're about 4 months into, I would say, to me going to this gym, to O Athletic. We had some goals when we started out. We started out about 220, and we're probably going to get under 200 by next week. That's where I think we're at right now. So we've been working on losing a good amount of weight in a short amount of time. And at this, and the reason why it's not coming out faster is because we've been working on, things like putting on muscle and trying to just thin out that way as well. So it's not just about weight loss, it's about weight gain in a good way as well. So whatever your goals are in 2024, O Athletic is a great place to do it. Check them out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd. And when you are there in the Heights and at O Athletic, tell them Joe George sent you by.
Rookie Elvin Bethea was an offensive tackle until Coach Lim tried him at right defensive end. And it seems the Trenton, New Jersey youngster has found a permanent home.
6-year veteran Elvin Bethea is the only one in the starting defensive line who wasn't a first-round draft pick. But without a doubt, he is the best. For 3 consecutive years, Bethea had nabbed all-pro honors, and last season led the Oilers in quarterback sacks for the 4th time in 5 years with a career high of 17.
Elvin Bethea, 65. He had 105 sacks in his career. I don't believe those numbers are official because the NFL did not officially start keeping tabs on sacks until, I want to say it was the late 70s. Could be wrong on that. But he had 14 and a half sacks in 1969 and 1976, 16, not 17, in 1973. He played his entire career from 1968 to 1983 for the Houston Oilers.
I love old NFL stuff.
John Facenda, the voice of God.
So good. The music, the voice.
The autumn wind is a raider.
Yeah, it's so good. I love all that stuff.
The best number 65 in Houston Texans history. This is a name that will perhaps elude some, but Mike Breisel was the right guard. You go left to right. You had Dwayne Brown, Wade Smith, Chris Myers, Mike Breisel, Eric Winston. The Texans' offensive line in 2011 was the best offensive line that they've ever had. Breisel was the right guard. He left after that season. Greg Mantz as well, 2015 to 2020, another Houston Texan that wore 65. 65. Not the most fun number, but shout out to Elvin Bethea, who is still kicking. Always be podcasting. That is the motto of the Gallant and George radio show. And we've got inner Dallas Cowboys beef. Malik Hooker is a Cowboys safety, and he's getting a little bit annoyed with all of Micah Parsons' podcasting.
Problem with him, my thing would be, though, for Micah, my advice would be for Micah would be, just make sure we're all right, where we're and being where your feet are. Because if we're at work and, the run game's terrible, but you're doing a podcast every week and the run game is terrible, then, what are you really caring about? Are you caring about the crowd that, is watching your podcast? Or are you caring about the success of our team and the Super Bowl that we're trying to reach? See what I'm saying? So.
Interesting.
So, in a since deleted tweet, Micah Parsons responded. Got to say, based off of all the interactions between C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons, while I like Micah Parsons, the football player, I think that he would, I don't know, turn into a Grant Williams-esque figure for me eventually, which is to say, become annoying.
Yeah.
Here's what he said. Just wish you said this to me, but instead on some podcast, why ain't we talking about everyone's preparations and focus leading up to the game week? I mean, I can point out a lot of other things, but I'm just not. And then he deleted that tweet.
This was always inevitable that when players started podcasting that it was going to cause issues.
Especially a Cowboy player.
Yeah.
Because Cowboy players are going to get listened to on a level that other people in the NFL are not.
At the same time, it's just like an hour-long podcast. It's not stopping Micah Parsons from making sure he's ready for stopping the run.
I agree with that, but if it creates unnecessary drama with your teammates, and if one of your teammates is publicly saying, yo, this is getting a little bit annoying, wouldn't you start wondering who else is saying that?
You have to. You have to wonder if the organization,
Human
other
nature.
players all feel the same way. And this kind of goes back to the CJ stuff that we've talked about, where as long as you're winning, it doesn't really matter what you do. If Micah Parsons and the Cowboys won the Super Bowl last year, Malik Hooker never says this. But because they fail time and time again to have success and do what they expect themselves to do, then it becomes a topic of conversation. I always thought it was going to be, Paul, more like players were going to cancel themselves because they were going to get too comfortable. Just like, hey, like they were going to do a podcast like they were on a locker room, which we'd all appreciate, but they were going to say things that were only allowed in a locker room that you don't want the public to see.
Shannon Sharp talking about what he would do with Megan Thee Stallion with Chad Johnson.
Yep.
I think that's why it helps that podcasts get recorded and then edited. I think that I would love to know the
You're right.
The uncut just whoever podcast.
These podcasts have editors. And shout out to those editors because those editors are not nearly paid enough.
And if you think about, like, Micah Parsons' podcast is, like, through Bleacher Report and Warner Media. So it's like, he's not just setting up a microphone in his house and posting it by himself. There's a corporate, there's someone in a suit who has to look at these numbers and be like,
must be nice.
Yeah, there's like an actual chain of command. It's not as just free flowing of a conversation as we think.
More Cowboys news as we go around the NFL. There's fake Cowboys news afoot. We talked about how CeeDee Lamb might hold out of training camp. A tweet by somebody named Pretty Ricky, who calls himself like the People's Beat Reporter. Beat reporters hate me. That like reads his profile on Twitter.
This.
He said CeeDee Lamb will request to be traded if the Cowboys do not offer him a new contract worth at least $32 million a year. He wants to be at least the second highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. And this just blew up. Is it because of the blue check mark? I don't know.
Is it because people believe it? Because it sounds logical? Because it does. Well, it might not be a real report. If you told me that CeeDee Lamb wants to be the second highest paid wide receiver in the NFL because he's actually self-aware enough to say, I shouldn't be paid more than Justin Jefferson, and then if he doesn't get that, he's going to demand a trade, that doesn't sound surprising.
This seems on brand for Cowboy drama as well.
Yeah. Is it more likely he demands a trade or more likely he's willing to not be the highest paid wide receiver? Because I would think he would just want the next contract.
Yeah, I would want to be the highest paid.
Yeah, not often do players have the self-awareness to go, yeah, I'll be number 2.
Unless they saw the Justin Jefferson contract and they said, well, I'm not worth that.
Yeah, but even then, like, who says that? Who says that in the NFL?
Yeah.
That almost seems like the most unrealistic part of this.
Justin Herbert, egomaniac position.
Yeah, Justin Herbert, when he got his deal, he wasn't like, well, I don't know, guys. I haven't won a playoff game.
He should, though.
Maybe.
Trevor Lawrence should have, too.
But
Trevor
guess what?
Lawrence.
Guess what they did? Not that.
Take the bag.
They didn't do it.
Hey, you know who would have done that?
CJ Stroud.
Well, maybe someday he will.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady did it multiple times.
That's true. That's true.
The greatest teammate in the history of the world, some say. 7 Super Bowls. What's up? Hey, let's continue to go around the NFL. We're not going to get any of the juicy details of the John Gruden lawsuit against the league. His forced resignation in 2021 for leaked emails that he sent to Bruce Allen that were problematic in nature. On Monday, a court rejected his request for reconsideration of the ruling that ordered his claims against the NFL and commissioner go to arbitration that would be run by the NFL. This sucks for everybody. We all want the gossip. We all want the tea of what all these suits are saying about each other. We've gotten a little bit of it from the NFL's lawsuit that they're facing for NFL Sunday Ticket and the settlement that created. I mean, we saw Jerry Jones take a shot at Bengals owner Mike Brown, but we're not going to get any details out of this. It seems like the NFL is going to be able to sit on it and snuff out all the fun for us.
Yeah, I'm not surprised just because the Pandora's box that this opens. I mean, we're only aware of Gruden because they're investigating Dan Snyder.
Yep.
So he ratted out John Gruden.
Yeah. Everyone does.
But like, what else does Gruden know? At some point, don't you just leak it?
Well, you could get sued.
Yeah. And he is kind of still, I don't know if he's trying to be a head coach again, but he was with the Saints last offseason.
And
consulting.
I think for Gruden, I mean, Gruden's trying to get paid. We want the details. And we hope that the discovery comes because of Gruden's effort to get paid. So Gruden is going to, I would imagine, keep it as close to the vest as he possibly can. And honestly, once the arbitration steps in, I imagine that they are going to give Gruden a hefty sum of money to make this all go away.
Yeah, and they do. I mean, they pay Kaepernick. We just don't know how much they pay these guys.
I think it's way more likely that Gruden just wants the settlement money than wants to actually go down in a blaze of glory with try to tear down the NFL with what all of a sudden people stop watching the NFL because
a 10-year, $100 million contract from the Raiders. I mean, I'd want that.
Just give me a piece of that, and then I'll go away somewhat quietly, and then show up at random training camps and be in Hooters commercials or whatever he's gonna do.
Corona commercials.
Corona, whatever.
Yeah, but he was Hooters.
Probably not gonna be in those.
You don't think so?
Probably not nationally.
Yeah, not sure he's a commercial, much of a commercial.
He's gonna go to Papa
anymore.
John's.
Maybe like the Tampa local market will still have him.
No, they hate him there.
Okay, I don't know.
He's not well liked in pretty much anywhere that he works.
Huh.
Yeah, I
can't imagine why.
He could have
after reading those emails.
Yeah, he probably could have got rehired in Vegas if they really wanted to, and they would have been okay with it. But
I don't think so.
I think that they fired him because of this, but it's not like he would still be coaching there if these didn't come out. You know,
Yeah.
I think
Look, he sucked, by the way. Like, everyone forgot, he was bad. They were so bad in the second half of the season, and they always have been bad in the second half of the season when Gruden's been at the helm. He had the year with the Raiders where they lost in the Tuck Rule game. He had the Super Bowl year the very next season after he got traded to the Buccaneers. And after that,
Tony Dungy's roster.
Pretty much, right.
Yeah.
After that, nothing.
Well, what happened the year he got fired? Rich Bisaccia came in.
It was great.
And took them to the playoffs.
Bisaccia deserved the job.
He should have gotten the job.
He
That was a
should've.
dumb decision. That's how you know that's a terrible organization. Because
But now they are seemingly doing the opposite of what they did last time and keeping the interim head coach around.
yeah, they learned from their mistake there. It's just it might be the wrong interim coach. Like
the interim coach who's in bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's it's because the other interim coach was so good and we let him walk out. We're not making that mistake, so we're hiring a different interim coach and hoping it's like, no, the rule isn't all interim coaches are good. Actually, the rule's normally the opposite. It's that guy. You should have brought back Bisaccia.
they should have just gone back to him.
Yeah.
No offense to Antonio Pierce, but
I mean, he is coaching for free this year, so
not officially yet.
It is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That is our countdown to the start of the NFL season. We are 65. Shout out to Elvin Bethea. Days away from the start of the season. Coming up next, Texas is officially a part of the SEC, and people are really talking about something that Quinn Ewers said. Was this really trash talk to the rest of the SEC? You decide. It's Gallant George. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So, Texas officially is a part of the SEC. Did you see the celebration that they had?
I did. Good turnout.
Sean Mapes was there. Big fan of Pitbull. And, they pulled out the big axe. Pitbull had a concert by the clock tower to celebrate Texas in the SEC. It's about to go down.
How was it, Sean? Did you have a good time?
I was at LaBerge Lake Charles. Actually, no, I was driving home from LaBerge Lake Charles.
And you didn't stop in Austin?
No, I didn't stop, 2.5 hours farther west and then drive back.
Why not?
Because I'm going to be off, most of 2 weeks from now, and I didn't want to take off Monday to
Good
to
call.
do that.
It went down. They were yelling timber.
It did go down, and then
you better move. You better dance.
And then last night, Oklahoma threw their party to join the SEC.
Not as good of attendance.
Nope. They made the mistake of holding it in a stadium. It looks like, where it's very easy to tell how empty the stadium was.
Also, how many people are just hanging out in Norman?
It's not that far from Oklahoma City.
But how many of those are OU people? We're there's always people in Austin. And a lot of them probably just went because there was a party.
Yes.
Pitbull.
Boots on the ground, from what I heard. A lot of people there for the Pitbull concert.
Yeah. But I'm glad that Texas and Oklahoma are in the SEC now, because no disrespect to the Big 12, go Cougs, who are expected right now by the media to finish second to last in the Big 12 this year. I kind of like what the new SEC looks like, and Texas being part of that is exciting. It's just going to be – it's good we're going to get A&M Texas back. There's a lot of good teams in one conference. I like this move. Of all the weird changes that have happened, this is the one that's not weird to me.
Yeah. I mean, is it the Southeast? Not really, but whatever. I like it. Ultimately, we're going to have two huge conferences. One's going to be on ESPN. One's going to be on Fox.
Totally agree.
It's a matter of time. The other fun part about Texas now being in the SEC is that it's in a conference where, no offense to all the other schools that are in the Big 12, but beef gets a little more heated when it's directed at schools like Alabama or Auburn than trash talk against Baylor or TCU. There's bigger schools, bigger programs. I'm curious what everybody thinks about this quote from Quinn Ewers at the Manning passing camp. Pay no heed to the annoying person talking in the background. Listen to the question asked by a fearless reporter.
You're going to be everybody's big game. Just because you're Texas. You proved it. Tell me about that. Y'all are used to that in the Big 12, but it's a different level, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a different level, and I've always wanted to play in the SEC, so I know we're all excited to be a part of a conference like that. And like you said, we're everybody's biggest game, and we do understand that.
Okay.
So he got led into this question.
Very much so.
Not even let it. The question was, you're the biggest game on everyone's schedule
Exactly.
in the SEC. What are your thoughts?
He got led into this question, and people are acting like what Quinn Ewers said there is, we are the biggest team on every team's SEC schedule.
What's he supposed to say? No? We don't matter?
Yes. I mean, no, he shouldn't say that. You're right. Yes. But there's also a little bit of I would get it if this was coming off a season where they went 7-5 and were and Charlie Strong, or actually Charlie Strong never won 7 games. If Tom Herman was still coaching the team, it's well, they did just make the playoff and beat the other playoff team from the SEC in the regular season at their place. So this isn't some bum team is coming into the conference being yeah, let's show you how you play football. It's no, they're going to be a top 5 preseason team. Probably the second SEC team behind Georgia. They're going to be maybe not the biggest game on everyone's schedule, because yes, maybe Florida hates Tennessee more than they hate Texas. But there's a chance they're going to be the best team on a lot of these team schedules.
Well, and there is this whole, like, the whole SEC pride does exist. And the idea that you're going to have two newcomers in Texas and Oklahoma entering this conference, there is going to be a lot of, let's show these guys they don't belong in our conference.
Yeah.
Every coach is going to give that speech before they play Texas or Oklahoma.
Yep.
Whether it's Vanderbilt or Alabama. Let's try to show them they don't belong in the SEC.
Savages, barely even human, coming from another conference.
The reporter is right. I don't like when reporters lead people into questions like that, because Quinn's, I don't really know what he's supposed to do there. But
Because, the only way he doesn't give a quote where we then can go, Quinn Ewers says that they're the biggest game on everyone's schedule, is for him to go, no, probably not.
Like, we're not Alabama.
Vanderbilt and Mississippi State have some pretty big rivalries. I don't know if you've heard.
Texas's football schedule this year is gnarly. Week 2 versus Michigan. Obviously, they'll play Oklahoma. Then they play Georgia. They get Florida this year. Arkansas, A&M. It's tough.
Florida and Arkansas.
Yeah, Florida.
You don't think Florida's going to be any good this year?
No, Joe. No. It's never coming back.
It's never coming back?
No, we need to get a real, ass like Urban Meyer to run the show again to bring all the prisoners back.
Bring them back.
Also, if you look at Florida's schedule, like, the Texas game is in the middle of, like, just an absolute gauntlet for Florida.
And the Michigan game is probably not that important either anymore, honestly, for Texas.
I mean, it's going to be against the defending national champion at their place, but
no quarterback, no coach. The vibes are different. If Harbaugh was still there, that game means a lot more.
And this is also where the 12-team playoff also kind of takes a little bit of the juice out of it, to where it's like, well, they can lose that and still win their conference and get a bye in the playoff. So there's not even the, oh my God, if they lose that game, then they have to go undefeated in the SEC to make the playoff. It's like, no, you can still lose that game and have all your goals ahead of you.
Yeah, because I'm excited for the 12-team playoff. I am curious what obviously the committee is always usually terrible at telling us what they're thinking. They just lie to us when they go on ESPN and tell us their reasoning for things. But if you have a 2-loss Texas team whose losses are versus Michigan and Georgia, but they've done pretty well in the SEC, like how, obviously to see what everyone else around them is doing, like how high can they go?
Yeah.
In the new format. Can they host a college football playoff game? Do they have to be a road team? One of the things I'm interested about too is Feinbaum was there in Austin for this, and he said he thinks Arch Manning will be the starting quarterback. He guaranteed it by the end of the season, which I find interesting. Like, Quinn Ewers is pretty good last year. He took him to the college football playoff. He was a play away from going to the national championship game. And it's like guaranteed that Arch Manning's going to be the quarterback by the end of the season. That would surprise me.
It would, on play, it would surprise me. Quinn Ewers has missed, 2 or 3 games every year?
That's
the only 2 years that he's been a starter. So there's a little bit of I wouldn't be surprised if Arch Manning starts a game. I don't know if he would be the starter, but he might start some games. Malik Murphy wasn't the starter. He started 2 games last year.
Yeah,
so there is a little bit of that, a little bit of Paul Feinbaum. I actually appreciate it, because that's how I know that Texas is officially in the SEC. We have Paul Feinbaum just stirring the pot for no reason about your team. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Let's do this.
Does he believe anything he says? I'm not really familiar with Paul Feinbaum.
He does I'm sure deep down, there is a human man with actual thoughts and emotions, but I think
it does feel like he just allows.
He plays a character.
Well, I don't even know if he plays a character. From what I understand, that show is legitimately he's just moderating a forum and throwing gasoline on the fire to get.
There's a lot of that.
A bunch of people riled up.
Yeah.
Which, hey, that's awesome. I love it.
But that's part
it's
of the
interactive.
He'll throw gasoline whichever direction. That's part of the character, is that it's not well, I think this. It's well, I'll think this, but so if a caller calls in and is throwing shots at Alabama, he'll defend Alabama, but then also defend it in a way to where he's kind of pushing the buttons of Alabama fans and also Auburn fans. He'll just answer things and react to things in the most like annoying way to every fan base, and so every fan base hates him, but they all call into a show.
Yeah, I think the only time he's disingenuous is sometimes when he talks about other conferences. He really wears like the SEC pride when he does his show because that's who pays him. Which makes, so it makes logical
on the
sense.
SEC network.
Yeah, he works for the SEC network. And he's never gonna say the Big Ten's better. But that's the only time I ever have heard stuff from him where I'm like, I don't think you really believe that, dude.
No, I think some of the like the intra SEC stuff that he gets into, like he'll just try to push buttons of. I mean, he just tries to get callers and get people to listen. That's really the most of what he's doing.
Up next is what Hunter Brown's doing gonna last. And on top of that, remember that little thing called Bad Take Boulevard? I'm sure it gives Joe George nightmares from time to time. We're gonna walk on it, thanks to the show after us. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. All right, well, maybe you don't want to bet on the soccer today, right? Unless there's something going on in the Euro world. But hey, how about you bet on your beloved Houston baseball team that's won 10 of 11 to keep up this hot streak? Spencer Arrighetti's on the hill. Remember what he did last time? It was against the Colorado Rockies. I mean, they do really suck. But he had 10 strikeouts, huh? 7 innings. Best career start. Can Spencer Arrighetti do it again? Well, guess what? His Astros are 1.5-run dogs against Jose Barrios, 7-6, a sub-4 ERA, and the Toronto Blue Jays. The over-under for that game's 8.5. Keep on riding them Astros, especially after they beat the Canadians on Canada Day. MyBookie.ag is a place you can bet on more than just baseball. You can bet on poker, blackjack. You can even play, a little roulette. You got live dealers there as well. It's MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. You're going to get an awesome deposit bonus that matches up to your first $1,000. Yeah, $1,000, which you can play with right away. It's MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie.ag.
Astros were hoping for at least 6 innings today with a limited bullpen. And down goes Turner on strikes. That is the second time Brown has struck out Justin Turner, his 3rd strikeout of the game. And he slows it up with that breaking ball, and he froze Springer for a back-to-back strikeouts. Now 4 on the day for Hunter. Got him. What a run Hunter Brown's on. 1 run allowed in his last 5 starts over 31 innings. The potential American League Pitcher of the Month in June starts July with 6 shutout against Toronto.
Hunter Brown's been incredible over the last month. Awesome even, in the words of Joe George. The last 5 starts, 1 earned run in 31 innings. Do a little math, which we're not great at. Someone did it for us. A 0.29 ERA. puts him in the same company as Nolan Ryan, J.R. Richard, Jim DeShays. Pitchers with a sub-.3 ERA and a 5-start span. Hadn't happened since 1986.
Man.
And that's what Hunter Brown's done. He had a 1.16 ERA this past month, the best Astros ERA since Darryl Kyle in 1993. Opponents are hitting 188 against him his past 11 appearances. So a 1.99 ERA going all the way back to May 5th. Only one other pitcher is in the same conversation as him, Garrett Crochet. His ERA has dropped from 9.78 to 4.07. It's been incredible. That two-seam fastball is effing people up. And yet, there's a part of me in my brain, I don't know if it's the contrarian or the skeptic or what, Joe, but there's a part of me that's just looking at it and wondering if this is all real, if this is a dream, if this is just a byproduct of eating up on the Angels and the Tigers and all the other scrub teams that he went up against, the White Sox, Rockies, and Blue Jays. That's why he has been as good as he's been.
Yeah, I sense, Paul, it's more skeptic, I would say, from you. Because we kind of had this conversation a little bit yesterday. We're talking about, like, big picture about the Astros and their recent stretch of what is sustainable versus what is not. And I'm a little more, I don't know, unrealistic sometimes, I would say, with expectations in sports. But Hunter Brown can be probably like a 3.35 ERA guy consistently going forward. That I do believe. I do believe he can be a middle of the rotation guy that can be very good for you and sometimes great for you. And we'll have bad starts. They all have bad starts. He's not this guy. No one's this guy.
Yeah.
No one's this guy. Like, if this is what you think he is, you're good for you. I wonder what other expectations you have in your life if you think that this is who Hunter Brown is going to be. Even putting him in a conversation of top rotation or top arm in baseball right now is too much.
Do you want a little something? Sean, this is in the show rundown, but I put up a segment on our @ESPN Houston YouTube channel right after the Astros took down the Blue Jays 3-1 yesterday on Canada Day. I'm talking about Hunter Brown's performance. It was Jeremy Branham. It was Joel Blank. Does this take belong on Bad Take Boulevard?
I mean, Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco, I'm not going to say it's the best 1-2 in all of baseball. I'd have to go do a little digging, and I probably don't believe it's the best 1-2 in all of baseball. But is it a top 5 1 and 2 in all of baseball?
It's in the conversation. If it's not top 5, it's definitely top 10. But yeah.
Is that a Bad Take Boulevard conversation, bro? Top 1-2 combination in all of baseball? Top 5 1-2 combination in all of baseball? Ronel Blanco, Hunter Brown.
Yeah, I mean,
They know baseball. Baseball, to me, I'm just a high school football legend. Baseball confuses me. It frightens me.
And the last 5 starts of Hunter Brown, probably, yes, they're top 5. Are they top 10? I would say yes. It's also a third of the league.
No. I'm not allowing this.
It's a third of the league.
I'm not allowing this. I'm not allowing this.
Like, if you just go
This is Stockholm Syndrome for the Killer Bees.
I think it's a low bar. Top 10 is not hard to get into, I would
Top
imagine.
10 1-2 combos in all of baseball for pitching?
Based on success this year.
Hunter Brown was so bad in April.
Yeah.
We don't just get to forget about April.
I mean, the number one, let's just go based off ERA. The number one combination in baseball would belong to the Philadelphia Phillies. Ranger Suarez has a 2.27 ERA. Christopher Sanchez, who I don't even really know, has a 2.41 ERA in baseball. The Royals would belong in there. They have 2 guys in the top 20. The Braves have 2 guys in the top 20 because Chris Sale turned back the clock this year.
He did?
He's been awesome this year. He's been incredible. He's a below 2.8 ERA. He's been unstoppable at times this season. They're probably top 10. Top 5, no, but also top 10 in the moment. I don't think you can ignore the start of Hunter Brown's season, his first 11 starts. It's 11 starts where he had above a 6.9 ERA.
Nice.
You can't ignore that. So,
top 5 1-2 combination in all of baseball. Top 10 1-2 combination in all of baseball.
If it's top 5, so Jeremy makes Bad Take Boulevard because he is top 5. Joel, I'm not so sure about because he said top 10. I think it's probably borderline.
I just think it's really funny that they got to that all of a sudden. And again, hey, of late, Hunter Brown's been awesome. Ronel Blanco, for the most part this year, I mean, he's an all-star. Assuming he gets, the
Recognition.
right. Yeah, Bruce Bochy's got to do him a solid.
Yeah, I mean, Blanco's got the 6th best ERA in baseball, so he has the anchor of the argument is really Blanco. It's not Hunter Brown as much. It is a Blanco argument.
The 30-year-old rookie.
Yeah. But Hunter Brown, if you look at it from a microcosm of just his last 5 starts, then yeah, it's a top 5 rotation or top 5 1-2 in baseball. But it's also not your 1-2. They're performing like it. Who gets the ball in game 1 of the ALCS this year?
Rafael Montero.
Ronel Blanco.
Someone give me a real answer.
Will Harris.
Unless yours is
Chris
a real
Davinsky.
I mean, if we're going off merit,
Chad Qualls.
it probably should be Ronel Blanco.
I agree.
And not several relievers from Astros past. But it.
I was curious how many you were going to
I'm
name.
trying to say, how many names can I name that, were the most frustrating Astros pitchers ever?
Luke Gregerson. No, it's probably going to be Fromm.
Exactly. Frommer's going to get the ball game 1. Justin's going to get the ball game 2. Blanco game 3. Hunter Brown game 4.
Ugh. You know what, though? Right now,
It
one or
probably
the
shouldn't
other,
be.
one or the other should be replaced by Ronel Blanco. Verlander or Fromber. And I like that we're talking about playoff matchups already. Hell yeah. We're back. We are so
LCS game
back.
1. Who starts?
If Hunter Brown continues this, then it should go Blanco, Hunter Brown, Verlander, Fromber, unless Luis Garcia passes one of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was about to ask when Luis Garcia comes into the mix.
I mean, he's gonna make his next start. I saw Joe Espada said Luis Garcia will make his next start for Corpus Christi on Thursday. So not far away.
Okay. Yeah.
I did have a
probably another
realization
2 weeks
yesterday after the show. We did Astros ER, and McCullers didn't get brought up. When's the last time we got a McCullers update?
I saw him pitching in full uniform probably
we don't
10
need
days
that.
ago.
On his Instagram?
Yeah.
No one ever actually talks about McCullers, though. It's like they've gone out of sight, out of mind with Lance McCullers, it feels like. Besides what he posts.
I was gonna say other than the podcast he did with Will Kunkel.
Yeah. It's just
like other than that, he's been laying low.
Like the media asks all these injury updates, and then no one asks about Lance. Everyone's just kind of giving up on asking about Lance McCullers. Just an observation.
Is he throwing off of flat ground? How flat is the ground? Is it slightly elevated flat ground? Is he throwing at 60 feet? Is he throwing at 90 feet?
Who was it that the update was like he played catch? There's someone from
Verlander.
Astros ER. Yeah, that was playing catch. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
He threw a baseball.
Cool update.
He had a catch with was it with a child? Was it with a real life adult?
With his child, maybe?
Ooh.
Like Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams?
Was it with his dad? Was it with a ghost?
Was it with his dad who helped throw the 1919 World Series?
Yeah,
that was him, right?
I think we're getting a little too silly.
Oh yeah.
I want to talk more about Chad Qualls. Come on, guys.
What Chad Qualls facts do you have for me?
All I know is there's a really funny Astros Twitter account that's called "Better Should Have Used Chad Qualls." That's really all I got. All right, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in and to text in. We didn't get into some Canadian traditions because yesterday the United States took Canada's soul by beating the Canadian national baseball team on Canada Day. And a massive beef going on in Canada. Plus, the Houston Rockets, what are they doing? Well, they're not going to pay anybody anytime soon. You'll find out why. Stick around. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The Astros ruined Canada Day, which is therefore a great day for the world. Really happy that we got that in there. Small inconveniences drive me crazy. I'm a very petty man. So, yesterday's baseball game, which started while our show was on, starting later, actually should have been, good for me, for you.
Mm-hmm.
It means that we get to watch the entire thing.
I missed most of the game.
Yeah, you're listening to it on the
I was
radio,
listening because it got started so
like a
late.
trader, just giving them ratings, huh? Stockholm syndrome.
I don't have a Nielsen thing. That's illegal.
It is illegal?
Yeah, we're not allowed to have them.
Don't they pay not much?
It's like $20 a month.
That's it.
I think that's
to wear a pager at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, do you? All the fine people that are earning money however they can. I need the dollars. Dollars is what I need. Hey. Yesterday, to see the United States emerge victorious on a field of battle in Canada on Canada Day was nice because they lost in soccer, obviously. And Canada's got some weird traditions. And these are things that I learned after yesterday's show. Some of these I already knew, like the Queen of England is still technically Canada's head.
Is she on all their money?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have real money.
That's why they're bad at hockey.
Yeah, they can't pay anybody.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah,
they can't pay off the refs like we do.
So Canadians come here to play hockey because it's a better country.
Mm-hmm. Thanksgiving is in October.
Okay. Why?
Similarly to American Thanksgiving, they wanted to celebrate it the same way that we do. They claimed that actually we had the first Thanksgiving in 1557, but in reality, it's the United States that does Thanksgiving right.
They do it on a Monday?
Mm-hmm.
They must not eat as much as we do.
I don't think they take the Friday off after the Thanksgiving day.
Huh.
So they have 3-day Thanksgiving weekends. And yeah, I'm not assuming they eat as much because again, you're eating, variants of English cuisine. So it's just beans and spotted dick.
Yeah.
You ever had that before? It's like a custard cupcake thing. Yeah. It's a real thing.
I've had spotted cow. That's a beer.
Oh, yeah. That's a Milwaukee beer.
Yes, it is.
Polar bear swimming. We're going over Canadian traditions. These are now all ours because the Astros beat the Canadian national baseball team on Canada Day. Polar bear swimming. On New Year's Day, you jump into a body of water.
Okay. Do you get anything out of it? Or just because?
It's like a Joe Rogan experience,
It's
right?
not like what we do?
Cold plunge.
Like people jump in but they do the polar plunge?
Where do they do that?
Everywhere. It's big in Chicago.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a charity though. Like you raise money and you jump into Lake Michigan when it's freezing cold outside.
Oh, okay.
So it's like you raise the more money
Yeah.
you raise. It's like you just advertise for it.
I mean, you're a tougher person if you do it down here because you're jumping into fecal bacteria water.
Yeah, hard pass.
Hard pass.
I don't want
soft boy.
Yeah. Huh. Didn't Hugh Jackson jump in to do a polar plunge because
because he's an
the
attention
Browns
seeker?
No, because he said the Browns won't go 0-16 and they went 0-16. Or he said if they go 0-16, I'll jump in Lake whatever. And then yeah, he had to jump in that.
Man,
lake.
that guy had an army of media supporting his losing ass. And I mean, he said all the right things, but supposedly during Hard Knocks, he was constantly watching Hard Knocks and saying, "Look how they're portraying us. Isn't this great?"
So he was watching it
Oh yeah.
I don't like watching our YouTube clips back. I couldn't, or listening to myself on the radio. I could not imagine watching myself on a show like Hard Knocks.
I watched Hard Knocks entirely to see if I made it in 2015.
Oh, really?
And I did.
Oh, you did?
You can see half of my face at a certain point.
Was it the good half? I don't know if you feel like
I was wearing a hat. I was kind of mad. I was like, well, I should have dolled up a little bit more. It was outside, I wasn't bitching about air conditioning like old John McClane. More Canadian customs that are now American because the Astros beat the Toronto Blue Jays on Canada Day. Poutine, ours. We should just claim we invented it. Who would actually believe that?
That's fine.
Canadians invented fries with cheese curds and
It's
gravy.
delicious.
You've had it before?
I have.
The cheese curds is where I draw the line.
Well, yeah, because you hate cheese.
Yeah, I can't do that. Have you ever had a Bloody Caesar? It's essentially a Bloody Mary. If you ever fly Air Canada, they will give you this. It's actually pretty good. It tastes very similar to a Bloody Mary. The only difference is there's clam juice in it.
Yeah, that's what's throwing me off.
So it's
though.
like Clamato. It's still red.
Yeah.
It's just not. There's tomato juice, vodka, Tabasco, Worcester sauce, spices, and clam juice.
Can you taste the clam juice?
A little bit.
And I like seafood, but I'll try it. I'll try it.
It's not that different from a Bloody Mary. Bloody
Yeah, okay.
Marys, I mean, this is what the Canadians do to shake their hangovers off, I'm sure. They love Tim Hortons coffee. That's ours now. They always take off their shoes when they go inside. Appropriating Japanese culture.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't think that's a Canadian thing. I think that's a thing Canada does, as well as the Japanese. Shout out to Shogun.
Shout out to Tokyo Vice. Canadians always hold the door, even if you are as far as 25 meters away, and you're expected to move to said door faster to show appreciation. If you don't, you have to apologize.
25 meters seems far.
How far is 25 meters?
It's 25 yards, essentially. Give or take.
Give or take like a little bit or a lot of it.
I think meter to yard is pretty close.
82 feet.
That's not close.
It's just a little more.
82 feet? I'm not holding a door for 82 feet.
82 feet.
I don't hold the door for... See, okay, I actually don't like to be on the opposite end of that. If I'm too far away and you're holding the door for me, I don't like feeling like I have to then hustle to the door.
Yes.
It's annoying.
Yes.
Someone did that to me the other day, except I'm dragging a 3-year-old trying to get him to walk through a parking lot, and they're holding the door for us. I'm like, dude, just go.
Yeah.
Like, I got a kid with me. I'm not picking him up to run to you.
Can you like wave him off? I've never actually done that where I've just like
wave off a door hold.
Yeah, just forget it,
like,
man.
dude,
like if I was in that situation, because normally I can just hustle. Yeah, I'm an able-bodied human being. I can just do the fake hustle jog where you're still going as fast as walking, but you're moving your shoulders, so it looks like you're jogging. But if I was inconvenienced with something, I think I would just just clear out. Doesn't matter.
Because like, I think you're being inconsiderate when you do that. Like trying to hold the door for someone that's far away.
It's a look at me selfless move.
Yeah.
Where it's like I want to do the polite thing, but I'm taking it to the extreme.
Yes.
So everyone knows I'm polite.
And therefore, it's very Canadian.
Yes.
It is very Canadian.
Canadians are fake nice. They're fake polite. They're very apologetic. You apologize all the time, you can get away with a lot. Didn't think about that, did you?
I don't know a lot of Canadians. Now that I think about it.
Like in your everyday life?
Yeah. I'm not sure I've ever met a Canadian before.
No. I think you've met one, just hiding in plain sight. They might be in school with your son right now.
There was 200 people at my wedding. Don't think any of them were Canadian.
Oh, that'd be great. Over under half a Canadian at your wedding.
I'm gonna go under. I'm gonna take the under.
I bet it was over.
Yeah.
Canadians.
They're hitting
they're among
Canadians.
us. They're among us, just like replicants. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So these are some weird Canadian traditions I learned because yesterday was Canada Day, apparently. We also had Canada rap beef.
We did?
Let's be honest. Bringing Americans into a world of violence. I don't know how many people knew about Rick Ross, who was at a musical festival in British Columbia called the Ignite Music Festival. And he played Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, which is the diss track that he had against Drake, while closing out his set. As he walked off the stage, his crew got surrounded by a human wall, and one of his security guards got his ass kicked. Just got the absolute bejesus beaten out of him.
It's not good, Paul.
It's not good. But what was good was 50 Cent, Houston's own, just like Drake, 50 Cent, and Drake.
I don't want to claim Drake.
I'm okay with claiming Drake.
He's Canadian.
Yeah, but the Astros beat Toronto, aka the Canadian national team, on Canada Day. So Drake is officially ours now.
Do we want him?
Here's 50 Cent weighing in on the Rick Ross fight.
Definitely buying low.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey guys, I just saw a very unfortunate situation that took place in Canada. And I wanted to say to everyone, that I I hope that that brother made it home safely. I hope that he now has a different perspective and a better sense of what to do and what not to do while you're out in the world, you know? That part where the young guy went like, he did this little move and got knocked the out, like right there. That does not reflect him. That reflects his camp. And he might need to go get the Dream Chasers or the 305 Killers.
He's an elite troll. Fun times with 50 Cent.
I love it. The best one is when he challenged Floyd Mayweather to read a book. That's the one. It's so good.
I think about it all the time. I challenge you to
read one page of a Harry Potter book. Word we can't say.
I'm gonna veto. I'm against you, Paul. You
don't want Drake?
I don't want Drake. He already ruined our beloved Cougs. They gave him a jersey. What happened? They lost.
It's not his fault Jamal Shaw got hurt.
Drake is a curse.
Should have let Larry and Stafford play that game.
Kentucky. Forgot about that. Kentucky, whatever bandwagon Drake wants to get on, he ruins.
He bet on the Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah.
The Stanley Cup.
Well, listen, Drake had a Happy Canada Day message yesterday, and some are interpreting this as a shot at Rick Ross because Drake's apparently a genius, and he's Houston's own.
Happy Canada Day. See, I'm repping still. Happy Canada Day to everybody. Cheers, man. Cheers to the whole country. Our day today. Sun's out. Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
Some people believe that he was chuckling because saying Happy Canada Day when Rick Ross, who was in Canada getting beaten up by Drake Stooges on Canada Day, that's why he's saying Happy Canada Day to everybody.
What's your first memory of Drake?
The Sprite commercial.
Mine was when he got shot in the back.
Wait, what? On Degrassi. Okay. I thought for a second I was like, wait, does Drake actually have street cred?
No.
Child actor.
I still like maybe that's why I'm not a big Drake guy, but like I still just see Degrassi when I look at Drake.
I just see him.
I can't get over it.
I more think about him as a Transformer / Sprite bottle. That's what I think of him as. Last name ever, first name greatest. It is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The latest for the Houston Rockets and a deep steel blue pill to get you going, to keep your afternoon awake as we get closer and closer to the 4th of July. Gallant George, stick around.
You're back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Still waiting to see if it's official that Hunter Brown is the American League Pitcher of the Month for June. That's supposed to be announced at some point this afternoon. Tuesdays is when they give that out, the first Tuesday of every month. We'll see. Honestly, the more we wait, the more nervous I get.
Oh, really?
I mean, not really, but I would like Hunter Brown to be rewarded for what has been an awesome month, a month that I have a hard time believing will continue. But hey, the last 2 months, he has been awesome, and the numbers just defy logic, given where he was in April.
I would be stunned if he's not the pitcher of the month for June. I don't even need to look to see what other people did. Like, I know Crochet's been awesome still, but it don't matter. Number one, Hunter Brown. In our hearts and our minds.
Gray Kessinger's back with the team, by the way.
He is. Cooper Hummel, gone.
Cooper Hummel down. We did see Gray Kessinger make an error. The Sugarland Space Cowboys game that we went to last week. But you know what? Everyone makes mistakes. Like the Astros did with Jose Abreu for a very, very long time.
Hey, but you know what? You can also fix your mistakes.
You can.
Like the Astros have done. And turn their season around.
That's true. Also, as far as mistakes, I guess the Rockets think it would be a mistake at this point to give a max contract to either Jalen Green or Alperen Şengün. Kelly Iko reported at this stage, it's unlikely either Şengün or Green receive max rookie extensions. Both are eligible for a 5-year deal worth up to $224.2 million. Houston has had conversations with both camps concerning an extension. We'll continue dialogue during the offseason. But the chances of either player, Green or Şengün, getting a deal like Cade Cunningham, who got $236 million, or Scotty Barnes, who could potentially get up to $270 million, a deal like that, the chances are slim.
I mean,
makes sense.
It makes a ton of sense because the way the season ended with Şengün off the court and how well Green played, how bad Green was when Şengün was awesome when they were together. There's still more questions than there is answers about who the Rockets are. You mentioned this yesterday, Paul, and I think you're spot on about the Rockets have done the right thing in free agency by not going out and spending a ton of money, not getting Paul George, not getting Klay Thompson, not getting one of those big max guys. And this is the right path to take, and I think that continues now with the extension stuff. There's no reason to give them an extension right now. It's the same extension next year. So just hold off. You got 82 games to figure out what's the best for the Rockets' future. You don't need to do it right now.
And there's also the element of because Şengün was a lower pick, his cap hold for next offseason will be lower if they play it all the way out until next year. And so they'll have a little bit more cap. It's less true with Jalen Green just because he was the number 2 pick as opposed to number like 18 or whatever Şengün was. And so the Rockets can have a little bit more cap space by just letting it play out until next offseason, and they'll both still be restricted free agents next offseason. So like they can just sign whatever deal they want. It's if you want to know what it looks like they're doing, it seems to be that they are doing what the Philadelphia 76ers did this past offseason with Tyrese Maxey, where they could have paid Tyrese Maxey last year. They just would not have had the cap room to add Paul George into cap space that they did. So they're able to sign Paul George and then sign Tyrese Maxey. As if you did the other way around, you wouldn't have enough money for George.
Yeah, so because with the new aprons and all these things, it's super complicated. I keep listening to these podcasts and radio shows that are trying to explain it, but essentially when you spend too much money now, it's a hard cap in the NBA. And the only way to trade said players is a dollar-for-dollar transaction. So at this point, the Philadelphia 76ers getting off the Paul George contract is going to be a daunting task if they want to do that. So, yeah, that's what it's like the Devin Booker deal. If the Devin Booker deal is going to happen next offseason with these Phoenix picks, you would acquire Devin Booker first, pay him, and then pay Şengün.
Well, it's more of a free agency thing. Yeah. It's more of because Fred VanVleet team option for 2025, 2026. So if you decline that, that's $40 million coming off the books, and then you'll have the lower cap hold for Şengün, and so you'll open up some space to where you can sign if whoever's the free agent next year. Basically next year's Donovan Mitchell, or next year's Paul George, or next year's Jimmy Butler, which I actually think it is Jimmy Butler. But I haven't looked ahead at who's going to be a free agent next offseason. One offseason at a time is what I always say.
Got to take it a day at a time.
Yes.
On
Best
today,
day of your life.
The greatest day of all.
Because it's the day after Canada Day.
It is the day after Canada Day. Texas has annexed Canada thanks to the Astros' victory over Canada. That means more oil for us. I'm going to get some oil in your system right now. It's time for a Deep Steel Blue Pill, baby. Texas Swarm! So Mina Kimes keeps on having on guests.
Content machine.
Who kissed the ass of the Houston Texans. And I got to say, it's making me a little uncomfortable, but I still enjoy it. So Ryan Clark, former Steelers safety, joined Mina for a series called Power Hour. She has people help her rank teams in the NFL. She gives 2 teams, and the guest has to pick who they would rank first and why. The matchup that Mina Kimes gave to Ryan Clark was Ravens against Texans, and Ryan Clark, despite recent history, for some reason, picked the Texans.
I did an NFL Live, not NFL Live, a Sports Center top 3 biggest AFC threats to the Kansas City Chiefs. And at number 1, I had the Houston Texans.
At 1. Wow. So are you going to pick them over the Ravens here?
Yes, I am. Ooh. I am picking the Houston Texans over the Ravens.
So picking the Texans over the Ravens.
I can't do it. I'm not there yet.
It's insane to pick the Texans over the Ravens, considering how one-sided both of those games were last year. There was one half, the first half of the playoff game, where the Texans were hanging on for dear life, and it was entirely because their defense actually had a good plan to frustrate Lamar Jackson. Offensively, they did not move the ball week 1. They did not move the ball the last week of the year. I understand that there were some injuries and stuff. Ryan might be guilty of being an ex-Steeler here.
It's the Lamar playoff stuff. I know they beat the Texans, but the failures of the Ravens and Lamar Jackson against the elite teams in the playoffs, I think, always gives people a negative view of this team. I was a negative view of Lamar Jackson and the Ravens for a while. I feel like it's gotten so out of control now. I feel like pro Baltimore Ravens all of a sudden. But you lose Patrick Queen, but you still beat the Texans twice last year. So, call me on December 25th. Call me on Christmas when the Texans win against the Ravens at home and have secured, the number 2 spot in the AFC by winning that game. Then I'm with you. Until then, the Ravens are daddy. Fact.
If it was just the week 1 game, you could, and they just didn't play in the playoffs, Texans lost to someone else in the playoffs, you could, hand wave it as, well, come on. First game, new coach, new offensive coordinator, new quarterback, new everything. Week 1, you could kind of throw out that game. But then when they play the last game that we've seen the Texans play, and it especially they get kind of choked out like an anaconda, just the entire game, you're like, wow, this really is not. Nope, it's only getting worse. Nope. Can they wiggle their way? Nope, they cannot wiggle their way out of this one. And, yeah, that's what makes it hard to pick them head-to-head.
I want to believe Clark here, but more rationale for Clark in this head-to-head between Ravens and Texans from a power rankings perspective. He starts off by talking about the Texans' defense.
Amari Lassiter from Georgia. You add Okudah at another spot in the corner to pair with Derek Stingley, who we watched start to become that ball hawking corner that you expected. And this defense started to play well toward the end of the season. And to me, Mina, Jalen Petrie wasn't the player last year that he was the year before, right? The year before, he played at an all-pro level. So if he can get his play back to that line we saw his rookie year, Christian Harris seems to be emerging as a superstar at the linebacker position. But now you add Autry, now you add Daniil Hunter, right, to the other side of Will Anderson Jr. And I think defense now.
It's all about the delivery. Had he started off talking about Derek Stingley or Will Anderson or Daniil Hunter or Danico Autry or Azeez Al-Shaair, okay, he would have been able to Pied Piper me back into Texans dreamland. The problem is he started off with Kamari Lassiter and Jeffrey Okudah.
Yes.
And talked about Jalen Petrie for probably a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's as soon as you can sell me on Lassiter. You can sell me on the hype, the rookie impact player, not a top 10 guy right away, but Nick Caserio crushed this the draft once again. But you mentioned Okudah, and I'm out. Like I struggle with it because he hasn't been good in the NFL. It's past history. Why does no one bring up C.J. Henderson when they have these conversations?
I know.
A top 10 pick in the exact same draft.
Mm-hmm.
But he's never mentioned in the way that Okudah is. It makes no sense because you have nothing to base the Okudah argument on. Is the defense improved? Absolutely.
Clark eventually got to the main reason that everyone's into the Houston Texans, which is their offense, while he was on the Mina Kimes show featuring Lenny.
We just talked about the defense, or I just talked about the defense for 2 minutes, and we didn't even get to the fact that they added Joe Mixon. We didn't get to the fact that they added Stephon Diggs, right? You and I were marveling at what this team was able to do against the Cleveland Browns in the first round of the playoffs last year. Now you have more weapons. How are you going to match up with this team with a quarterback that seems to have everything you need to be a franchise guy for the next decade and a half? So for me, they are actually over the Ravens.
I love all this Houston Texans hype. Truly, I do. There's so much of it, though. It is hard to feel comfortable. I'm someone who does not take compliments well, and these are too many compliments for my liking.
Well, so this is where I do agree. The offense with the additions that they have, I think we're overlooking a lot of times when you talk about the Texans season last year, what they were with and without Tank Dell. But so you have Tank Dell back, you have Diggs, you have Mixon. Schultz is there, obviously. Another year of Bobby Sloak, who's hopefully a little bit more intelligent in short yardage and red zone plays when he's calling them. That's where I do believe. Like if the Texans have the hopes, the dreams, the hype, all of it, it's all about CJ and the offense. Like that I can buy into. It's when you try to sell me on Okudah and Ward and Petrie and Lassiter, then I'm like, not so sure.
Same boat. Not same bait. What does that mean?
Is that a Canadian word?
Yeah, I've got Canada on the brain. Do they pronounce their O's, A's? Perhaps. They do say A lot. All right. We're going to wrap up this radio show of ours with a little garbage time next. Who would have thought that Draymond Green wasn't necessarily the most annoying Golden State Warrior over this past season? That and more in garbage time. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George on a Tuesday. Spencer Arrighetti on the hill for the Astros tonight against the Toronto Blue Jays. Arrighetti coming off of 10 Ks and 7 innings pitched against Colorado. It really is baffling, in a good way, how this rotation, which is stretched so thin, keeps delivering impressive performances, probably partly due to the easy schedule the Astros have been going up against of late. But they did sweep the Orioles the weekend before this past one. They did take 2 or 3 from the Mets. We'll see what Arrighetti's able to do tonight.
Yeah, I think that's why there is the pessimism amongst this Astros run, is because while it's been incredible what the rotation's done and what the bullpen's been doing, they're just being stretched so thin.
They are. I still think the pessimism's few and far between, though. I don't sense as much skepticism as much as I sense, oh, yeah, they're doing what they're supposed to.
Yeah, that's
finally.
It's funny. Johnny Cueto opted out of his minor league deal with the Rangers.
Astros?
Yes. Have him be your fifth starter until Luis Garcia is ready. And Justin Verlander, because who knows with JV's coming back.
It really does seem like it's going to be a while before they get that next reinforcement. I mean, are we talking 3 weeks? Probably. We're talking after the All-Star break, definitely, for Garcia or Lance McCullers. For Verlander, I am not assuming that is in the next 2 weeks.
Mentally, I'm thinking All-Star break, just to get like the week off. Like that extra week is gonna buy. It's like 4 days too. It's not even a full week. But having that little bit of extra time, surely one of them will be ready by then.
You'd think.
Luis Garcia probably. I would say.
And he is a doctor, Joe George.
It'd be nice if he'd be back by like the Oakland series after the All-Star break.
We hope.
Which is like July 22nd.
Oof.
I doubt he's there. He's probably the first week of August.
Yeah, really the only thing that is going to change that is if Dana Brown does a trade deadline move now. He's probably going to have to be willing to spend a little bit more if you're going to make a deal right now. You wait till the deadline, the last minute, to get the absolute best possible value that you can. All right, little garbage time to kick things down. I don't know.
Kick him down, Paulie.
Yeah, that was garbage. Speaking of kicking down, talking about Jamarcus Russell at this phase of his life is probably kicking down. Jamarcus Russell was fired as a volunteer assistant coach at his alma mater. He's facing a lawsuit accusing him of taking a $74,000 check. Getting fired as a volunteer assistant coach at your alma mater when you're a college legend and definitely a high school legend, that's hard to do. I feel bad for Jamarcus Russell feeling that he needed to steal this money. But at the same time, this is a guy who made tons of money on his first contract.
Yeah, $36 million for 4 starts.
Which was totally undeserved.
Yeah, he apparently took he took the $74,000 check, deposited it, and then immediately took out $55K in cash.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. It's not going to go well. And then they told him not to come to the school, and he showed up.
Oh, no.
And they had to tell him to leave.
So they made it awkward for him. They don't even want to properly punish him, even though he just stole $74,000 in donations from them.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, some would argue he was stealing money from the Warriors for some of last season. Not at the end. He got it back on track at the very end of the year. But per a Warriors reporter, Klay Thompson behind the scenes has been equally exhausting as Draymond Green. Quote, Klay has been equally as exhausting behind the scenes. It's not as loud because no one's stomping on someone's chest, if he's slamming stuff on the bench and sulking and doing that on the court, how do you think it is in practice? How do you think it is in the locker room? It has been uncomfortable. It has. It just doesn't come out as loudly as Draymond Green. Do you buy that?
So he's pouting.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. I think I buy it.
He seems like he's such a I don't care about anything. I'm so cool. I'm so mellow kind of guy.
That's what's hard to get a read on it.
Yeah, because that's what I know he wants us to believe is that he marches to the beat of his own drum, that he's different. He's not like your traditional NBA stars, but this sounds on brand with that.
I can see how the brand of being upset, if the brand is Draymond Green, where it's like, yeah, that's just kind of how he always is. It's like, okay, I can work around this. But when it's like, what I imagine, it sounds like kind of passive aggressiveness from Klay Thompson. That's where I'm like, okay, I can see how people would be like, God, Klay's just kind of a bummer to be around.
Yeah, it definitely feels that once they paid Draymond, things got sour pretty quickly between them and Klay.
They also paid Jordan Poole.
That's true. That's true. They did pay Jordan Poole.
Once they paid Jordan Poole, then Draymond was upset, and then he punched him in the face. They paid Draymond. Now Klay's upset.
To wrap up garbage time, the ESPN television in our studio has been just beating to death the Bronny James introductory press conference. The guy was the 55th pick in the draft. I get it. He's LeBron's son. Are people really that interested in this story? I mean, it's a cute human interest story if you're a sports casual, but it's also a move that was 100% done because the Lakers wanted LeBron to stick around for a little bit longer.
I mean, Sam Vecini, the draft analyst, he said that every time he was forced to write a Bronny article, he didn't want to write it, but he would do it, and it would get major clicks. So, like, I think this is our life now, Paul.
Doing it for the ratings.
I think that Bronny and the Lakers is about to become just part of the conversation.
Well, if the Astros lose tomorrow, we're going to lead off talking about Bronny James. We will break down every single second of that press conference. It's Lakers radio.
Okay,
Lakers
so,
live, home of the Lakers.
We're out Thursday and Friday this week, just a heads up to the audience.
Oh, boy. They might be stuck with that.
If the Astros lose
National
tonight,
programming.
I'm out tomorrow too then.
Whoa, don't do that to me, bro.
I'm just kidding, Paul.
Not on 1 day's notice. Come on now.
Paul called me the B word last night. Won't even admit to it.
What did I say? I wrote it. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. I called him a bitch. But I love him. It was like a playful bitch. It's like batch.
There was like 100 T's. So yes.
Yeah, it was fun. And today's been fun, hasn't it?
It's been a great show today.
Happy day after Canada Day to one and all. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass, to Joe George. I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Peas are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's B-Rod behind the glass. It is a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees. I had some tacos today. They were very good. Brian has as many days off as Palillo somehow. He's not going to be with us today. He's not going to be with us tomorrow. I don't know how he had all these days off. Boston is behind the glass. Boston is a noted hockey fan. His team is it the Phoenix Coyotes or Arizona Coyotes?
Whatever they're calling them out, the Coyotes.
What do they call them, B-Rod? They call them Phoenix or Arizona? I don't know. I'm not even a hockey casual. I'm a hockey noob.
They became Arizona in like my senior year of high school, I want to say.
So they went from Phoenix to Arizona?
Yeah.
That's weird.
All the way to Tacoma. Philadelphia,
Is
Atlanta,
this a George
LA.
Strait song?
It's an Eagles song.
What hat is that
I mean,
you're
Steve
wearing?
Miller Band, sorry.
What hat is you wearing, B-Rod?
It doesn't match. I asked him about it already.
What is it?
It's another hockey hat.
Okay.
It's the Memorial Cup. It's like the junior hockey championship
Okay.
between all the three leagues that they have up there.
I think that's a fair hat then. It's not team related, I guess. Now, he is a noted Phoenix, Arizona Coyote fan, and he's wearing a Philadelphia Flyer jersey. Or sweater, I guess you call
It is
them.
a sweater.
Bush League or not, Blankers? To wear another team's, like, there's already question if you should wear a jersey, period.
Right.
I'm okay. Like, I don't care how people dress. But should you wear another jersey, uniform, kit, sweater of a team that you don't root for?
I don't really. I wouldn't do it personally.
Yeah.
When I'm loyal to my teams, then I'm loyal to my teams, and that means if my team's in the same league, then I'm probably not going to do it. Now, the only exception would be if you like get an old school, like a Mitchell and Ness, or an old school of like a legendary
legend.
Hall of Fame player or a player that
Okay.
you always liked, then maybe that would be the case.
Who is that? Who is the jersey? Or the sweater? My bad. I keep calling it a jersey.
It's Jake Van Riemsdyk. He was a
Never
player
heard of her.
he started there. He got traded to Toronto, then he signed back.
And he's still in the league. He's still in the league.
Yeah, he's with the Bruins now, I want to say.
Oh,
I'm going Bush League on
yeah,
this
that's
one.
not a good.
I'm going Bush League on this one, B-Rod.
My team did move to Utah, as famously noted.
When?
So
This offseason, right? How long have they been there? How long have they been out of the desert?
they just moved like end of this year. Like their last game was back in April.
So this last season, when did you purchase the jersey, the sweater?
I've had this for a while because I just
Bush League. It's Bush League. I rest my case, Your Honor. I rest my case. Your Honor, blank, Bush League or not. I've presented my case. Do you have any cross-examination, B-Rod? Anything you want to say in defense?
I did choose the Flyers as my potential new team now that they've moved, so I feel
Before-
like that's some
before
vindication
or
for me.
after the sweater. Your Honor, we need your ruling.
Yeah, I the only caveat that I can go your way with some kind of lenience, Boston, is the fact that your team has abandoned the city, which you don't live in, that it played when you were a fan of theirs. So if you're looking for a new team, then that might qualify. However, the player that has the number and the name on the sweater that you're wearing plays somewhere else. So therefore, I'm going to have to rule in the favor of Bush League.
I did go on eBay to get it because it was cheaper than buying it like brand new. So
That's better. It's still
But
Bush League. It might be
still-
a cheaper Bush League.
I was going to say, you just bought
Still
yourself
Bush
a
League.
cheaper version of Bush League.
Yeah. Sorry to pick on you there a little bit, B-Rod, but I'm a noted jerk, so there is that.
Don't worry, it's all good.
The Astros have been playing some good ball. They've won, 11 of 13, whatever the number is up to these days. They've started 4-2 in this 10-game road trip, which is very, very good, or 3-1 rather. I don't know where I'm adding these games. They're 3-1 so far in this 10-game road trip, so you're half to the win total that I think would be suitable for a 10-game roadie. They'll play today. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound. Jose Barrios will be opposite of him. Astros do have some injury notes, or at least one injury note and one other transaction note. JP France had surgery yesterday, I think it was. He's going to be out for a while. Google AI tells me 12 to 14 months on the shoulder surgery that JP France had. Maybe he can recover well. Who knows? And then they sent down Cooper Hummel, and they brought up Gray Kessinger. So I think Espada wants some bench options that can play a little bit of infield. Like he's probably looking yesterday where Jose Altuve gets a day off, Mauricio Dubon's in the starting lineup, and you look at your bench and there is not an infielder in sight.
Yep.
And Cooper Hummel really isn't an option. Like he tried to make fetch happen with Cooper Hummel like as a pinch hitter against lefties, and Small sample. Feel a little bad for Cooper Hummel. Like, didn't have a real chance, but he doesn't necessarily belong on this 26-man roster.
No, I agreed. And at this point in time, with the limited playing time, the logjam in the outfield, everything that is going this team's way, that you just need to make sure that you've got every literal base covered. And if you can get another infield on this roster, and he's probably not going to play a whole hell of a lot, but he does give you that insurance, then that's the right move to make, because I'm with you. Hummel's not a guy that's supposed to be on this roster right now.
Yeah, so minor moves there. Maybe the injury news on J.P. Francher without another starter, not that was unexpected. We already found out he was going to be done for the year, but now it's going to go into about halfway through next year at minimum. But the Astros are playing good. 3 games back in the AL West. Seattle takes on Baltimore starting tonight as well. So we've had plenty to complain about in the first half of the year, whether it was Espada, whether it was Abreu, whether it was GM Jeff Bagwell, whether it was the non-general manager period of time for the Houston Astros, whether it was the bullpen, Presley. I mean, just go down the list. There's been plenty to complain about if you're an Astros fan in the first half of the season. But now that they're turning it around, it's a bunch of positivity. What is there left to complain about if you're an Astros fan? 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. What are you complaining about, Blankers? Sometimes we get called complainers on this show.
We do, and angry bees, and like I said, we're content for Paul every day when he looks for things that he needs to fill up a segment. So he goes to us because we call it like we see it. We know baseball. But at the same time, when I look at it, the laundry list has been cleaned up because the laundry list doesn't have Jose Abreu on it anymore. The laundry list doesn't need to include Rafael Montero anymore because he has been deleveraged to the point where, thankfully, we don't have to see him as much or worry about him, though he did do you a nice 1-2-3 inning yesterday, which was helpful. I think if there's anywhere, like we've talked about in the past, between Dana and the Crane gang, it's eased up because they're winning. Because Joe Espada, who probably, yes, there were some times you could point a finger, but as we talked about yesterday, probably didn't deserve to be on the firing lines with everything that was going wrong, with everything that this team was misstepping on. If there's one area you can look at, or 1.5, is it pointing at Alex Bregman and offensively, aside from the one big hit that got you the win on Saturday against the Mets? He admitted himself that he was in the midst of an 0 for 14 or 15 slump going into that hit, and coming out of it, he into 2 double plays the next day. He hasn't been great. We know that his contract is coming up. Is that something that people are going to still harp on, point a finger at, and they're going to be fired up about? Is it the fact that with the catching situation, you'd probably like to see Yainer Diaz continue to hit, but if it means he's not as good behind the plate, is that something that you still want to consider moving? And is first base the issue where you point the finger and go, they still need some help there? The rumors are out there daily about getting another bat, getting a first baseman, finding someone that can help them more. But in the midst of all of this, if you're winning, how fired up are you about any of the above?
Yeah, I'm not really that hot about anything. Now, I do like to complain, and I'm a constant critic, so that's not going to go away. I critique in victory. I think it's silly when people kind of fair weather and bandwagon and everything is always great whenever you're all of a sudden winning a bunch of games. Not my style. So the Bregman thing is not something that really bothers me a whole lot right now. Now, he's been hitting better. His series against the Mets, it wasn't fantastic, but he had 2 knocks yesterday. He plays such a good defense, too, other than that error on Friday against the Mets, that it's hard to be too critical of Alex Bregman. Now, we can talk about, is he worth $30 million? Is he worth paying in the offseason, et cetera, et cetera? My answers to that are probably no and no. But I have a hard time being too critical of Alex Bregman. I'll be critical of situational stuff. Runner at second base, nobody out. You're not moving the runner. That stuff annoys me. Rafael Montero's a good one. Montero's been awful. Now, you can hide bad pitching. And Montero, we're sitting here talking negatively about Montero. Montero looked pretty good yesterday as he went 3 up, 3 down. I think the one thing that would stick out more than anything, and it's hard to say this because it's been a huge upgrade, is first base. They're still not getting great production from first base. Mauricio Dubon is not an everyday first baseman in Major League Baseball. Is he your best option? Yeah, he probably is. And you're trying to mix and match and try to find the optimal matchups for Dubon and John Singleton. And Singleton had a 3-hit game the other day in a dong. Probably not an everyday. He's not. Not probably not. He's not an everyday first baseman. You currently don't have an everyday first baseman on this team. So I think if there's one thing that you can complain about, it's lack of production at first base. But at the same time, it's been an increase of production since you've released Jose Abreu.
That's the thing. It used to be that the sky was falling and everything was a black cloud and it was more rain on the way. Now, because you're winning, are people less likely to press the panic button or be as concerned with issues that are still an issue? Because I agree with you at first base. I think that there's still, when you can say with offensively, they're doing much better. And again, they're putting runs on the board and crooked numbers, and you're going to get Kyle Tucker back. So that's going to help. But overall, as you look at this team to be complete before it gets close to chasing a playoff spot and then getting into the postseason, hopefully, you need some consistency at first base with some more pop probably, and you'd like to free up Dubon to be your guy that can go Swiss Army knife wherever, whenever, but still get, pretty frequent at bats.
Yeah.
But how far are you willing to go? Because everything has a price. You're going to want, if you're looking for a guy to play first base, what are you willing to give up to get a guy like that to possibly fill that one hole that's not as bad as it was?
Yeah, it's that's the difficulty of the position because there's names that have been out there we'll talk about. The Vlad's been out there. Can you get a Josh Bell's been out there, but Josh Bell isn't great. Is it that much of an upgrade over Dubon and Singleton platooning at that position to give away the price of the prospect? Then you have to factor in the price of the prospect for the difference of production that you're going to get. There's so many different variables. The Joey Loperfido situation, doesn't really seem like he's an option at first base. I know he played there the other day. He has not started at first base. That will continue today. So I don't even know if that's a likely name. So it's the difficulty of the position. But it's hard. I don't think fans are critical as much about lack of production at first base because of Jose Abreu.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jose Abreu set the lowest bar all time that, anybody with a pulse and a heartbeat, and if you can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time is an upgrade. So it's hard to be too critical of lack of production at that position when it has been a major upgrade.
Yeah, and I think you're right. The bar is lowered greatly because of how the bar was set at the start of the year with Abreu. But then when you look at it, Singleton had a good weekend. Singleton has actually been hitting the ball when he gets a chance to play. Dubon doing the same. You're not going to get power numbers seemingly consistently from either guy. Singleton's supposed to be that guy. He doesn't do that. But when overall in the big picture body of work of John Singleton's not an everyday first baseman. He's just not. So are you willing to do anything, and and how far are you willing to go to try and upgrade the position? Because sure, you can throw all the big names out there, but that comes at a cost and a premium cost with some of the names that are being thrown about. And I don't think that with the depth that you have, the success that you're having, that a lot of people are going to be go get him, go make this team better when you start hearing the names that would probably have to be included in any deal for a guy that's going to be a rental for a year and a half probably.
I don't know. You start to mention the Vlad Guerrero and people get pretty enticed by that name.
Right, but if I follow that up and say that means you're going to have to give up Joey Loperfido and one or two of your pitching prospects that are pretty close to major league level, or maybe one that's in the major leagues already, now are people going to be as overzealous?
Yeah, I think the casuals wouldn't care.
That's sad.
I don't think they, most people don't prospect hug, to be honest.
No, they don't.
Most fans do not. I'm a bit of a prospect hugger, a bit. Most fans do not.
But at a certain point, when it's not a game changer, right? It's not like when the Astros went and got Verlander and you knew he was ready to mow them down, and he was the one missing piece you needed, but he was a stud. I mean, if you look in the case of he's up and down. Is he going to be the game changer enough that you've seen Loperfido at the major league level to know he's doing it. He can play on the next level. He's not a 4A type player so far. There are a lot of times when the prospects are given up, they're so early in their career, like in the Verlander deal with Detroit the first time. Daz Cameron and everybody else included in that deal really hasn't done anything. Even when you look at the Greinke trade and some of the other trades, there are guys that are okay, but you really didn't give up a whole lot at the end of the day in the big picture to get what you really needed. I don't know if you really need Vlad Guerrero or another big name, a guy at first base, if it means giving up some guys that are going to be part of your long-term future.
The importance of when you make a trade is that you have to win the trade. I know I sounded very Joe Giorgi there, but if you have to make the determination, you have to be able to adapt and you have to be fluid in the situation. For one trade, you might decide, well, the prospects that we're giving up are just too great. We can't make the trade. And then trade B comes around and it's, well, this is a good price. We don't love that we're giving up these prospects, but we like the return so much. And maybe these prospects we don't have graded out as being everyday starters in the big league. So That's where scouting comes into play. That's where your evaluation, that's where predicting the future has to come in play. Because I think you do need to be fluid. Like the Verlander trade, I actually like that trade, and you lost some critical prospects. You lost Clifford. You lost Gilbert. But Dana Brown would tell you, and I don't know if it's true, that he likes Jacob Melton more. The financial aspect of it has to come into play as well because you're getting Justin Verlander at 50% off. So every trade is different.
Yeah, it really is. And I think the other thing when you're talking about a team that's as cognizant of long-term deals, contracts, and stability from a financial aspect, you're right that you can have two scenarios on the table, and if it's a guy that you will have control of longer, that it's a more affordable deal for you, you're more willing to give up an extra prospect or two, or a guy that you might think highly of that you might otherwise balk at because the other guy's going to give you almost like a rental a little over a year, and he's probably, for all intents and purposes, going to be gone because his price tag and the amount of years that he wants doesn't jive with your business model for how to run a baseball team.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. What is there left to complain about for the Stros? 713-780-ESPN. Tuesday edition of the show. So cash him or trash him. Malik Hooker's running his mouth on Micah Parsons, and I kind of love it. Who are the 5 most overrated quarterbacks in the NFL? Get to that. Killer Bee Hive of Fame. Today, we induct our very first class into the Killer Bee Hive of Fame. We're going to have to make this an annual deal, or maybe whenever somebody brings up a good nomination. We'll figure out the rules a little bit later. And then Glenn Davis is going to join us at 5 o'clock to talk about what is a failure of the U.S. men's national team. Everybody wants to bash Berhalter today, so we'll get our cracks in at 5 o'clock. But coming up next, Dana Brown, the Astros, are the general manager. He said they had to cut the deficit in the division in half by the end of July. Well, they've done that for the most part. It's down to 3 games, 70% cut if you're into the numbers. Where will this team be at the end of July, and what is there left to complain about with the Stros? 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, but enter with caution. We're on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston. You can find us there. You can find us on Twitter. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Grogan says first base needs to be addressed at the deadline. So there's one complaint from Grogan that first base needs to be addressed. We discussed that. It's complex. It's something that's a complex thing. 4554 says, is it worth it if you can win a championship? Things are impossible to predict. It's impossible to say, okay, this trade's going to win us a title.
I mean, that's the goal, right? So, I think that changes everything. It should change everything for every fan of this team. If the trade's going to, give you I don't want to say there's a guarantee to win a championship, but if it really increases it that much and puts you over the top, it's like the Verlander trade of the past. Why wouldn't you make that deal? Because it's so hard to win titles. This fan base has been so spoiled by this consistent run of this team, and even though they've lost World Series, I think they've gotten to the point where they don't realize just how hard it is and everything has to fall your way just to get there, let alone win it. And you saw in some of the losses where this team's faltered, it basically just was a lot of things with injuries at the wrong time, or guys like the pitching staff just faded at the wrong time. But overall, it's a challenge to get there every year. If you can get a guy that's going to be that kind of a difference maker.
But how can you predict that is the point.
You can't.
That's the thing. The probability and the odds increase and all of that. I get that part of it. But it's not as cut and dry as we're making trade X and we're winning championship A. It doesn't work like that. Garrett Cole, who was dominant as a Houston Astro, has 0 World Series titles. So, you can't just chalk up a trade, be like, well, we're going to win a title because of it. So I hate the whole, is it worth it if you win a title? If you win a title, sure. But how are you telling me it's a guarantee that you're winning a title? It ain't.
And that's, I guess, the point I was making, that it's no guarantee, no matter how good you think your team is. Because 2019 might be the best team that the Astros have had during this whole run. They didn't win it. So you look at it and you say, well, they should have. Yeah, but they didn't. So does that make it, you have to take that into consideration. There are no guarantees. And the guys out there, are you getting a guy that's a bona fide superstar stud? Or is he, in the case of a Guerrero, he's a big name. He's done the home run derby. He's done some things. But is he the kind of guy that brings everything to the table for you and says, he's going to make the difference in this team?
Yeah, it depends on the price. Somebody's texting us, what would be the price? I have no idea. I have no clue. Some people do that MLB trade value thing, which is the worst website that exists. I've seen trade offers that are fair on MLB trade value, and it makes my head hurt. 713-780-ESPN 4490. I saw a recent post saying that Tucker is the issue because he's out. We're winning. Rolls eyes. Yes, rolls eyes. That is correct, 4490. You need to stop viewing where you're reading those posts. That is something I would suggest. And then we mentioned that we're going to have the Killer Bee Hive of Fame later. And this wise guy, 91898, an annual thing, huh? You guys won't be around next year. What is nice. August? We started this show August. What year is this? Going to be our third
working
full
on
year.
Third year, yeah.
So it'll be year 4 starting mid-August.
Are we working on a third year, or we're going to?
I think this is our. I think we're finishing up our third year.
Okay.
I think we're finished. I think I don't remember our show date, birthday, but it's August, somewhere mid-August. And I think we're going to be beginning our 4th year of our radio existence as a radio show. So, yeah, 9198. We got receipts. Well, not receipts, but proof. 713-780-ESPN 5044. What other first basemen are available? It's hard to tell right now because there's so many teams that are in the race. I'm going to make a trade deadline primer. Branham trade deadline primer on July 15th. Give it a little bit of time to let it settle a little bit. July 15th when the Branham primer will be out. 4583, can the Astros get Crochet from the White Sox? I seriously doubt it.
And at this point in time, is that who you're targeting? Because I don't think you should be. When I heard Paul mocking us on the way in. But
yeah, you didn't what was Paul saying? I want to know.
He was like, did you hear the Killer Bees again? I mean, here we go again with more of their trying to, I don't.
Trying to what?
he portrays us as these guys that are just trying to get clicks, and he was building it up that
jealous.
We were overblowing things, and when we were having the discussion of how high could a combination of Blanco and Brown be in terms of Major League Baseball on a 1-2 punch. And then they had to clean it up and say, well, they were honest in the fact that they weren't, pushing it to be guaranteed bona fide top 3, top 5. But at the same time, when you look at it and say, hey, at the start of the season, we didn't have either one of these guys penciled in to be top 2 rotational guys. So if you have those guys pitching like that, and you're getting Verlander back at some point, and you know that Fromber has the capability of pitching like that, and you know that more help could be on the way with Garcia getting his second start in the minors, with McCullers still throwing in full uniform somewhere in places and destinations that we see on social media, but Arrighetti's in the mix, and he's pitching very well. I don't know that Crochet should be your first target anymore.
He's extremely expensive.
That too.
He's going to be extremely expensive. I don't think that the Astros have the system to trade for a Crochet if he's traded. And I don't know if the Blanco Brown thing's that crazy. Ronel Blanco should be an all-star. If he's not, he's going to be completely robbed. And Hunter Brown should be the pitcher of the month in June. So, you have a pitcher of the month and you have an all-star, and that's not a formidable 1-2? Tell me you don't know ball. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. He put you guys on Bad Take Boulevard on Ronel Blanco and Hunter Brown being top 5 in the league. Name me 2 better. Name me a top 2 better than Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco. And you have to name me 5 better because we said top 5. We didn't say the best. We said top 5. And again, let's make it known that Ronel Blanco should be an all-star, and that Hunter Brown I don't know if he's going to be, should be the pitcher of the month in June. So how many 1-2 combos have an all-star and a pitcher of the month on their arsenal, on their roster? Let me know. 713-780-3776. Dana Brown said they had to he said this a couple weeks ago, that they needed to cut the 10-game deficit in half by the end of July. Well, it's July 2nd. The deficit's now 3. Where will this team be at the end of July?
I think, in my mind, I firmly believe that they're going to be first place in the division. I think that, you sat yourself in the middle of this division, wallowing in third place, looking up at the Rangers and hoping to get somewhere close to them before you even sniffed trying to chase the Mariners down. And now you've got the Mariners players, even after wins, talking about and focusing on the Astros and worried about them because here they come again. And because of the fact that you should be a whole lot further back in the standings than you are, I think that 3 games between now and the end of the month, no matter how much I cash or trash the 8th, I think by the end of the month, this team is going to be, I'd say, 3 games up in first place.
Okay, I'm good. I like that better. No, I was laughing at the Twitch. Twitch is making fun of me for getting for making things getting views and likes, which Granado accused me of, and they're just listing the things I do to do that. They're funny. I think that's in play. I think they should be in the lead of the division by the end of the month. It'd be nice to run away with this thing and kind of position your. It's crazy that we're talking like this. I like that better than your July 8th in first place, although that's looking more and more likely by the day.
And you guys have taught me about what's worthy of cash or trash-esque. And look, that, at first, the first glance, I was going to say the 15th, and I said no, to really make it a true cash or trash that has some cachet to it. We'll take it to the 8th, and we'll take a flyer. And right now, as much as it seemed to be a little impossible at the start, Seattle's doing you a whole hell of a lot of favors. And who'd have thought that you'd be 3 games out, this close to that deadline, let alone the end of the month?
We that Cash 'em or trash 'em has a very real possibility of being the Hurricane Hawaii thing where we just blasted you like, no, you idiot, that doesn't happen. Oh yeah, our bad, it does. Poncho says into July. How about hitting the goal of July the 8th? So Poncho's on your side. Hit the goal by July. That would be something. If that hits, that would be nuts.
I'd say by the end of the month, they're 3 games up in the division.
Yeah, I'll cash that. Yeah. I'm cool with cashing that.
Yeah,
not even knowing the schedule really.
No, yeah, and I know that August is going to be a tougher month for them schedule wise because Paul told me on social media. But I'm not going to kibosh them for what they've done and the fact that Seattle's done you favors. I think this baseball team is way more capable and it's a better overall team than the Mariners. Yeah, their pitching's great. Their offense is terrible. Their center fielder has been a huge disappointment. And your disappointments are either gone in the case of Abreu coming back to life in Bregman, and then you're going to add an all-star piece no matter what you do or don't do at the deadline with Tucker coming around the corner pretty soon, to where I think that you're going to be in a position to really kind of get there and then kind of put your foot down.
Yeah. 3-4-2-6, 3 years. Didn't think that this has been here this long. I like y'all together because you don't agree on everything, yet don't scream at each other. I hope y'all do stay around. That was only like once or twice.
Yeah, we've done it before. But I really thought we were going into our 3rd year. We're going into our 4th year, huh?
I'm pretty sure this is going to be the 3rd year. Yeah. Because we've already had 2 birthdays, 2 show birthdays. This will be our 3rd show birthday.
But I thought we were starting our third year. You're saying we're starting our fourth year?
Yeah, we're going to be. I mean, we'll turn 3 years old on August, whatever. But we'll be going and embarking our fourth year as a show.
Jason Barrett, just a savvy guy.
I mean, he was 1 for 3. I mean, if he was a baseball player, he'd be in the Hall of Fame. And some people might not even say he's 1 for 3. It might be like half of 1 for. Don't laugh at that, Austin. Don't laugh at that joke. We're being, we're making fun of ourselves, and Austin's over there cracking up.
Well, at least we got the kid to crack up. That's good. I'm happy to make him happy while he's working with us.
Yeah, but he's not allowed to laugh at our expense. You're a part-timer. You're not even talent. You're a part-time producer. You're not even part-time talent. You're laughing at the bees as they make fun of themselves. We can find another producer.
When the joke hits, the joke hits.
I'm kidding with you, B-Rod. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713. What are you looking at me like that for?
Because I think we should get B-Rod. He's earned his stripes enough. Next time they go to LaBerge, I think he should be in.
It makes more sense than Joe.
Absolutely. That's where I'm going.
It makes far more sense than Joe going to LaBerge. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. It is July. We do know that. Second day of July. How much, and we touched on this a little bit. We'll keep it going. How much does this team need to make a trade? What is the need for this squad to make a trade by the deadline? And how much would you be willing to use Joey Loperfido as a trade piece? 713-780-3776 is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from my bookie. Look, we're getting closer to the holiday weekend. You're going to be sitting around watching TV. Well, why don't you make all the sports a little bit more interesting, if you will, by putting a little money down on it? And you can do that, like I always tell you to do, at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is the safest and best place to invest your money when you're looking to put some money down on some sports or play some casino games, and we'll get to that in a second. But the fact is that they're always giving bonuses out to if you have a promo code like I'm about to give you. Because you listen to us and you're considering using them as the place that you go and bet on sports and casino games, mybookie.ag has created a code of Bet975. When you use that code anytime and every time that they ask for it, you can cash in with more money in your account instantly. It's fantastic. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, or more games you can play casino-wise, and more chances you can win. It's phenomenal, and they have all the sports. They have live in-game betting. They have ways you can follow the games right there on their website while you're doing all the other things and interacting with people as you're watching your bets. But they also have dealers standing by with live casino games. So even when there's not any games going on, or you just feel like getting away from the games and doing a little gambling like you should if you're driving to the casino or flying to Vegas, you can do it in the comfort of your own home or wherever you have your phone. Just go to mybookie.ag. Go right now, and whether you're doing a sign-up bonus or a reload bonus, there are bonuses for you waiting for you to use. And all you have to do is go to mybookie.ag. Remember our promo code BET975 and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
6941, happy birthday, Killer Bees. The day's baseball IQ wouldn't be the same without you. Thanks. It's not our birthday. Our birthday's sometime in August. I don't know what the day's baseball. What do you think he's being sincere there? Or you think it's a backhanded compliment? Is it Paul?
I think it's a compliment.
Is it Paul texting in?
Paul doesn't compliment.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Paul's complimented me before.
Well, that's good.
He's never complimented you.
Well, maybe he has.
I think he's 1-2 compliment. Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, he's complimented me before, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's complimented me before. I think we started in 01. I'm pretty sure we started in 2021. Yeah, we started 2021. I just pulled out the press release.
Okay.
That was written by Culture Map. We couldn't even get like somebody that doesn't office with us to write a story about us. We had to get somebody down the hall. Yeah, we were mid-August of 2021. So we'll turn 3 mid-August 2024. I don't know the exact date. Don't ask me that. Okay. So we'll be embarking in our fourth year.
Open up fourth year.
Yeah. 713-780 ESPN. That's how old the Killer Bees are. All right, how much does this team need to make a trade, in your opinion?
I really don't. At this point, I don't think that they really need to make the trades that I thought they needed to make a few weeks ago. I think because of the fact that, as we talked about yesterday, you saw the development, and now you really feel great about where Taylor Scott is, Seth Martinez's ability to hold down the middle innings, an inning or two when you need him as well, regardless of what Montero can or cannot do for you. The fact that Penn Murphy might be in the mix after the All-Star break and at the end of July helps you with a experienced relief pitcher that could be coming to bring you some help. You know you're getting help from at least one starting pitcher, maybe two, and you're going to get Verlander back. So I don't worry as much now because of how you've seen Hunter Brown and even Arrighetti lately progress. I think it comes down to the bat. It comes to first base. It comes to what do you want to do and how much are you willing to give up to get where you want to go? And we don't know who the names are that are going to be out there. I mean, we were out there at the Space Cowboys last week, and we've got some indications that maybe Paul Goldschmidt isn't the guy you should look at. Like maybe he just can't catch up to the fastball anymore, and you don't want another Abreu type situation. You need a guy, if you're going to go get anybody and consider them playing at first base, that is capable of doing what these guys currently in the lineup, on a platoon basis, aren't doing. More pop, maybe some more consistent average. Those are the kind of things you're chasing. If you have any question marks at this point, I'm not as desperate as I was 2-3 weeks ago.
For me, it's first base. I'm with you on the pitching thing. Like anything that you acquire, like I'm not opposed to it. I don't want to do it at the expense of the future. I think your rotation's been very good. Like you had the other day, Robert Flores, go Cougs. He was talking about how the Astros' issues have been pitching, and more pitching, and he listed 10 things, and they were all pitching. And then you're like, okay, well, does this guy watch Astros baseball? Chandler Rome sent out a tweet today. Team ERA leaders since May 1st. Astros are 5th. Like the Astros pitching has been fine for the last 2 months. And there are reinforcements on the way, whether it's the names like Justin Verlander, whether it's a quality pitcher like Luis Garcia, whether it's the mystery of Lance McCullers, or if it's just a solid middle relief guy like Ben Murphy, who is a solid middle relief guy. So I don't think it's a necessity to trade for an arm. I'm not ignoring the luxury, and if you can find that guy out there without surrendering too much of the future, cool. Like that's fine by me. I think the biggest hole on this team is first base. If you could find and I'm not even a Vlad type, but if you could find a guy who can hit in the top 6 spots of this lineup, all of a sudden your lineup is really stretched out. Now you have a top 4 of, Altuve when you're healthy, Altuve, Tucker, Yordan, Bregman, Yiner, traded for first baseman. And then the guys that are solid, Myers, Pena, whatever you want to do in left field. So I think that first base is the position that you can acquire that would help this team the absolute most. Maybe even left field a little bit if you're not completely sold on Loperfido or Chaz. Although I think the platoon there is fine. Throw Dubon in the mix out there a little bit too. I think you can get by with what you have in left field. First base, that to me is the area where you can really take another step as a team.
Well, and also, and it's twofold. but it really comes down to who's going to be available, because you always get that big first name in like a Vladdy Jr. that's going to be out there. But if you're not willing to go that far price-wise, or that he just doesn't fit exactly what you're looking for, who are the other guys on a team that maybe fades out of the playoffs, or it becomes sellers instead of buyers? You don't know, because so many teams with the wild card are still in it to a certain degree. You know that whether it be Loperfido, who is probably not going to see first base except for an emergency like the other day, but in the case of Dubon, there's still going to be plenty of at-bats for him to get. He's going to still find a way into the lineup pretty consistently, or he should, whether you're giving guys days off or, he's going to spend some time in center and or in left. But when you look at it, if you get a guy that brings you a ton more pop, that is capable, that is available between now and the deadline, and maybe it's a rental, or maybe it's a guy that either has a really contract that's friendly to you, that you like, so you're willing to give up more, or you can get a rental at a very cheap price, but is a guy that's capable. That's when you got to be hard and fast and get snap to it, because that could help you.
8807, as always. Let's grab some bullpen depth and ride. No big splashes. If you can find a cheap first base upgrade, that's fine, but no Vlad type move. That's really where I'm at too. Minus the I don't think it's as important to have the bullpen depth, because you are going to bring some arms. And we talked about the roster crunch yesterday. If everybody's just healthy before you even trade for an arm, I want a first base upgrade. I don't want it to be Vlad. I think Vlad's going to be too expensive. There's also been the reports of Toronto not interested in trading Vlad, which that might not be true, but it does tell me that they're going to have to be knocked off their feet, which means a bigger trade, more difficult to mortgage the future, et cetera, et cetera.
And I'm leery if James Click is involved in the trade. He knows your system better than anybody. He probably has an axe to grind at some point, but he's going to measure the level of desperation. He's going to, he's probably going to want to stick it to you if he can. But I don't know that I'm willing to give up a big package for a guy like Vlad Guerrero, especially if there are other options. Because when you think about it, some of the guys of a couple of years ago, when the first base position was open, I mean, Josh Bell, thank God now there was a guy that they were chasing that's probably going to be on the market again. He's been miserably bad since, he got the money and since he was
he's
traded.
Been better than Abreu, though.
But so is basically a can of soup.
Sure, but that would have been a better alternative. And Mancini wasn't very good either. So, Josh Bell and Mancini were very similar. Josh Bell was a 2-year deal and cheaper. Josh Bell could have been the better option both times, and I agree with you that it was not a good option.
And even with Rizzo, which was a guy that supposedly, whether you bring Ken Rosenthal's rumors into it or not, or if that was just positioning for trying to get a deal with the Yankees are looking for a first baseman. They're not happy with Rizzo at all, and they re-signed him.
We got hurt too.
Well, they were looking before he got hurt.
Yeah. I mean, they might be in on the Vlad thing. So I'm good upgrading it first. Probably not on Vlad. It doesn't scare me, the Click thing. I understand. It's a valid reason. I just think it's defeatist attitude. Well, I'm so scared of the guy over there. No, go win a trade. Be that son of a gun. Be the dude that wins every trade. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rob, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Rob?
Hey guys, appreciate you taking my call. Just had a quick comment on the trade market, both pitching and first base. I don't really see the need to trade anybody for the bullpen. Obviously, we hope Luis Garcia comes back like the Luis Garcia of old. Then you'll have, once Verlander comes back, you'll have 6 starters, and once you get into the playoffs, you'll see at least 1, if not 2, of those guys bump into the long relief, like what we've seen in the past, like Hunter Brown did a couple of years ago. So I think we're going to be set there. And unless a trade for a first baseman makes us exponentially better, I don't see the need of doing that either. I think you give Loperfido multiple games, see if he can play the position, see if he can swing it at a level that we need. Still got Mauricio Dubon, who I believe should never be out of the lineup. And once you get Kyle Tucker back, the outfield's going to get even more crowded. So unless we can hit the first baseman, it just really makes us much better. I really don't see the need just for a little small step up.
Appreciate the call, Rob. Look, I think the one thing that I would push back on is because Joey Loperfido, no matter how much power he had in the minors, he just hasn't had that same kind of pop on the big league level. Though he's been a more consistent hitter for average. When you look at the two guys that are doing what they're doing at first base currently, regardless if you want Dubon to be more flexible or not. The one thing is, can you get more pop from a guy at a corner infield position, because that's a premium power position for you in any lineup.
Dubon's hitting below what like an average first baseman would be. Now, to Rob's point, is there going to be a huge step up on the market at first base? That remains to be seen. Just to kind of truth bomb Mauricio Dubon a little bit, I like Mauricio Dubon on this roster a lot. I do think he's your best option at first base that you currently have. I think there's some similarities to Mauricio Dubon in last 3-year Yuli Gurriel. Like the Yuli Gurriel that lost power, that was still, a good defensive first baseman, was a very good contact guy, but wasn't hitting for the power that he used to. I think there's some similarities between Dubon and the last 3-year Yuli Gurriel. Mauricio Dubon the last 28 days is a 289 on base percentage and a 689 OPS. That's not very good for first base. That's not good for an offensive player, period. But especially at first base. Now, even his season totals are like, okay, I don't know if I love that at first base. A 714 OPS on the year at first base. That's below average relative to the first base position. Is he your best option? Yes, he's your best option. Now, to Rob's point, why don't you give Joey Loperfido 2 weeks and then see how desperate you are to trade for a first baseman? I think that would be something that the Astros should consider. But at the same time, it's like, okay, well, we've been behind the 8 ball. We're not trying to experiment. We're in win-now mode, non-general manager Jeff Bagwell said. So those are factored into that. But you're not going to know if Joey Loperfido is the answer by not playing him for a significant, like today he's in the lineup. He didn't play the previous 3 games. Right. So are they telling you that he's not the first baseman of the, I mean, I think they have told you he's not the first baseman of the future, but could he be the first baseman for the rest of the year? Because I don't think Dubon's that guy. I don't think Singleton's that guy. Quite frankly, I don't think Loperfido's the guy, but he might be.
He might be, but at the same time, he needs the reps to see if he could be for the rest of the season. And just using him because you had no other option really to go to the other day in Toronto, I mean, in New York, is not giving him enough of an opportunity to see what we've seen and seen tweets deleted because of the fact that he's shown on the AAA level he can play first base. They've been resistant to it. They don't really like it. And even though Abreu's gone, I don't know why they're still not trying to at least see if it's going to work or not, because you have nothing to lose really, and you could gain another capable body and another spot to fill in the lineup with a guy that's been hitting the baseball. So you want to try it out. For some reason or another, maybe he won't get that opportunity this year. I don't know, but I would be monitoring it closely between now and the deadline, because with each passing day, teams are going to start realizing it's just not going to be our year.
Yeah.
And then maybe, a better option then pops up.
Yeah, you need to be kicking the tires. And if you can't do it because the price is too much, okay, you can't do it because the price is too much. But absolutely, you got to be looking, which you should always be looking. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Would you include Loperfido in a package for a significant player? And what do you do with this Astros offensive logjam that you have right now? The outfield logjam, I mean. What do you do with this outfield logjam that the Astros have going on? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at that NeoGraft procedure as well as PRP. And if you haven't been introduced to one or the other, I have a great way right now where you could sit down and talk to Doc Linville and his staff and figure out if you can get your hair back. Because with Doc Linville, it's your hair, and it comes back, and you get it back, and the procedures that they do work. They're not gimmicky. They're not sprays and creams and foams that just mask the problem. They actually get you the results that you're looking for and can increase everything about your enthusiasm towards your appearance when it comes to your hair, because you are seeing the results and you continue to see them progress each and every passing day. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com. 975hair.com. Sign up for a free consultation. That consultation costs $150 out on the street, but because you listen to us, you're interested in them, you get that consultation for free. Go in and ask all the questions. Find out about PRP, which is basically like your lawn still has blades of grass, but they're just not as thick and long as they used to be. By fertilizing them with PRP, you can get thicker, longer, stronger hair again. And then the whole NeoGraft procedure. Essentially, Doc explained it to me. You're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. He takes some of that, like taking sod and putting it in a spot where you have a bare spot in your lawn. You take some of that around the sides and the back of your head, put it where you need it, and in 6 to 9 months, you will see unbelievable results taken from an area where it's never going to go away. 95 to 99% of the follicles moved are going to stay and grow and be with you for the rest of your life. It is a game changer from that respect. They aren't going to be a gimmicky thing that doesn't work. And the main thing there is that you're going to see the follicles the very next day when you get done with the procedure, but they're actually going to be at their utmost best in about 6 to 9 months, and it's fantastic. Tell them I sent you by. I had the Neograft procedure and the PRP. I could not be happier with the results. You could be the next in line. Go to 975hair.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank Branham, Bees, 713-780-ESPN, 8693. Astros need to chill with putting Yordan in the outfield. Should only be Fromber's starts. Y'all see him try to slide and catch a ball his last time out there. Terrible, and he's going to get hurt.
Easy now. 51 times, then we can sit him down.
Preaching to the choir. I don't like him out there. Bet aside.
Yeah, no, it's not smart.
Yeah, I don't like him out. His bat's too important. But Kyle Tucker's hurt right now. Maybe no. I'm not gonna defend a spotter for that one. I don't like that one at all. Would you include Loperfido in a trade package? King of Twitch says that he would, but only for Pete Alonso, which that would be a rental and that would be pretty costly. Would you include Loperfido there?
I just think if those are the two names that you're kicking around, I wouldn't. I think that in the case of Alonso, like you said, he's a rental. And in the case of Guerrero, it's like a year and a half or whatever we got left of this season, and one more after that. And I'm not sure that he is the answer, so I don't think they're going to do what he's looking for contract-wise after that anyway. Both guys are going to walk, and I think Joey Loperfido is a guy that's probably going to be around and a part of this team for the next 3 to 5 years minimum.
Yeah.
So I don't think I would do that for one of those two guys.
Do you think he's an everyday outfielder, corner outfielder? Do you think he will be an everyday starter for the Stros?
I don't.
Then,
I don't know.
Then why are you hesitant to trade him?
I don't know power-wise if he's going to be a corner outfielder.
Loperfido? I think he'll have for power.
You think he will? It'll come around eventually?
Yeah, I do.
I think that he can be more consistent in terms of hitting for average and keep doing what he's doing, not striking out as much. I wonder why the power has disappeared so drastically from where he was. I'm not expecting him to do the same things he did in Sugar Land and lead all of the minors and all in professional baseball and home runs at one point.
Yeah.
I just need to see more pop from him to be a corner outfielder. So that's a concern of mine.
I think he is an everyday corner outfielder. And you do have some uncertainty at that position. Like if you're looking at long-term corner outfielders on this team, you might not have one. Kyle Tucker is in the final year next year. Chas McCormick is a fringe everyday left fielder. Not sure he is that. So, like, what you got? Like, you got some minor leaguers. You have Melton, who's your top prospect, but that's not a guarantee. You don't have anybody who is a lock to be a starting corner outfielder beyond 2025. So, I think that Loperfido is the best that you got right now. So, I do think he would be an everyday corner outfielder. So, I would be hesitant to trade him. Wouldn't be opposed to it if you get a guy who like has club control, who can be around for more than 6 months or more than a year and a half. So I'm not completely taking him off like my list. Like, he's not on a no trade list, but he would be like, it would take a sweetheart deal for the right situation, the right player to move him.
Here's where I'll get creative. In terms of those two first basemen I mentioned, I don't think I want to include him in either one of those deals.
I would agree with that.
But if you're going to tell me that a team that's trying to sell out is going to throw in a corner outfielder proposition of a guy that has some team control, that's got, all the things that we're looking for in terms of a good defensive outfielder, got some pop, can hit it pretty decently for average.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at that deal going, if there's a team out there that has that guy under contract that is looking to get younger and kind of press the reset button and look at a guy like Joey Loperfido, I get a guy that's more advanced in his progressions, and I can get him for a couple more years.
Yeah.
That's a different discussion.
That's that's probably the only scenario I'd be willing to do that. I'm not trading Loperfido for a 3-month rental, and I'm not trading him for a year and 3-month rental. It would have to be somebody who I anticipate to be a corner outfielder for me for at least like 3 years, which again, pretty much diminishes the odds of that happening and Joey Loperfido being traded. But that's what it would require for me. What do you do right now with this Astros outfield logjam? Because you do have one right now, even without Kyle Tucker. Joey Loperfido had 3 days off in a row before being in the starting lineup today. Chas McCormick, good year last year, hasn't been very good this year. He's in that mix. Trey Cabbage has actually been pretty solid for you. How would you handle this Astros logjam until Kyle Tucker comes back?
Well, I think based on what we were just talking about with Yordan as well, but also the fact that knowing that Yiner is going to get the majority of the starts at catcher because you don't know when Caratini's coming back, so that takes him out of the DH mix anyways. I'm going to ride the hot hand. And if it ain't Chaz anymore, I'm not going to force feed him into this lineup. Yeah, he had the game where he had the 2 bombs. He's been hit or miss, literally, but also just way more miss than hit. And Loperfido, I don't think should be sitting for the amount of time that he sat since he got his last start. But if you get a guy, if Loperfido plays tonight and gets a knock or two and looks good, I'm throwing him back out there. I'm going to play the matchups. I'm going to play, situational as well. But I think that I'm going to rotate and play the hot hand first and foremost. And Joey Loperfido deserves at this point in time to probably have consideration over Chas McCormick.
I would just play Loperfido for the next 2 weeks to figure out if I need to make a trade, and I would play Chas McCormick for the next 2 weeks to figure out if he's going to be 2023 Chas McCormick. And I'm sorry, Trey Cabbage, you're the odd man out, but you got to be the odd man out because I'm going to figure out what these other 2 guys are. Until Tucker's back, that's what I would do almost every single day. Now, if you have like a tough lefty on the mound, well, I mean, you can't play you can play Dubon out there, I guess. So certain situations, maybe you can nitpick a little bit, but I would be playing Loperfido and Jazz almost every single game until Kyle Tucker comes back.
Yeah, I'm not even considering Cabbage. I appreciate what he's done so far, but they also did him a solid by resurrecting his career, going and getting him, and he hasn't done anything to really disappoint you at this point. But I think that there's a lot more stock in the 2 guys ahead of him, and you, like you said, you got to see what you have with both guys. You ideally, if Chaz, kind of starts coming on, you got a good problem on your hands because you could either have him as trade bait again if teams are interested, or he's a guy that allows you the luxury of not having to make a trade for another outfielder because you got him. And with Joey Loperfido, you truly want to see, can he find more power? Is he going to continue to be the kind of guy that can get base hits on a regular basis? Those are things that you'd like to figure out quickly so that by the time the trade deadline comes around, it's not too late to try and make a move if you feel like you need one.
Yeah. Cabbage might be the best of the 3 right now, but I don't think he's an everyday starter, whereas Loperfido potentially could be, and Chaz was last year, so you collect information, figure out who they are. 713-780-ESPN, how would you handle the Astros outfield logjam? 713-780-3776. I don't know if y'all have seen this. Malik Hooker talked about how Micah Parsons being on a podcast, and then all of a sudden if he plays poorly, then he shouldn't be having a podcast. What do we make of this Hooker-Parsons beef? And who is the one Texan you would like Malik Hooker to deliver this type of message to? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Have you seen this Malik Hooker, Micah Parsons drama? Malik Hooker is a Cowboy, Dallas Cowboy. Micah Parsons is a Dallas Cowboy. We know that Micah Parsons likes to podcast. In fact, some people were talking about how C.J. Stroud's been talking too much. There was a whole lot of shut up and throw the football when it came to C.J. Stroud a few weeks ago. I heard it on this very station. Shut up and throw the football. Micah Parsons does a bunch of podcasting. Malik Hooker has noticed. Malik Hooker on Micah Parsons and his podcast via another podcast said that if the run game is terrible and you're doing a podcast every week, what are you really caring about? So he's like, okay, you're professional. And it's a little different. I mean, Parsons is hosting a podcast where Malik Hooker's a guest. There's a difference there. And Parsons is committed to doing it each and every week while Hooker's, a guest and could say, no, I don't want to come on your podcast. But what do you make of that comment from Malik Hooker talking about, hey, look, if we're really bad this year and you're still doing this weekly podcast, what is your priority? What is your motive?
I think it's a slippery slope, especially for a guy that's not as impactful as a Micah Parsons. When you look at that team and you really got to feel like, and check yourself in terms of your stability and, how comfortable you just got trying to reprimand your best defensive player and one of the best defensive players in this league, because you're setting yourself up to possibly be scrutinized and more. You're setting yourself up to already go into a season and you haven't got to training camp yet, and you could have issues within your own locker room culture because of the fact that you're a little concerned about what your teammates doing in the offseason. And I think that it's kind of like the old unwritten rule that we've seen throughout sports, and particularly in football, and as recent as Baker Mayfield, when contract situations come up, don't worry about another man's money. Don't worry about another man and what he's doing in his free time outside of football. And I don't think he's really said too much. I know that what Parsons has said previously has evidently ruffled the feathers of management in Dallas with the Jones family, because he said, we're in go-for-it mode, and what have we really done? Mm-hmm. But is he wrong? And is it one of the best players? Sure, you should voice that internally behind closed doors to the owners first. We don't know if he has or not. But everybody has a platform these days. And with the platform that he has, if that's the route that he chooses to take, you really, you got to be careful in how much you're going to try and be, criticizing someone else, because there's going to be other guys on your team that are doing it if they aren't already.
I don't love the medium he chose to deliver this message. I don't disagree with his take, though. Like Micah Parsons' response to the comments, just wish you said this to me, but instead on some podcast. Why aren't we talking about everyone preparations and focus leading up to the game week? ? I mean, I can point out a lot of other things, but I'm just not. So the medium that he chose to deliver the message, I agree with you that's poor. I think that was a bit Bush League. But I don't necessarily disagree with the take, because if your job is to be like the best football player you can be, is the podcast at all interfering with that? Probably not, but it's the perception of it. It's the perception of your bottom 10 run defense in the NFL, where we started off 2-6, and you're still over there like having fun doing your podcast each and every week. That's not a great look to the rest of the team. So I see where Malik Hooker is coming from here. At the same time, like, he's doing a podcast 1 hour a week, not that big a deal. But it does have a very bad look if you're struggling. Fortunately, Micah Parsons hasn't had a whole lot of struggle in his career, and the team has been good while he's been there.
And that's what I was going to say. The main thing is that, as long as he's backing it up by, when Hooker sees him, not necessarily the media and or the general public, if he's in there putting in work in the weight room, if he's in there and he's not showing up late and leaving early and doing, things that you don't want your best players, let alone any of your players, to do, and he's putting in the effort, what kind of football player he is, then, okay, you do you, bro. Then whatever you're going to do in your spare time, fine. Now, at a certain point, I would hope that all these guys, no matter what they're doing in their off seasons and on these podcasts, kind of reevaluate in season when the grind becomes obviously taken up several notches.
Josh from Seabrook, if it's during the off season, I wouldn't mind if a player's doing a podcast. I have no issue really there. 4071, man, I'm a Cowboys lifer, so it's a hard knock life. That being said, Parsons has done exactly nothing when it counts. He's real fast and extremely capable, but does that earn you top pay? Hope they improve, but I have zero postseason expectations. From Jerry's kids.
That's harsh.
Yeah, it is. And really had nothing to do with what we were talking about other than the subjects that we're discussing. The Draymond Green stuff annoys me. Like when Draymond Green he gets ejected from a game, or if he gets into a scuffle from the game, he immediately runs to his podcast and starts discussing it. Like that does rub me the wrong way. If he was a Rocket and was doing that stuff, like I would be pretty critical of that, I believe.
I think that he's trying to profit from something that has been basically a rule in the league that you have to talk in the locker room when you're still attached to the NBA, and he's taken it to a platform where he's trying to cash in. So he's not going to say as much in the locker room, and he's going to direct everybody like a Pat Beverly move, and that whole debacle of are you subscribed to my podcast? Now that players realize it's not just a fun little hobby to have in the offseason, that you can cash in and make some coin on it, you're getting more players to do it. In order to get the clicks, they're getting more controversial. They're ruffling a lot more feathers. Look, I agree with you. And whether it's working for a team and caring that much or just caring about your favorite team, the last thing you really want is anything that can screw up the culture and screw up the relationships and screw up a good thing when it's going in the right direction with any team in any sport. And these kind of things can do that. And we've seen in the past where it can create a divide between whether it's your best player or just players in the locker room, and it can cause you some problems that you really don't want and don't need. Like from the C.J. Stroud perspective, the same way. The kid's spreading his wings a little bit. He's doing the same things Micah Parsons doing, and he's able to do that and get more attention because of the season he had previously, and now because he's established himself as a premier type player in this league. What I don't like is I don't want to ruffle the feathers of an Aaron Rodgers or some of the players that I know really feed off that kind of stuff to give them any extra motivation to play the Texans this year, because they got enough on their plate with what they got to handle with their schedule and everything else with it. I don't need to give them any extra.
Yeah, I think that stuff's overrated. Like giving a professional player bulletin board material because he might try harder. Like I question that guy's motive or motivation to begin with, if that's what it requires. But maybe some guys are that way.
I mean, I've seen it a lot, and it's not just like the whole Jordan thing that they highlighted in the doc, or things with other people. I mean, I've seen it with players, and I've seen it with opposing players. With the Warriors, when the Rockets and the Warriors were going back and forth, and Harden did some things to really tick off Steph and Clay and Draymond, and they used it, and they wanted to bury him. And when they were
Did they not already want to bury him, though, especially in the playoffs?
They took it to a different level. Let's just say that. When they were up 20, they were trying to get it up 30, and they were rubbing it in and trying to do it.
That's different then. Like, they'd already won the game. Like, if they're rubbing, like pouring salt in the wound, like whatever, like, okay, now you're getting a little bit personal or whatever. It can also work the other way. Like, it can rattle you in a negative way where you're too zealous, you're too over aggressive. It can go both ways.
It can, but I think that when you're talking about if it gives you your best players whether they need it or not, if it gives them that extra motivation and focus, then I think you don't need to. I know that like Rudy T and Carol Dawson were guys that were hell-bent on trying to avoid any bulletin board material at any time and like pouncing on trying to, squelch it whenever it happened, because they really put a lot of weight in that, and everybody's different. But I think that, like I said, in The Last Dance, you saw it, that Jordan was actually creating his own at a certain point to motivate himself.
So it didn't even exist. Like, no one even had to say anything to Jordan because Jordan was going to motivate himself.
The Pistons, did.
Like, Jordan's the opposite, though. Like Jordan didn't, like, it didn't matter if you said something in the paper or not, because Jordan was literally going to create something because he was self-motivated. Like, the greats are self-motivated. He was creating things that weren't even said. What do you mean
Jeremy,
he wasn't self-motivated?
For it. Whether he created it or not, if he didn't have to create it, he was looking for it. So if you gave him that so that he didn't have to create something, and you gave him that extra motivation, then he was going to bump it up a notch, that he was going to dial in a little bit more laser focused. Coaches...
Well, the Pistons had the Jordan rules, and he couldn't beat them for 2 years.
I mean, he also had to build the right team, and get the right team around him.
I
But he
think-
was going to do everything that he possibly could. But I think that it definitely works in the favor of the opponent sometime if you fire them up.
Yeah, I don't put a whole lot of stock into it. Agree to disagree there. Malik Hooker definitely said what probably has been thought in that locker room. Certainly Malik Hooker thought that. So who would be the one Texan that you would want Malik Hooker to deliver, not necessarily this message, but a harsh reality to?
Well, to me, I think the obvious choice for a lot of people is going to be CJ because he does the whole thing, the podcast with Parsons, and they like to go back and forth at each other. But I'm fine with CJ being that's who a quarterback is, and we've seen it through quarterbacks throughout the years. To me, the guy that at first blush, my first thought was Diggs. I want to make sure that Diggs is harmonious with this locker room all season long. I'm not saying he said anything. I'm not saying that he's using a podcast, or I don't even know if he does a consistent podcast. But he's the guy that I'm worried about most in terms of going and using an avenue like a podcast or something else that could possibly start messing with the good culture of this locker room.
I'm not really worried about Diggs to the media. Like most of the stuff that he's been, I don't even know how to say this, like controversial about have usually been sideline antics. I think he handles the media pretty good. Like I don't know of any media or behind the mic appearance that Stephon Diggs was at all controversial. And maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on his one press conference that he's had with the Texans where he was, really, really good, I thought. For me, it's Titus Howard. Titus, and it's pretty easily Titus Howard for me. And the message that I would have Malik Hooker tell Titus Howard is, hey, you have too much screen time. You're a professional football player. Why don't you stop playing as much video games and hanging out on Twitter? Like, go play football, work out, and be your very best. That dude is behind a monitor all the time. Like, he is hopping in people's Twitter comments all the time. People have told me that he's, like, blocked people that he plays video games with. Like, and if, like, you want to do that, like, cool, but maybe don't make it so loud. Because if you're that loud on social media and you're playing that many video games and doing all this, what is the message that sends to your bosses? What did we hear about Kyler Murray?
Mm-hmm.
He spends too much time playing Call of Duty instead of being in his playbook. Okay, well, like you're scrolling all the time on Twitter, hopping in people's comments and playing video games all the time. Like, let's put down the screen, or at least pretend like we're putting down the screen. That's what I would have Malik Hooker tell Houston Texan.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, from my regard, as it regards to my choice of Diggs, it's just because of the fact that it's not going to help him out any, and because the Texans cared about it enough to basically restructure his contract just to make sure if there were any issues that they had a shorter leash in terms of being able to get rid of him if they needed to. I think he, hopefully in a new situation, knowing that he's trying to get a new contract, won't be that guy. But my concern is the way it kind of spilled over from the sidelines and whether it created any real conflict or not between him and Allen, or they're just going to say the right things in the media. I don't need that this year with this team.
713-780-ESPN. What would your message to a Houston Texan be that's being delivered by Malik Hooker? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Who are the 5 most overrated quarterbacks in the NFL right now? Who are the most overrated quarterbacks in the NFL? What's your top 5? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Who are the most, we'll do the most underrated tomorrow, but who are the most overrated quarterbacks in the NFL? Top 5. I saw this with Houston Stressens. That's what inspired me to do our very own. So who are your your 5 most overrated quarterbacks in the NFL?
When I think about it, and it just depends on what you think they have left or not, but I think that the 2 that really come to mind first and foremost are Russell Wilson and Derek Carr, because they got massive deals. They continue to fail, and even if they're traded for in the case of New Orleans or Pittsburgh's giving him one more chance with Russell Wilson to me is just not even close to what he used to be. And the fact that the Broncos did what they did was absolutely stupid. And you just can't play okay and decent for a guy that's, Russell Wilson and being acquired with all that they gave up with Denver. Same thing with Carr. I mean, Carr was good with the Raiders. He was not very good with the Saints. I don't have any faith that he's going to be better this year with the Saints. So I think that they're both on the list for me. Trevor Lawrence is a guy that comes to mind immediately as well, because he just got the massive deal. And I'm like, I've never been overly impressed with Trevor Lawrence. Good on him that he got his money. But I think that Jacksonville kind of panicked and did what they had to do for trying to save the franchise and marketing and all the other things, non-football related. And I don't see him becoming the kind of guy that when you're the number 1 overall pick in the draft that a lot of people see him to be. And I'm going to, I think I'm going to put Jordan Love on the list because of the fact that I still have to see a whole lot more from a guy that may get the bag before I think I've seen enough. And that worries me. I watched too much of those games and too much of his tape to know that he has not shown me the kind of things that I've seen in the top 5 to 7 quarterbacks in this league. His ability to put the ball in tight windows, his ability to make key throws at key times. So it's not like I'm not hopeful that it happens. It's just a very scary proposition to where I could see him regressing this year and fading and coming back. And then the other guy that I would put on the list, and he did a little to dispel that last year, but Baker Mayfield's a guy that's never, to me, lived up to billing when he came out and as high as he was drafted. And just when you think that he has the capability, he can win you a football game, he can win you a bad division, but for the money he's making too, and take money out of it, just where he was supposed to be to what he's turned out to be, I don't think Baker's been nearly what everybody thought he was going to be.
Yeah, I'll push back on a couple of those. I think higher Jordan Love than you. Although some of the talk on Jordan Love's kind of crazy right now. Like they were talking about it the other day. I saw tweets about it, how people would start their franchise with Jordan Love. Like that's extreme. That's extreme. So I could see why that's overrated. Wilson and Carr, I don't think are rated enough to be overrated, quite frankly. Maybe like Wilson's heyday, maybe Carr's heyday. I think at this stage of their career, no one's really rating Wilson or Carr that high. Like no one's talking about them in like glowing terms. So I wouldn't have them on overrated.
Their contract and what they've done.
Yeah. That's the other contract, certainly.
Yeah, because they're massive.
Really, yeah, they haven't lived up to their contract, that's for sure. My top 5, reverse order. Number 5 for me is Justin Herbert. And I love Justin Herbert's game. Sorry, B. Hannon. But the guy doesn't win. Like, the guy doesn't go to the playoffs and win football games. And a lot of times we crush these guys for getting, not having postseason success. Justin Herbert, to me, has a ton of talent. I think he should have been drafted higher. But until you win a playoff game or two, I got to put you as one of the most overrated quarterbacks in the NFL. People talk about Herbert as having the most talent of anybody else in the league, yet he does nothing in the postseason. So Justin Herbert, number 5. Number 4 is Anthony Richardson. And I think Richardson has a chance to be really good, but Anthony Richardson is always hurt. Like, when was the last time Anthony Richardson played a full, healthy season? People are, well, you're an idiot, Brandon. It's only his second year in the NFL. Go look at his career. Go look at his football playing career and tell me when Anthony Richardson has started a season and has finished a season, has been healthy throughout. So for me, it's mostly the injury stuff with Anthony Richardson. Plus, I still have questions about his accuracy. Yes, I like that he landed with Shane Steichen, but we're acting like Anthony Richardson's a top 10 quarterback and he's played like in 3 NFL games with huge question marks surrounding Anthony Richardson. 3 for me is Tua. I think Tua is overrated. Tua has incredible talent around him and solid numbers. Good numbers, But even Miami's reluctant to give him huge quarterback money. Why? Because Tua's not in that conversation. Tua's not in the elite with the rest of those guys. Number 2, overrated quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence, kind of the same thing I was saying about Herbert. Lawrence was lucky to win that game where neither team deserved to win in the playoffs. Lawrence, another guy who puts the ball on the ground a lot. Go look at his fumble numbers. They're insane how much Trevor Lawrence puts the ball on the ground. I hate quarterbacks that are turnover prone. One of the most important things a quarterback can do is protect the football. You can't score, you can't move the ball if you don't have the ball. So I put a whole lot of weight when it comes to that. Thus, number 1, most overrated quarterback in the NFL is the guy who will never win a Super Bowl, the very one and only Josh Allen, who people think is like a top 3 quarterback. I would argue he is the most overrated quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, I kind of figured he was going to show up on your list at some point. Same way we've talked about with other guys, I feel differently about Josh Allen just because, yes, he can turn the ball over, but he has the dynamic that he brings with the running game and all the things he can do, and he's got a cannon. We see it a little bit differently. I think that their team obviously means a lot. They've taken a step back on a personnel platform to where I just don't think he's going to have the opportunity, especially next season, to chase a Super Bowl. Maybe they get him some more help down the road, but I'm not going to take that off his possible chances of winning a Super Bowl. But I mean, I understand, to your point, he is turnover prone, and then that is a risky proposition. I like Herbert a lot. I really believe in Herbert, and I think that he's got a real head coach now, and we know that coaching can matter too. But yes, I understand that he hasn't been able to win. That was a debacle last year for both quarterbacks, but of the two guys, I believe more in Herbert than I do in Lawrence.
I do. I like Herbert's skill set more than I like Lawrence. I think he protects the ball a little bit more. One thing that really hurts Herbert is I think their philosophy is going to be very run-oriented. So the numbers, I think, for Herbert are going to go down.
That's possible.
But it doesn't really influence like who he is as a quarterback. I would take Herbert higher than Lawrence if I were having a quarterback draft. 6444 says Tua, Herbert, Hurts, Dak, Lawrence. 6005 says Dak for sure. 5961, no Dak on either overrated list. This is why I think Dak's actually appropriately rated. I think Dak gets a lot of hate that he's actually kind of like rated like how he should be. Dak takes a lot of heat, and I think Dak's actually better than the heat that he takes.
And I think the same way that Kirk Cousins takes the heat that he takes, they take it because of the postseason. But of the two guys, when you look at what the numbers that Dak puts up in the regular season, he does his job, and he does it really, really well. He was in the MVP conversation in a couple of the years, in the previous couple of years, because of the fact he can lead the league in passing. He can do some things to really take notice. But when the games matter most and everybody's paying the most attention, he doesn't win. He doesn't win the big games. The same way we're just talking about Herbert, and Kirk Cousins has always been known as a guy that can do a hell of a lot of good things in the regular season, but he can't get it done in the playoffs. Dak's right there with him.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We'll do the most underrated tomorrow. Cash them or trash them with the Bees. What do you want to cash? What do you want to trash? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 6860. Dak falls into the same category that you used for Josh Allen, Brenham. Josh Allen has thrown 78 interceptions in 94 games in his career. Dak has thrown 74 interceptions in 114 games, and he's been in the league like 3 years longer. 4 years, actually, but he's had that injury year where he only played 5. And Josh Allen, again, in far fewer games, has fumbled the ball more times than Dak Prescott has in his career. One turns it over far more than the other turns it over. All right, 713-780-3776. What do you want us to cash? What do you want us to trash? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what is your cash or trash?
I'm going to start with the fact that the team that beat the Astros in the opening series that everybody's been overhyping, the New York Yankees, are not only going to not make the ALCS, the New York Yankees aren't going to win their own division, and they are going to be in a dogfight in a wild card in the American League come playoff time.
The Mariners?
No, the Yankees.
Oh, the Yankees will be in a crapshoot?
Yeah. I don't think they're going to win the division. I think Baltimore will. I don't think that they're going to hold up. And with all the injuries that they always seem to have, and Stanton gets hurt again, and everybody goes down, and as much as they put all their eggs with Soto and Judge and all the big numbers that they put up, I just see a team that is flailing around as good as they've been, and I don't think they're going to win the division. I don't think they're going to get to the American League Championship Series.
Didn't they do that a few years ago where they started off as like the hottest team in baseball, and they were like on this 115 win pace, and then they were awful the rest of the way? I don't remember if they missed the playoffs entirely, but they were ousted
That might have
early.
been when Boone was on the hot seat after.
I feel like that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, like that might have been. I don't recall it per se, but I know that Boone found himself kind of quickly on the hot seat.
The Yankees went 60-23 to start the 2022 season. So they were on. I mean, they won 60 of their first 83
They were on
games.
fire this year too.
Yeah, I want to see how the Yankees finished up. I think it was the year the Astros beat the Yankees. I think it was the year they swept them, right?
Yep.
So yeah, they started off red hot. Then they were swept by the Astros in the ALCS. I see them going with that same plight. I like where your mind is at on this one. I can see that as well. I think there's some questions with that Yankees team. I don't see them missing the playoffs entirely. I agree they won't win the division. But the wild card's got some mediocrity to it, more in the NL than the AL. But like Kansas City right now is your third wild card team. They are 5.5 games back of the Yankees. Actually, they're 7 games back of the Yankees. So Yankees are 7 clear on Kansas City. But even if they flip spots with Kansas City, they're still not out of the playoffs. They're 8.5 games up on Boston, who is their, the first team out of the wild card right now. Then it's the Astros, actually. I won't say they'll miss the playoffs.
No, I didn't say they'll miss
but
the
they'll
playoffs.
lose the division.
I think they're going to be in a dogfight in the wild card because I think if Minnesota is who they play, and if Minnesota's healthy, and that's a big if because one of their best players can't stay healthy, and Correa obviously got hit a week or so ago, and injuries happen. But I think Minnesota has better pitching than they've had in the past. I think Minnesota could give them a handful.
In the race?
No,
the
in
wild
the
card
playoffs.
race?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'll cash this. Yeah. I'll cash this one. Be right. Give me a cash on that one. 713-780-3776. What do you want us to cash or what do you want us to trash? Nick Wright had a take yesterday. My semi-annual reminder that across the board in every sport, replay review has made the product worse and has not improved accuracy at all, and it should all be done away with, except for tennis, where it seems to be good. It worked truly flawlessly. My take is the opposite of this, and I've said this for years. I think that more things should be reviewable, quite frankly, like the Altuve foul ball off his foot, in that it should not require clear and conclusive evidence. I think we should go one step further with instant replay to where now the instant replay is the ultimate trump card over the call on the field. Once a play is challenged, I think we should forget about the call on the field altogether. You go over to the video monitor and you make your best guess based on what you see on slow-mo replay. You're going to tell me that these aging umpires, referees, officials have a better view and a better look than slow-mo, high-definition instant replay. Why in the world is the call on the field the trump card? Why does that one hold the highest sanctity of the call? What it should be what is on the slow-mo replay. They should get the best look that they can get, and then after getting the best look that they can get, you go based on what you saw on the video replay, and you forget the call on the field entirely.
I'll cash this. I'll cash it immediately because I've long said, and the NBA took a step back with the way that they used to do it versus how they do it now, where you have to save your challenges like a wild card in your back pocket, and if you're wrong, you're going to lose it. The object of every sport and every official is, at the end of the day, get the call right. Make sure the game is decided the right way by the players on the playing field and leave it at that. The reason why that they go to the point you're making about what was the call on the field or on the court, it's because they don't want to hurt their officials' feelings because of the fact that these officials have such a tough job to do, and they do, but sometimes they're going to miss things. But at the end of the day, if the end result is truly get the call right, then anything that even is remotely challengeable should be challenged to get the call right. I'm not worried about, especially with everybody bitches in baseball, it takes too long. The idea is to get the call right on the field, so I'm all for it.
Yeah. And you're going to get more calls right based on slow-mo, high-def replay than the call on the field has to be conclusive and obvious to overturn. 9666, umpire's ego will never let the replay make the decision. I don't care about the umpire's feelings or ego.
If they're trying to take control of the strike zone, which the umpires have, grossly mismanaged over the years based on their feelings, and they're close to doing that, think about the Altuve, because that's definitely going to get to the competition committee, and that better be changed by next season. Because if you think about it, if we're going to go to replay right away, then they're going to go as quickly as they can and look at the reviews and get the thing done. It'll take a lot less time than have the manager on the field, the player on the field, the umpires meeting, that player thrown out, and then at the end of the day, you don't get the call right. You should do it and have it. They should change that as soon as possible.
Yeah. 8532, cash your trash. Anthony, this is Colt fan. Richardson will play the whole year and be top 5 quarterback in passing yards.
That will be trashed.
Trash.
I don't think he's a good enough passer to be top 5 in passing yards. There's no way I see that happen. Plus, I don't think he's going to stay healthy all year.
Which one of the two is the bigger trash?
Ooh, I'm going to say just that he's going to finish top 5.
I think the bigger trash is the opposite. I think there's more of a chance he finishes the whole year. All 17 games. He's not playing all 17 games.
But even if he did, I don't think I'm going to sit there and rattle off quarterbacks and go a long way before you say, oh, there's a guy that he could have more passing yards than.
Double entendre trash for that one.
Sure.
Both takes, Colt fan, lands on the trash bin. Richardson playing the whole year, trash. Top 5 quarterback in passing yards, trash, Colt fan. That's why Anthony Richardson's number 4 my top 5 most underrated quarterbacks going into the 2024 season.
Top 5 rushing yards?
In the NFL? No.
No. For quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's in play.
I think that's in play, too.
Yeah, I think that's in play. Now, I will concede that Anthony Richardson landing with Shane Steichen was the perfect scenario for him. I will concede that, Colt fan. I will concede, too, that if Anthony Richardson does play a full year, that he'll be really, really good. My take on Anthony Richardson's more about injury than performance. 3270, the Lakers taking Bronny is kissing LeBron's bad words so bad that it makes it the best case. Define best. Best case of nepotism of all time.
I would say that there's plenty of others that.
I don't know.
Well, but see, the things that I'm thinking about are more like ownership, like the Buss family. The fact that Johnny Buss became assistant general manager, and was making personnel decisions because his dad owned the team was pretty embarrassing.
I mean, I think that's on par, though. I think it's on par. Like LeBron James is taking one of 15, or Bronny James is going to take one of 15 roster spots on an NBA team where there's only 30 of them. He's also, like, they signed him today to like a fully guaranteed deal, which is like unheard of second rounders, that he's going to start the year on the NBA roster. I mean, this is there's a great story. I love the storyline. But this is one of the biggest nepotism cases we've ever seen.
Can't Giannis be in there too then? Because both of his brothers, and Theonis, or however you say it, he is awful. And
I think he might be better than Bronny, though.
I don't think so.
I don't know, man.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
He is awful, and every time he gets in a Bucks game, it gets worse.
I think there's like an elite level of nepotism. I think you bring up a good one. Double Rod says like Tillman's son. Double Rod says like Crane's son. Junior Bronco says like Cal McNair.
I've heard Patrick Fertitta is a sharp guy.
I've heard that as well.
Yes.
I've heard that he
now,
is
I don't know
sharp.
if he's got the basketball acumen to be able to analyze players yet. He's trying to work up. But I knew from a very, very quickly when Tillman bought the team that he's the heir apparent on the business side too, which means you got to be sharp.
Yeah. I mean, it's a classic case of nepotism, but you're right. Like, we've seen tons of nepotism before. This is unique to basketball. You bring up the next closest example, I think. I think that would be the next closest nepotism example, the Greek Freak.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Greek not so
Remember
freaky.
now, both brothers had some time in the league.
Yeah.
And then the one brother went overseas again because he's actually playing. And the Bucks, rightfully so, if you want to keep your star happy, give contract after contract to his brother.
3209, catch this. Astros go 95-67.
Where are they now? They're
43 and 41.
43 and 41.
43 and 41. What do you say? 95 wins.
So they got to go
52
and
25.
I don't think so.
52 and 25.
I think they
so
get
it's 52 and 77 games.
Yeah,
that's a win percentage of 675.
That's a little high.
What'd they do in June? They were
17 and 8, I think.
So 17 and 25 is 680 win percentage.
That's too high.
I'm going to trash it too. I'll say 91.
I was going to say 90.
Either way, they win the division.
Yep. They're going to win the division. They're going to win 90 games, but I think that's a little lofty on the percentages.
You know one race that we have not looked at this year and we shouldn't have? This is not our fault at all. The bye.
Oh.
The bye. Top two division leaders with a bye. Astros trailed that one. They trailed Cleveland by 10 games.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get it.
I mean, they were down 10 games with Seattle a couple weeks ago. Like they've already closed the gap there. No, that does seem a little bit lofty.
Yeah.
So looking at a wild card series, if they win the division, we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
Yes, we are.
All right, that does it for Cash 'em or Trash 'em. If the Rockets do nothing else the rest of the offseason, are they better than they were last year? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If I have some Ginobin tonight, even though I've had it for the last 35 nights, will it taste better tonight than it did the previous nights before? Yes, it will. Recency bias, and it's the next one. It's always the most important. Ginobin's the best, too, so there's that added caveat. The vodka, the gin, straight bourbon whiskey, cask-strength bourbon, it's all top shelf with Ginobin. And it starts with the finest ingredients, classic, time-honored distilling methods. Ginobin uses their revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you'll ever taste. The Persado technology. One of the things you'll love that's not in Ginobin are the harsh solvents. These are nasty elements. They don't belong in your spirits, and they don't in Ginobin. Anytime I've talked to somebody like, hey, you were right about Ginobin, I know I was. You got to try it yourself, too, if you haven't already, because once you try it, it's going to be your favorite. You get all the flavor, none of the burn, unparalleled smoothness, and an enjoyable drinking experience. When you go to the restaurant for dinner, ask for it. When you're going to the bar, ask for it. If you're going to the liquor store, pick up Ginobin. If you're looking for some weekend plans, how about going to the Ginobin tasting room in Alvin? You can see how they distill it. You can take a little tour, and then you can have some great Ginobin, great spot to watch a game, too. Wall-to-wall TVs there. And there's also a Ginobin bar inside of Minute Maid Park. That's right. If you're going to an Astros game soon, stop by the Ginobin bar just to the left of the Crawford boxes and pick up some bourbon or whiskey or vodka or gin as you head down to your seats. Or if you just want to stay at home, I don't blame you. It's hot outside. Go to Ginobin.com. You can order straight from the website. Ginobin.com. Add the vodka, add the gin, add the bourbon, add the whiskey to your cart, and then have it delivered straight to your doorstep. Ginobin.com. Ginobin, all of the flavor, none of the burn.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
If the Rockets do nothing else this offseason, which kind of likely, I think they're already close to maxed out on roster spots. If the Rockets do nothing else, are they better than they were last year?
I personally think so. I think so because of the fact that you added a guy that was the perfect fit with the need that was there in Reed Shepherd, that has the potential to do a whole lot for you in a draft that was pretty poor, and really you had to roll the dice on a lot of guys developing. I think Shepherd's a guy that's got enough skill that even if he doesn't become like a superstar type player, he's exactly what you need right now. And I think the bigger thing is another year of this coaching staff with the guys that they currently have, the young players that they currently have. They're only going to get better. I think that you're going to see more development from Alpi. You hope to see more from Jalen. But we already saw enough in Amen Thompson's 1 year that you believe with this coaching staff and him getting, just more comfortable with the league and the team, he's going to get better. Same thing with Cam Whitmore. Getting Tari Eason back. They're better. I think that they're going to be better from the standpoint of the development of each individual player playing the system that this coaching staff puts on the floor.
Yeah, even if Reed Shepherd gives them nothing, which I don't think will be the case, but even if he gives them nothing, I expect the Rockets to finish with a winning record next year. 41-41 last year. I think they'll have a winning record. I think the goal for them should be play-in tournament and better. If they missed the play-in tournament because they made the playoffs altogether, well, that's great. That's bonus. But above 500 play-in tournament, that's one rung up the Western Conference standings. And how they're going to get there even without additional additions. Most of their players are young, and your best players and your leading scorers are young. Alpi Şengün, Jalen Green. Alpi Şengün, had an incredible improvement from 2 years ago to last year. They're also in their second year of Ime Udoka. You're going to be better in a second year in a system than your first year. You have a year of development. You have a year of maturation. You have a year of progressing and getting better. So many young players that should be better in another year in the NBA and in the second year with Ime Udoka should lead to a better record. Also, you're adding guys that were hurt last year. And yes, injuries happen in sports, so you can't prevent injuries happening next year. But Tari Eason, who I think is a critical player on this team, not a starter, but a critical role player on this team, played almost not at all last season. Alpi Şengün missed the last, 18 games for the Houston Rockets. Now, they did play pretty well in the games that he was out. But yeah, I have the Rockets being above 500 next year if they do literally nothing else this offseason.
Now, let me ask you this, because I had this discussion going with a buddy of mine this morning, and it's kind of similar to discussions we've had when it relates to the Texans in the fact that if your schedule's tougher. But can the Rockets have the same record as a year ago? Dare I say worse, but at least 500. They're 500. They don't make the playoffs. They don't make the play-in, but you're better, because of the fact that your players develop more and the team developed. It's just that the West is so loaded.
Well, the schedule should be the schedule's the same.
Yeah, but I'm saying from we had this conversation with the Texans as it related to schedule. My conversation is more from the Western Conference perspective. It's so loaded down, and they're getting better with a lot of the moves that you're seeing, with the exception of the Clippers. The Pelicans got better. You believe Memphis is going to be better with John Morant, and they weren't in it last year. That you can continue to gel as a unit. Your young players continue to develop and get better. But overall, the results from a team perspective aren't going to be as good because of the juggernaut in the West.
I would say no in this case, because the schedule is the same. Barring injury, and injuries are going to make you worse. I say no. If you finish below 500, next year's a disappointment. It's a major disappointment. Now, if you had injury along the way that led to that record, okay, now it's more allowable. Now it's more tolerable. Context matters here, but it'd still be a disappointment. If the Rockets finish with a below 500 record next year, it would be a major disappointment, because you feel like you took that next step last year. You want to grow off of that because you have young players. Yeah, if they finish below 500, next year is a loss.
Yeah, I just had the vision that they were going to go 41-41-ish again. But that regardless of, even if they don't make the playoffs, that they could be better because you see Amen Thompson continuing to get better. You see Cam Whitmore really coming into his own.
Mm-hmm.
You know that they're in ball games. They're not getting their doors blown off, but they're playing Luka and the Mavs now that they have Clay, and they're playing the teams that I mentioned already, but still Denver, Oklahoma City, Minnesota, and the top teams in the West. And you're going, man, I mean, at the end of the year, those teams are all going to have really good records, I would assume, to where you might get bumped down with the improvement of a New Orleans and some of the other teams, but that doesn't necessarily mean you took a step back.
No, I don't think so. Because, I mean, you lived that this year. You lived that experience with all those teams this year. I don't think that those teams that were below you are going to be teams that take that step up. And there's teams ahead of you that could be taking a step back. Like, what is Golden State going to do? Not that Klay Thompson's like this huge, big name, whatever, for you. I could see a scenario where they miss the playoffs and have a better record. I could see them going 44-38 and having a better record than they were last year, but still missing the playoffs or missing the play-in. I could see that scenario, and I could believe that they were better based on that scenario. But, yeah, if they finish below 500 next year, I don't think that they improved at all. I think they took a step back.
I was thinking about just an even 500, but if they're a couple games over but they miss the playoffs, I still think that there's a way for me to feel like they've made progress and they're a better team because of the reasons that I mentioned. Because I think as long as this coaching staff continues to work with these younger guys, you're going to see them really start, taking shape as to your rotation, who's going to step up, who's going to be more of a star-type player, and be more impactful.
I mean, there were only 4 Western Conference teams below you, and you were ahead of them by a lot. Like, you were 10 games better than Utah. If they jumped you, that would be a disappointment. Now, Memphis is getting Ja back, so they're much different. But you were
Brandon Clark.
You were 14 games better than Memphis. You were 19 games better than San Antonio, and you were 20 games better than Portland. Like, those teams should not be jumping you. Even Memphis, in my opinion, shouldn't be jumping you. And there's teams ahead of you that I think you could pass. I think Golden State's a team that you could pass. Their best players are getting older. I know that they're going to try to reload and try to extend that window, but I think you could be better than Golden State. Sacramento,
I don't.
New Orleans, I mean, if they trade Ingram and Zion gets hurt. And then the Lakers. I mean, I don't know what the Lakers are going to look like with a new head coach and, LeBron a year older and not adding. Like, they're in the market for DeRozan, but and they Dalton Connect was a sneaky. I don't know if it was sneaky. It was kind of a steal with where you were drafting, but I mean, I could see the Lakers going the other way.
See, I don't think that the Lakers are going to try everything in their power. They're in just go for it mode to where they're just going to. I think they're going to try and look at both LaVine and DeRozan, and they're going to try and explore every option to just go, completely, hell bent on being better. I think Golden State is Lauri Markkanen a guy that makes them that much better. They're trying to make a move for him. Maybe not. Memphis is when I forgot Bane. When you add Bane and Ja and Clark back on that roster, I think Memphis is a playoff caliber team. I think they're a team that's going to be better than they were a year ago.
Better than the Rockets?
I think they are.
Of those 4 teams, Utah, Memphis, San Antonio, Portland, that would potentially jump Houston, I would agree that Memphis has the best chance.
Yeah. I mean, and they're trying to make moves to even, and Jaren Jackson Jr., and they've got a lot of talent on that team to where I think they're more polished to be a better team than the Rockets next season. But the other 3, I agree with you. I don't care about Chris Paul in San Antonio, and I think they're going to trade him before the deadline if he plays anywhere decently at all.
I think that's all about tutelage.
No doubt.
It's all about tutelage there. 8-3-4-1, I think the Rockets can win 9 more games. I think maybe 52, 50 is in the equation.
Think 50 next year.
I think like 5 games is like the improvement. Maybe they can get to like 47, 48. I don't think they win 50 games.
No, I don't
I think they can get to 47, 48. I think 50 is still out of the equation because of the difficulty of the Western. If they were in the East, I think they could win 50.
I think that 44 is where I could see their ceiling being in and around 44 games. But I'm curious what the over-under is going to be going into the season.
Same. Yeah. I bet you.
I think it's going to be at around
I would
40.
have it at 40. I'm taking the over on that. I would have it at 44, 44 and a half is where I would place it.
I think Vegas is going to put it more at 40, 41.
If it's under 500, I'm jumping on it. 6860 Rockets need a star. What they have will not win unless someone takes a huge step. Do you see that happening?
Not this year.
Someone taking a huge step.
Oh, I could see. I'm bullish on Cam Whitmore. I think Cam Whitmore is a guy. I like both guys from last year. I like Amen and I like Cam. But I think offensively, because you don't know if Amen's ever going to get a trustworthy jumper to go in, whereas I think Cam's all about defense and effort, and you can get that from him, he's got all the tools. I think for sure.
The part that I like about them keeping all their young players is because sometimes player development's a crapshoot. Like, you never know who's going to explode and who's going to be the next star. So keeping all of them together, if two of them pop off and develop into stars, well, you have your two. And it could be any of them. It could be Alpi. It could be Jalen. It could be Jabari. It could be Amin. It could be Cam Whitmore. It could be Reed Shepard. So, like, that's why I like them keeping the young core of players together, is because you increase your probability of one or two of the young players blooming into a star, or if you traded three of them for a star, the star turns out to be a bust. Oh, no, we traded the wrong three. You're in deep doo-doo. So that's why I like that they keep the young guys together. They're not all going to blossom.
Nope.
All the core seven or whatever we're calling, they're not all going to blossom. But if two of them blossom into stars, it could be any of the seven that do. Well, that's a win.
Yeah, I think they can blossom into even role players.
Sure.
But I think that you're right. I think that the longer you can push the cart down the road without having to commit long-term big money and max money to anybody, the more chances it'll shake out for you to who's going to be your role players, who's going to be your significant star-type players. And there's a possibility that the two guys that are coming up first might not either be the guy that ends up being the superstar of the bunch, but they could be really good, and we've seen that with Alpi.
Last night, the U.S. men's national team loses to Uruguay. Probably the Panama loss is what really gave them the raw deal, the reason that they didn't advance in Copa America. Everybody's crushing the U.S. men's national team. They're crushing Greg Berhalter. We're going to talk to Glenn Davis. Soccer Matters. You can listen to it here Monday, Wednesdays on ESPN 97.5. Glenn's going to give us the lowdown on what went wrong with the U.S. men's national team in Copa America. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go out to the HR&P guest line. Welcome in Glenn Davis, host of Soccer Matters. You can listen to him on ESPN 97.5 every Monday and Wednesday. He'll be back on tomorrow at 6 o'clock with Soccer Matters. Glenn, thanks for taking a few minutes. Last night, U.S. men's national team falls to Uruguay 1-0, eliminated from Copa America after they lost to Panama, really the result that set them in. What was your frustration watching this match last night?
Yeah, grand frustration, I think. There's a lot of ways to look at this. You can look at it as a singular game. I think the players competed against Uruguay. We have a history of going into tournaments and not taking care of business so that when we come to the third and final group game, there's always the real challenge and the mental and physical effort to try and get through. This was a tournament that specifically you should knock off Bolivia, you should knock off Panama as the United States and go into your last group game with everything under control, rest players if you want, so that by the time you get to the knockout stages, you're not gassed. This time they didn't get through. But this wasn't a singular game problem. This is what's occurred since the last World Cup, where the U.S. did get into the knockout stage but got beat by the Netherlands.
I was going to say, Glenn, you see people on social media, they're blaming the officials. They're blaming the red card. They're looking at this, and they're kind of keeping it all condensed and kind of not seeing the bigger picture. Ultimately, this team has fallen short. It continues to fall short, and it doesn't seem like they're making the progress that you would expect from this nation and this team.
Yes, and that would be based on the litmus test of the last World Cup. The last World Cup was fine. You outplayed England. You were the better team. We left the World Cup getting into the knockout stages, trying to figure out how to score more goals. Okay, no problem. But since then, it hasn't ascended. Team hasn't played well. It has, in my opinion, gotten very, very comfortable with the coach. So I do believe there's a thing where coaches can be the perfect manager or coach for a team at a specific time. So when these guys and these kids were all young, Pulisic, McKennie, Adams, and all of them, I think Greg Berhalter was a good coach for them at that point, at that time. But I'm tired of the kumbaya, we all get along, and the pounding of the narrative. The fact is the team hasn't ascended. And when a team doesn't ascend, you can't fire a whole team. You have to fire a coach. There is also some things with how Greg Berhalter was hired. His brother was in the federation, okay, was a top dog in the federation. They never interviewed Tata Martino, who was a prime candidate in my mind. He had just won the MLS Cup, had coached Barcelona before in Argentina. Apparently they didn't want to interview a guy named Marcelo Bielsa, who's now the Uruguay coach, because he didn't speak English. So, you know, there's a little bit of a skull and bones to U.S. soccer. We must remember it's a money-making organization first. Where is the sporting director, this guy Matt Crocker, who hired Greg Berhalter, the technical director? I mean, why doesn't this guy come out and speak to the American soccer public? It's smart business. It's engaging people. It's helped growing the game. But it's all a veil of secrecy. It gets me fired up, and I think systemically that's a part of the big picture of this whole thing. So, you know, like you guys said, if you wanna blame a referee last night, great, go ahead. I mean, this is the sports fan of this day and age. Take your low-hanging fruit, pick it, do whatever you want with it, make yourself feel good. But this is a big picture issue.
Agree completely, but I do want to ask you about the referee yesterday. I like good drama in sport. Glenn Davis of Soccer Matters joining us on the HR&P guest line. And yes, there are bigger issues, and you aren't going to win a match where you don't score. So there is that. But what did you think of that ref yesterday, especially the flashing a yellow but then letting the play go on, and then not shaking the hand of Christian Pulisic after the match?
Yeah, so to my earlier point, Jeremy, I'd say if you took care of business in the first two games, it becomes less of an issue, right? Yeah. So that's the other reason why you got to win the games you should win. You should be that's the game that you're targeting as the game you really want to take the most out of when it comes to competition in Uruguay. But the referee was poor. He was inexperienced. I think he hasn't done a whole lot of we could pick out a lot of incidents. Now, I saw a video, though, that showed Christian Pulisic pointing to Uruguay and then looking at the ref and saying, go celebrate with him.
Yeah, I like that line, though.
I don't know where the context of it is. I'm a big Pulisic fan. I'm not going to let that tarnish my opinion of him as a player. But I would agree with you, it wasn't a very well-officiated game. And it's also very interesting to watch it in comparison to Europe, right? Because you got these two tournaments, and it's amazing to watch them in the same day and just kind of bathe in the differences of what's going on right on down to the officiating.
Well, Glenn, the thing is we know that all going back to the game you mentioned against Trinidad and Tobago when they got eliminated from World Cup contention, we've seen Berhalter be a guy that's been under scrutiny. We know that they were out looking for his replacement and then went back to him. But how does this man keep this? Is this just simply a financial decision? How does he keep his job now going forward when now, like you mentioned, it's at the forefront of everybody in the sports world watching what's going on, going, they need a change and they need it now?
Yep. So for me, this is a silver lining, not winning last night. It's just like that Trinidad and Tobago day that you aforementioned. So this is a good moment because if somehow you got through last night, he'll remain the coach until the World Cup. So now the Federation has a big problem. Federation's getting criticized heavily. Is the Federation going to, protect themselves and come out and say, okay, we're big and strong. We're relieving our coach of our duties. Greg Berhalter is done. That's a possibility. It's also a possibility he remains there because there is kind of a skull and bones about U.S. soccer. It's just like so secret all the time, and people don't say anything. They never get out front. They're constantly trying to censor people when they're talking about the team. And this is the beautiful thing about this. People are freaking talking about soccer. They're talking about the team. What's wrong with that, right? I mean, you can't on one hand want it all to grow and on the other hand try to control everything that everybody wants to say and do about the sport. So for me, your next coach could be gainfully employed right now. I think you go get an interim coach. You bide some time. You got some friendlies coming up against, Panama and New Zealand, not the type of competition you really want. And you put in an interim or a technical coach, and you approach other people. You look for people that become available. I mean, Jurgen Klopp's one everybody's talking about right now. And I have to tell you, I hear people going, oh, none of these guys are going to want to come here. I'm 180 the other direction. Why wouldn't you want to come here, coach a team that's already in the World Cup? You're the host nation. You could make history with them, and you could also become the greatest soccer coach in U.S. soccer history because you led the U.S. to the semifinals of a World Cup on their home soil. So I see it as a very inviting job for the right guy, but it has to be somebody that's been there, done that, experience that goes in with this group of young players, and it's disturbed. It's like everybody's got to reprove themselves. Enough of the kumbaya, and it's all about meritocracy.
Glenn Davis, host of Soccer Matters. You can listen to him every Monday and Wednesday at 6 p.m. You can follow him on Twitter at Glenn Davis Sock. Glenn, you talk about, replacing Berhalter. I think it's greater than that. And you kind of talked about how it's the entire system, long-lasting implications, whether it's who the manager of the U.S. men's national team is, whether it's the infrastructure of how everything is run. If we made you in charge of the U.S. men's national team, growing soccer in our country from the ground up, how would you make the U.S. men's national team better than it is now and improve it from where it's at right now?
Well, I think I touched on one of the things. I think transparency for a country like ours, where you have three other traditional major sports, and we could even go deeper than that, right, with lifestyle and hockey and everything else that's coming up, the World Cornhole Championships, you name it. I just wish U.S. soccer would be, a little bit more out front with what they're doing. But like I said, it's corporate. It's a money-making machine, which it is. And somehow you have to begin to try to tie things together at the youth level. The big issue there is always the amount of money it takes to play the game. I know there's been attempts and ways of trying to infiltrate and give people opportunity at younger age levels to avoid all the high cost of the dollars that exchange hands in the youth community. But, we may be stuck with that. I don't know how you go back on that. But we do need some vision. We do need some leadership. And I think that all begins with a level of transparency and smarter decisions. Should a coach be in a second cycle with the U.S.? 6 years? I don't know. It gets pretty comfortable, right? And I think when you see players comfortable with a manager and it gets too cozy, it's to your detriment. That's kind of what I've seen on the outside. It's just my judgment. Doesn't mean I'm right.
And we've seen that, Glenn. We saw it with the Rockets with Steven Silas. The players all loved him because it was a cakewalk. So, of course, they're going to speak highly of him. But were they getting better? And I think this is similar. So with that in mind, in the World Cup down the road, at least enough time down the road that you could make a change, is there enough time? And who should they go get should they choose to move on?
There's totally enough time. And I think I'll add to what, Jeremy, you asked me a second ago. Healthy pressure in this country when it comes to the sport and the media is needed at all levels, whether it's MLS, whether it's U.S. soccer. We need more people, healthy criticism, not character assassinating, but healthy criticism. We've got great writers out there. We've got a lot of people that are growing the game through writing, but now they have to be a little bit bolder and continue in a larger way to ask the tougher questions, because that fingers the top organizations, and that's what media is supposed to be about. It's about getting answers, and it's about getting people to speak to us directly, and that in turn makes it more interesting and grows the game. So, I mean, right now you could hypothetically be working on Jurgen Klopp, who just left Liverpool. Guy's an amazing personality. He's an amazing coach. He's never coached the national team, but he's pressure cooker coach. He's a guy you could say, all right, Jurgen, we're interested in you. When would you like to take over? Is it Christmas time? Is it next summer, a year out from the World Cup? How do we plan this? But you're going to be our hired gun, and your sole job is not to develop the game. It's not to tell us how to do it developmental-wise. We're not even going to use those words. It's your sole job to take this group of players and get us as deep in the World Cup as you possibly can.
I like it. I think it's
a plan.
I think it's a great idea. I can't wait to listen to Soccer Matters tomorrow. I know it's going to be a must listen. Glenn, thanks for taking a few minutes to break it down for us, the failure of the U.S. men's national team in Copa America.
Joel, Jeremy, remember, it's just my judgment. It doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, Soccer Matters, Glenn, and so do you. You know what you're talking about.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Sports Talk Radio, we all know everything, and we all know everything more than anybody else. But Glenn Davis, the soccer authority of the beautiful game in this city, you can listen to him each and every Monday and Wednesday right here on ESPN 97.5, Soccer Matters, and on Twitter at Glenn Davis Soc, Glenn Davis SOC. 713-780-3776. It's time. I don't know why we've never done this, and we might have to put some ground rules in place here. The Killer Bee Hive of Fame. Who belongs on the Killer Bee Hive of Fame? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Time now for the first annual Killer Bee Hive of Fame. Who belongs in the Hive of Fame? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bee Hive of Fame. So there's some prerequisites there. The reason that I thought about this is because they put out that video of us talking about Hunter Brown and the greatness that is Hunter Brown and Renell Blanco, because Blanco should be an all-star. Brown should have been the pitcher of the month. May still be. I don't know when they come out with that. So I asked the question on Twitter, what does Hunter Brown have to do to enter Killer Bee status? You know, he's nowhere near that yet. We know that. But I started to think, why don't we have a Killer Bee Hive of Fame? Like, we should have a Killer Bee Hive of Fame. Now, there's some things that we probably need a workshop here. Okay. Like, do we do this when somebody presents to us the court of who should be up for Killer Bee Hive of Fame? Or should this be a once a year type of thing?
Annual or as appropriate?
I don't know. That's the question that I'm asking.
I think it's like the Astros. Once they started their Astros Hall of Fame, then it was like, well, they're going to do it yearly. Are they right off the top? They had like 5 or 6.
Yeah,
and then the number goes to be a lot smaller. I think we could do it annually. But so you're saying they have to have B in their name?
Yeah, I think they do. Like, that's a pretty good rule for me. I think like they need to have Killer Bee in their name. Now, I think we should do it annually. Like, people can suggest to us nominees. And then we could just write down the nominees, and then whenever, that time of year comes up, maybe we come in dressed in tuxedos. Maybe we just put on a tie. Yeah, it's a big deal. We should probably do it in the summer, quite frankly.
And we could have a vote.
Yeah, the 3 of us.
Well, we have the ultimate vote.
Because we
could also have the fan vote so that the fans could
I don't
give
know about
their
a fan
voice.
vote.
It's like the All-Star balloting, right? We carry more clout, but they could have a percentage.
I don't like that. I think that they could try to influence us. Okay. They could try to sell why a guy should be a nominee, but I don't think they should have any vote at all. Like, you're having Twitchers that have a percentage of the vote. That would be like kindergartners picking their teacher.
Well, I think that if we just did a fan poll and then they could chime in, it's like the All-Star balloting. I think that, that you still have.
And it's always awful.
No,
who gets nominated
because the way
for the
they do it in the NBA now is it's just like a 25%. It's like the fan vote counts 25%, but at the end of the day, the true people that are watching the sport and or seeing the people on a daily basis can make the final decision.
I think they try to influence us. I think me, and Brian were fine by me.
Fine by me too.
I think that we ultimately have the 3 votes. Okay. And it takes majority rule. Two of the 3 have to vote the guy in. Since B-Rod's filling in for Brian, he could have a vote today. Or gal. Did I say girl? Did I say guy?
Said vote the guy in.
Oh yeah, it could be. Well, I'm gonna propose a gal today.
Okay.
In fact, you know what? Because you double dog dare me, I'm gonna propose 2.
Ooh.
2 gals that could be in the first ever class of the Hive of Fame. I do think that I do want it to be selective. Like, I don't want to let any jabroni in here.
No, I agree with that. But then I also, again, try. Me, I'm a criteria guy, and I'm always a stickler about that. That I want to. Do they have to have? They've had to have had a relationship and or an appearance, appearances on the show?
No,
okay.
Absolutely not.
Just as it relates to Houston.
Yeah, I would say a level of greatness in the city of Houston, and probably need at least their first or last name to start with a B. Okay. Quite frankly.
Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure if we were going to do this more personalized to the show or if it was
I don't
just
think
for
so,
the city.
because I think we'd be leaving out a lot of people. We'd be leaving out a lot of people if we only made it exclusive to the show.
Bumper for it.
Well, he would be the only one, I think, that we would include. Like, our list would be Bagwell, and then that would be
There's
it.
time. I
mean, that would be it. All right, so we're in the Hive of Fame. Like, you and I are in the hall. We are the new era of Killer Bees in this city. So Blank and Branham are in the first class of the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. Now, the original Killer Bees were Bagwell, in Houston. There's been Killer Bees previously outside of Houston, but the first group of Killer Bees in the city of Houston was Bagwell, Biggio, Derek Bell, Sean Berry. So let's start there. Jeff Bagwell, is he in the Hive of Fame, yes or no?
Absolutely.
I'm yes there, too, so we don't even need B-Rod to talk. Or I guess it matters because unanimous. It's an extra class of the Hive of Fame.
A little extra clout.
So Bagwell, B-Rod?
Yeah.
All right, Jeff Bagwell has joined Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham in the Hive of Fame. Craig Biggio.
Hi, this is Jeff Bagwell. I love the Killer Bees at 97.5.
And there, we have our first bribe to get into the Hive of Fame.
Biggio for sure.
I'm a yes on Craig Biggio. He was my favorite player growing up.
Yeah.
All right, Craig Biggio, unanimous. I'm going to nominate 2 more, and then we had some tweets about these. Y'all can nominate a few if y'all want as well, but I'm going to get mine here real first. The Queen Bee, Beyonce. Queen Bee, Beyonce.
For sure.
All right, I'm going to say yes as well. Is she unanimous?
Yeah, I don't want the fan base coming after me.
That's another good point too. But yeah,
they're pretty rabid.
Oh, the Beehive. Yeah, Charles got
really
a dose of it in the playoffs. He made a comment about with the Galveston water. Remember?
Oh, that's right.
And Beyonce's mom got involved, and then the Beehive caught wind of that, and they went at him, and he was like, "Hey, I don't want any more of that smoke."
Okay. All right. So Beyonce's in, and then my last one will be, and this might be outside the box. I don't know. Simone Biles.
Well, I was with you. That's who I had too.
All right, so we're yes on Simone Biles. B-Rod, you're not a sexist, are you? No? Okay, so Simone Biles is unanimous. Y'all want to throw any out to be in the first class of the Hive of Fame?
I thought of Shane Battier.
I'm going to go no on Shane Battier.
Okay.
Not a level of greatness to be in the first Hive of Fame class of the Killer Bees.
Yeah, I don't think he's first ballot.
There we go. Not first ballot.
Lance
so
Berkman.
We can be on the list next year. Lance Berkman, I struggle with, quite frankly.
I honestly think he should be in.
Lance Berkman got a raw deal by the Hall of Fame, left out first ballot. Now, he wasn't the original in the original group of the Killer Bees, but I think he's the greatest bee that was not in the original Killer Bees. So I'll vote yes on Lance Berkman.
Yeah, he was my favorite Astro growing up, so...
He also,
yes.
went to Rice. All right, so Lance Berkman joins Bagwell, Biggio, Beyonce, and Simone Biles. Well, of course, with Blank and Branham,
too. Can I clarify, too, of the other Killer Bees you mentioned, we're not even voting. They're not in ours.
Who's that?
Bell and Barry.
Oh, we probably should vote on them.
Right.
Derek Bell.
I say no.
I say no. Well, it doesn't matter what you say,
right.
Rod.
You don't want to be unanimously no.
It doesn't matter what you say. And then Sean Barry.
No.
I'm no on Sean Barry.
No.
All right, there we go. All right, did you have another nomination?
No.
All right, B-Rod, did you have any nominations before we open it up to a few texts and a few tweets?
I do not.
Okay.
I got a funny one.
What do you got?
Brock Osweiler.
No, that would be the what would be like a good play on words, because this is the Hive of Fame.
Right.
It's not the Hall of Fame. What is a bad thing that bees do? Sting of Fame?
Yeah.
They die. Brock Osweiler's career in Houston died.
Don't you get one sting and you're done?
I think so. Yeah. Most bees, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not a biologist.
I thought that was the same with mosquitoes, and I was corrected by my daughter, of all people.
You thought that was the case with mosquitoes?
Yeah, once you sting or once you bite somebody, that you're done. Yeah,
Huh,
that's
interesting. 1248 wants to nominate Bahana McNair. No.
Well played, but no.
1290 Brittany Griner. Shout out Nimitz.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to vote no because she didn't play her professional career in Houston.
I'll say no.
All right, so no on Brittany Griner. Bill White Shoes Johnson.
Ooh, Billy White Shoes was great back in the day. The touchdown dances were phenomenal, but I will say we have a certain level of excellence. I'll say no.
I'm going to go no too. 2884. I'm going to go no there. B-Rod.
No.
Yeah, it's just a little outdated, I think. 2884 says the opposite, Ring of Sting. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good for the people who are the opposite of.
And Brock Osweiler belongs in there.
Yeah, he would belong. He's he would be the face. His bust would be on the Ring of Sting. Patrick Beverly and Randy Bullock. I think it was actually Bullock.
No and no.
I'm gonna go no and no on that one as well. B-Rod.
No and no.
Bum Phillips says 1290.
Pretty good.
I'm gonna save him for second ballot.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna put him on the
He's
list.
Definitely
with
worthy of
Battier.
consideration.
Okay, no on him. And then let's get to a few of the tweets on this, too. Who belongs in the Killer Bee Hive of Fame? 713-780-ESPN. So far, we have Blank, Branham, Bagwell, Biggio, Berkman, Beyonce, Simone Biles as our class, our first ever class. Who you got?
Bruce Matthews.
That's a really good one. That's a really good one. I'm going to vote.
See, there's no shame in having a second, the second class, because
Yeah.
you don't want to have all of the
We
bang.
want to be
in
too big.
Yeah.
Like, we want to kind of leave a couple out.
Yeah. But I think he's worthy, for sure.
I'm going to vote yes because we need a football guy.
Yeah.
Vote yes. B-Rod?
I'll go no, but just because we can't let everyone in the first go round.
All right, Blankers.
He's in.
He's in. All right, Bruce Matthews is in. A few on the Twitter. Jason said Brian Bogusevic.
Yeah, no.
That's a no. Jose said Jose Baltuve. That's not going to work, guys. That's not going to work, guys. Taylor says Jason Bourgeois.
No.
No. Tim Bogar.
No.
Brandon Backey.
No.
No. Okay, here's a good one. And this will be the final one for today before we take nominees for next year's class. Alex Bregman.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
What I hate about having Bregman on here is, like, I feel like he's not in the same tier as Bagwell and Biggio.
Well, and I'm not going to say yet because I don't think he's going to ever be in the Hall of Fame. But what he's meant to the golden era of Astros baseball puts him at a different level than just about anybody else Astros-wise in terms of for this nomination. And since, it's going to be few and far between the guys with a B in their name that's going to qualify for this,
yeah,
I think he definitely is in.
B-Rod?
I'll say yes just because of the 2 rings.
I'm going to say no because he's already in, and I don't want it to be unanimous.
Okay.
I don't want it to be all – like, he's already in.
Mm-hmm.
If B-Rod would have voted no, I would have voted yes. I want it to be a 2-for-1 vote on Alex Bregman. I want him to be –
You don't want him to have the same kind of cachet.
I don't want to have the same cachet as Bagwell and Biggio and Berkman and Beyonce and Simone Biles.
Once you're in, you're in.
Bruce
So,
Masters.
there you go.
So that's our first class. What do you think of the first class of the Hive of Fame? Blankers, Branham, Bagwell, Biggio, Berkman, Bregman, Bruce, Matthews, Beyonce, and Simone Biles.
It's pretty darn good.
It's a good class.
It's really good.
It's a really good class.
I don't know how we outdo it next year.
No. We have some names already. And if you want to nominate names for our first annual, I guess it'll be second annual if we make it, Hive of Fame, you can send those year-round. We'll keep a rolling list. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Yordan Alvarez in the Home Run Derby. How do you feel about that? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
There's a lot of nominees here that we didn't get to. Barry Laminack, Billy Wagner, Brad Kellner mentioned, Charles Barkley. I think how we have to do it next year, though, is I think we need to nominate like 2 or 3 each. 2 or 3 each and bring it to vote.
Right.
And if we want to, like, hey, guys, help me out on the nominees, and we give one of our nominees to, like, the texters or stuff. Mm-hmm. But I think we need to give 2 or 3 nominees to each of us and whoever's producing that day.
I think Billy Wagner's a good one.
Billy Wagner's a good one. That way it restricts on how big the class can be. Because, like, we could go rapid fire with all of these Bs and have 100 people in the class. Yep. But if we go, like, our 2 most pressing, then the biggest the class could be is up to 6. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be the rule for next year.
That's good.
So 2 apiece or 3 apiece? I think I like 2.
Okay.
It makes it special.
All right.
It makes it special.
And it's tougher for us too to kind of whittle it down and say, well, there's a lot of good candidates, but if you had to just fight for 2, like McClain had to fight for Andre.
Yeah. Yeah. We should probably bring on John McClain next time that we're doing this. He could fight for whoever.
Guys, I just want to tell you what a great guy Bubba McDowell was as a player, and he's a coach. I like him a lot. I think he should be in. That's all I got.
I made a joke on Twitter yesterday, and he commented and goes, "That was a great joke. I wish I thought of it."
Oh, really? What was it?
I was like, it was after the U.S. men's national team lost, and everybody was wanting to get rid of Greg Berhalter. And I said, breaking, Jim Schlossnagle is expected to replace Greg Berhalter for the U.S. men's national team coach. And it just tickled. It tickled John McClain. It gave the general a tickle. All right, the singer, rapper, and songwriter from Tennessee, Jelly Roll, is coming to Houston for his 2024 tour. Caller number 5. Right now to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll for the Beautiful Broken Tour with special guest Ernest, Shabuzi, Ali Colleen at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion on Sunday, November 17th. If you're not one of the lucky winners, if you're not the lucky winner, tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. Get your tickets, livenation.com. Sunday, November 17th, see Jelly Roll and special guest. 713-780-ESPN. Do you want Yordan Alvarez to participate in the Home Run Derby?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, and never. We have our Yordan rules previously, but when you look at the history of some of the guys in the last couple of years that have literally overdone it and overextended themselves, I know that Julio Rodriguez got hurt coming out last year, I think it was, in the Home Run Derby. There was at least one other player that got hurt and their back and or other things were hurt coming out of the Home Run Derby. We've said how vitally important he is to the success of the Houston Astros, and that's why he has rules to protect him. This would be, it may have already come up in the past, but this is a solidified rule. Yordan, no to the Home Run Derby. I'm glad that it hasn't really got stuck on your radar. I'm glad you hadn't thought about it. Please don't think about it ever again because we don't need to see that.
I've seen some people that, like baseball people that I respect. Like, oh, it would be so much fun to have Yordan. He should do it. And it would be fun. It would be fun. But in no way do I want Yordan Alvarez participating in the Home Run Derby. Now, they changed the rules a little bit to where it's not as strenuous, but still pretty strenuous. But still, I'm out on Yordan Alvarez participating in the Home Run Derby. Chewy says, come on, man. Why ruin the fun? Because we want him healthy for the 162. We don't want the guy to have, a balky hand the rest of the year. Or who knows? He might strain his neck and then need Tommy John surgery.
Time out, Chewy. Have we thought about this? Why ruin the fun? What's more fun? Getting to the playoffs with a chance to win the World Series or getting some crossed silver bats for winning the most home runs on one given night in the NBA? I mean, in the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Stop it. It would be way more fun if the Astros continue on the path they're going on, and that means you need Yordan Alvarez in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah, we're on the same page here. Oso, he says that if the Astros are 17 and a half games back in the wild card, Yordan can do the Derby. Facts.
Sure.
Like, let's
Yep.
save. Hopefully, Jordan never experiences this, but let's save this whenever the Astros are on a 90-loss pace. Let's do it in a year when they have no chance to make the playoffs. This year, you're scrapping and clawing just to get back in the race. Anytime you're in the race, it's too important to have Jordan Alvarez in the lineup. 3082, you can't wrap Alvarez in bubble wrap. I really want to. I would love if we could wrap up Jordan Alvarez in bubble wrap. If you could wrap up Jordan Alvarez in bubble wrap, I don't think he strains his neck on that pillow in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I also don't think he slides on the ice like he had bad skates on in the outfield that last year where it gave everybody a heart attack that he might have done something serious. The fact of the matter is I want Juan Soto and Aaron Judge. I want Adley Rutschman, and I want J-Rod in there, and I want them all to overdo it.
Yeah, I want them all to overdo it. Now, Jordan was asked about participating in the event. Apparently, this was yesterday after the win against Toronto. Alvarez said that it hasn't crossed my mind. He also said right now, at this point, I'm just going to focus on trying to help the team win, trying to finish this first half strong. It's really something I'm not super motivated to do right at this moment.
Perfect.
Music to my ears.
Keep it right there, Jordan. Keep the focus right where I like where your head's at. You keep doing that. Just like when you said, hey, when they went to Mexico, it was a chance to restart the season and then get things going in the right direction. Well, darn it, here we are. Don't screw it up now.
I want to put them in bubble wrap and then put them in like the bubble room, like the bubble boy, and then only let them out of the bubble room for the bubble boy in bubble wrap whenever it's his turn to bat.
I'm going to let him go to the weight room, too.
You want him in the weight room?
I'm going to let him in the weight room, and I'm going to let him eat. He's got to stay healthy.
What about
and strong.
sleep?
Well, he can sleep. He can sleep with all the extra spare time he has in the bubble.
Yeah, he does need to be strong. I don't want him to do too much weights, though. Like, he needs to be smart about how he's doing the weights. Now, one good thing about doing the weights, aside from making his bones strong and his muscles big, is that the best motivator in sports history resides in that weight room.
As long as you've got that strength coach, you don't want to piss him off either, because he could also go the other way on you, and you don't need that. You need him in your corner supporting you, so therefore you're going to do your regular weight routine.
Yeah, you got to have Hazel Wesson on your side.
Wes, they like to call him.
They call him Wes because his last name's Wesson. 713-780-ESPN. But that's why. We don't want Jordan Alvarez to have fun, Chewy. We don't want Jordan to have fun. We want him to win baseball games and lift titles. This texter says we're not winning the World Series. He should do the home run derby. What's more important to you, making the playoffs and chasing a World Series, or participating in the home run derby? Making the playoffs and chasing a World Series. That's what it is. Let Tucker do it then, says 308. Are you kidding me?
No,
so Tucker can foul off the pitch off his shin and then miss 2.5 months? You kidding me? I'm not letting Kyle Tucker do it. You know who can do it? Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu can do it. It's $19.5 million. That's who can do it. Jose Abreu should be the only Astro, quote unquote Astro, that's even thinking about the home run derby. We're not having fun here. This isn't a funny business. It's not about fun. It's about wins.
The double dole off the shin in the same spot wasn't enough to scare the hell out of you that Tucker's the next one in bubble wrap if you have to once you get him back?
Killer Bees, no fun here. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line and talk about all the fun we'll be having. Patrick, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. So, Jeremy, you made a comment a little bit ago about how you didn't want anything to be unanimous when it came to Bregman, and it kind of brought up, for one of my most frustrating issues in sports was when King Griffey Jr. wasn't unanimous, because the one guy from New York didn't think anybody should be unanimous, and then that same guy the very next year votes Mariano Rivera in as unanimous. So Bregman's not going to be here next year, and he's been a part of 2 titles. Why wouldn't he be in your hive of fame?
I just don't have him on the same tier with Bagwell Biggio. I understand where you're coming from. He's been on 2 World Series teams. He's been the best third baseman in Astros history. I think that's fair to say. I know that Bagwell and Biggio don't have the titles, and I'm usually a guy who values the titles, but I just don't have them on the Bagwell, Biggio, Berkman tier. And it's volume, it's counting stats, it's all of that. That's why he belongs in the Killer Bees hive of fame. Mm-hmm. I just want him on a slightly less rung than Bagwell and Biggio, quite frankly.
And that's what you have to deal with as a fan when the voting is not in your hands and everybody is entitled to their opinion.
Yeah, and I do agree with this point, though. Like, it drives me crazy, too. Like, either you're a Hall of Famer or you're not. Obviously, we're having some fun with the hive of fame, but I agree with him with the King Griffey.
That one really bothered me because I'm a massive fan of Ken Griffey Jr., one of my favorite baseball players, if not my favorite baseball player of all time, and he got jobbed.
Yeah, 5535. Seriously, no bum Phillips. He'll kick the door down next year. Don't worry. This isn't the only year this has happened. He'll kick that darn door down next year. 8755 says Singleton can do the home run derby, and then 8341 says that's just wrong. Talking about Jose Abreu like that. I am so sorry. 8341. I am so sorry that Jose Abreu has made $95 million in his career and $19.5 million to go away this year and $19.5 million to go away next year. I apologize to absolutely nobody for talking about Jose Abreu like that.
God, I mean, seriously, get over your feelings on that one. That's ridiculous.
How dare it? Think of the children. Think of Jose Abreu and his family. Yeah,
They can't
living
hear
in the
us.
lap of luxury.
They're in Florida kicking it with all that money, doing whatever the hell they want. They'll be just fine.
All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. I'm going to nominate that texter. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
That's Spencer Arrighetti's music. The Don, Spencer Arrighetti, was brilliant last time out. 4-6, 5.68 ERA. Jose Barrios goes for the Blue Jays, 7-6, 3.38 ERA. Barrios is interesting because he's got reverse splits this year, but normal splits over the course of his career. and Joe Espada going with a starting 9 behind Spencer Arrighetti of Altuve, Bregman, Jordan in left. Yiner DHs, Myers, Singleton, and then Pena. Loperfido starts for the first time in 4 games, and then Salazar catching Spencer Arrighetti, which, I mean, that's fine. Yiner had the long game on Sunday, then had to catch the early game yesterday. I don't mind Yiner off his feet.
Who caught him in the Rockies game?
Pretty sure it was Yiner.
Yeah, that's why. If it ain't broke right now, let's not fit.
Yeah, but it's tough. It's tough to rough you run Yiner out there for late game, early game yesterday after a long flight. I guess not a long flight, New York to Toronto. But I don't mind it too much.
I would just prefer that once you get him right, you keep him right. So I would avoid as much straying from what worked last time as you can.
I guess I don't know that for sure. I mean, I'm kind of guessing that it was Yiner. I'm pretty sure it was, but I'll double check. No, it was Salazar. Salazar caught
good.
Spencer
Okay, well, then I'm
Arrighetti
good with it. Yeah, that's what I say. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If that's right, then that's great.
Yeah, he caught him. That was right. It was the day game. It was the day game. So Salazar was catching the day game. I forgot about that.
We were at Highway Cantina.
We were. Yeah. Ate some beef. Ate some tacos al pastor. That's how I remember my days, is what I ate that day. What are you expecting from Arrighetti today?
I'm going to say 6-2.
I'll take it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take it. 50-10, he wants to nominate our voting for the Killer Bee Hive of Fame. He said that Jason Statham, the beekeeper, should have made the Hive of Fame.
It's a great call.
No, it's not.
From a humorous perspective, it's a great call.
It's a funny text, but it's a terrible call.
Not accurate in terms of how we did our voting. But I'm sure if our other regular bee would have been here, he would have loved every bit of that and been serious about it.
Yeah, it's funny. It's just not at all accurate. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. All right, what are you nominating for the car wreck of the day, Blankers?
Easy one, especially after the Astros played yesterday in a day game, but it's got to be the United States men's national team all the way around. Yeah, and Glenn covered all the details, but it's the talk of all of sports right now in this country, with just how embarrassing everything has been and is and continues to be.
Shouldn't have lost to Panama. That way a red card. How do you fall for that? Yeah, that's a good call. I think the ref in yesterday's match belongs there too.
I really, and I was a little surprised that you put more stock in it, because sometimes you don't care about that stuff, but that was a little bit over the top to not shake hands after the match.
Yeah, I mean, Gleeman was right. Pulisic did say, "Hey, there's the other team. Go celebrate with them."
Did he say it before the handshake?
As he was walking up.
Oh,
like in his gate, walking to the official. At the same time, though, just shake his hand. Right. Like, it looks worse not shaking his hand. You might not agree with what he did, but I still think you got to shake his hand.
When did we have that discussion?
The yellow card was the worst.
When we were like, with the radio guy, the talk show guy, and the broadcaster for the White Sox, and then they met face to face, and he wouldn't shake his hand.
Yeah, they were talking trees. Gave him a pat on the back. Pulisic was mean first, Virginia. But I still feel like you're a ref there. You got to be the bigger person. Now, the worst thing that he did yesterday was the flashing the yellow and then giving them the advantage. I've never seen anything like that in soccer. He brandished the yellow card, and he said, play on after he blew the whistle. It was bizarre. Certainly not the reason that they lost. You didn't score a goal in that match. You scored 0 goals. So that's why.
Also, the FS1 game cam.
Yeah, it was very I heard that wasn't FS1. I heard that was whoever puts on the tournament, and they feed them the broadcast.
They were taking the feed?
That's what I was told.
FS1 was the one taking the beating last night, because it was like all over the place. Everybody, the minute that the game started, was like, what the hell? They're watching ants.
Yeah. It was a different look. I don't think that they had any control over it, though. Any others? I have a couple, because I did have the camera angle in yesterday's match. How about Ollie Gordon, running back for Oklahoma State? Got a Dewey.
Yep.
Got a Dewey. I don't think that he's going to miss any games, though. I bet you that I don't think so.
I think he'll be suspended.
What's that?
I think he'll miss a game or two. The university will suspend him.
Mm-hmm. Maybe so. I don't know. I don't know about that. Yesterday, you and Brian not mentioning that Hector Herrera was an all-star. I was testing y'all. That's the reason that I didn't bring it up. I was testing y'all to see if y'all were going to bring up Hector Herrera being mentioned as an all-star or mentioning that he was an all-star, and y'all didn't. Y'all didn't do that. So I'm nominating y'all. No, I was testing y'all.
Right.
I was testing y'all to see if y'all were going to mention that Hector Herrera was an all-star, and y'all didn't do it.
Interesting how that works.
Y'all should have mentioned it.
I have MLB Now.
What's this?
It's a website that is talking about the Astros. It's the positive. Their headline on their tweet is, the Astros have made up 7 games on the Mariners over the last 2 weeks. They're cooking. But then when they do the graphic, they're like, and look at all the guys they played without. And they put Bennett Souza and Oliver Ortega as injured pitchers that the Astros could have used.
They are wrong.
They're not going to help you. They also, along with Penn Murphy, Kendall Graveman, Verlander, Javier, Urquidy, McCullers, Garcia, and Bloss. And you're going to throw in Bennett Souza and Oliver Ortega?
You're forgetting how many people were putting Bennett Souza as like a key arm for the bullpen at the start of the year.
Did they see spring training?
He did get lit up in spring training.
Yeah.
But remember, like, coming into the year, everybody's like,
no doubt,
yeah,
because
he finished
because
strong.
last year everybody noticed him.
That is funny. So they just had like a huge long graphic?
Yeah, it's a split screen on starters and relievers, and those guys were right there.
I bet you they're trying to get attention for like how many arms they've been.
Strength in numbers.
Yeah, hey, the job that Murphy and Miller have done.
There were another 2 guys they wanted fired.
They get so much grief, Murphy and Miller. Oh, they're never going to be Brent Strom, even though they led Major League Baseball in ERA their very first year once Brent Strom was gone. And then this year with all of those injured arms, how bad it was, worst in the league in ERA because you're using 30-something pitchers on the big league team, which is like an Astros record. In the last 2 months, they're top 5 in ERA.
You've turned around Blanco. You've fixed Brown, and if Arrighetti pitches well again tonight, they got to get credit for that too.
Hey, how are those guys not getting love?
It's a very fickle group of orange Kool-Aid drinkers.
You know what else is weird? I was thinking about this, thinking of Murphy and Miller last night as I laid my head down to my pillow. It's weird to me that pitching coaches, like, that's it for them. Like, they never get promoted to manager. Like, you have these bench coaches that get promoted to manager, and these pitching coaches are always pitching coaches.
You're right. Some of the great ones of all time were never managers, but was Roger Craig, was he a pitching coach?
I don't know.
He won some World Series with the Giants.
That's before
in
my
that
time.
run. At the turn of the
But
century.
think of like all the great pitching coaches in recent memory, like Rizzoni, the guy for the Braves
guy,
Who was his name?
Leo
Mazzoni. He would rock.
And Mel Stottlemyre Sr.
Never managers.
Yeah.
Like the pitching coaches are just pitching coaches.
Brent
Like
Strom,
it's weird.
after they won the World Series.
Like offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, they always get promoted, but not pitching coaches. It's so bizarre. All right, what do you? What's winning here?
U.S. men's national team.
Yeah, it's an easy one. U.S. men's national team. They won something. They advance in car wreck of the day. All right, thanks to B-Rod for doing the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Goodbye.